Wang Sheng has crossed over into a minor character in the Douluo continent, with no system, no talent, and no background. Even his request to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang was rejected. In a desperate situation, he takes a different path, opting not to follow the road to godhood, but rather the path of slaying gods. He uses experiments to validate his theories and uses strength to slap the so-called master in the face, declaring himself the true new generation theoretical king. Chapter 1. Wang Sheng. In the Heavendo Empire, Fazinu Province, Nodding City, at the entrance of the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy, a young boy stands dazed at the door. He has been standing there for about half an hour. People pass by on the street, all turning to glance at this dazed boy, who appears to be around 5 or 6 years old, dressed in coarse linen clothes, carrying a large bundle on his back. This boy is named Wang Sheng. Half an hour ago, he was just a 21st century otaku from Blue Star, lying in bed during a 7-day holiday, reading fanfiction of Douluo, when suddenly a wave of drowsiness hit him, and he fell asleep. In his dream, Wang Sheng felt as if he was watching a long movie. He viewed this dream world through the eyes of a young boy, but he could only watch and not act. Wang Sheng felt that the boy was himself, yet he could not control this body. He could only quietly experience this dream through the boy's eyes. The boy was born in a small village called Wangjiagu. His mother, Zhang Suihua, passed away from a serious illness when he was 2. His father, Wang Dali, worked at the Lord's house in Nodding City, 40 miles away from Wangzhou. The boy lived with his grandmother, with his father only able to come home for 2 days each month. Wang Sheng did not understand why, but he gradually felt that the boy was indeed himself. He could not control this body, but he could feel the boy's emotions as he grew up, sensing that they were one and the same. When the boy was nearly 6 years old, his elderly grandmother also fell ill and passed away. His father returned to handle the funeral and, after burying his grandmother, took the boy away from the village, bringing him to the Lord's house where he worked, settling him in the workers' dormitory. The boy's father worked hard every day, while the boy helped with washing clothes and cooking in the dormitory. After the boy's 6th birthday, his father took half a day off to take him to a place called the Spirit Hall in the city. On the way to the Spirit Hall, the father told the boy that he would help him awaken his martial spirit. If the boy awakened a martial spirit and had soul power to cultivate, he could attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in the city as a work-study student. If he awakened a martial spirit but had no soul power, his father could only arrange for him to be an apprentice worker at the Lord's house. In the boys' village of Wangjiagu, a so-called soul master would come each year to awaken the martial spirits of children who turned 6. But in recent years, there had been no reports of any child possessing soul power to cultivate. The boy asked his father many questions about soul masters along the way. Although his father did not possess soul power and was not a soul master, he had worked at the Lord's house for many years and knew more about soul masters than the villagers. The father shared a lot of what he knew about soul masters with the boy. Through his father's descriptions, the boy began to yearn for the world of soul masters. He hoped that even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he could become a soul master. When the father and son arrived at the Spirit Hall, the boy was brought to a 6-pointed star formation, where a kind-looking old man named Maslow helped him awaken his martial spirit. Before the awakening, the boy's father mentioned that their family had mostly awakened a martial spirit called the Battle Tiger for generations, but none had ever possessed soul power to cultivate that as expected. The boy awakened the Battle Tiger martial spirit. Then, Grandpa Maslow took out a blue crystal ball and instructed the boy to place his hand on it. He told the boy that if the crystal ball emitted light, it meant he possessed soul power for cultivation. The boy cautiously placed his small hand on the crystal ball, which slowly began to emit light. The light was not dazzling, but it was relatively bright. Seeing the crystal ball shine, Grandpa Maslow nodded in satisfaction and said, "Innate soul power level 4, congratulations, young friend, you are now a soul scholar." Filled with joy, the boy told his father about his soul power. Upon learning that his son had soul power and could become a soul master, his father's eyes turned red, and he shed tears of excitement. In this world, as long as one became a soul master, even with poor talent, they could stand out among the common people. The boy's father helped him apply for a work-study student spot from Wangjiagu at the Spirit Hall. Happily, he took his son out in the city and spent half a month's wages to treat him to a grand meal. The next day, the boy packed the bundle prepared by his father and headed to the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy to register. Gradually, Wang Sheng felt that he could control this body more and more. The dream felt long, and once he fully controlled the body, his surroundings and sensations became incredibly real, as if he were no longer dreaming. At that moment, Wang Sheng pinched his arm, feeling a wave of pain. Was this dream really so vivid? Was he not dreaming after all? Now standing dazed at the entrance of the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy, Wang Sheng looked at the certificate from the Spirit Hall. Wang Sheng, Heavendo Empire, Fazanu. Province, Nodding City, Wang Jiagu, Battle Tiger Martial Spirit, innate soul power level 4. WTF? I really crossed over? Wang Sheng's heart began to race. He had often fantasized about crossing over to the world of novels, but now that it was happening to him, he felt a wave of panic. Wang Sheng was feeling distressed. Others who crossed over to the Douluo world usually started at the Spirit Hall or in Holy Soul Village. Even if the starting locations were different, weren't they all awakened before their martial spirits? Why couldn't he control his body and thoughts before the martial spirit awakening? Why did he have to wait until after the awakening to realize he had crossed over? Right, the system. Wang Sheng thought, isn't there supposed to be a beginner's gift package according to the rules? Where's the system? Come out already. Isn't the system essential for crossing over? Why hadn't there been any response after calling for so long? Oh no, what if I'm just a nobody starting out? Wang Sheng tried to sort out his thoughts and felt even more overwhelmed. The world of Douluo, Nodding City, the Spirit Hall, Maslow, that wasn't he just a minor character Wang Sheng from the original story? Wang Sheng's heart was already in turmoil. How did he end up with a martial spirit already awakened, yet without a system, no impressive martial spirit, and no innate full soul power, crossing directly into a role that would fade into the background in just a few chapters? Even though having innate level 4 soul power was quite high among ordinary commoners, what was the use of it in the Douluo continent? There's no guarantee that this level of innate soul power could even cultivate to soul sage within a lifetime, let alone how could such qualifications keep up with the main storyline? Chapter 2, The Shadow Emperor. At this moment, Wang Sheng's mind was in a daze, contemplating whether he should just go in and be a work-study student, waiting for Tang San to arrive in 5 years to ride the coattails of the main storyline. The problem was that with his talent, he was likely to fall behind the main characters group. Wang Sheng thought to himself, weren't Jiang Zhu and Jing Ling, who participated in the Soul Master competition alongside Tang San, left with nothing to do after the competition ended? Their talents must be much higher than his own, and if even they had little to show for it, how could his low-end talent compare? So now, aligning himself with the Spirit Hall? That wouldn't work either. His martial soul was ordinary, and his talent was mediocre. He wouldn't gain any resources in the Spirit Hall. He might end up just like Su Yun Tao, an ordinary laborer, going from village to village awakening children every day. Wang Sheng realized he still needed a mentor to learn from. Wait, Wang Sheng suddenly thought, isn't there a great master at Nodding Academy? The theoretically invincible master Yu Xiaogang has always been here. If he could apprentice under Yu Xiaogang 5 years early and become Tang San's senior brother, even if his aptitude was a bit lacking, at least he could rely on him in the future. With that decision made, Wang Sheng strode towards the academy's entrance. The gatekeeper was an old man, not the arrogant doorman from the original story. Wang Sheng thought it made sense the doorman in the original story mentioned he had been a gatekeeper for 4 years, and when Tang San and the others first entered Nodding Academy, Wang Sheng was already in the 6th grade, SO by that calculation. The doorman hadn't even started working there yet, which meant Wang Sheng wouldn't encounter that arrogant doorman. This was good, at least he wouldn't be made difficult. Wang Sheng approached the old doorman with a smile, saying, "Hello, Grandpa. I'm this year's work-study student, and I would like to enter to complete my enrollment procedures." The old doorman looked kind and benevolent. An elderly man like him was definitely more reliable than that arrogant young man. The old doorman glanced at Wang Sheng with a smile and said, "Oh, a work-study student? Let me see your Spirit Hall certificate." Wang Sheng handed over his Spirit Hall-issued martial soul certificate and work-study documents to the old doorman. The old doorman examined the documents and said, these certificates and materials are all fine, but..." He looked at Wang Sheng meaningfully. Wang Sheng's heart sank. It seemed this doorman's trick started right here. This old man was even more cunning than that arrogant young doorman. The world was harsh. This old fellow was harder to deal with than those young brats. It seemed he could only rely on his wits. Did he come to Douluo continent to reform the workplace? But wait, Shouldn't there be some kind of notification like, ding, the system has been activated and a mission to deal with the old doorman is now issued? Why was everything suddenly so quiet? Wang Sheng pretended to be confused and asked, Grandpa, what do you mean by but? The old doorman smiled cunningly and said, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you see, I'm the only gatekeeper here. If I go running in with your documents, who will be watching the gate? If something happens along the way, I can't take responsibility. The old man's reasoning was flawless. If a student later reported him, he could just say he was doing his duty and he was just too old to be flexible. Oh, I see, Grandpa. To be honest, I've always had a lofty ideal of becoming a gatekeeper since I was young. How about this opportunity? You help me deliver the documents, and I can watch the gate for you. It could count as an internship. Since you're getting old, I could take over your position after I graduate. What do you think? The old doorman was stunned. This was something a normal soul master would never say. Did he expect to take over his position after graduating? Was he joking? The old doorman laughed again. Oh, little friend, I really can't leave my post. And don't joke with me, you're going to become a great soul master. How could you think about being a gatekeeper? Oh dear, this old coot knew I was going to be a great soul master but still try to play tricks on me. It seemed he had done this many times before. Wang Sheng wouldn't let him take advantage. He pretended to be anxious and asked, so, Grandpa, what should we do? I need to get in to register. Seeing Wang Sheng's anxiousness, the old man thought he had the upper hand and put on a kind face, saying, well, seeing how anxious you are, it wouldn't be good for me not to help you. But you see, at my age, if I run this errand for you, I take on the risk of leaving my post. Shouldn't you show your appreciation? Seeing the old man's lecherous expression made Wang Sheng feel disgusted. He had a sudden idea and took out a money pouch from his pocket. Wang Sheng handed the pouch to the old man, saying, then it'll trouble you, Grandpa. The old man laughed as he took the money pouch, opened it, and saw several silver soul coins and a dozen copper soul coins. His face instantly broke into a smile. Little friend, just wait. I'll take care of this for you right away. Wait a minute, Grandpa. Just as the old man was about to turn and enter the academy with a smile, Wang Sheng suddenly called out to him. The old man asked in confusion, what is it, little friend? Is there anything else? Wang Sheng leaned close to the old man's ear and whispered, old man, you must have done this kind of thing before, right? Aren't you afraid of being found out? The old man, who had been smiling lecherously, suddenly glared at Wang Sheng with anger. You little brat, what do you mean? Are you trying to report me? I've been a gatekeeper for decades, and I've never seen a work-study student dare to report me. The old man arrogantly said to Wang Sheng, who do you think you are? Do you know that even if you have soul power, work-study students are at the bottom of the academy? Who would pay attention to a work-study student? And when the time comes, you can say the money pouch is yours, and who can prove it? Wang Sheng smiled wickedly and said, is that so? No one pays attention inside the academy, but what about outside? After saying that, Wang Sheng suddenly fell back, crashing heavily to the ground, and began to cry loudly. Wow, you stole my money pouch. You're bullying me. What? Wang Sheng's sudden collapse and loud crying attracted the attention of people around. As the crowd gathered, Wang Sheng instantly turned into an acting master, crying heartbreakingly. People around started pointing fingers at the old man. You little brat, spouting nonsense. The old man, seeing the crowd's reaction, became furious and shouted at Wang Sheng. You won't let me enter the academy to register, and you stole my money pouch. Is there anyone who bullies like this? What? Wang Sheng saw the crowd growing larger, and he could faintly see many people from the academy coming over. Wang Sheng began his performance. The old man turned red with anger, shouting, you're slandering. Who stole from you? You gave it to me willingly. You little brat, full of lies. It seems I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With that, the old man rolled up his sleeves, ready to give Wang Sheng a beating. However, the old man didn't notice the teachers and student from the academy walking out behind him. The old man grabbed Wang Sheng by the collar, ready to slap him hard across the face. Stop! A stern voice rang out at that moment. Chapter 3 Confrontation. The old man heard the loud shout and raised hand froze in midair. Turning around, he saw the person who spoke, a middle-aged man in his 40s with an imposing appearance and a mustache on his lips. This person was the director of the academy, Director Su. Director Su had just been about to step out to run some errands when he heard a commotion at the academy's entrance. He hurried out to check and saw the old man grabbing a small boy by the collar, his right hand raised, ready to slap the boy's face. He quickly ordered the old man to stop. Upon seeing that it was Director Su, the old man immediately released his grip on Wang Sheng's collar and rushed to Su's side, saying, "Director Su, you have to stand up for me. This brat is slandering me, saying I stole his money. At such a young age, he talks nonsense." Director Su ignored the old man's words and walked over to help Wang Sheng up, asking, "Little friend, don't cry. I'm a teacher at the academy. Can you tell me what happened?" Wang Sheng wiped the tears from his eyes and said, "I came to register as a work-study student that I told this old man I was here to sign up, but he wouldn't let me in and took my money pouch." Director Su frowned and looked at the old man, asking, "Is this true?" Feeling wronged, the old man replied, "Director Su, you must help me. He is completely slandering me. I've guarded the gate for many years. How could I dare to do such a thing?" Seeing the old man's response, Wang Sheng didn't give him a chance to explain and quickly said, "Teacher, here's what happened. Just now, I came to the academy gate with the proof from a spirit hall and my work-study student certificate that I told this old man I was here to register, but he said outsiders couldn't enter." Director Su asked the old man, "Is this true?" The old man, feeling wrong, said, "I did say that, but Director Su, it's not my fault. The academy does have rules that outsiders cannot enter casually." Before the old man could finish, Wang Sheng continued, "The old man said outsiders couldn't enter, so I asked him to pass my information to the academy teachers because I was in a hurry to register. He said he couldn't leave, fearing others would sneak into the academy, and that I should give him something for his trouble. Yes, Director Su, I really couldn't leave and said that. I thought I could wait for a student from the academy to come out and help me pass the information inside. I would never do something like robbing." Now the old man thought he absolutely could not admit to taking money, that if Wang Sheng reported him during registration and the academy teachers investigated, he could admit to it and just get scolded a bit. After all, he wouldn't be working for many more years. But with so many people watching, he couldn't admit it all. "Ah, this old fool is quite sharp in thought. Luckily, I was prepared otherwise. You wouldn't have had any trouble today. It seems I need to show some tactics to topple you." Seeing the old man refusing to admit to the incident, Wang Sheng said to Director Su, "Teacher, my money was indeed stolen by him. If you don't believe me, you can search in my money pouch is still in his arms." "That's nonsense. The money pouch on me is mine. You little brat, don't slander me." The old man thought that since it had come to this, he absolutely could not admit to it. A single money pouch couldn't prove it was that boy's. That if Wang Sheng had just given him a few copper spirit coins earlier, he might have admitted to it. But seeing that money pouch, which was at least his income for nearly a year, he was reluctant to let it go to this moment. The old man was furious, pointing at Wang Sheng and scolding, "At such a young age, you not only slander me, but also want to take my money. This was stable. I gave you so much money just to make you greedy. Would you be willing to spit out the fat meat that was right in front of you?" Wang Sheng immediately pointed at the old man and said, "This is my living expense for 6 years given to me by my father. There are 8 silver spirit coins and 15 copper spirit coins in it. Do you dare to take out the money pouch?" Hearing Wang Sheng's words, the old man was actually not flustered at all. He pulled out the money pouch from his pocket and handed it to Director Su, saying, "Director Su, look how dishonest this kid is. Count the money inside and see if he's slandering me." Director Su looked at the money in the pouch, which was far more than what Wang Sheng had just claimed. He frowned slightly and asked, "Little friend, the amount of money in here is not what you said. What exactly is going on? Please tell the truth." The old man thought smugly, "This kid hasn't even grown a hair yet and thinks he can fight me. I already put my own money in the pouch when I took it out. Let's see what you can do now." This moment, the old man looked triumphantly at Wang Sheng, but he noticed that Wang Sheng's lips were slightly curled, looking at him as if he were an idiot, and a sense of unease arose in the old man's heart. Wang Sheng, however, was not worried at all and said, "Teacher, you don't need to pay attention to the amount of money inside. Actually, I also don't know how much money is in there. I just said that casually. I wanted the teacher to see if the pouch has my name, Wang Sheng, embroidered on it. This pouch was made for me by my grandmother before she passed away." At this moment, the old man panicked. When he opened the pouch, he only focused on the money inside. He didn't pay attention to what words were written in it. Director Su opened the pouch and saw that it indeed had Wang Sheng embroidered inside. He turned and looked angrily at the old man. "Now the evidence is conclusive. What do you have to say?" At this point, the old man knew he was exposed and immediately knelt before Director Su, saying, "Director Su, I was blinded by greed, thinking of taking a little benefit, but this money was given to me by him. didn't think I was robbing him. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. A group of students began to whisper among themselves, with a few work-study students quietly saying, "When I came to register at the academy, he extorted a silver spirit coin from me. I lost 2 silver spirit coins. I only had 30 copper spirit coins at the time, and he directly took them all, making me go hungry for 3 days." The work-study students were quietly discussing, and they had all been troubled by the old man to some extent. However, they were afraid to tell the academy afterward, as studying at the academy was their only opportunity, and they dared not speak out about the matter. Every time the old man took money, he warned the work-study students not to think about reporting him, saying there was a teacher in the academy who was his nephew. In reality, the old man had no nephew who was a teacher, but he knew that as long as he said that, these inexperienced work-study students wouldn't dare to report him. Thus, he had reaped many benefits from them over the years. The students' whispers reached Director Su's ears, and at this point, he no longer believed the old man's words. He didn't care whether the money was given voluntarily by Wang Sheng or stolen by the old man. The old man's actions had already tarnished the academy's reputation. Director Su addressed all the onlookers and students present. "This matter is backed by solid evidence, and the academy absolutely cannot overlook such despicable behavior." Director Su then glared fiercely at the old man, who had already collapsed on the ground, and said, "From now on, you are no longer the gatekeeper of the academy. Given your years of service, I won't report you to the authorities. However, you must return double the amount of money you have taken from the work-study students over the years, or I will pursue this matter further." After saying this, Director Su ignored the old man on the ground and handed the money and the pouch to Wang Sheng, saying, "Let's go, little friend. Come with me, I will help you with your enrollment procedures." Chapter 4. 7th Dormitory. Wang Sheng followed Director Su to the office, where he handed over his proof from the Spirit Hall and the information about his work-study student status. As Director Su reviewed Wang Sheng's documents, Wang Sheng said, "Director Su, I want to apologize for what happened earlier. Most of what I said was true, but the matter with the doorman was actually my initiative. He didn't rob me." Director Su glanced at Wang Sheng and replied, "Then why did you slander him? Do you know how our academy will punish you for this deceit?" It seemed that Director Su had already suspected there was something wrong with Wang Sheng's earlier statements. He knew the old doorman well. While he had the guts to extract a bit of money from work-study students, he wouldn't dare to rob anyone. However, since there were too many people present at the time, Director Su didn't want to escalate the situation and chose to dismiss the old doorman directly without reporting it to the authorities. After hearing Director Su's inquiry, Wang Sheng said, "I originally planned to report this to the academy truthfully after resolving it. If I hadn't emphasized the situation, the doorman would have just received a reprimand, and the matter would have likely been dropped. In the future, other work-study students might face the same situation. So I had no choice but to make it a bit more serious, hoping the academy would handle it strictly." Upon hearing Wang Sheng's response, Director Su looked at him with a bit more respect. This child was brave enough to take responsibility and was quite composed. He was indeed a good prospect. Although his talent wasn't exceptionally high, with proper training, he could at least become a teacher at the academy in the future. However, Director Su still intended to give Wang Sheng a warning not to let him become complacent. "Considering the circumstances, I won't pursue this matter further, but in the future, if anything happens, you should first approach the teachers to explain the situation. Don't act on your own, or it could still affect the academy's reputation." Wang Sheng understood that this matter was settled and replied, "Understood, Teacher Su. I assure you it won't happen again." After Director Su completed Wang Sheng's enrollment procedures and explained the work-study responsibilities, he had another teacher take Wang Sheng to the 7th dormitory. The teacher left after escorting Wang Sheng to the entrance of the dormitory. Once inside, Wang Sheng saw that there were quite a few beds, at least 20, but only about 11 or 12 were made up. At that moment, there were more than a dozen children of various sizes looking at him, some of whom Wang Sheng had seen before at the academy entrance. One of the tallest boys in the group whispered a few words to the others. After listening, the tall boy nodded and said to Wang Sheng, "You're Wang Sheng, right? On behalf of everyone, thank you for what you did regarding the old doorman. Now we can all get back the money the old doorman tricked us out of." Wang Sheng humbly replied, "No need for that. I was just trying to get my own money back." The tall boy continued, "My name is Zhang Lei. I'm in 5th grade. My martial soul is a wild boar, and my spirit power is level 8. Since you're a new work-study student, I need to tell you the rules here. All newcomers have to fight the dorm's leader. If you win, you become the new leader, and if you lose, you have to obey the current leader. Wang Sheng thought to himself, here it comes. He wasn't like Tang San or Xiao Wu, who had the ability to defeat upperclassmen. He smiled at Zhang Lei and said, so you're the boss, huh? Look at my size. How can I fight you? We're going to be roommates, so let's not ruin our friendship. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. This meal is on me. Zhang Lei replied, that won't work. The rules of the 7th dormitory are like this. We have to have this match no matter what. Wang Sheng thought to himself, this kid is being unreasonable. Why should an 11 or 12-year-old make things difficult for a mere 6-year-old? Boss Zhang, we're all work-study students. Shouldn't we stick together? Why do we need to have this match? I concede, all right? Zhang Lei was displeased with Wang Sheng's words. Initially, he was grateful to Wang Sheng for helping them retrieve the money taken by the old doorman, but now this kid wasn't showing any gratitude. No way. We can't break the rules. If we say we're going to have a match, then we have to fight. You can't just concede. The rules of the 7th dormitory, while appearing to be a test of strength to unite everyone, were essentially a way for the dorm leader to establish dominance over newcomers and keep them in line. Wang Sheng, who was not interested in playing such a childish game, had already inquired about Master Yu Xiaogang's residence when a teacher brought him to the dormitory. He intended to settle his belongings and go find Yu Xiaogang, so he had no time to waste with these children. Wang Sheng refused again. Boss Zhang, I see a mighty figure, and I know I can't compete. Please let me off. Seeing that Wang Sheng was being so disrespectful, Zhang Lei, who was only planning to teach him a lesson, became furious. He immediately activated his martial soul, and his already chubby body became even larger, his nose elongated slightly, and a set of fangs grew from his mouth. After activating his martial soul, Zhang Lei charged at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng didn't expect Zhang Lei to attack so suddenly. Caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground by Zhang Lei. The impact hit Wang Sheng's chest, causing a sharp pain. Hey, you're really going hard. If I weren't afraid of you, I'd jump up and hit your knee. He decided to play it safe for now. After all, he had often heard his teammates say, stay steady, don't be reckless. Wang Sheng stood up, rubbed his chest, and said, is this enough? Can I concede now? Zhang Lei, however, did not intend to let Wang Sheng off easily and aggressively said, this is just the beginning. Our fight isn't over yet. Zhang Lei was taking advantage of the fact that a few 6th graders had just graduated and the remaining students in the 7th dormitory were all 4th grade or lower. He was using this opportunity to establish his authority by picking on Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was truly angered by Zhang Lei's aggressive stance. He recalled the famous young martial artist Hong Shiguan, who had once said, when you can no longer endure, you must take action. At this moment, Wang Sheng activated his battle tiger martial soul, and sharp tiger claws grew from his palms as his muscles swelled. He felt a surge of power. If a fight is what you want, then let's fight. Don't bring up those silly rules. Zhang Lei was momentarily stunned when he saw Wang Sheng activate his martial soul, surprised that this kid's martial soul was stronger than his. However, being several years older than Wang Sheng, he wasn't intimidated. You're asking for it. With that, Zhang Lei lunged at Wang Sheng again. In the world of Douluo, the differences in martial soul ranks were significant. Common agricultural tools like sickles and hoes, as well as ordinary animals like water buffaloes, goats, and wild boars, were the lowest level martial souls, and these rarely had innate spirit power. Even if they did, it would only be 1 or 2 levels at most. Next came ordinary weapons like knives, swords, and axes, along with beasts such as lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves, which were of higher quality. Wang Sheng's battle tiger martial soul was a level above these, but compared to other beast martial souls derived from spirit beasts, Wang Sheng's battle tiger didn't stand out much. However, compared to Zhang Lei's lowly wild boar martial soul, Wang Sheng's battle tiger was still far more powerful. Chapter 5. Desperate fighting style. When Wang Sheng and Zhang Lei clashed, Wang Sheng knew that he was far inferior to Zhang Lei in both strength and experience. Growing up in a peaceful era, Wang Sheng could not compare to someone like Zhang Lei who was shaped by this world. However, deep down, Wang Sheng was a very strong-willed person. He would avoid trouble if possible, but he was not afraid when someone bullied him. Zhang Lei punched Wang Sheng repeatedly, and Wang Sheng desperately protected his head, occasionally retaliating with a punch of his own. After activating his martial spirit, Wang Sheng's strength had increased significantly, and a few punches landed on Zhang Lei, causing him to feel some pain, which only made Zhang Lei angrier. He intensified his attacks, landing powerful blows on Wang Sheng. As Zhang Lei increased the force of his attacks, Wang Sheng found himself unable to counterattack. His entire body was in pain, and he had no choice but to bend down and protect his head, using his arms and back to block the assault. A few onlookers felt sorry for him. Li Shuai, a fourth-year student, approached Zhang Lei and said, "Big brother Zhang, let it go. Look, he can't fight back anymore." At that moment, Zhang Lei, still furious, became even more aggressive when he saw someone daring to plead for Wang Sheng. He reprimanded Li Shuai, saying, "This is the rule of Dormitory 7. I'm the boss now. You have no say here. Get lost." Li Shuai shook his head helplessly, knowing that Zhang Lei was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He often bowed and scraped to the older students from well-off families, while showing off to the work-study students who were weaker than him. In Douluo continent, strength was paramount, and they had no way to deal with Zhang Lei. All they could do was silently pray for Wang Sheng, hoping that Zhang Lei would tire out and this matter would end. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Zhang Lei began to tire, and his speed and power gradually weakened. At that moment, Wang Sheng, enduring the pain, reached out with his left hand to block one of Zhang Lei's punches and, using his right hand, delivered an uppercut to Zhang Lei's chin. This punch caused Zhang Lei to stagger back a few steps, and before he could regain his balance, Wang Sheng lunged at him, causing Zhang Lei to fall heavily to the ground. At that moment, Wang Sheng mounted Zhang Lei and unleashed a flurry of punches onto Zhang Lei's face. Zhang Lei, now unable to fight back, could only hastily use his hands to block Wang Sheng's attacks. After a few hits, seeing that Zhang Lei was struggling to defend himself, Wang Sheng stopped and stood up, saying, "I give up. You can continue being the boss. I'm not interested in fighting anymore." At this moment, Wang Sheng wanted to know when to stop. Zhang Lei was tough, and after hitting him, his hand still hurt. He thought he would deal with him later and let Zhang Lei save some face for now. Wang Sheng stood up, feeling intense pain throughout his body. He turned to grab his bag, intending to find a bed to rest. At that moment, Zhang Lei got up from the ground and, without a word, pounced on Wang Sheng from behind, knocking him to the ground and raining punches down on him. The onlookers couldn't bear to see such unfairness and rushed forward to stop Zhang Lei, saying, "That's enough. Stop. If you keep this up, someone will get hurt." Zhang Lei shoved two people aside and shouted, "Shut up. I have to take this kid down today. Anyone who dares to stop me will regret it." As Zhang Lei continued to pummel Wang Sheng was already battered and bruised. Zhang Lei delivered a vicious kick to Wang Sheng's stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Lei showed no signs of stopping. The academy wouldn't intervene in fights between students as long as no one was killed, so he continued to kick Wang Sheng mercilessly. The crowd watched in horror, wanting to intervene, but each time they tried, they were met with Zhang Lei's fierce glare. At that moment, Wang Sheng thought, "I was careless. I didn't expect this fat pig to play dirty. Now I can't hold back." Suddenly, Wang Sheng lunged at Zhang Lei's calf, biting down hard. Zhang Lei cried out in pain, punching Wang Sheng repeatedly in the head, shouting, "Let go, you little dog." Wang Sheng replied, "Why should I let go? I have a beast martial spirit too. Biting you isn't against the rules, right? Ow, my head hurts." Wang Sheng held on to Zhang Lei's calf tightly, his consciousness fading. But he refused to let go. Zhang Lei, feeling the intense pain in his leg, had never encountered such a situation before. He couldn't fight back against someone who was biting him. He felt as if the flesh on his leg was about to be bitten off. He kept hitting Wang Sheng's head, shouting to the others, "Get over here and help. Do you want to see me get bitten to death?" Two second-year students, hearing this, were about to assist when Li Shuai stopped them, saying, "Zhang Lei said this is the rule of Dormitory 7. No one can intervene until they settle this." Zhang Lei was in agony from Wang Sheng's bite and saw blood oozing from where Wang Sheng was clamped down on his calf. He didn't know if it was his blood or Wang Sheng's. Zhang Lei was too pained to continue attacking Wang Sheng and began to feel fear towards him. This reckless fighting spirit was terrifying. With a loud cry, Zhang Lei burst into tears. After all, he was still a child, and this primal fear finally broke him. He cried out, "Wang Sheng, let go. I give up. I won't dare to hit you again. Please let go." Hearing Zhang Lei's plea, Wang Sheng slowly released his bite. Now he was covered in wounds, his head bloodied from Zhang Lei's blows, and as he let go, he closed his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Li Shuai hurriedly led a few classmates to take both of them to the academy's infirmary. When Wang Sheng woke up, he found several people surrounding him. As everyone saw him awake, they exclaimed, "Boss Wang, you're finally awake." "Boss Wang? Who is Boss Wang?" Wang Sheng asked curiously. Li Shuai, Replia. "According to the rules of Dormitory 7, you defeated Zhang Lei, so now you're our new boss." Wang Sheng wanted to sit up but felt intense pain throughout his body. Even moving a little caused him great discomfort, so he continued lying down and said, "I'm not a boss. I don't want to be a boss. I just want to study hard in the academy and hope to become a soul master as soon as possible. You side characters better work hard. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. As long as you don't bother me, I'll be grateful." Another work-study student from Dormitory 7, Gao Yuan, said, "Rules are rules. You defeated Zhang Lei, so you are our boss. We all respect your perseverance." Wang Sheng replied, "I want to be doing that. If I call you boss today, tomorrow you'll want me to back you up. I, Wang Sheng, am not a fool. Besides, I don't have the skills of Tang San and Xiao Wu. It's better to seek harmony than conflict, right?" Wang Sheng said with a bitter smile, "We are all work-study students because of our circumstances. Why fight over this? It's most important for us to cultivate well and become soul masters as soon as possible. By the way, where is Zhang Lei? Is he okay?" Li Shuai saw that Wang Sheng was still concerned about Zhang Lei despite what had happened, and he admired Wang Sheng very much. "Zhang Lei treated you like that, and you still care about him. Boss, you're truly great. Zhang Lei isn't seriously injured, but he's scared out his wits. The teacher treated him a bit, and he went back to the 7th dormitory alone. The teacher said he was seriously injured and needed to be observed in the treatment room for a few days." Wang Sheng thought to himself, "I care about him? I'm just afraid he'll come back to take revenge on me. Okay. God knows how serious the atmosphere of bullying is in this Douluo Continent campus." Wang Sheng saw that Li Shuai had misunderstood and felt embarrassed to express his true thoughts. Although he wasn't a petty person, he wasn't a saint either. He wouldn't generously say that he forgave Zhang Lei, and that they could still be good brothers after not fighting. Chapter 6. Disdained by the master, Wang Sheng had been resting in bed for 5 days before he could finally get out of bed and move around. The first thing he wanted to do was to find Yu Xiaogang, whom he had been thinking about. Wang Sheng arrived at Yu Xiaogang's residence and knocked on the door, but there was no response after a long wait. He knocked again, still no answer. Wang Sheng thought to himself, could it be that Yu Xiaogang had gone out? Should he come back another time or wait here? Just as he was contemplating whether to stay, a plump male teacher passed by and looked at Wang Sheng with curiosity, asking, "Student, is there something you need?" Seeing the chubby man in front of him, Wang Sheng thought, could this be the master? The master in the original work wasn't chubby at all, and looking at his age, he didn't seem to be that old either. He looked to be around 30. But the original text stated that Yu Xiaogang should appear to be in his 40s or 50s. Wang Sheng asked, "Excuse me, sir, are you the master?" "Oh, I'm not. Are you looking for the master?" Wang Sheng politely replied, "Yes, sir. I'm looking for the master. Do you know where he has gone?" The plump male teacher responded, "The master should be at the library at this time. You can go look for him there." After confirming the library's location, Wang Sheng went inside and saw a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a beard, wearing a blank expression as he was reviewing materials. Wang Sheng approached him. Wang Sheng first politely bowed and asked, "Hello, teacher. Are you the master?" Yu Xiaogang curiously looked at the young boy in front of him and said, "They all call me the master, but I'm not a teacher at this academy. Is there something you need?" After confirming that he had found the right person, Wang Sheng's eyes were firm as he said to Yu Xiaogang, "Hello, master. My name is Wang Sheng. I have always admired your theoretical knowledge and hope to be your disciple and learn from you." Oh, Yu Xiaogang was also curious. Over the years, he had never taught these students at Notting Academy as a guest professor, and there were occasional whispers among people that he was just a waste of a soul master who only talked without practicing. Today, someone actually sought him out to be a disciple. It seemed that there were still quite a few people who admired him. If this child had good aptitude, taking him as a disciple and nurturing him would prove that his theories were indeed perfect. What is your name? How old are you? What is your martial soul's soul power? My name is Wang Sheng. I'm 6 years old, and I'm a work-study student who just entered the academy. My martial soul is the battle tiger, with an innate soul power of level 4. Yu Xiaogang felt indifferent at first, but when he heard the martial soul was the battle tiger, he was slightly disappointed. Although the battle tiger was a beast martial soul, it paled in comparison to those powerful beast martial souls. When he heard that Wang Sheng's innate soul power was only level 4, Yu Xiaogang frowned and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, you're not suitable to be my disciple." Wang Sheng, hearing Yu Xiaogang's rejection, still hoped to negotiate and prepare to persuade him. "Master, I know my innate soul power is not high, but I will work very hard. I will definitely complete all the training you assign to me according to your requirements." Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, "Hard work? Does hard work matter? I've been diligently cultivating myself, yet my talent is too low to ever break through level 30. Taking in a student with such low talent would mean he would never achieve anything significant in life. How could such talent prove my theory? No matter how much he trains, he will probably never reach the Soul King realm. It's better to consider this a lost opportunity for both of us." Wang Sheng realized this was his only hope. If he couldn't become Yu Xiaogangs disciple, he would have no chance to grow. In the original story, even the city lord's son, Xiao Qinyu, absorbed a white soul ring. As a work-study student without background or talent, if he didn't become Yu Xiaogangs disciple, he would surely never have a chance to shine. So Wang Sheng sincerely said to Yu Xiaogang, "Master, please accept me as your disciple. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. The early bird catches the worm. I believe with your ethical knowledge, I will not bring you shame." I said, "Your martial soul is just the battle tiger, a very ordinary beast martial soul. Your innate soul power is only level 4. Your aptitude is mediocre, and you won't achieve anything significant. You should focus on studying well in the academy. I hope you can become a soul master soon." Yu Xiaogang was also at a loss for words with Wang Sheng. He had already rejected him, yet Wang Sheng was still so persistent. Wang Sheng thought, "Does he want me to kneel like Tang, San to move him? Forget it. Kneeling won't cost me much." With a thud, Wang Sheng knelt down and said, "I sincerely ask you to accept me as your disciple. I, Wang Sheng, will definitely not disappoint your teachings." Yu Xiaogang was somewhat angry. Wang Sheng's action attracted the attention of many teachers and students, who watched the two like it was a joke. Yu Xiaogang sternly said, "Is kneeling something that can be done casually? Besides your parents, who else can make you kneel? Such unfilial behavior makes you unworthy to be my disciple. Please leave." Wang Sheng was astonished. Is there such a double standard? Tang, San had good talent and knelt, and you were moved. I have poor talent and kneel, and I'm considered unfilial and unworthy to be your disciple. Wang Sheng was also somewhat dissatisfied now. He stood up and asked, "Master, you often say there are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters. My martial soul, although ordinary, is not a waste. Produce. I will definitely work very hard. Why do you determine my life just like this? Is your martial soul's 10 core theories just empty talk?" Yu Xiaogang was now also furious. He didn't expect a common waste to dare speak to him like this. After all, his status was above Wang Sheng's. This child must be trying to take advantage of his position in the academy to get by. "I have seen through your little schemes. Don't pretend with me. Please stop pestering me. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You should be down to earth and act accordingly. With your character, you want to achieve anything good in the future. Please don't bother me again." After saying this, Yu Xiaogang turned and prepared to leave. At this moment, Wang Sheng finally saw Yu Xiaogang's true colors. In the past, he had read many comments and novels saying Yu Xiaogang was very fake and a charlatan. Tang San's eventual strength was not truly aided by him. Now, Wang Sheng felt a surge of determination and called out to the departing Yu Xiaogang, "Master, remember your words today. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor youth. One day you will regret your decision today." After saying this, Wang Sheng ignored the mocking comments around him and turned to leave. He returned to his dormitory. Today was the first day of registration, and there were 2 days left before classes began. Wang Sheng needed to think carefully about his future plans. Chapter 7. Xiao Qinyu, although Wang Sheng had no special skills or significant achievements in his previous life, he was a person who liked to think and summarize things. Therefore, Wang Sheng needed to analyze his strengths and weaknesses. First, the disadvantage was naturally the ordinary quality of his martial soul and low innate soul power, which meant his cultivation speed would be slow. Tang San and Xiao Wu had raised their soul power by about 18 levels in 6 years at Nuoding Academy, averaging 3 levels per year. Wang Sheng's innate soul power was even less than half of theirs, so his cultivation speed would definitely be much worse. Another disadvantage was that he came from a poor civilian background without any connections. Everything depended on himself, including his first soul ring. If he reached level 10, the academy teacher would likely lead a team to absorb soul rings, but he would probably not get a century-old soul ring. The third disadvantage was that soul master cultivation required financial support, and, as a working student, he had no economic source. Now, thinking about his advantages first, he understood all the main plots and opportunities. Additionally, he was nearly 6 years older than Tang San, allowing him to make up the gap with 5 more years of effort. Although he did not have Tang San's innate techniques, he had read many novels and watched many TV shows, which enabled him to summarize some training plans. Moreover, his grandfather practiced the 5-animal play every day, and he had practiced it with him as a child. Although he did not know how effective it was, practicing every day certainly wouldn't hurt. After all, the routines based on the tiger in the 5-animal play matched well with his martial soul. The final advantage was that, as a modern person, he had a better understanding of economic concepts and ideas than the people here. He could find some time and energy to engage in money-making activities. After realizing all this, Wang Sheng began to plan how to cultivate and improve himself. First, he decided to focus on body refinement, as this was definitely beneficial. In fact, most soul masters in the Douluo world relied too much on their soul skills. Wang Sheng believed that as long as his physical body was strong enough, fighting required skill rather than solely relying on soul skills. Since his innate talent was not high, he could learn from Shaoli and Naruto, pushing his body to its limits repeatedly to improve his speed and strength. After thinking everything through, Wang Sheng set a rough plan for himself and made sure to utilize the resources he had at hand. The people in Nuoding Academy had little presence in the Douluo world, but sometimes resource utilization required existing resources. Xiao Chenyu was the first person Wang Sheng thought of to utilize. He was a 6-year-old child of the same age as Wang Sheng, and even though their current identities were worlds apart, could a grown man's heart not handle a child's matters? After making this decision, Wang Sheng began to run with weights in the academy every morning at dawn, practicing the 5-animal play. No matter how tired he felt, he persevered, gradually increasing the weights after each breakthrough. He attended theoretical classes in the morning, practical classes in the afternoon, and after completing his work as a working student, he continued to train until he was completely exhausted before returning to his dormitory to meditate and cultivate. Aside from his intense training, Wang Sheng also started working on something that would attract Xiao Chenyu's attention. After being rejected by Yu Xiaogang, he decided not to approach Xiao Chenyu directly anymore. He regretted being impulsive when he first met Yu Xiaogang. Going straight to him upon arriving at the academy was something he felt was poorly considered. Although he bore no grudge against Yu Xiaogang, he still thought about proving to this old man that he could also become an excellent soul master through his efforts. In his spare time, Wang Sheng began his daily writing work. No, it wasn't called copying. How could a scholar's work be called copying? Wang Sheng was merely a transporter of words. He took some time each day to write out Journey to the West, a novel he had watched countless times on TV since childhood. Writing a simplified and exciting version wasn't difficult, which captured the interest of the academy students. Every day, Wang Sheng would first show the chapters he wrote to Li Shuai and a few others in the 7th dormitory. After reading, they exclaimed in amazement, saying the stories described in the book were so novel that they couldn't put them down. At the same time, Wang Sheng had the people in the 7th dormitory help spread the stories within the academy, making everyone in the academy love the tales of Journey to the West. After all, the story of Journey to the West was hugely popular in Wang Sheng's previous life, known worldwide, from the oldest to the youngest. Everyone knew the story of the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, and his 4 companions traveling to the West to obtain scriptures. Wang Sheng wrote several chapters daily for over 10 consecutive days. When he saw that he had achieved the desired effect, he slowed down his updates, sometimes only posting 1 or 2 chapters a day, and occasionally taking a break for a day or two. During this time, many students came to urge Wang Sheng to update, and he always used the excuse of being busy with work and studies to avoid guaranteeing daily updates. It was at this time that Xiao Qinyu, who was in the same class as Wang Sheng, approached him. Wang Sheng was delighted to see Xiao Qinyu coming to find him. After fishing for so long, the fish finally bit. Xiao Qinyu got straight to the point. Wang Sheng, why hasn't your journey to the West been updated yet? I've been waiting for several days. Wang Sheng pretended to be puzzled and replied, Xiao. It's not that I don't want to write quickly, but I've had so much work as a working student lately, and I have to train hard every day. How can I update quickly? Xiao Qinyu, not very pleased, said, don't make excuses. I'll find someone to do your working student tasks. You must hurry and write the story for me. Wang Sheng smiled slightly and said, then thank you, Xiao. If that's the case, I guarantee to write 2 chapters every day. That's more like it. Keep it up. Xiao Qinyu nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave. At this moment, Wang Sheng called out to him. Actually, if you want to see the later content quickly, it's quite simple. Wang Sheng made a gesture as if he had something to say, piquing Xiao Qinyu's interest. Upon hearing that he could know the later story content faster, Xiao Qinyu immediately became enthusiastic and eagerly said, tell me, what is the method? I really want to know the plot soon. Wang Sheng casually replied, I can just tell you directly. I've already thought out all the content of this story, but writing it down takes quite a bit of time. It's much easier to narrate. Xiao Qinyu was delighted to hear this and said, that sounds great. Let us find a place to sit down, and you can tell me the story. Xiao Qinyu then took Wang Sheng to his dormitory, where he lived alone in the academy. Wang Sheng slowly began to narrate the subsequent story of journey to the West. With the oral narration, he could describe more vividly, and the more Xiao Qinyu listened, the more engrossed he became. Wang Sheng spent most of the day finishing the story for Xiao Qinyu, and upon hearing it, Xiao Qinyu was extremely satisfied and immediately acknowledged Wang Sheng as a friend. From now on, if Wang Sheng needed help with anything at the academy, Xiao Qinyu would feel obliged to assist. Afterward, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu's relationship gradually became very good. Wang Sheng was humorous and often shared stories from TV shows, movies, and anime with Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu was now in awe of Wang Sheng, as Wang Sheng knew so much and his various stories and experiences made Xiao Qinyu admire him greatly. Chapter 8. Ideas for making money. Spring has gone and autumn has come. A year has passed. Wang Sheng has become very strong through a year of physical training. Even against the 6th grade students in the academy, his physical fitness is not inferior. However, his innate soul power at level 4 has indeed made his cultivation speed unusually slow. After a year, his soul power has only increased by 2 levels, and this is under the condition of his extremely diligent training. One day, Wang Sheng felt it was time to utilize his connection with Xiao Qinyu. Through a year of familiarity, Wang Sheng also learned why, in the original story, Xiao Qinyu, as the son of the city lord, has a white soul ring as his first. It turns out that Xiao Qinyu is merely the son of the city lord's concubine. He has more than 10 siblings, and his talent is not the best, so he must not be favored at home. However, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. After all, he is the son of the city lord, which is much better than people like them who are commoners. That day, Wang Sheng found Xiao Qinyu and said he needed to talk about something outside. Xiao Qinyu readily accompanied Wang Sheng to a tea house outside the school and asked, "What's up, Wang Sheng? Is someone bullying you at the academy?" Wang Sheng smiled and said, "No, but what I'm about to tell you is very important. If it succeeds, your position in the city lord's mansion will rise sharply." Xiao Qinyu dismissively replied, "Don't tease me. My dad looks down on me the most. In his eyes, only my eldest brother and second brother are excellent. The rest of us brothers are nothing in front of him. My 7th brother reached level 10 last month and went to hunt for a soul ring. And my dad only arranged for a 30s level soul master to take him to the soul hunting forest. In the end, my 7th brother only got a soul ring of over 100 years. Considering my status in the family, I probably won't get treated better than my brother." Wang Sheng curiously asked, "No way, you guys are still the sons of the city lord. At least they should find you soul rings that are 300 to 400 years old. right? It can't be that casually dismissed. Xiao Qingyu helplessly said, "What do you think? Don't look at us, the Xiao family children, acting arrogantly in the academy. That's because we are, after all, the children of the city lord. In front of ordinary commoners, we are still high and mighty." Xiao Qingyu thought for a moment and felt he had been somewhat offensive, quickly adding, "I'm not talking about you, Wang Sheng. It's just that the family education has instilled some habits that I haven't changed yet. Interactions between people can actually change others. Through a year of acquaintance and subtle guidance, the current Xiao Qingyu has not developed into the spoiled second-generation rich character as in the original story. It's okay. I know who you are. We are such good friends. I know you mean no harm." Xiao Qingyu continued helplessly. "Actually, this kind of thing isn't something my dad wants to arrange casually. After all, my eldest and second brother's mother is the legitimate wife, and she has a background in her family. For this kind of matter, my dad can only turn a blind eye." Wang Sheng thought to himself, how ruthless the imperial family is. I didn't expect even a small city lord's family to be like this. He then asked seriously, "Let me ask you, if you propose some ideas that would benefit your family, would your father listen?" Xiao Qingyu thought about his father's usual style and said he would listen to this. "My father values family development very much. My seventh brother's situation is because he has no talent and often gets into trouble outside. So my father doesn't pay much attention to him. But if it's something beneficial to the family, my father will take it seriously." Wang Sheng nodded and said, "Then there's no problem. I've recently come up with some ideas that can earn a lot of gold soul coins. I'll tell you, and you can discuss it with your father to see if he is willing to try. You must say that we both brainstormed this together. This way, your father will pay more attention." Xiao Qingyu was delighted and asked, "What is the good idea?" Wang Sheng smiled slightly and said, "A casino." "A casino? Are you saying to open a betting operation at the soul fighting arena? That's a business of the 7 major families. We, as a small city lord's mansion, can't get involved." Xiao Qingyu quickly told Wang Sheng, thinking he wanted to do something at the soul fighting arena. Wang Sheng realized that Xiao Qingyu misunderstood and quickly explained, "The casino I'm talking about is not related to the soul fighting arena. It's a place for entertainment. First, you need to know that the majority of the population on our Douluo continent is ordinary people, not soul masters. Therefore, most people don't need to cultivate. So, what do they do for entertainment when they have nothing to do every day? Watching soul fights is boring. We should create something fun." Xiao Qingyu curiously asked, "So, what is the fun thing?" Wang Sheng took out a deck of playing cards he made himself and said, my playing cards. They can be used in various ways. I have now come up with 3 types of gameplay. Based on these gameplay styles, we can act as the house and let others place bets." Wang Sheng spent 2 hours teaching Xiao Qingyu how to recognize cards and play Texas Hold'em, Showdown, and Blackjack. And he explained how to operate the casino and how to make money. Xiao Qingyu found it very interesting. Then Wang Sheng said, "You tell your father about these ideas I gave you. If he is interested, let him meet me so we can discuss the ideas. I have also thought of many other ways to make money." Xiao Qingyu said excitedly, "Okay, I'll go back and tell my dad. Wait for my good news." Wang Sheng watched Xiao Qinyu's departing figure, feeling secretly pleased. If this works out, he believes his financial troubles can be resolved. He is not afraid of City Lord Xiao monopolizing it or what he might do to him. He has kept many backup plans, knowing that everything can be negotiated in the face of benefits. The next day, Xiao Qingyu happily found Wang Sheng and said that the city lord wanted to see him and asked Wang Sheng to accompany him to the city lord's mansion. Wang Sheng followed Xiao Qingyu to the city lord's mansion. Although Nodding City is just a small city, the city lord's mansion is still very magnificent. When Wang Sheng previously accompanied his father, Wang Dali, to the city lord's mansion, he entered through the workers' dormitory at the back door and did not have the chance to see the mansion properly. Following Xiao Qingyu inside, Wang Sheng could only say that the gap between the rich and the poor in Douluo continent is indeed vast. The interior decoration of the city lord's mansion is extremely luxurious and very grand. Wang Sheng followed Xiao Qingyu to the study of the city lord's mansion and met the city lord, Xiao Yuntian, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, strong and robust, and very handsome, just like Xiao Qingyu. Seeing Wang Sheng's youthful appearance, Xiao Yuntian displayed a sense of pressure and asked, "You must be Wang Sheng, right?" Wang Sheng replied politely, neither humble nor arrogant, "Hello, city lord. I am Wang Sheng." Seeing that Wang Sheng did not show any fear due to their difference in status. Xiao Yu and Tian regarded him with a bit more respect and said, Xiao Yu has told me about the ideas you two have. Now you can tell me how you want to cooperate. Chapter 9 Cooperation. Wang Sheng said, Lord City Master, the poker I studied can evolve into many different games. And if we set up a casino, it will basically be a sure profit. I'm just providing ideas and methods. The main effort will still be from you, Lord City Master. So I only need 2/10 of the casino's annual profits. This business is definitely a piece of fat meat. I just don't know if you can let me have a sip of the soup. You just need to propose an idea. I'll handle everything else. You still want to take 2/10? Xiao Yun Tian released his pressure, trying to intimidate Wang Sheng. Although the pressure made Wang Sheng feel like he was almost gasping for breath, he still responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Business is about negotiation. These 3 types of gameplay are just preliminary proposals. I will definitely come up with new gameplay ideas from time to time, as well as other business strategies. If you think I'm taking advantage, then I want to participate in this casino. You can do it yourself. At that time, I gave you a gift for our first meeting. Compared to other businesses, this is just a small profit. Wang Sheng's meaning was clear. If you don't want to share the profits, then I won't take part. But don't expect to gain any other benefits from me either. Xiao Yun Tian, seeing Wang Sheng so composed, regarded him with a bit more respect, and then asked, So you mean you have other business ideas? Wang Sheng confidently replied, Of course, I still have some rough ideas for other businesses in mind. Although they are not yet mature, I believe it won't be long before I can provide you with satisfactory answers. Seeing Wang Sheng so confident and not looking like he had only this one idea, Xiao Yun Tian, being a clever person, immediately withdrew his pressure and smiled. I was just testing your courage. Not bad, not bad. And don't call me Lord City Master anymore. You and Xiao are good friends. Just call me Uncle Xiao from now on. Wang Sheng thanked Uncle Xiao, and regarding other ideas, he also had some preliminary thoughts. Once he refined those ideas, he would discuss them with Uncle Xiao. Wang Sheng knew he had passed the first hurdle, and once the casino was up and running, he believed all profitable ideas would surely lead to cooperation with Xiao Yun Tian in the future. Wang Sheng continued, Uncle Xiao at the beginning, using this type of gameplay in the casino can basically guarantee a lot of profits. However, once we get started, many forces will definitely follow suit. Xiao Yun Tian thought to himself that it seemed Wang Sheng indeed had some insights. If he monopolized the business without Wang Sheng's planning, he probably wouldn't last long either. You're right. Although I am a city lord, compared to the major forces on the continent, I am nothing. So what countermeasures do you have, Xiao Sheng? At this moment, Xiao Yun Tian truly recognized Wang Sheng. Uncle Xiao, we must implement a strategy of launching one set, keeping one set, and developing one set. Right now, we only have 3 types of gameplay, but after a few months, other forces will definitely follow us because they see the profit. At that time, we can introduce a new gameplay, always staying one step ahead of others. In a few years, we will surely have a #1 casino. Xiao Yun Tian listened and found it somewhat reasonable, nodding his head. Wang Sheng continued, However, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Since we can make so much money, other forces will definitely be envious and may act against us behind our backs. At that time, we just need to bring in a major force to share this piece of the pie. Although it seems like we are giving up a part of our profits, through the major force, we can quickly expand our influence across the Douluo continent, and our earnings will only increase, plus we'll have a strong backing. Wang Sheng was completely applying the concepts of financing and market expansion from later generations. Through Xiao Yun Tian, step by step, Wang Sheng would surely end up on a big ship. Xiao Yun Tian became increasingly satisfied with Wang Sheng's analysis and said, Good, good, good. Then let's follow Xiao Sheng's idea. Xiao Yu, you should learn more from Xiao Sheng in the future and not be like your useless brothers. When Wang Sheng previously mentioned wanting 2/10 of the profits, he was referring to himself and Xiao Yuqing, and Xiao Yuqing was completely touched, firmly recognizing Wang Sheng as a brother. Hearing Xiao Yuntian's words, he nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wang Sheng continued, Uncle Xiao, for the final binding with a major force, I suggest either the 7 treasure glazed tile sect or the spear hall. Firstly, both major forces would allow us to set up casinos in any empire or principality. Secondly, both have a good reputation among common people. After all, in business, We are not just facing soul masters. The largest customer base is always ordinary people. Also, regarding the production of the poker, Uncle Xiao can find methods to shield it from Soul Master's sight, as some Soul Masters may have abilities to see through the cards. I thought of this from the beginning. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After that day, Xiao Yuntian began to take action on the casino business. Over the next few months, just as Wang Sheng said, many forces began to follow suit and set up casinos. However, after Wang Sheng successively introduced games like Baccarat, Douluo, and Yo-Yo, Xiao Yuntian's casino business remained at the forefront. Subsequently, many major forces reached out to Xiao Yuntian with offers, and he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. In the end, Xiao Yuntian invited Wang Sheng to his home again to discuss the potential collaborations with these major forces. At the beginning, both Wang Sheng and Xiao Yuntian knew that trying to swallow these businesses on their own was impossible. After all, their own strength was limited, and without cooperating with a major force, they couldn't protect their small industry. Now, that various major forces were starting to contact Xiao Yuntian, it was time for them to make a decision. Wang Sheng first looked over the proposal from the various forces, hoping to collaborate. To be honest, some of them were quite fair, but more were simply trying to strong-arm a deal. Wang Sheng said to Xiao Yuntian, "Uncle Xiao," after reviewing these forces' willingness to cooperate. To be honest, only the conditions from the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect are suitable. Xiao Yuntian, curious about whom Wang Sheng would choose, asked so. Xiao Sheng, which force do you think we should choose? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Wang Sheng stated his choice. Xiao Yuntian initially thought Wang Sheng would choose the most powerful Spirit Hall, but was surprised that he chose the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, one of the top 3 sections. Xiao Yuntian curiously asked, Xiao Sheng, why did you choose the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect instead of the Spirit Hall? Wang Sheng explained. Firstly, the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, has always had a good reputation on the road and is a very trustworthy person. Secondly, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has a relatively stable relationship with the Tiando Empire. With this connection, our official issues will be easier to resolve. After hearing this, Xiao Yuntian nodded. Currently, it seemed that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was indeed the best choice. Then Xiao Yuntian said, since the decision is made, Xiao Sheng, let's go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect tomorrow. Chapter 10. Seven Treasure Glazed Sect the next morning. Wang Sheng asked for leave from the academy and followed Xiao Yuntian to the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Upon arriving at the sect, Wang Sheng was shocked by the luxury before him. The Seven Treasure Glazed sect truly lived up to its reputation as the wealthiest sect. After they reported their names and intentions to the guards at the entrance, one of the guards immediately went to report, asking them to wait for a moment. Before long, 3 people approached. The leader was a middle-aged man holding a gemstone staff. He appeared handsome and elegant, giving off a warm and approachable vibe. Following him were 2 elderly men. One had a full head of silver hair, neatly combed back, with 2 long strands of hair fluttering in the wind. And his face looked quite proud. Although he appeared to be an old man, his skin was remarkably smooth. The other elder looked tall and had a large frame, but appeared very thin, giving off a chilling impression. Wang Sheng guessed that the 3 people in front of him were likely the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, Ning Fengji, along with Sword Daluo and Bon Daluo. Seeing the 3 approaching, Xiao Yuntian quickly greeted, Sect Master Ning, it's been a long time. He then bowed to the 2 elders, saying, greetings to Sword Daluo and Bon Daluo. Ning Fengji smiled at Xiao Yuntian and said, I originally thought you were going to visit City Lord Xiao in Nodding City. I didn't expect City Lord Xiao to come in person. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Ning Fengji turned to look at Wang Sheng and, surprised that Xiao Yuntian brought his son along, asked, is this young friend the son of City Lord Xiao? Xiao Yuntian hurriedly introduced, this is Wang Sheng, a friend of my son and also a business partner of mine. Hearing this, Ning Fengji and the others were greatly surprised. They hadn't expected this child to be Xiao Yuntian's business partner. However, Ning Fengji did not voice his doubts immediately and welcomed them into the sect. After entering the conference hall and taking their seats, Ning Fengji curiously asked Wang Sheng, City Lord Xiao just mentioned that this young friend Wang is your business partner. What does that mean? Xiao Yuntian replied honestly, Sect Master Ning, I must admit that the bustling casino business we have now was not my idea at all. All the concepts were thought up entirely by Xiao Sheng himself. I'm just riding on his coattails. Ning Fengji was astonished and said, I didn't expect young friend Wang to have such imaginative thinking at such a young age. Truly a young genius. I admire you. Wang Sheng humbly replied, Sect Master Ning, you flatter me. I'm just sharing some ideas. It's really thanks to Uncle Zhao's strong support that we have reached this point today. Xiao Yuntian was pleased to hear Wang Sheng not seeking to take sole credit and said, what Xiao Sheng said is true. Everything relies on your ideas. I'm just contributing a bit. Seeing the two of them being so modest, Ning Fengji felt a good impression of them and thought it would be reassuring to cooperate with them. He then said, with both of you being so humble, I admire that. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss whether we can collaborate. Xiao Yuntian laughed heartily and said, of course. Our goal for this trip is to seek cooperation with the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. We can all make money together. After a round of negotiations, they reached an agreement to collaborate with the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Wang Sheng took the opportunity to introduce ideas for supermarkets, real estate, and lotteries, which impressed Ning Fengji with Wang Sheng's genius thinking. After discussing all potential business ventures, it was agreed that the Seven Treasure Glazed sect would take 50, Xiao Yuntian 40, and Wang Sheng 10. Initially, Wang Sheng said he would give half of his share to Xiao Qinyu, but Xiao Yuntian directly denied it, saying he would share some of his own share with Xiao Qinyu. However, Wang Sheng expressed that his main focus was still on cultivation, so he would leave the business matters to them, committing to set aside one day each month to discuss future development issues with them. For the next 3 days, Xiao Yuntian and Wang Sheng stayed at the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, discussing the details of their cooperation, while Wang Sheng did not neglect his cultivation, dedicating all his rest time to rigorous training. He also discussed his training methods and the benefits of physical training intensity with Ning Fengji and the others, from which Wang Sheng greatly benefited. The usually proud Sor Douluo was quite satisfied with Wang Sheng, and Ning Fengji was also very pleased with him. Wang Sheng's eloquence and insights, along with his dedication to cultivation, made Ning Fengji develop a fondness for talent. After all matters were settled, as Xiao Yuntian and Wang Sheng were about to leave, Ning Fengji suddenly asked Wang Sheng, Xiao Sheng, I have grown quite fond of you during our time together these past few days. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Wang Sheng, upon hearing this, asked, do you not mind my martial soul's poor quality and my low innate soul power? Ning Fengji smiled and said, are those important? What matters is a soul master's effort. Your training ideas and thoughts are quite impressive to me. What you lack now is just some knowledge about martial souls and soul beasts. Seeing the sincerity in Ning Fengji's eyes, Wang Sheng was immediately moved and said, can I really become your student? Wang Sheng still bore the shadow of being rejected by Yu Xiaogang, and he genuinely feared receiving another blow. Ning Fengji patted Wang Sheng on the shoulder and said, Xiao Sheng, accepting you as my disciple is like finding a treasure. I won't demand any specific achievements from you in the future, and you don't have to join the Seven Treasure Glazed sect as my disciple. I simply like you as a person. After hearing this, Wang Sheng knelt down and said, Master, although I know that becoming a disciple only requires performing the bowing ceremony, your recognition is the greatest encouragement for me. I, Wang Sheng, will definitely not disappoint your guidance. Ning Fengji helped Wang Sheng up and said, Good. Having a disciple like you brings me great joy. Due to this apprenticeship, Wang Sheng stayed a few more days at the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, during which he consulted Ning Fengji on a lot of knowledge about martial souls, greatly benefiting from it. In the following 2 years, the Seven Treasure Glazed sect expanded its various businesses across the entire Douluo continent, developing much faster than before. Wang Sheng did not concern himself with these matters. His main contributions were to the Seven Treasure Glazed sect and Xiao Yuntian, while he simply collected dividends. The income from his 10 share was quite satisfying for him, and after 2 years, Wang Sheng's personal wealth surpassed that of many sections. Wang Sheng's father, Wang Dali, also became the head of the Xiao family's casino in Notting City. Although his father was an ordinary person without soul power, Wang Sheng planned to find ways to improve Wang Dali's health in the future, ensuring that his father would live a long life. With his newfound wealth, Wang Sheng did not leave Notting Academy. He also sponsored a significant amount of money to build many simulated training environments, which made Yu Xiaogang regret not taking Wang Sheng as a disciple initially, as it could have brought him considerable financial benefits. However, he felt it inappropriate to approach Wang Sheng with such a request. Chapter 11. Hunting for the first soul ring in the past 2 years. Wang Sheng has continued to train hard every day. However, compared to before, he has added high-level medicinal baths to enhance his training. And he has also been consuming high-quality soul beast meat daily, which has greatly strengthened his physique. During his training, Wang Sheng has also taken on a little follower, Xiao Qinyu, who trains with him. Xiao Qinyu has a wolf martial soul and possesses innate soul power at level 5. Although he doesn't push himself as hard as Wang Sheng, he has still made significant progress, reaching level 10 after 2 years. This time, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu are preparing to venture into the soul hunting forest to acquire their soul rings. The Xiao family has become quite wealthy, and with Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu having pleased Xiao Yintian over the years, he has arranged for 3 soul emperors to accompany them to ensure they can obtain high-quality soul rings. Wang Sheng not only wants to change his own fate, but also wants to alter Xiao Qinyu's destiny of obtaining a frivolous white soul ring. As depicted in the original story, after some discussion, the group enters the soul hunting forest. Xiao Qinyu asks Wang Sheng, "Great sage, what kind of soul beast are we looking for our first soul ring?" After hearing Wang Sheng speak about journey to the west so many times, Xiao Qinyu has begun to call him Great Sage, expressing his admiration. Wang Sheng has a deep understanding of the original Douluo story, and his teacher, Ning Fengji, is theoretically on par with Yu Xiaogang. As a sect master, Ning Fengji is knowledgeable and well-versed, with knowledge that rivals Yu Xiaogang's. Over the past 2 years, Wang Sheng has spent all his holidays at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, learning a lot from Ning Fengji. For this soul hunting trip, Wang Sheng has long made plans. Your wolf martial soul can focus on agility or strong attack. After 2 years of daily training together, I believe your skills are better suited for an agility focus. For the first soul ring, it would be best to aim for a 500 to 600-year-old wind wolf or lightning leopard, which would grant you a speed enhancement for your first soul skill. Isn't the limit for the first soul ring supposed to be 423 years, as that master said? Xiao Qinyu asked curiously. Wang Sheng looked at Xiao Qinyu with disdain and said, "Little you, don't believe in the theories of someone who only talks big without substance. What limit is 423 years? That's pure nonsense. Do you really believe in such precise numbers? Which soul beast can be accurately dated to the exact year? It's all based on characteristics to estimate age." Wang Sheng didn't originally hold such disdain for Yu Xiaogang, but after studying with Ning Fengji, he realized how ridiculous those theories were. Do you think those conclusions can be drawn just by looking through some materials? I've asked my teacher and Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, and their first soul rings were all over 500 years. Many soul masters from large clans never register with the spirit hall, and even if they do, they won't report the exact age of the soul beasts they hunted. With his understanding of the original story and his studies with Ning Fengji, Wang Sheng felt very confident. The absorption of soul rings mainly depends on one's spiritual strength and physical strength. Each soul master's strength is different, so their limits are different. That's why I haven't had you train your soul power in a simulated environment all this time. You need to spend time training your body to absorb higher age soul rings. I've also had Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu assess our physical strength, and our bodies can definitely reach the level of a level 20 soul master. So Great Sage, can't we directly absorb around 800 years, and you still say 500 to 600? Xiao Qinyu asked, demonstrating the Xiao family's good virtue of asking questions when they don't understand. Wang Sheng explained, although our physical strength is sufficient, our soul power isn't that strong yet. So I think 500 to 600 is a more conservative estimate. Otherwise, if we only looked at physical strength, wouldn't defensive soul masters be flying high? However, all of this was Wang Sheng's own judgment. After all, both of their martial souls were of lower quality, so he wasn't entirely certain, but he felt it was highly likely there wouldn't be any issues. Still, for Xiao Qinyu's safety, Wang Sheng decided he would try first. You wait here for a moment while I find the soul beast I need. I'll test it out. If I run into any problems, you can conservatively absorb a 400-year-old soul ring. If I'm fine, then you can absorb yours. Xiao Qinyu was very touched upon hearing this. Let me absorb it first. If I run into any issues, my dad has several other sons. But if you run into any problems, Uncle Wang only has you as a son, and I can't explain that to him. This is what true brotherhood looks like. Wang Sheng felt that with Xiao Qinyu as a brother on this journey, it was worth it in this Douluo world. He then addressed the leader of their hunting group, the 55th level Mighty Bear Soul King, Barto. Uncle Barto, could you please help us find soul beasts like the magic explosion tiger, giant strength star, wind wolf, or lightning leopard? Around 500 to 600 years old? Barto, having heard their conversation, was quite impressed with Wang Sheng and respectfully replied, "Rest assured, young Master Wang Sheng, we will definitely find a soul beast that meets your satisfaction within a day." Barto turned to the two other soul kings and instructed, "Zeke, Zili, you two go search for the soul beast that the two young masters need." "Okay, Brother Barto, just wait for our good news." After saying this, the two took off into the sky, as Zeke and Zili, both 52nd level Azure Eagle Soul Kings, excelled in tracking techniques. Less than an hour later, Zili returned with good news, having discovered a magic explosion tiger that was about 500 to nearly 600 years old. The group immediately headed to the location of the magic explosion tiger. The tiger was covered in black and purple fur, from magic explosion tigers below 1,000 years. The age can be determined by the stripes on their tails, with each stripe representing an additional 100 years of cultivation. This particular magic explosion tiger had 5 complete stripes, with the 6th stripe not as thick as the other 5, but still close. Barto immediately activated his martial soul, forming 2 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple soul rings around himself. His muscles bulged, his hands grew brown fur and sharp claws, and his palms increased in size. He then instructed the other 2 soul kings, Zeke, Zili, protect the 2 young masters. Zeke and Zili also activated their martial souls, shielding Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu behind them. The magic explosion tiger opened its massive mouth and lunged forward, preparing to attack the 2 smallest kids in the group. As a soul king, Barto would not give it this opportunity. With his 3rd soul skill, Giant Bear Palm, he struck the magic explosion tiger, causing it to immediately collapse to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Sheng thought to himself, it seems that a soul emperor can handle a 100-year-old soul beast quite easily. Tang San's first soul ring acquisition was so thrilling because Yu Xiaogang was simply too weak. For these several 100-year-old soul beasts, most battle soul masters can deal with them effortlessly. It's just that Yu Xiaogang himself was incompetent. If Tang San hadn't also been a transmigrator with Tang's sex techniques, he might have ended up in danger as well. With this thought, Wang Sheng suddenly felt relieved. If Yu Xiaogang had taken him as a disciple back then, he would either have to absorb a very low-level soul ring or face death. After considering this, Wang Sheng felt fortunate that he did not become Yu Xiaogang's disciple. Chapter 12. Wang Sheng's first soul skill. Looking at the nearly lifeless magic explosion tiger lying on the ground, Xiao Qinyu still nervously said to Wang Sheng, "Great sage, you should reconsider. This magic explosion tiger is nearly 600 years old. How about finding one that's younger?" Wang Sheng firmly shook his head and replied, "It's fine, Xiaoyu. Trust me, I have confidence in myself." On the surface, Wang Sheng appeared calm, but inside he was actually quite anxious. However, he thought that if he failed at this first soul ring and ended up becoming useless, he could just become a wealthy Douluo and live comfortably. After all, he had money and could hire a bunch of experts as bodyguards to dominate others. No, wait, I mean to maintain world peace. Wang Sheng adjusted his state, striving to get himself in the best condition. He touched the storage ring on his hand, a gift from Ning Fengji, which had an internal space of 1,000 cubic meters and could even hold living things. An exceptionally rare, top-tier soul guide. Wang Sheng took out a completely black dagger from the soul guide. This dagger was specifically crafted by Master Gao from the Divine Craftsmen's Guild in Gongxin City. At a high cost, the dagger was extremely sharp and resilient, capable of piercing even a fully defensive Soul King-esque body. Wang Sheng named this dagger the Underworld Blade, and it cost him a month's worth of dividends, quite a significant amount. Wang Sheng often boasted in front of Xiao Qinyu, saying, Gold soul coins are just a number. Your spending merely changes the last few digits of your wealth. What is there to be concerned about? Xiao Qinyu often speculated that the Wang Sheng he saw every day was not the same person, sometimes mature and steady, other times humorous and witty, and, at times, Wang Sheng would act like a fool, saying nonsensical things. At this moment, Wang Sheng was quite mature and steady as he slowly raised the underworld blade and stabbed it into the Wang character on the forehead of the magic explosion tiger, killing it. Yellow light spots floated out from the magic explosion tiger's body, gradually condensing into a yellow soul ring. Wang Sheng took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged and using his soul power to draw the soul ring into his body. The yellow soul ring slowly floated down to the top of Wang Sheng's head, enveloping him. At this moment, Wang Sheng truly felt the immense energy pressure from the magic explosion tiger. His entire body was in excruciating pain, as if every vein was being violently impacted by powerful soul power. Seeing Wang Sheng in such pain, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from his forehead, Xiao Qinyu was very worried and anxiously asked Bartle beside him, "Uncle Bartle, is Wang Sheng going to be okay in this situation?" Bartle, unsure if Wang Sheng could endure, replied, "When we absorbed soul rings, we all had to withstand the impact of the soul beast's soul power on our bodies, but it was never like this. This pressure from the soul ring that exceeds his physical limits is indeed putting a lot of pressure on young Master Wang Sheng. All we can do now is pray that he can withstand it." As Bartle explained to Xiao Qinyu, he gradually noticed Wang Sheng's breathing becoming more stable, and he couldn't help but feel happy, saying, "It seems young Master Wang Sheng has really pulled through. His breathing is stable now, and he should finish absorbing it in less than half an hour." Xiao Qinyu also sighed in relief. It seems the great sage's idea was correct. We all know how hard he has worked these years. His success is all thanks to his daily sweat. Time passed slowly, and Wang Sheng finally opened his eyes, happily saying, "I did it. The method of exercising my physique and absorbing a soul ring beyond my level really worked. My soul power is now at level 12, almost level 13. Hearing that Wang Sheng successfully absorbed the soul ring and reached level 12, Xiao Qinyu was also happy for him and curiously asked, "Great sage, tell me what your first soul skill is." "My first soul skill is magic explosion power, which enhances my strength and defense by 50. At the same time, my attacks will carry some lightning attribute. Unfortunately, this magic explosion tiger didn't give me a soul bone." Xiao Qinyu couldn't help but retort, "A soul bone? You still want a soul bone? Do you know that many soul masters go their whole lives without a single soul bone? And you think you can kill a 100-year soul beast and get a soul bone? I fear you're dreaming." Wang Sheng shrugged it off, saying, "You have to have dreams, right? Without dreams, aren't you just a salted fish?" Wang Sheng also thought to himself, feeling frustrated that he didn't have a system, and his luck wasn't great either. In novels, the protagonists often start with a 1,000-year first soul ring, while he was struggling with just a 100-year one. Moreover, given his poor talent, Wang Sheng knew that if he weren't a few years older than Tang San, he wouldn't have this advantage in training. He might even end up at a lower level than Tang San before the Soul Master competition began. Wang Sheng decided he had to train harder in the future. It seemed he needed to increase his training intensity. While Wang Sheng was lost in thought, an impatient Xiao Qinyu urged, "Stop rambling. Hurry up and show me your first soul skill." Wang Sheng then activated his martial soul, and after absorbing the first soul ring, his martial soul enveloped him, making his muscles more solid. He felt his strength greatly increase. At this moment, Wang Sheng activated his first soul skill, magic explosion power, and his strength surged even more. With blue-purple lightning appearing around him from time to time, Wang Sheng clenched his right fist and slammed it heavily into the ground. The moment his fist made contact, the ground cracked open, stones flew, and a large pit was created. Seeing the powerful punch, Bartle nodded and said, "Young Master Wang Sheng's punch is comparable to some second-ring Great Soul Masters." Xiao Qinyu also expressed his envy, saying, "Great sage, the power brought by your soul skill is too exaggerated." Wang Sheng was quite satisfied with his strength, nodding and saying, "Not bad. It's even higher than I expected. Let us hurry up and get Xiaoyu's first soul ring sorted out, so we can go back." Xiao Qinyu mischievously suggested, "Shall we brag about this when we get back? Let that Damn, master, feel ashamed. Wang Sheng shook his head, saying, "No, we can only surpass our limits by improving our physical qualities through hard training. We mustn't spread this around. It's still just an experiment. We don't want to mislead others." Wang Sheng also shared his experience and methods of absorbing the soul ring with Xiao Qinyu, advising him that his physique was still a bit lacking compared to Wang Sheng's, and it would be safer for him to choose a soul ring just over 500 years old. Wang Sheng was willing to bet on his own body, but he felt it was better to be cautious with Xiao Qinyu. He didn't want to jeopardize his good brother because of his own ideas. In the end, Xiao Qinyu successfully absorbed a 500-year lightning leopard soul ring, reaching level 12 in soul power and obtaining his first soul skill called Lightning Strike. Chapter 13. Graduation from the Junior Soul Master Academy. Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu obtained their first soul ring and returned to the Nodding Academy. As soon as Xiao Qinyu arrived at the academy, he began to boast about the first soul ring he had obtained. However, Wang Sheng had advised Xiao Qinyu not to reveal the true age of his first soul ring, only to say it was around 400 years. Although Xiao Qinyu had grown a lot while following Wang Sheng, he was still just an 8-year-old child. So Wang Sheng didn't stop him and let him brag as he pleased. After obtaining their soul rings, they could apply for graduation early. The graduation requirement for the Junior Soul Master Academy was to reach level 10 in soul power, obtain a soul ring, and then take the cultural exam of the academy. Upon passing, they could graduate. The content of the cultural exam at the Junior Soul Master Academy was relatively simple, covering topics such as basic soul beast characteristics, basic soul beast identification, a brief history of Douluo continent, the history of the Tiando Empire, and the history of the Spirit Hall. If it were the Star Luo Empire or other principalities, it would simply replace the history of the Tiando Empire with their own national history. Wang Sheng was quite confident in these subjects, while Xiao Qinyu would likely barely pass. During their time with Ning Fengji, Xiao Qinyu often audited classes, so he could be considered half of Ning Fengji's disciple. The two of them applied for their graduation exams, which were scheduled for 3 days later. They had a farewell dinner with Director Su and other teachers, as well as their roommates from the 7th dormitory. After a day of cultural exams, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu successfully graduated, especially Xiao Qinyu, who graduated with a bit of luck, passing 3 subjects with just barely enough marks. Only Xiao Qinyu and the teacher who graded the papers knew the true results. They agreed to go home to pack their things and set off for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School together the next day. Wang Sheng returned home, which was located next to the Nodding Academy. To make it convenient for studying at the academy, Wang Sheng had his father, Xiao Yuntian, help him find a house near the academy. The house was not large, but it was sufficient for the two of them. Originally, Xiao Yuntian suggested that Wang Sheng buy a bigger house, but Wang Sheng said he would be going to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School after graduating from the Nodding Academy, so there was no need to buy a large house in Nodding. When Ning Fengji accepted Wang Sheng as a disciple, he had stated that he would not force Wang Sheng to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, but after 2 years of interaction, Ning Fengji treated Wang Sheng like his own son. The Sword Daluo and Bone Daluo were also very good to Wang Sheng, often guiding him in his cultivation. At the same time, for the safety of Wang Dali, Wang Sheng decided to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and joining early would help him plan better for his teacher, avoiding future disasters. When Wang Sheng arrived home, his father, Wang Dali, was busy packing things up. Wang Sheng quickly helped him, storing the items they needed to take with them into a soul guide. After everything was packed, father and son enjoyed their last dinner in the house together. Wang Dali kept serving food into Wang Sheng's bowl. "Shenger, eat more, you are growing, so you must eat well," Wang Sheng replied while shoveling food in his mouth. "Father, when have I ever neglected myself? Don't worry." He then served food to Wang Dali, saying, "You should eat more too. Don't tire yourself out too much. If you feel tired, just rest at home. Someone will take care of the other things. After we go to the sect tomorrow, we'll move into the house arranged by the teacher." Wang Dali asked, "Has Sect Master Ning arranged our accommodation?" "Of course, and I have already asked the teacher to help me hire some people to assist with daily cooking and cleaning. You don't have to do everything yourself anymore." After a hearty meal, Wang Sheng returned to his room to cultivate. He felt a deep sense of paternal love from Wang Dali, but sometimes late at night, he would miss his family from before his transmigration. He was not an orphan. There were 4 members in his family, with his parents alive and a younger brother. He couldn't imagine how his originally happy family would react after discovering that he was missing. As he thought of this, tears welled up in his eyes, and he silently murmured, "Little brother, I am gone. You must take good care of Mom and Dad. This is what your brother owes you." The next day, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu's families set off for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school in grand fashion. As for how Tang San would develop at the Knotting Academy in the future, Wang Sheng didn't want to concern himself with it. Let Tang San develop on his own. They would meet again sooner or later. At the beginning of his transmigration, Wang Sheng had always thought about how to rely on Tang San to follow the main storyline and gain opportunities. However, over the past 3 years, Wang Sheng had truly integrated into this world. He now had his own family, friends, and sect, and he just wanted to walk his own path. The path he believed was right. As for whether Tang San would be an enemy or a friend in the future, he didn't want to know through the novel. Xiao Qinyu was a perfect example. The arrogant character in the original work turned out to be quite different after 3 years of real interaction. As for Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng had even less interest in interacting with her. After all, influenced by the normal values of his previous life, he had no interest in having anything happen with a rabbit. This time, when coming to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Wang Sheng was planning for the future. Before setting off, he successfully persuaded Xiao Yuntian to join the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. After all, Xiao Yuntian understood the principle of a man without fault suffers from having treasures. In the past few years, his income had made Xiao Yuntian's wealth reach a level comparable to a country, but to ensure that the descendants of the Xiao family could protect their wealth for generations. It was not enough to merely cooperate with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. They had to truly join the school to safeguard that wealth. Upon arriving at the sect, Ning Fengji sent someone to take Wang Sheng and the others to their new residence to settle in. Although the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was called a sect, its scale was more like a city divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city housed disciples and their families, serving as the first line of defense for the sect. There were numerous shops run by families in the outer city. Even though the Seven Treasures glazed tile school provided substantial subsidies to outer disciples who wouldn't want more money in this era. Thus, many families engaged in business. The outer city was quite lively. The inner city was the residence of core disciples and the family descendants of Ning Fengji's clan. The sect's assembly hall, elder hall, and library were located right in the center of the inner city. As soon as Wang Sheng and his group arrived, a little girl of about 3 years old rushed over and hugged Wang Sheng's arm, saying, "Big brother Sheng, what about the gift you promised Rongrong last time?" This little girl was, of course, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Over the past few years, Wang Sheng had treated Rongrong like a younger sister, bringing her many delicious treats and fun games every time he visited the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and occasionally telling her interesting fairy tales. After Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, and Ning Rongrong played for a while, it was likely that Xiao Yuntian's discussions about joining the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had also concluded. At this time, a servant came to inform Wang Sheng that a guest had arrived, and Wang Sheng let Xiao Qinyu continue playing with Ning Rongrong while he went to the reception room alone. Chapter 14. Qianren Xue Wang Sheng arrived at the meeting hall and saw Ning Fengji entertaining guests. Beside Ning Fengji stood a young man in luxurious attire, looking to be in his teens. Ning Fengji introduced them. "Qinghe, this is my disciple Wang Sheng, your junior brother. Shenger, this is the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Shui Qinghe, who is also my disciple." Upon hearing Ning Fengji introduce the visitor as Shui Qinghe, Wang Sheng thought to himself, "So, it's Qianren Xue. I've always wanted to meet her." In the original story, Wang Sheng felt that Qianren Xue was not worth it. Having lost her father at a young age and not receiving any maternal love, she was sent to the Tiando Empire as an undercover agent at such a young age. Her life was truly pitiful. Wang Sheng still politely said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Shui Qinghe kindly replied, "Junior brother, there is no need for formalities. We are all the teacher's disciples. You can call me Shui Gu or Shi Xiang in private. Then I'll call you Shui Gu." Wang Sheng smiled at Shui Qinghe and said. Ning Fengji then said, "Qinghe has visited the sect several times, but you were never here. Today is a rare occasion for you two to meet. Take Qinghe around and get to know each other better." Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng gestured then, "Shi Xiao, please this way. I'll show you around the sect." Qinghe was also very curious about this business genius that Ning Fengji spoke of, wanting to cultivate a good relationship with someone who could bring in endless wealth. He followed Wang Sheng and said, "Then I'll trouble you, junior brother." As they wandered around for a while, Wang Sheng felt restless, struggling internally. He wanted to gamble a bit. He felt that there was something he had to do. Noticing Wang Sheng's distracted demeanor, Qinghe asked, "Are you feeling unwell, junior brother? If so, we can stop here for today." Wang Sheng and Qinghe exchanged glances. And at that moment, he made up his mind and said, "Shuege, would you mind going to a place with me?" Qinghe, feeling a bit curious, thought that the two titled Douluos guarding her would not accompany her to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect for fear of being discovered by Chun Xian and Guro. However, she was not in any danger at the sect, and since Wang Sheng suddenly wanted to take her somewhere, she hesitated slightly, unsure of his intentions. But thinking that a newly advanced soul master posed no threat, she replied, "Lead the way, junior brother." Wang Sheng brought Qinghe to a secret chamber that Ning Fengji had specifically built for him. Wang Sheng often secluded himself there for cultivation, and no one would disturb him. After entering the chamber, Wang Sheng smiled at Qinghe and said, "Qianrenxue, have you been tired over the past 4 years?" "What?" Qinghe suddenly felt a bit panicked. Did Ning Fengji and the others see through her? Or did this boy in front of her realize something? She forced herself to calm down and said, "Junior brother, what do you mean by that? I am your Shi Xiao, Qinghe." At this moment, Wang Sheng was also taking a gamble, betting on whether Qianrenxue would directly attack him. "Don't worry, I know who you are. This matter is known only to me." "Is that so?" Qianrenxue was contemplating whether to kill the boy in front of her. "Maybe you are considering whether to kill me right now. But before you do, would you like to hear a story?" Wang Sheng believed that at Qianrenxue's young age, she should not yet be capable of being so ruthless. If he had met her a few years later, he would not dare to speak this way. He was also taking a gamble, betting that a 13-year-old girl had not yet honed such a heart in court struggles. "Junior brother, it seems you've misunderstood something. I am indeed Qinghe, but I'm also interested in hearing the story you want to tell." Qianrenxue decided to listen to what Wang Sheng had to say before deciding how to handle the situation. There was a person who came from another world, and one day his soul inexplicably arrived in this time, entering the body of a 6-year-old child. The child he possessed had no background, no talent, and no innate gifts. He wanted to change all of that, but reality is often so harsh. Wang Sheng narrated the story while watching Qianrenxue, smiling as he continued. This little boy wanted to change everything. He found a theoretical master at the academy, hoping to learn from him. However, that theoretical master, whom everyone in the continent looked down upon, deemed the child as talentless and a waste. Everyone in the academy thought the child was a joke. At this point, Qianrenxue was also stunned. It was her first time hearing about soul transmigration, and she silently continued to listen as Wang Sheng said. Later, this child relied on his knowledge from that world to achieve some accomplishments here, and he gained recognition from a large sect. On the surface, everyone thought he had become a phoenix from a lowly branch, but no one knew how empty he felt inside. His secret could not be shared with anyone. All of it, he could only feel alone. "Then why are you telling me all of this?" Qianrenxue asked curiously. "Because I think you should feel the same as I do. Have you been tired over these 4 years?" Wang Sheng looked into Qianrenxue's eyes. At that moment, Qianrenxue suddenly stood up, covering her face with her hands. A few minutes later, she lowered her hands, revealing her angelic features. At that moment, Wang Sheng felt that Qianrenxue was the most beautiful person he had seen in his 2 lifetimes. With skin as white as sheep fat and exquisite features, there was not a single flaw on that face. "I've hidden my true self for 4 years. Do you think that that's exhausting? Losing my father at a young age, my mother indifferent to me. Do you think I'm not tired? Sent to a strange place at only 9 years old, having to disguise myself as another person. Do you think that that's not exhausting?" At this moment, Qianrenxue was already in tears. Wang Sheng reached out to wipe away the tears on Qianrenxue's face and said, "I know you're tired. Today, I'm willing to share this with you because I want someone to confide in. I want to be your friend, as Qian Rinxue's friend. Not just Xue Qinghe's friend, so we can chat and talk from time to time. You big fool. Are you not afraid that I will kill you after telling me all this? Qian Rinxue was already moved, but she still could not understand this boy in front of her. Actually, I feel quite tired since I came to this world. I don't want to keep a secret bottled up inside. At the same time, I don't want to live without a goal. If you kill me today, I'll just treat my arrival in this world as a dream. If you don't kill me, I gain a friend with whom I can share secrets. What's wrong with that? Can I call you Xue from now on? Wang Sheng looked at Qian Rinxue and asked. Qian Rinxue's face flushed as she replied, No, you're not older than me. When we meet alone in the future, you have to call me sister. What do you mean you're older than me? I was also over 20 years old in my last life. Okay? In front of me, you're just a little girl. Wang Sheng immediately refused to call a little girl sister. Then I want to accept it. I'm your sister, you little brat. Qian Rinxue said shyly. The two chatted in the secret chamber for a long time. Wang Sheng shared many interesting stories from his original world with Qian Rinxue, and she gradually told him about her life from childhood to the present. They agreed to meet often, and Wang Sheng promised to share a few stories from his original time each time they met. Chapter 15 Planning for the Future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School 3 days later. Xiao Yuntian officially joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Wang Sheng was also called to the conference hall to discuss the future plans of the school. After Wang Sheng entered the hall and greeted the people present, Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said to him, Shenger, you successfully absorbed the soul ring this time. Last time you mentioned you had important plans to discuss with us. What is it? Wang Sheng immediately stood up and bowed, saying, Teacher, what I want to discuss today concerns our plan for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to become the #1 sect on the continent. I dare to share my thoughts in front of you and the elders. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings. Over the past 2 years, Ning Fengji had been very pleased with Wang Sheng's thinking and foresight and had come to regard him as his own son. He believed that Wang Sheng's plans would definitely have merit. Shengye, speak boldly. As long as it benefits the sect, I will support you, he said. Wang Sheng then boldly stated, to make our sect the #1 sect, we need to focus on 3 main points. First, we need to expand our current combat power. Second, we need the right allies. And third, we need a continuous supply of talent. Wang Sheng knew that Ning Fengji had likely considered these 3 points. But what he said next shocked Ning Fengji greatly. Teacher, let me first address the first point, increasing the sect's combat power. Although we have Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu here at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, we are still weaker compared to the Haotian sect. Not only do they have the title Douluo's Tang, Xiao, and Tang Hao in their prime, but some of the Soul Douluo elders may also become titled Douluos in a few years. Moreover, they have the legendary Tang Chun. Although he has not appeared on the continent recently, as long as there is no news of his death, no one dares to provoke the Haotian sect. Ning Fengji nodded and said, Shenger, your analysis is correct. Although the Haotian sect chose to retreat into seclusion a few years ago out of fear of the Spirit Hall, the Spirit Hall has also not dared to attack them for fear of Tang Chun. Wang Sheng continued, Teacher, if we at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could add another title Douluo and 2 individuals with strength equivalent to title Douluos, wouldn't our sect's combat power increase significantly? Ning Fengji was taken aback and asked, Sure, what do you mean? Can you really bring in that many powerful individuals? Over the years, Ning Fengji had attempted to recruit many capable individuals, but most were only soul saints or soul emperors. Powerful beings above the soul Doa level were generally affiliated with major forces, making Wang Sheng's claim hard to believe. Wang Sheng replied, The possibility is quite high, but it requires careful planning over several years. However, I can guarantee that in a few years, this will definitely succeed. As for who these individuals are, please allow me to keep it a mystery for now. But we need to take the first step, which is to recruit the first individual. You brat, speaking half-truths every day. Be careful, or I'll smack you. Gu Rong, who is naturally impatient, was annoyed at Wang Sheng's incomplete disclosure. Old bones, why are you always so impatient? Just let Shenger finish speaking. Chen Exen, who enjoyed bantering with Gu Rong, interjected, although he too was anxious. He wouldn't miss the chance to spar verbally with Gu Rong. Gu Rong shot back at Chen Exen, what? Sword Master, do you have an opinion? It seems we haven't had a good spar in a while. Are you itching for a fight? I'm not afraid of you. If you want to fight, let's go. When have you ever beaten me? Jian Xin the Dole. Seeing the two engage in their usual banter, Ning Fengji quickly interrupted. Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian. Stop the bickering and let the child finish. Uncle Gu, don't be anxious. A meal is eaten one bite at a time, and things are done step by step. Wang Sheng continued, revealing the name of the person. The Haotian sect's broken family, Yang Wudi. You all know him, right? Ning Fengji, being astute, immediately understood Wang Sheng's implication upon hearing the name Yang Wudi. 3 years ago, Tang Hao injured Qin Xuanji, leading the Haotian sect to retreat into seclusion. And the Spirit Hall's retaliation had severely damaged the broken family of the Haotian sect, which had a single attribute. Since then, they had been oppressed by the Spirit Hall and were undoubtedly struggling. However, Ning Fengji had also attempted to recruit him. Ning Fengji shook his head and said, Yang Wudi is indeed a talent. I have tried to recruit him, but I have not succeeded after several attempts. Wang Sheng smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, teacher. I am confident I can get Yang Wudi to join us. You just need to take me with you to invite him one more time, and I guarantee we can bring him into our sect. Wang Sheng then continued, As for the second point regarding our allies, I believe the Tiando Empire is not our best ally, although it is one of the two great empires. Both the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire have always only cared about the nobility and have not had a good attitude toward commoners. Even the annual subsidies to commoner soul masters from the Spirit Hall have been stopped. As someone from commoner background, Wang Sheng felt deep dissatisfaction with the actions of the empire. Teacher, I think the allies we should really seek are the Spirit Hall, rather than aligning ourselves with the Tiando Empire, which only cares about noble interests and neglects ordinary commoners. Ning Fengji also detested such behavior, but he had to consider the sect's interests. Shenger, I understand the empire's ruthlessness, but the Spirit Hall is equally ambitious, and cooperating with them would be akin to seeking skin from tiger. Wang Sheng understood Ning Fengji's concerns as the leader of a sect, but he had also considered this issue. Teacher, first we need to recognize that the Spirit Hall has had a much stronger hold on public sentiment over the years. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's strength is unquestionable, and without the Spirit Hall, commoner soul masters would have no way to rise, and there would be no one to suppress evil soul masters. Otherwise, the continent will surely descend into chaos. Ning Fengji expressed his worries, saying, But Bibi Dong is extremely ambitious and ruthless, making her a poor partner for cooperation. Teacher, you forget that the Spirit Hall also has a faction that is not under Bibi Dong's control. The partner I am referring to is not Bibi Dong. Ning Fengji suddenly realized, You mean Qian Daolu? Wang Sheng smiled knowingly and said, Yes, I am referring to collaborating with Qian Daolu, the Grand Priest of the Douluo Temple. The Qian family has been passing down the will of the angels for generations, dedicated to eradicating evil. Moreover, Qian Daolu has always been at odds with Bibi Dong. I believe that once the time is right, Qian Daolu will definitely align with us on the same front. Ning Fengzi Uskit, Shengya, are you confident you can persuade Qian Daolu? Don't worry, teacher. I have my ways to convince Qian Daolu. You can leave this matter to me. Wang Sheng thought to himself that his teacher still didn't know that his beloved disciple, Xue Qinghe, was actually Qian Renxue, and he had already discussed this matter with her long ago. Chapter 16. The establishment of the Seven Treasures Academy. Wang Sheng continued. The 2 points mentioned earlier will take several years to gradually lay out. The next matter is what we need to do now, and it will also affect the layout of the first 2 matters. Ning Fengji asked, What is it, Sheng? As long as I can cooperate, I will definitely support you. The best way to attract talent is to develop the next generation. The growth of the sect must start from childhood. Teacher, I hope we can establish our own academy. Furthermore, it should include a primary academy, a middle academy, and a high academy. Wang Sheng's words shocked everyone present. Establishing an academy is a major undertaking. Not only is the financial investment huge, but the human resource investment is also significant. Moreover, the various forces are intertwined, and most sects either only support one academy or only cultivate their own disciples. Sheng, are you planning to recruit talent through the establishment of an academy? But do you know that the talent gained through your own academy cannot compare to the investment in the academy? Ning Fengji had considered these issues over the years. But most talented soul masters are usually from noble families, so the academy cannot truly bring many talents to the sect. Teacher, if it were in the past, I would certainly know this wouldn't work. But have you forgotten how Xiao Yu and I used my experimental method to extend the soul ring lifespan? Although our innate talents are not high, through hard work, we can catch up to those geniuses in terms of soul rings. In the past, commoner soul masters struggled to grow because of the innate differences in martial souls and soul power, resulting in a widening gap from the first ring onwards compared to the geniuses from large families. Wang Sheng's idea of establishing an academy mainly targets a large number of commoner soul masters, rather than those so-called noble children. Firstly, once commoner soul masters enter our academy, with the training we provide and the strength of the sect, we can certainly integrate these commoner soul masters into the sect. Secondly, if these soul masters stay in our academy for about 10 years since childhood, won't their sense of belonging become even stronger? Ning Fengji and others nodded in agreement. Sheng, your analysis makes sense. At least we can consolidate our backbone strength, and if some talented seedlings emerge, it will also be a significant gain for us. Shen Xian, who was beside them, also nodded and said, I support Shenger's suggestion. Both Old Bone and I are getting older, and one day, when we are no longer around, the next generation will need to protect the sect. Gu Rong, who often bickered with Chan Xian, also agreed this time. Indeed, Fengji, we need to plan early for the future. Xiao Yintian, who had just joined the sect, immediately expressed, You don't need to worry about funding, sect master. I feel ashamed that you didn't reduce my original profit-sharing ratio when I joined the sect. Now that it's time to contribute to the sect, I must do my part. After Xiao Yintian expressed his intention to join the sect, Ning Fengji did not consider taking back the 40 share originally allocated to him, stating that all profit-sharing would remain unchanged. Xiao Yuntian's joining merely transformed their previous cooperation into a partnership. Xiao Yuntian originally intended to find an opportunity to discuss the profit-sharing issue further with Ning Fengji, and now was the perfect moment to offer financial support. Xiao Yuntian was also a clever person. He knew that in terms of personal strength, he could not rank in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and in terms of capability, he had always benefited from Wang Sheng's influence. Thus, he understood that he must not be stingy when it came time for him to contribute. Xiao Yuntian said, In the future, from the 40 share I receive each year, I will allocate 20 to support the academy's expenses. This way, the academy will not lack funds. Seeing that everyone agreed and the funding issue was resolved, Ning Fengji immediately agreed to establish the academy, though the details still needed to be discussed thoroughly. In the following days, everyone discussed and deliberated on various aspects of the academy's establishment, including its system and teaching philosophy. A month later, the Seven Treasures Academy was officially established, shocking the entire continent. The Seven Treasures Academy merged the primary, middle, and high academies into 4 branches, with all children awakening their martial souls at the age of 6, entering the Seven Treasures Primary Academy. After breaking through to level 10 in soul power and obtaining their first soul ring, they would directly advance to the Seven Treasures Middle Academy. Upon reaching level 20 and obtaining their second soul ring, they would move up to the Seven Treasures High Academy. When their soul power surpassed level 30 and they acquired their third soul ring, students would have 2 choices: either apply for graduation or join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and enter the Inner Academy. In the Inner Academy, after cultivating to level 40 and obtaining their 4th soul ring, students who wish to represent the academy in the Continental Soul Master Competition would continue their training at the academy, while the remaining students would graduate and be assigned to various branches of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School or remain at the academy to become teachers at the Seven Treasures Primary Academy. All disciples entering the Seven Treasures Inner Academy would receive a monthly Soul Master subsidy from the sect, and the families of commoner soul masters could be directly arranged to work in various industries of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The tuition fee for the Seven Treasures Academy was set at 1 gold soul coin per year. Commoner students could enroll directly before becoming soul masters and could pay the tuition later after receiving subsidies. This welfare policy attracted countless commoner soul masters, and as a result, The reputation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School among commoners reached its peak. Originally, the major empires were prepared to wait and see the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School being suppressed by the Spirit Hall, but they found that the Spirit Hall remained indifferent. Wang Sheng had already reached an agreement with Qianren Xue and the Spirit Hall. Wang Sheng would contribute a significant portion of his income each year to help subsidize commoner soul masters. Although Bibi Dong had grand ambitions, she could not violate the Spirit Hall's original purpose. When the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School established the academy to help a large number of commoner soul masters, under the pressure from Qian Daoliu's worship hall, Bibi Dong also canceled the plan to suppress the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, all soul rings for students in the academy would be obtained under the guidance of Seven Treasures Academy teachers, ensuring an optimal soul ring ratio of yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The academy's dean would be Ning Fengji's uncle, the 79th level Seven Treasures Glazed Soul Saint Ning Yachin. Currently, the academy has 7 soul saints and 28 soul emperors as teachers, boasting an impressive faculty. With the announcement of the academy's rules and benefits, all soul masters were greatly astonished. Given this training method, the academy's annual expenditures would be astronomical, and the tuition collected was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the vast expenses. However, with the investment of 20 of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's income each year, the academy's expenses were still completely manageable. In Wang Sheng's words, what is the most important thing in the Douluo continent? Of course, it's talent. As long as there are a large number of young people, the chances of future soul saints, soul Douluos, and even title Douluos emerging will increase. This recruitment only accepted students under the age of 12, and the business of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School covered the entire continent. With the publicity, students flocked from all over the continent to enroll. Among them were 2 super genius soul masters. One was Feng Xiaotian, a 12-year-old great soul master at level 28, and the other was Yi Lingling, a 9-year-old at level 13, possessing the 9 hearts sea pine martial soul. Additionally, Wang Sheng informed Ning Fengji about some talents he learned about from the original work, and Ning Fengji began sending people to search for them. Chapter 17. The Pa family during the vigorous construction of the Seven Treasure Academy. Wang Sheng and Ning Fengji were sitting in a carriage, and their destination was the Pa family. After spending a few days, Wang Sheng had followed Ning Fengji to the Pa family in the Starfall Empire. Ning Fengji sat leisurely beside Yang Wudi, sipping tea, while Wang Sheng stood behind him. Yang Wudi said, "Master Ning, I am very grateful for the help your sect has provided us over the years when we were down and out. But regarding joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, let's not mention it. My Pa family cannot withstand another abandonment by a sect." Ning Fengji took a sip of tea and replied slowly, "Elder Yang, I have come for 2 reasons. Let's discuss the first matter. I believe you have heard about the Seven Treasure Academy we opened. Our academy has enrolled a large number of students, and we need to provide medicinal baths for all students every day. The volume is quite substantial, so I would like to discuss long-term procurement of medicinal materials with you." Upon hearing that the Seven Treasure Academy needed to provide medicinal baths for all students daily, Yang Wudi, who was well-versed in pharmacology and whose family made a living from the medicinal material business, realized that supplying hundreds or even thousands of people with medicinal baths would incur significant costs over the year. He couldn't help but admire the financial strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yang Wudi smiled and replied, "This is easy to discuss. Master Ning, you are taking such good care of my Pa family's business. I am truly grateful for such a large procurement volume. I deeply admire your generosity for these commoner soul master children. You can settle the price of the medicinal materials with a 30 discount. Then I thank you, Elder Yang." Ning Fengji said, "As for the other matter, let my disciple Wang Sheng explain it to you." He gestured towards Wang Sheng. Yang Wudi looked at Wang Sheng, who appeared to be just a child of around 10 years old. What did Ning Fengji mean by letting such a young boy talk to him? Wang Sheng stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Elder Yang. I am Wang Sheng, and today I dare to invite you to join our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Yang Wudi slightly frowned and said, "Master Ning has just shown me such great hospitality with this lucrative business, for which I am deeply grateful. However, if Master Ning intends to use this to persuade my Pa family to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, that is truly underestimating me. Yang Wudi. Ning Fengji reassured Yang Wudi, Elder Yang, there's no need to be angry. Please allow Sheng to finish speaking. Wang Sheng quickly explained, Elder Yang, you misunderstood. The business is just a business matter. The invitation to you is a sincere invitation from our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Even if you refuse to join our sect, the business we discussed earlier will still be honored. After hearing this, Yang Wudi replied, Thank you for your kindness. But I still prefer not to discuss joining the 7-treasure glazed tile school. At this moment, Wang Sheng stood up and said to Ning Fengji Master, Since Elder Yang is not interested in joining our sect, then we shall not disturb him any further. Let's go. Ning Fengji felt somewhat puzzled. This was not like Sheng's usual behavior. However, being his usual elegant self, he did not say much and only clasped his hands to Yang Wudi, saying, Elder Yang, then we shall take our leave for now. Regarding the specific quantities of medicinal materials, our person in charge here in the Starfall Empire will come to confirm with you regularly. We will not disturb you further. As Wang Sheng walked out with Ning Fengji, he muttered to himself, What a pity the wonder fungus, heavenly chrysanthemum, snow-colored swan kiss, 8-petal immortal orchid, autumn water dew, and phoenix tail coxcomb sunflower, these dozens of immortal herbs. Wait a moment. Hearing Wang Sheng's mumbling, Yang Wudi immediately called out to him. He had been obsessed with pharmacology all his life and became interested upon hearing the names of those immortal herbs. Ning Fengji glanced at Wang Sheng and thought, So this is the trap you set, but why haven't I heard of those things you mentioned? The only one I know, the wonder fungus. I only heard of because of the Wuhuan Temple Elder Chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul. Wang Sheng thought, the fish has finally taken the bait, and turned to Yang Wudi, asking, Elder Yang, is there anything else? At this moment, Yang Wudi, having heard the names of those immortal herbs, was no longer concerned about anything else. He immediately asked Wang Sheng, Kid, where did you learn about those immortal herbs you just mentioned? Do you have them? Wang Sheng replied, Elder Yang, since I can name those immortal herbs, I certainly know where to find them. Yang Wudi was completely flustered. He had read about so many immortal herbs since childhood, but had always been frustrated by not having the opportunity to see them. He immediately said, Those immortal herbs are treasures. Where did you see them? Of course, that is a secret of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Since you are not joining us, how can I divulge such secrets to you? Wang Sheng knew that Yang Wudi would not be able to escape this time. Then I will join the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and you will take me to see the immortal herbs now. Yang Wudi believed that the 7-treasure glazed tile school was always trustworthy, and if he couldn't see those immortal herbs, he could simply leave the sect later. After all, it would be the 7-treasure glazed tile school that deceived him first. With Elder Yang joining our 7-treasure glazed tile school, we will truly be like a tiger with wings. Ning Fengji laughed heartily in response. Wang Sheng then added, Welcome, Elder Yang, to join our sect. I know where those immortal herbs are, but I need you to help me prepare some things first. Otherwise, I can't produce the immortal herbs right now. Elder Yang, just call me Little Sheng like Master does. Actually, it's not difficult to see those immortal herbs. We just need to help someone solve a problem first. So, I need you to prepare some medicines that can promote and guide detoxification. Once we have those, I will be able to take you to see those herbs within a month after we return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Wang Sheng said. No problem. Give me 3 days, and I will prepare those medicines for you. Then we will return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school together. After Yang Wudi finished speaking, he hurriedly arranged accommodations for them and rushed to the alchemy room to prepare the medicines. Chapter 18. Dugabo, 3 days later, after Yang Wudi finished refining the medicine, he followed Ning Fengji to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The first step of Wang Sheng's herbal plan was thus completed. Wang Sheng was of course doing this for Dugabo's medicinal garden, but unlike Tang San, he did not understand these herbs, which was why he needed to bring Yang Wudi along. Once Yang Wudi arrived, he understood herbs even better than Tang San. He could identify and cultivate them. Moreover, Yang Wudi's combat power was comparable to that of a titled Douluo. After Wang Sheng arrived at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he asked Ning Fengji to invite Dugabo. At first, Ning Fengji thought that Dugabo, with his solitary personality, would not come. However, Wang Sheng wrote a note that said, On overcast days, I feel a tingling sensation in my ribs. It occurs once at noon and midnight, and at the third watch, I feel as if my head and soles are being pricked by needles. Ning Fengji was curious about how Wang Sheng could guarantee that Douluo would come to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school after seeing this note. But after witnessing Yang Wudi's abilities, he no longer doubted and believed that Wang Sheng could deliver on his promises. The next morning, he heard the doorman hurriedly report that the poisoned Douluo had come to pay a visit. When Wang Sheng saw Douluo, he noticed his long silver-black hair cascading down his back, his emerald green eyes, and his dark green leather armor, exuding a fierce aura. Ning Fengji quickly went to invite Douluo into the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. As soon as Douluo sat down, he questioned angrily, "Ning's sect master, what is your purpose in using my body to threaten me? Are you not afraid that I will poison your sect directly?" Although the poisoned Douluo was the weakest among the titled Douluos, he was someone that everyone dared not provoke. It didn't matter that he couldn't defeat the titled Douluos. No sect or power would dare to offend him. With his poison, if he were to unleash it at anyone's doorstep, the entire sect would be left with only soul masters above rank 70. Therefore, despite being alone for many years, no one dared to provoke Douluo. If it weren't for the favor Prince Xuesheng had shown him, Douluo probably wouldn't even return to the Heaven Do Empire. Wang Sheng quickly stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Senior Douluo, it was I, a junior, who wrote that note, not my teacher. It was also my intention to invite you here. I hope you will listen to my explanation first." Douluo scrutinized Wang Sheng and remarked, "Oh, so you are the disciple of Sect Master Ning? How did you know about the contents of the note?" Wang Sheng, who appeared quite ordinary but had a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, replied, "A 1T beat around the bush. I can cure the poison that you and your granddaughter Douluo Yin are suffering from." "Ridiculous. I am known for my poison, and you dare say I am poisoned? Are you not afraid that I will make you vanish without a trace right now?" Douluo's anger flared at Wang Sheng's words. At that moment, Sword Douluo instantly stepped in front of Wang Sheng, protecting him, and said, "Old poison, my Sheng is kindly trying to help you with the poison. If you don't appreciate it, that is one thing. But if you wish to harm him, do you think I, Chenxian, will stand idly by?" "Grandpa Jian, it's fine. Senior Douluo is not someone who indiscriminately kills. I will clarify things with him," Wang Sheng quickly interjected. "Senior Douluo, since I can describe those symptoms, it is certainly not baseless. The reason for inviting you here today is that I have a way to resolve this matter. You are also a titled Douluo. The poison is merely uncomfortable for you and might not be fatal. But what about your granddaughter, Douluo Yin? Do you really want to watch her leave you?" Wang Sheng's words struck a nerve with Douluo due to the toxins associated with his martial soul. Douluo's son had died early, and he did not want to see his only granddaughter follow in her father's footsteps. He said to Wang Sheng, "Kid, you say you have a way to cure the poison we both have. What is your purpose?" Wang Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Of course, I have my motives for curing your poison, but I want to make things difficult for you. Firstly, I need your medicinal garden in the Sunset Forest." Douluo looked at Wang Sheng curiously and said, "You actually know about my medicinal garden in the Sunset Forest? But that is used to alleviate my body's toxins. If you can resolve the poison I have, then the medicinal garden will no longer be of use to me, so I can give it to you." Wang Sheng knew that Douluo had created that medicinal garden solely to address his own poison issues. Seeing that Douluo did not truly get angry when Tang Xin used it in the original work shows that, Wang Sheng continued, "Secondly, I hope that Senior Douluo will join the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Impossible. I dislike being bound by sex. I prefer to be free." Douluo immediately rejected the first condition. "Senior Douluo, don't be hasty. Let me finish. After you join the sect, although you will serve as an elder, you won't have to deal with any trivial matters of the sect. You just need to lend a hand when the sect is in crisis." Douluo thought for a moment and replied, "In that case, it's not impossible. But I want to see how you plan to resolve the poison for both me and my granddaughter. This is easy. Your poison can be forced into your soul bone, and then it will naturally be resolved. However, since you have been cultivating this poison for decades, guiding it will take a long time. I have some medicine made by Elder Yang Wudi from our sect that can assist you in guiding it to your soul bone. As for your granddaughter, as long as we find a soul bone for her, we can use the same method to resolve her poison." At this point, Wang Sheng glanced at Ning Fengji, who instantly understood his meaning. Ning Fengji took out a soul bone from a soul guide and said, if Elder Dugu joins our 7 treasure glazed tile school. I happen to have a 30,000-year-old mandala snake trombone that is perfect for Miss Dugu. I will gift it to Elder Dugu. Dugu Bo accepted the soul bone without hesitation and said, "Thank you, Sectmaster. I, Dugu Bo, have always kept my word, and I will surely appear when needed." After successfully resolving the poison for Dugu Bo and his granddaughter, Dugu Bo joined the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, due to the favor he owed to Prince Xuesheng, he did not allow Dugu Yin to join the 7 treasure academy, and instead continued her studies at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yang Wudi was also excited to follow Dugu Bo to the medicinal garden in the Sunset Forest, while Wang Sheng temporarily planned not to use the celestial herbs. He intended to wait until he reached level 20 and obtained soul rings to enhance his physical condition before absorbing the herbs. However, this time he asked Yang Wudi to bring back the 9-tier purple Ganoderma for Ning Fengji to consume, hoping to see if Ning Fengji could break through his own bottleneck. Originally, Wang Sheng and Yang Wudi had discussed that the effect of the Chilua tulip might be better and could possibly elevate him directly to the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. However, Ning Fengji, knowing his age, felt it would be better to leave the opportunity for the later generations of geniuses within the clan. Perhaps the 9-tier purple Ganoderma would improve his constitution, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to level 90. To their surprise, after Ning Fengji consumed the 9-tier purple Ganoderma, he actually evolved his martial soul into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. In the end, Yang Wudi, Ning Fengji, and Wang Sheng summarized that once they had cultivated the celestial herbs they had consumed, the Chilua tulip would be given to the young descendants, while the 9-tier purple Ganoderma would be reserved for the older generation who had been stuck at level 79. Chapter 19, the establishment of the elite class as spring goes and autumn comes. 2 years have passed. During these 2 years, Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, Yi Lingling, and Ning Fengji's youngest son, Ning Rongrong's older brother Ningyu, along with Yang Wudi's grandson Yang Pufeng, practiced together. Ningyu is the 3rd son of Ning Fengji, and his martial soul is also the 7 treasure glazed tile, but he has innate soul power of level 7, which is considered quite good. Yang Pufeng is the most talented among them, with a mutated martial soul, the flame-breaking spear, which has a strong fire attribute. And he is 2 years older than Wang Sheng and the others, being a genius with full innate soul power. For some reason, they did not appear in the original work, even though these two are the same age as Wang Sheng and his friends. The group has developed a very close relationship over time. Originally, Feng Xiaotian often practiced with them, but after being captivated by Shui Wu from the Flame Academy during a joint exchange between several academies, he has been running to the Flame Academy during breaks. So their team is currently just Team 51. Over the past 2 years, Wang Sheng has been diligently training, setting aside only 2 days each month to spend time with his father, Wang Dali. Wang Dali has also taken some effective herbs, which have made him appear healthier. Although he cannot become a soul master due to the lack of soul power, living a long life is certainly not a problem. On the other day, Wang Sheng goes to the prince's palace to share the month's interesting events with Qian Renxue. Wang Sheng does not consider himself a love expert. The day he saw Qian Renxue's true face, he determined that he would never love another girl in this lifetime. Wang Sheng does not want to be a playboy. He believes that loving one worthy person for a lifetime is enough. After 2 years of training, the strength of the group has made remarkable progress. Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, Yi Lingling, and Ningyu have all become 2-ring Great Soul Masters, while Feng Xiaotian and Yang Pufeng have already become 3-ring Soul Masters. When the time was ripe, the 6 of them went to the medicinal garden in the Sunset Forest. Today, they came to consume the celestial herbs. Yang Wudi indeed has a knack for cultivating herbs. Not only did he accelerate the growth of the celestial herbs, but he also took some seeds to continue planting near the Eye of Ice and Fire, claiming that they would grow in 10 to 20 years. Through Yang Wudi's research and cultivation, the suitable celestial herbs for each person were selected. First is Wang Sheng, who had long prepared to consume the rare mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum, as it can enhance the vitality of the limbs and strengthen the body, making it very suitable for him as a power-type soul master. In the original work, Dai Mubai consumed this herb, Although Wang Sheng's martial soul is not as strong as Dai Mubai's white tiger, being of the tiger type, it is expected that the effect will not be bad. Wang Sheng had just absorbed the soul ring of a violent gorilla for over 900 years and is currently at level 22. After consuming the rare mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum, his physical strength greatly increased, and due to being at a lower level than Dai Mubai in the original work, the increase in soul power was much greater, directly raising Wang Sheng's soul power to level 29. After absorbing the herb, Wang Sheng did not feel much excitement. He silently said in his heart, "Tang San, I have finally caught up to your soul power at 12 years old. I don't know if you'll be friend or foe in the future, but I will definitely strive to keep up with your training pace." The gentle 8-petal celestial orchid, which Oscar consumed in the original work, was absorbed by Yi Lingling. Although Yi Lingling is a support-type soul master, her talent is higher than that of Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu. Before consuming the celestial herb, she was at level 24, and after consuming the 8-petal celestial orchid, her soul power directly reached level 30. Xiao Qinyu consumed the water fairy jade muscle bone, which can enhance the quality of a martial soul, and is the herb that provides the greatest increase in soul power in the original work. However, the medicinal properties of the water fairy jade muscle bone do not provide any benefits after level 70, which is why Zhu Zhuqing, despite her hard work in the original work, still fell behind others later on. This time, Xiao Qinyu not only increased from level 22 to level 30, but his originally ordinary wolf martial soul also evolved into the more powerful wind shadow wolf, making his speed even more agile and light. Originally, Ningyu could have consumed the elegant tulip, but this steady older brother of the seven treasure glazed tile sect decided to leave the best for his younger sister Ning Rongrong, who had just awakened her innate soul power at level 9. Ningyu only consumed the 1,000-year Lingji, which is not a celestial herb, but is an excellent herb, enhancing his physical qualities, and his soul power level only increased from 24 to 26. As for Yang Pufeng, he consumed the phoenix tail coxcomb sunflower, which raised him from level 38 to level 40, and it is estimated that after absorbing the soul ring, his level will increase even further, while also making the fire attribute of his flame-breaking spear more refined. What surprised everyone the most was that Feng Xiaotian, the century's biggest sycophant, was really able to bond with the Heartbreak Red, indicating that his feelings for Huo Wu were indeed pure. However, Feng Xiaotian was not that sentimental. He directly consumed the Heartbreak Red, raising his level from 36 to 40, and he should be able to improve further. In fact, Feng Xiaotian and Yang Pufeng have the highest talent among them, and both possess powerful mutated martial souls. However, Feng Xiaotian has spent a lot of time tinkering with his self-created soul skills, which has delayed his training significantly. After absorbing the celestial herbs, Dugabo and Yang Wudi helped a few who reached the level bottleneck to hunt for soul rings. Since everyone focused on honing their bodies in addition to cultivating soul power, the soul rings were generally higher than the so-called optimal age. The group then returned to the academy, where Dean Ning Yachin called the 6 of them to the dean's office. There were already more than a dozen young people inside the office, and 5 academy teachers stood behind the dean. Wang Sheng knew the purpose of this gathering, but he honestly stood in the middle of the group, waiting for the dean's instructions. Ning Yachin said, "You are basically the most outstanding students recruited by the academy over the past 2 years. The oldest among you is 15 years old, and the youngest is 8 years old. Starting today, the 24 of you will form a new class, which will be prepared for the Elite Soul Master competition in 3 years and 8 years from now." The others present, except for Wang Sheng and his 6 friends, were all unusually excited. The Elite Soul Master competition across the continent is a dream opportunity for many young soul masters to gain fame. Each person can only participate once, and only 10 slots are available for each competition, so everyone values this opportunity and hopes to be selected. Everyone eagerly anticipates being chosen to represent the academy in the competition, hoping to become a new star in the Soul Master world. After letting the crowd be excited for a while, Ning Yachin continued, "Our academy was established not long ago. For the competition 3 years from now, I do not have high expectations for the results, but for the competition 8 years from now, our academy has only one goal: the championship. Therefore, The upcoming training assessments will determine which competition you will participate in. So I hope you all strive to secure a spot for the competition 8 years from now. Chapter 20. The first content of the elite class. After everyone calmed down a bit, Ning Yachin continued, "The 5 teachers behind me will be your new class teachers. Now let them introduce themselves." The first to step forward was a tall male teacher, with sharp features that exuded a particularly masculine aura. However, there's a long scar from his left eyebrow down to his cheek, giving him a more severe appearance. He took a step forward and said, "My name is Shun Li. My martial soul is the Storm Lion. I am a level 79 Soul Saint, and I will be the head teacher of your elite class. The training intensity at the academy is high, but in my training, the intensity is even greater, more exhausting, and more painful. If any of you are scared right now, you can leave immediately. Once you stay, don't complain to me." After Shun Li finished speaking, he scanned the crowd below, and when he saw no one retreating, he nodded slightly in satisfaction and said, "It seems you have at least some basic courage. However, you are just a bunch of Navi kids. In a few days, you will regret it. For the next few years, I will be your nightmare." After Shun Li finished speaking, he stepped back. Next up was a refined-looking man with black-framed glasses, who stepped forward and said, "My name is Marco. My martial soul is the Bat, and I am a level 75 agility-type Soul Saint." Marco stepped back after finishing. Then a gentle-looking woman stepped forward and said, "I am Fong Lan. My martial soul is the Greenwood Vine, and I am a level 75 control-type Soul Saint. I hope we can get along well in the coming years." Following her was a young man who looked somewhat similar to Ning Yachin, but much younger, who stepped forward and said, "My name is Ning Fengyi. My martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tower, and I am a level 73 support-type Soul Saint. I look forward to your guidance." Finally, a chubby, cheerful middle-aged woman stepped forward and said, "I am Murong Shuang. My martial soul is the Donut, and I am a level 72 food-type Soul Saint. My soul skills can restore stamina, heal, and detoxify. If you encounter dangers during training in the future, the teachers will help you." After hearing the introductions of the teachers, Wang Sheng couldn't help but admire their investment. Among the 5 teachers, he recognized Ning Fengyi. He was Ning Yachin's son and Ning Fengji's cousin. They were essentially the best soul masters of the 7-treasure glazed sect after Ning Fengji, and it was surprising that the teachers were willing to let him come to train students. After the 5 teachers introduced themselves, they led the 24 students to their new classroom. Among the 24, those who were familiar with each other sat together and chatted. Wang Sheng and his group sat at the back row, whispering to each other. Once everyone was settled, Shun Li looked at the seated students and said, "All right, quiet down. For the next few years, you will train and live together every day. Now let's do a self-introduction. I personally dislike people who drag things out. So just state your name, age, martial soul, and soul power level." Then everyone stood up in order to introduce themselves. Rain, 15 years old, martial soul, thunder giant elephant. Level 31 Zhao Kai, 15 years old, martial soul, great ring blade. Level 32 Lin Weiwei, 15 years old, martial soul, seagull. Level 31 Lin Yiya, 14 years old, martial soul, seagull. Level 28 Ulf, 15 years old, martial soul, giant axe. Level 29 Xiao Na, 15 years old, martial soul, wooden piano. Level 29 Beck, 14 years old, martial soul, mushroom. Level 28 Sam, 14 years old, martial soul, cheetah. Level 27 Sok, 14 years old, martial soul, giant shield. Level 31 Huang Wu, 12 years old, martial soul, poison spider. Level 26 Lu Daodu, 12 years old, martial soul, thorn vine. Level 25 Li Sha, 13 years old, martial soul, healing staff. Level 27 Deba, 14 years old, martial soul, armored rhino. Level 28 Wang Bo, 14 years old, martial soul, iron claw lion. Level 29 Ballet, 11 years old, martial soul, Song Ying. Level 23 Lu Shi, 11 years old, martial soul, setting sun Bao. Level 24 Ning Tao, 10 years old, martial soul, 7-treasure glazed tower. Level 21 Mangaran, 9 years old, martial soul, snake staff. Level 19 Mangaran was someone Wang Sheng had put a lot of effort into recruiting after he asked Ning Fengji to convince Long Gong, and she put to agree to join the 7-treasure academy. Wang Sheng had high hopes for Long Gong, and Shi Po in his plans, and they were his third choice for recruiting experts. However, the Meng family was also a large family, so Wang Sheng planned to take it slow. Xiao Qinyu, 12 years old, martial soul, Wind Shadow Wolf, level 32 Ningyu. 12 years old, martial soul, 7 treasure glazed tower, level 26 Yi Lingling. 12 years old, martial soul, 9 heart begonia, level 32 Wang Sheng. 12 years old, martial soul, battle tiger, level 29 Yang Pufeng. 14 years old, martial soul, flame breaking soul spear, level 44 Feng Shao Tian. 15 years old, martial soul, gale, 2-headed demon wolf. Level 43. After hearing the self-introductions of Wang Sheng and his group, everyone was astonished. They all thought they were geniuses, with most of them having innate soul power above level 7, but they didn't expect there to be such prodigies, especially with 2 over level 40. In the Soul Master competition 8 years later, these few would surely reach the level of Soul Kings. Wang Sheng was pleased to learn about these students' high levels. It seemed that his proposal to establish the academy was indeed very wise, although the academy's expenses were immense each year. Finding so many talented commoner soul masters across the continent, all carefully selected by Ning Fengji, would surely benefit the sect in the future. It appeared that the future of the 7 treasure glazed sect would be very bright. Moreover, through the training methods researched by Ning Fengji and Wang Sheng, combined with substantial economic support for diet, medicinal baths, and cultivation environments, this group would likely meet the standards of top team members in the upcoming Soul Master competition in just 2 years. After everyone finished their introductions, Shenli announced the content of the first class, which was a practical combat competition. The 24 students would draw lots to compete in pairs, and a champion would be decided who would become the class leader of the elite class. The rules stated that in the first 2 rounds, Feng Shaotian and Yang Pufeng would have buys. Otherwise, they would not give others any chance to train. Among the 11 winners of the first round, the one who finished the battle the fastest would have a buy in the second round. After the 2 rounds, the 5 winners and the 3 who had buys would draw lots again to determine their opponents. As soon as Shunli announced the rules, the 10-year-old Ning Tao raised his hand in protest. "Teacher, there is such a big difference in age and soul power among us, and we even have support-type soul masters. How can we fight like this? Why not just let those 2 level 40s fight?" Shen Li's expression turned cold as he replied, "In the future, when you are on the battlefield, will your enemies care about your levels or whether you are a support type? If you want to stay in the elite class, you just need to obey. If you're unwilling to follow the training arrangements, you can leave right now." After Shen Li finished speaking, Ning Tao wilted. He didn't dare to say anything further. As a family member of the 7 Treasure Glaze sect, if he was the first to rebel and leave, it would be surprising if he wasn't beaten by the family elders. The other students who had initially wanted to protest also dared not say anything after hearing Shen Li's words and obediently went up to draw lots. After the lots were drawn, the matchups were announced. First match, Huang Wu versus Yi Lingling. Second match, Xiao Qinyu versus Diba. Third match, Ning Tao versus Ballet. Fourth match, Ning Yu versus Lin Weiwei. Fifth match, Wang Bo versus Wang Sheng. Sixth match, Li Shasha versus Meng Iran. Seventh match, Sam versus Rain. Eighth match, Zhao Kai versus Beck. Ninth match, Ulf versus Qiao Na. 10th match, Linya versus Lu Daodu. 11th match, Sok versus Lu Shi. Chapter 21. Is this still assistance? After the draw, Ningyu, looking like a bitter melon, came over to the others and said, "Why do I have to fight a level 31 in the first match? It would have been great if I had drawn Ning Tao. I usually like to beat that kid up. Looks like I'm going to get beaten this time." Just then, Ning Tao, who had just walked past Ningyu, stumbled and fell to the ground upon hearing Ningyu's words. Everyone burst into laughter, and Xiao Qinyu teased Ningyu, saying to you, "You usually don't work hard on your punching and kicking, and now you start complaining? Where were you earlier?" Ningyu is 3 months older than Xiao Qinyu, so everyone called Ningyu Deyu and Xiao Qinyu Xiaoyu. Xiao Qinyu was quite unconvinced and would often make fun of Ningyu whenever he had the chance. "All right, don't worry, Dayu. Lingling, you two have learned quite a bit of close combat techniques over the past 2 years. Plus, our physical strength is much higher than theirs. Just don't be careless," said Yang Pufeng, who was more composed in the group. Wang Sheng nodded in agreement, saying, "Pufeng is right, especially you, Lingling. I think your chances of winning are pretty high. Huang Wu's martial soul is the poison spider, which should focus on poison. You just need to keep healing yourself and compete with the opponent's soul power. Once his soul power is nearly depleted, you should have no problem in close combat. Wang Sheng then turned to Ningyu and said, "As for Diyu, the opponent is a flying soul master. Just dodge his skills and consume his soul power." "If you can't consume it, then?" Ningyu anxiously asked. "Then what should I do?" Xiaoqinyu answered first. "You just need to be prepared to take a beating." After that, everyone laughed again. After chatting for a while, the first round of the duel began. Yi Lingling and Huang Wu stood in the center of the arena, bowed to each other, and prepared to start the battle. At this time, the 5 teachers were also watching from the sidelines. The lead teacher, Shun Li, asked the others, "What do the 4 teachers think of this duel?" Fang Lan was the first to speak, although Huang Wu has a disadvantage in soul power level. As a control-type soul master, he inherently has an advantage in a one-on-one situation. Plus, Yi Lingling is a support soul master, so I think Huang Wu will win. Morong Shuang agreed. I concur with Teacher Fang's view. Support soul masters are primarily there to assist on the battlefield, and in a one-on-one situation, unless there's a significant advantage in soul power, it's still difficult to counterattack a combat-type soul master. However, Huang Wu's soul skill with attached poison shouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Lingling, as the 9-Heart Sea Buttercup is still a top-tier martial soul. The outcome should depend on Huang Wu's soul skill suppression followed by close combat. Marco said, "I don't think so. Wang Sheng and the others have been secretly training individually. Wang Sheng, with his brains, will definitely think of a countermeasure for Yi Lingling. I really can't predict the outcome. It should be 50-50. I might know their situation the best. I believe Yi Lingling will definitely win this match." Ning Fengyi had seen their training a few times, but he still kept it mysterious. Just watch, and take this opportunity to see the capabilities of those little monsters. Shinli nodded, saying that's right. We know the information of the other 18 people very well. But whether these 6 little guys can bring us surprises will be revealed today. When Ning Fengji prepared to establish this elite class, he only told Shinli that these 6 would definitely bring him great surprises. Shinli was also very curious, which is why he arranged today's training content. Wanted to see what unique traits the future generation that Ning Fengji claimed would bring glory to the 7-treasure glazed tile school actually had. After everyone finished speaking, they turned their attention back to the 2 combatants on the field. After Huang Wu's martial soul protected him, he took the initiative to attack Yi Lingling. Huang Wu's martial soul manifested 8 spider legs on his back, looking similar to Tang San's 8 spider lances. Huang Wu initially believed that once Yi Lingling, as a support soul master, got close, she would definitely lose. After looking at the battle chart, he was very confident that he could complete the battle fastest and proceed to the second round. Huang Wu confidently punched towards Yi Lingling, believing that although his punch wasn't as strong as that of a power-type soul master, a fragile support would definitely be unable to withstand it. To his surprise, Yi Lingling deftly dodged his punch and countered with a jab that pushed Huang Wu back 3 steps. Huang Wu was astonished, thinking, is this still a support? Such quick reflexes, and that punch was too heavy. He didn't expect a support soul master to have such close combat skills. Seeing Yi Lingling's dodge and counterattack, Fang Lan on the sidelines was also impressed. Wang Sheng had not kept his 5-animal play a secret like Tang San. He had demonstrated the set of punches and kicks to Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, who had spent 2 years developing a close combat technique based on it. He had also made the core disciples of the sect learn it. When Yi Lingling joined the academy, she obtained her family's consent for her whole family to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school. So she had also learned this set of punches and kicks for over 2 years. At this point, Huang Wu stepped back a bit and said, "I didn't expect that at our age. Not only do you have higher soul power, but you also have close combat skills. However, soul master battles still rely on soul skills, and as a support soul master, you still can't win. Just accept your defeat." First soul skill, Poison Web Spider Silk. As he spoke, Huang Wu's first soul ring glowed with yellow light, unleashing his first soul skill, a toxic net aimed at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling quickly dodged to avoid the spider web, but was still slightly slow, getting 1 foot entangled. However, Yi Lingling exerted force and broke free from the web. Li Shasha, who was also a support soul master, commented from the sidelines, "Do support soul masters have this kind of strength?" As Huang Wu's former classmate, she was very aware of the binding strength of Huang Wu's web. Seeing Yi Lingling break free so easily made her feel like she was seeing things. Huang Wu, noticing that Yi Lingling had escaped, smiled and said, "Breaking free doesn't matter. My spider web carries paralyzing poison. You should admit defeat, right?" Yi Lingling sneered and used a healing skill, fully restoring herself, thus neutralizing the weak poison. "Watch my second soul skill, Poison Spider Needle." Huang Wu activated his second soul skill, and his 8 spider legs shimmered with light, instantly firing countless needles like a machine gun. Huang Wu laughed proudly. "How can you counter my second soul skill, Poison Spider Needle? Support soul masters should just stay in the back assisting." In an instant, a bunch of needles flew towards Yi Lingling. She dodged most of them, but still got hit by a few. Just when Huang Wu was feeling triumphant, he saw Yi Lingling's soul ring light up at her feet, and after using a healing soul skill, she seemed perfectly fine again. Yi Lingling calmly said, "Continue, little spider." Huang Wu was furious and frantically unleashed his second soul skill towards Yi Lingling. But Yi Lingling skillfully dodged most of the needles, and the few that did hit her were instantly healed by her healing soul skill. Before long, Huang Wu's soul power was exhausted, and he could no longer unleash soul skills. He was panting heavily. "How can a support soul master fight like this? She's agile, and after I finally land a few hits, she just heals them all back." At this moment, Yi Lingling cracked her knuckles, making a popping sound, and smiled slightly, saying, "Little spider, it's my turn now." With that, Yi Lingling charged at Huang Wu, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, causing Huang Wu to scream in agony. On the field, Yi Lingling relentlessly hammered Huang Wu, leaving him battered and bruised, and ultimately declared Yi Lingling the winner of the first round. Chapter 22. Instant kill. After the first match ended, Shunli announced the contestants for the second match. The second match featured Xiao Qinyu facing off against the defense-type Soul Master Diba. The gap between the two was not too large, but everyone felt it would be a long battle. Although Xiao Qinyu was a Soul Master at the third ring, Diba was close to level 30 with a defensive martial soul. This battle was sure to be lengthy. From the first match, Fong Lan believed that Xiao Qinyu would have no problem defeating Diba. Yi Lingling had been in school for over 2 years and had such skills. Xiao Qinyu, who had grown up alongside Wang Sheng, must be even more formidable. Ning Fengyi said, "Xiao Qinyu should have no problem defeating Diba. Now, we just have to see how long it takes him." Diba is a distant relative of the Yu family, one of the 4 affiliated sects of the Haotian sect, and has awakened the Yu family's inherited martial soul, the iron-armored rhinoceros. This type of pure defensive soul master has an incredibly strong defense. After the 7 Treasures Academy was established, the construction of the academy was contracted to the Yu family, who excelled in building. Diba, who came to the academy with his family, entered as well. Diba's parents, being distant relatives, did not join the Yu family, so after getting his parents' consent, Diba joined the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Murong Shuang nodded in agreement. "It looks like this will be a prolonged battle." Diba took the stage first. He was tall for his age, standing nearly 1.8 meters at just 14 years old, with dark skin and well-defined muscles. He even sported a thick beard, looking much older than his actual age. Although soul masters on the Douluo continent mature faster due to their training, individuals like Diba were still quite rare. Next, Xiao Qinyu entered the arena, and the girls on the sidelines cheered for him. It must be said that Xiao Qinyu was incredibly handsome. Wang Sheng and the others often joked that whenever they went out with Xiao Qinyu, they were merely supporting characters, especially when they saw the usually quiet Yi Lingling cheering for Xiao Qinyu. Ning Yu remarked, "Lingling, when did you become so enthusiastic about cheering for Xiao Yu? You two must have something going on." Yi Lingling blushed slightly and replied, "Not at all. We're all good friends. I'll cheer for you too when you go up and get beaten later." The group laughed heartily. Xiao Qinyu and Yi Lingling both understood the situation well, as it wouldn't be drawn to Xiao Qinyu's good looks. Seeing the girls cheering for Xiao Qinyu made Diba feel somewhat disgruntled. This kid, younger than him, had a higher soul power and was more handsome. Diba decided that he would defeat this pretty boy no matter what, to show the girls that a muscular man was the strongest. The two released their martial souls. Diba's iron-armored rhinoceros martial soul enveloped him, making him even larger. Covered in layers of iron armor with a hard, rhinoceros horn protruding from his nose. Diba smugly said, "Pretty boy, take a look. This is the masculine aura a man should have." The girls in the audience looked at Diba with disdain. At the same time, Xiao Qinyu activated his martial soul. After its evolution, his fists clenched tightly, and 3 sharp blades extended from the gaps in his bones, resembling Wolverine from Marvel. Coupled with Xiao Qinyu's handsome face, the girls in the audience erupted in cheers. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Diba's face turned red. Diba was the first to activate his soul skills, and 2 yellow soul rings lit up beneath his feet. The first soul skill, Iron Armor Enhancement, and the second soul skill, Iron Armor Shield, were activated. Confidently, Diba said, "With my current defense, even ordinary soul masters can't break through. You've just recently advanced to soul respect. You definitely can't break my defense." Seeing Diba's 2 soul skills enhancing his defense, the 5 teachers on the sidelines nodded in satisfaction. Ning Fengyi sight. The iron-armored rhinoceros martial soul is indeed not weaker than the diamond mammoth's defensive martial soul from the elephant armor sect. Shunli nodded in agreement, saying, "Once Diba graduates and joins the sect's defense team, his future defensive power will surely be a stronghold for the sect." Hearing this, Xiao Qinyu smirked and said, "Oh really? Then let me see just how hard your iron armor is." With his first soul skill, Lightning Strike, Xiao Qinyu dashed towards Diba at lightning speed, lunging forward with his claws. Diba tried to block the attack confidently. "This little strike is nothing to me," Diba laughed, but before he could finish, he saw Xiao Qinyu's even more devilish smile, suddenly feeling a surge of pressure. Xiao Qinyu chuckled, "Not bad. Your defense is indeed tough. But why don't you try my second soul skill?" Xiao Qinyu unleashed his second soul skill, Shadow Wolf Blade. His claws quickly reached for Diba. Xiao Qinyu moved like a streak of light, weaving around Diba, and cross-shaped blades of light appeared all over Diba's body. In just a few seconds, without even looking at Diba, Xiao Qinyu declared, "You lost." "What? I lost. You are, huh?" Diba couldn't finish his sentence before he cried out in pain. Cracks appeared all over Diba's iron armor, which shattered like broken glass and transformed into streams of white light. Diba fell heavily to the ground. In just a few seconds, Xiao Qinyu had eliminated Diba. The audience was left dumbfounded. The food-type teacher, Murong Shuang, quickly took out her recovery donuts and gave one to Diba. After Xiao Qinyu left the arena, everyone came to congratulate him. Ningyu, feeling a bit sour, remarked, "Lingling was cheering for you, Xiaoyu. You should thank her properly." Xiao Qinyu's face turned slightly red as he said, "Not only thanks to Lingling, but I should also thank everyone." Ningyu wanted to continue teasing them, but he was instantly intimidated by Yi Lingling's fierce glare and dared not continue. He could only mumble, "Xiaoyu, just wait. With a tigress at home, let's see if you still dare to show off." Before joining the little team, Ningyu was a very steady person, but he gradually got influenced by Wang Sheng. Previously, Wang Sheng loved to tease others, but after Ningyu discovered his sharp tongue, even Wang Sheng admired him. However, most of Ningyu's witty remarks ended with him getting a good beating. Moreover, every time he was beaten, Yi Lingling would instantly heal him, which made everyone hit him even harder, justifying it as training him. The next match was Ning Tao against Ballet. Both were quite young, but were also second-ring soul masters. Although Ning Tao had learned quite a bit of martial arts, Ballet, as a flying soul master, dominated the match and ultimately defeated Ning Tao. This match further boosted everyone's confidence in the future of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, showing that all auxiliary soul masters had the ability to fight. It also made other auxiliary soul masters understand why the Academy had enforced physical training for them in the past 2 years. Chapter 23, The Miracle Maker, finally. It was time for Wang Sheng to make his appearance. His opponent, Wang Bo, had the same soul power as Wang Sheng, and his martial soul was the Iron Claw Lion. This match was anticipated to be a fairly even fight, and everyone was looking forward to this battle of lions and tigers. Wang Bo and Wang Sheng stood together in the center of the arena. Wang Bo was also quite sturdy and taller, appearing to be half a head taller than Wang Sheng. Although Wang Sheng was a disciple of Ning Fengji, he usually kept a low profile in the academy, often blending into the background among his peers. The impression that people in the academy had of Wang Sheng was that he was intelligent, but they were not very clear about his strength, as he rarely fought. Despite his hard work and cultivation, Wang Sheng was aware of the disadvantages of his martial soul, so he did not dare to be careless in this battle. Murong Shuang looked at the information in her hands. The data only stated that Wang Sheng's martial soul was the war tiger, and that he had an innate soul power of level 4. Why did the sect master have such high hopes for him to be on the starting roster for the Soul Master Elite competition? Fang Lan added, "It is said that Wang Sheng is exceptionally intelligent and works hard in his cultivation. As the sect master's direct disciple, he has indeed contributed significantly to the sect's economy. However, his martial soul quality is still too ordinary. No matter how hard he works, it will be difficult for him to keep up with those geniuses given his limited talent." Marco, who usually didn't talk much, remarked, "Maybe you'll be a miracle maker?" The others nodded in agreement. The sect master was known for his keen judgment, and they were eager to see how this match would unfold. This duel would also be a test for Wang Sheng. Wang Bo's martial soul quality was much higher than Wang Sheng's, and their soul power levels were comparable, making it a good trial for Wang Sheng. After the two exchanged greetings, they both summoned their martial souls. Wang Bo's Iron Claw Lion was also a relatively powerful martial soul, with innate soul power at level 8. He was diligent in his training and was someone Ning Fengji had high hopes for. Standing to the side, Shunli thought to himself, "Wang Sheng, as the sect master's most favored disciple, we have always recognized your intelligence, but in terms of strength, you are still far behind those prodigies. If you cannot prove your strength, I cannot allow you to represent the academy in the Soul Master competition, even if you are the sect master's student." The battle began, and both fighters charged at each other without using soul skills, testing each other's strength. Wang Sheng had a significant advantage in physical quality, and soon Wang Bo was the first to falter, using his first soul skill. The spot to represent the academy is definitely mine. With his first soul skill, Lion King Enhancement, Wang Bo's body appeared to grow even larger. At this moment, Wang Sheng did not use his first soul skill to enhance himself. He wanted to test his current physical strength. Wang Sheng braced himself against Wang Bo's attack, and under the boost of Wang Bo's first soul skill, his power surged, putting considerable pressure on Wang Sheng, but he held his ground. Wang Bo then unleashed his second soul skill, Iron Claw Power. With this skill, Wang Bo's strength became even more formidable, and Wang Sheng found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. He continued to use the 5 animal plays boxing techniques to defend himself, wanting to challenge his own limits and grow faster. Just as Wang Bo was about to break through Wang Sheng's defense, Wang Sheng launched his counterattack. He swiftly dodged Wang Bo's impending strike and delivered a powerful punch to Wang Bo's ribs like a cannonball. Fang Lan, witnessing this impressive strike, praised, "Not bad, Wang Sheng." To be able to quickly dodge Wang Bo's soul skill attack and counter with a punch without using soul skills. It seems the sect master's disciple is not just smart, but also quite skilled. Wang Bo felt a sharp pain in his ribs and thought to himself that he could not underestimate Wang Sheng, who managed to withstand his first soul skill without releasing his own. It seemed he would have to give it his all in this battle. At this moment, Wang Bo unleashed his full strength with his second soul skill, Lion King Roar, and charged at Wang Sheng again. Lion King Roar could instantly enhance his power and speed while intimidating the opponent, reducing their defense and speed. Seeing Wang Bo use his second soul skill, Wang Sheng did not activate his own soul skill. He knew that to achieve good results in the Soul Master competition, he had to face even stronger geniuses. He needed to dominate at his level, so he charged towards Wang Bo, bracing himself against the pressure from Wang Bo's soul skill. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging blows. Wang Sheng's speed and defense were slightly affected by Wang Bo's soul skill, and he took quite a few punches. However, Wang Bo was feeling worse. Wang Sheng's power exceeded his expectations, and even with the soul skill's enhancement and reduction effects, Wang Sheng managed to throw 2 punches for every one of Wang Bo's, making him feel like he was on the verge of collapse. Ning Fengyi remarked, "It's been a year since I last saw Xiaogang fight. I didn't expect his physical strength to be even more formidable now." "Oh, how did he train his physical strength?" Murong Shuang asked curiously. "Since our academy was established, we have always emphasized physical strength training. Compared to other academies, our training volume is at least 3 to 4 times greater. As age and soul power increase, we continuously raise the intensity of training. But can you believe it? Wang Sheng started training with the intensity we apply to 12-year-olds when he was just 6. Ning Fengyi continued amidst the astonishment of the others. It's not that 6-year-old children can't handle the intensity Wang Sheng faced, but rather that no 6-year-old child can possess the determination Wang Sheng had at that age. The perseverance required to continually push the limits of one's body is immense. At this moment, Shenli nodded and said, "It seems this kid may not have much talent, but his incredible perseverance is what makes him a prodigy." The two fought for about 10 minutes, and Wang Bo gradually began to falter, eventually being knocked down by a heavy punch from Wang Sheng. At this point, Wang Sheng was also in rough shape, covered in wounds. After they exited the arena, Yu Langling quickly used healing skills to restore their injuries. Wang Bo, now in slightly better condition, limped over to Wang Sheng and said, "You won this time, but I will keep working hard. In the coming years, I will continuously challenge you, and one day I will defeat you." Wang Sheng smiled brightly at Wang Bo, saying, "In training, we are opponents, pushing each other to improve. But off the field, we are teammates who must trust each other and have each other's backs. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Wang Sheng." After saying this, Wang Sheng extended his hand. Wang Bo hesitated for a second, but quickly reached out to shake Wang Sheng's hand. Although Wang Sheng appeared quite ordinary, his charm often shone through in moments like these. In the next match, Li Xiaoxiao faced Meng Yiran. Unlike Yu Langling, who relied on her high soul power to defeat a control-type soul master, Li Xiaoxiao did not have that advantage. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran's performance captivated all the students. Although she was the youngest among them, her talent was impressive, and her skills with darts left everyone in admiration. By the end of the morning, the first round had concluded, with the winners being Yu Langling, Xiao Chunyu, Barlow, Lin Weiwei, Wang Sheng, Meng Yiran, Ren, Zhao Kai, Orf, Lin Yeye, and Swoke. Among them, Xiao Chunyu, who resolved his battle the fastest, earned a bye for the second round. Chapter 24. The tenacious Yu Langling next. The 10 participants for the second round drew lots. After the draw, they would have lunch and then proceed to the second round of battles. Once the lots were drawn, the matchups were revealed. Bale versus Rain, Yu Langling versus Zhao Kai Lin Ye versus Orf Lin Weiwei versus Meng Yiran, Wang Sheng versus Soke. After the draw, everyone went to the cafeteria for lunch. The Seven Treasures Academy places great emphasis on the nutritional needs of its students, and the meals were very good. The group chatted about the afternoon's battles while eating. Wang Sheng said, "Langling, you need to be careful this afternoon. Zhao Kai has a weapon spirit, and if he gets close with his knife, you'll be at a disadvantage. Don't push yourself too hard." Xiao Chenyu, hearing this, quickly added, "Yes, Langling, we don't have to force ourselves. I heard Zhao Kai is the top student in the academy and the strongest among this group. Just be cautious. And if it gets tough, you can concede." Yu Langling understood that everyone was concerned for her and nodded, saying, "I know, don't worry. If I can't win, I'll concede. I won't get hurt." As they were talking, the burly Soke walked over and, looking at Wang Sheng, said, "Wang Sheng, I hope you use your soul skills in our battle this afternoon. I'm not as easy to attack as Wang Bo. Without using your skills, you won't break my shield." After saying this, Soke left without waiting for a response from Wang Sheng. Soke's defense was indeed impressive. In the morning's battle, the 11-year-old Lucy could not penetrate Soke's shield defense with any soul skills. He was purely defensive, with all 3 soul skills focused on enhancing his shield's defense. Xiao Chenyu wanted to retort to Soke, but was held back by Wang Sheng, who said, "Xiao Yu, don't get excited. Everyone here is a highly talented genius in the academy. It's natural to be a bit arrogant. We'll settle everything in the arena. Outside, we're all from the same sect, so it's better to keep the peace." After lunch, everyone arrived at the academy's arena. The first match would be Yu Langling against Zhao Kai. 5 teachers were analyzing the match, with Ning Fengyi speaking first. In this match, I estimate that Yu Langling won't have any advantage against Zhao Kai. If it weren't for Baker being a food system soul master and using his second soul skill to greatly enhance his speed, Zhao Kai would have been the one to forfeit in the first round. Fong Lan nodded in agreement, saying yes. Yi Lingling's victory in the first round was partly because Huang Wu was a level lower and exhausted his soul power first. Plus, Huang Wu isn't skilled in close combat, while Yi Lingling excels in it. However, Zhao Kai is a strong attack-type 3-ring soul master, so Yi Lingling is completely at a disadvantage. Morong Shuang added, but Yi Lingling's healing ability is so strong, she should be able to hold on for a few more rounds. On the platform, the two had released their martial spirits and were ready to start fighting. Zhao Kai initially did not use any soul skills and directly engaged Yi Lingling in close combat. However, with Zhao Kai wielding a weapon, Yi Lingling was reluctant to directly block and focused on dodging. Zhao Kai's swordsmanship was quite good. His father was a low-level soul master officer in the Tiando Empire, and Zhao Kai had learned sword techniques from him since childhood. Coupled with Zhao Kai's excellent talent, his fierce sword strikes forced Yi Lingling to dodge without any chance to counterattack. After a few minutes of deadlock, Zhao Kai's attacks were consistently dodged by Yi Lingling, who had to admire her agile movements. Yi Lingling, you're indeed impressive. As a support soul master, your performance is commendable. However, I will have to use my soul skills next. After saying this, Zhao Kai activated his first soul skill, Flowing Light Slash, suddenly increasing his attack speed as he charged at Yi Lingling. The rapid slashes made Yi Lingling sweat profusely as she continued dodging, but occasionally she was still cut by his blade. Observing Yi Lingling gritting her teeth to hold on, Xiao Qinyu on the sidelines was anxious to rush onto the platform to rescue her. At that moment, Wang Sheng held him back, reassuring him, "This is a competition. Lingling can hold on. If you go up, you'll only cause chaos." Yang Pufeng also said, "Don't you know Yi Lingling's abilities? She can handle this. Her incredibly strong healing power is no joke." Yi Lingling finally found some openings in Zhao Kai's attacks after observing him for a while. She began to counterattack while dodging. Sensing the situation was turning against him, Zhao Kai stepped back and used his second soul skill, Wind Wave Slash. Instantly, numerous blade-like projectiles surged towards Yi Lingling in a net-like pattern, with no way to avoid it. Yi Lingling was enveloped by the healing light as the blades pierced through her body, but she continuously healed herself. The students watching were astonished. Lin Yi tugged at Lin Weiwei's sleeve and said, "Sister, I didn't expect a healing soul master could use their skills like this." Lin Weiwei observed the blood oozing from some wounds on Yi Lingling's body and said, "Her soul skill is too powerful, but at her current level, she can't fully heal herself. She's only managing to minimize her injuries with this healing effect. However, if she ever becomes a title Douluo, I guess no one will be able to hurt her." Nearby, Huang Wu added, "It seems I didn't lose unjustly in the first round. With such strong healing ability and willpower, I truly admire her." After using his second soul skill, Zhao Kai did not use any more. Although this skill was powerful, it consumed a lot of his soul power. Zhao Kai had to admire Yi Lingling, saying, "Yi Lingling, I really admire you. However, I must use my full strength now. My third soul skill was originally meant for those 2 level 40 soul ancestors, but it seems I have to use it against you." Yi Lingling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "Bring it on. Let me see how strong your third soul skill is." Zhao Kai gripped his knife with both hands and activated his third soul skill, Berserk, which doubled all his attributes for 3 minutes. During this time, his power was basically equivalent to that of a soul ancestor, and he charged directly at Yi Lingling without wasting any words. At the same time, Yi Lingling steadied her mind and prepared for a head-on confrontation. Soon, the two began an intense battle again, with Yi Lingling dodging while occasionally landing a few strikes on Zhao Kai. However, with the boost from his third soul skill, Zhao Kai's counterattacks became even more ferocious. On the sidelines, Shunli said to Murong Shuang, "This Yi Lingling is trying to win by exchanging injuries, but her level still doesn't allow her to fully heal herself every time. Teacher Murong, please prepare the healing donuts." Murong Shuang nodded and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Shun. As soon as their battle ends, I will feed the healing donuts to this little girl right away." On the arena, Yi Lingling was severely injured, and her occasional healing spells were just a drop in the bucket. Xiao Qinyu, anxious, shouted, "Lingling, let's concede. If this goes on, you won't be able to take it." As Zhao Kai's berserk time ended, Yi Lingling seized the opportunity to kick him away, quickly using her soul skill to heal herself. Zhao Kai was also panting, sweating profusely, and he admired the girl before him more and more. Breathing heavily, Zhao Kai said, "Yi Lingling, you are the most tenacious girl I have ever seen. How about considering being my girlfriend?" Before Yi Lingling could respond, Xiao Chenyu angrily shouted, "Zhao Kai, you shameless guy. If you have the guts, let's settle this one-on-one." The other students present also reacted with playful sounds, as it seemed there was a story between the boy Xiao Chenyu and Yi Lingling. Zhao Kai turned to Xiao Chenyu with a mischievous smile and said, "So you like Yi Lingling, huh? I can compete with you fairly." After saying that, he turned to Yi Lingling and continued, "We'll talk about your pursuit of her later, but giving your all on the battlefield is the greatest respect for your opponent. My soul power is only enough to unleash my third soul skill one last time, so let's settle this once and for all." After Zhao Kai finished speaking, he activated his third soul skill and once again engaged in battle with Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling, fighting back with a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries, gradually began to struggle. Neither side gave up, as fighting with all their might was a form of respect for each other. Both of them fought with everything they had. When Zhao Kai's soul skill effect ended, Yi Lingling fell down unwillingly. She was simply too injured, having been holding on through sheer willpower until now. Chapter 25 Weakness. Just as Yi Lingling was about to fall, Xiao Chenyu rushed over and picked her up. Murong Shuang also came to their side and fed Yi Lingling some recovery donuts. After a while, Yi Lingling's external injuries had mostly improved, but she had consumed too much soul power and was very weak at the moment. Xiao Chenyu carried Yi Lingling down from the stage and said to Zhao Kai, who was sitting on the ground eating recovery donuts, "Zhao Kai, I hope we can meet in the next round. Although we are classmates and partners, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson on the stage." Zhao Kai smiled dismissively and said, "I'm also looking forward to our duel, but I still stand by what I said. I am serious about pursuing Yi Lingling, and I am willing to compete with you fairly." Xiao Chenyu ignored Zhao Kai's provocation and turned around to sit down with Yi Lingling. The second match had little suspense. The level 24 Barlow was basically crushed by the level 31 Rain. The third match between Lin Weiwei and Meng Iran also ended without suspense due to the vast difference in their soul powers. The fourth match between Orf and Lin Yiya was more interesting. Lin Yiya flew up into the sky right at the start, but both of her soul skills were acceleration type, with low damage. Orf didn't use his soul skills, only occasionally defending against Lin Yiya's attacks. When Lin Yiya's soul power was exhausted, she was unable to do anything against Orf. Unwilling to accept her defeat, Lin Yiya pouted and said she would challenge Orf again for a one-on-one after she obtained her third ring and had a decent attack soul skill like her sisters. Next came the final match of the second round, where Wang Sheng and Sork faced off to determine who would advance to the next round. On the sidelines, Fang Lan asked the other teachers, "Do you think this round Wang Sheng will use his soul skills?" Ning Fengyi replied, "He probably will. Sork is a pure defense soul master, and if he only relies on physical attacks without using soul skills, he probably won't be able to break through his defense. Besides, although they're only 2 levels apart, Wang Sheng is missing 1 soul ring." Marco said, "However, I have high hopes for this little guy Wang Sheng." Shunli looked at Wang Sheng on the field and said thoughtfully, "I also look forward to this kid bringing us many surprises." At this moment, Wang Sheng and Sork had both activated their martial souls. The massive shield summoned by Sork was not much smaller than his own body. He said to Wang Sheng, "Come on, Wang Sheng, let's see how you can break through my indestructible giant shield." Without wasting words, Wang Sheng charged forward and threw a punch at Sork, who blocked it with his giant shield. After testing with his first punch, Wang Sheng said to Sork, "Not bad. Your pure power shield is quite tough. But for the next punch, I'll increase my strength." Sork replied nonchalantly, "Bring it on. Let me see if you really have the ability to break through my defense." With a loud shout, Wang Sheng unleashed another heavy strike. Having trained his body for many years, he was confident that even without using soul power, he would not lose to a soul master of the same level. Wang Sheng's powerful punch landed heavily, and although Sork's giant shield blocked it, he was still pushed back several meters by the tremendous impact. Wow, that punch was so powerful. I feel like if he had thrown that punch at me during our battle, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Wang Bo was also shaken by this astonishing punch. Ba, another defense-type soul master, said, "That force is something I can't defend against. But if Sork activates all three of his soul skills, he should be able to withstand it." Sork was also surprised by Wang Sheng's punch. He truly felt the immense power when it hit his giant shield. He knew that without enhancing his defense with soul skills, he would undoubtedly be defeated. This time, Sork activated both his first and second soul skills, which were both enhancement skills, increasing the strength of his shield. Sork said to Wang Sheng, "Wang Sheng, I admit I underestimated you a bit before, but you also underestimated me. Now that I have both my soul skills enhancing my defense, it's impossible for you to break through my defense without using your soul skills. Is that so?" Wang Sheng smiled slightly and charged at Sork with a flurry of punches. Sork gritted his teeth to hold on, feeling the immense pressure on his shield, and thought he was about to give in. However, he wasn't foolish. At this time, he also activated his third soul skill. Sork's third soul skill was also a defense enhancement, but as a 1,000-year soul ring skill, its enhancement was much stronger than the first two. With the activation of the third soul skill, Sork seemed to regain his confidence. After attacking for a while, and finding he couldn't break through Sork's third soul skill defense, Wang Sheng paused and said, "Sork, your soul skill defense is indeed impressive. I can't break through your defense with all my might." Sork replied triumphantly, "Of course. You should use your soul skills and fight me with all your strength. Otherwise, with your current power, you won't be able to defeat me." Wang Sheng smirked and said, "Is that so? Sork, it seems you don't really understand your own situation. Do you know where your greatest weakness lies? Weakness? Don't joke with me. As a defense-type soul master against you strength-type soul masters, we have no weaknesses. It seems you still don't understand. Do you think I continued my high-frequency attacks after you activated your third soul skill, just for fun?" On the sidelines, Marco nodded with a smile. It seems Wang Sheng is indeed clever. What looked like mindless attacks earlier was actually finding a flaw. Is that even a flaw? Sork must know his weaknesses too, but he should still be able to defend against strength-type soul masters, right? Fang Lan questioned. Shenli replied, "That is true for ordinary strength-type soul masters, but Wang Sheng is different. Didn't you notice the frequency of his attacks?" Fang Lan suddenly realized. That's right. Although Wang Sheng has been showing tremendous strength, we often focus on his terrifying power and overlook another aspect. And that is speed, Marco said. At the same time, Wang Sheng was also saying to Sork, "Your weakness is speed." Sork paused for a moment after hearing this, then burst into laughter. "I thought you were going to reveal something significant. Speed? Do you think I don't know? But that's only against agility-type soul masters. What is a strength-type soul master like you know about speed?" Wang Sheng sneered. "Is that so? It seems you really haven't seen a speedster among strength-type soul masters." With that, Wang Sheng quickly charged towards Sork. At this moment, Wang Sheng's speed was no less than that of other agility-type soul masters. After all, Wang Sheng had been training under heavy loads to push his limits for many years. When he was unburdened, how could his speed not be fast? Over the years, Wang Sheng had come to understand a principle. Soul skills are merely a means of attack. Soul power is just to enhance one's attack and endurance. True combat often tests the physical qualities of the soul master. Chapter 26. Xiao Qinyu vs. Zhao Kai. Wang Sheng moved quickly in front of Swok. As Swok raised his giant shield to block, he only saw a shadow. The real Wang Sheng had already reached behind Swok. Swok had no time to turn around and was directly kicked up by Wang Sheng, his massive body flying into the air. At the same time, Wang Sheng jumped high, continuously striking Swok in midair. Just before landing, Wang Sheng delivered a powerful kick from above, slamming Swok heavily to the ground. Is this a self-created soul skill? Shenli couldn't help but feel good seeing Wang Sheng's move. This move was inspired by watching Naruto as a child, learned from Shaoli. It was indeed relatively easy to learn, and Wang Sheng had spent a few days figuring it out. In Naruto, Sasuke learned this move from Shaoli and named it Lion's Barrage. Since Wang Sheng's martial soul is a battle tiger, he couldn't use that name, so he called his version Tiger's Barrage. Wang Sheng usually studied physical techniques quite a bit, and, combining what he learned from martial arts dramas and anime in his previous life, developed several decent skills based on his training in speed and strength. After Swok fell heavily to the ground, he couldn't get up. He felt that several of his ribs were broken. Wang Sheng turned to Li Xiaosha off the stage and said, "Classmate Li Xiaosha, please help treat Swoke." Yi Lingling was still recovering, so Wang Sheng could only ask Li Xiaosha, another healing soul master, for assistance. At the same time, Wang Sheng bent down to help Swoke up slowly. Li Xiaosha, who had just come to her senses from her shock, quickly used her soul skill to treat Swoke. At that moment, Murong Shuang also came over and gave Swoke a recovery donut to eat, curiously asking Wang Sheng, "Was that move your self-created soul skill?" Wang Sheng scratched his head and smiled, saying, "It's not really a soul skill. It's just something I've been tinkering with. This move is only useful against specific opponents, so it doesn't count as a self-created soul skill." At this time, Shunli said, "All right, you all performed well today. Next, the 8 participants of the 3rd round should come up to draw lots. We need to determine the top 4 contestants today, and the semifinals and finals will be held tomorrow." After Shun Li finished speaking, the 8 participants for the 3rd round stepped forward to draw their matchups. Diaokoi vs. Xiao Qinyu Rain vs. Yang Pufeng Wang Sheng vs. Lin Weiwei Olf vs. Feng Xiaotian. In the first match, Zhao Kai faced Xiao Qinyu. The two had previously been exchanging verbal jabs, making this battle a perfect opportunity to decide the victor. Fanlan Juke. It seems these two little guys are not just fighting. There's some emotional entanglement involved. Shunli said sternly, at such a young age. They're already thinking about love and relationships. It looks like we need to give them more rigorous training later to prevent them from having excess energy to think about unnecessary things. At that moment, the two on the stage were glaring at each other without starting their fight. Xiao Qinyu pointed at Zhao Kai and said, "Zhao Kai, please stay away from Lingling in the future." Zhao Kai scoffed. "You think just because you tell me to stay away from Lingling, I will? Who do you think you are to her?" Xiao Qinyu angrily replied, "Is Lingling someone you can just call by her name?" Zhao Kai said, "Don't be so angry. How about this? Whoever loses today will stay away from Lingling in the future." Xiao Qinyu disdainfully stated, "First of all, you're definitely going to lose. But regardless of the outcome, I won't use Lingling as a bargaining chip." Hearing Xiao Qinyu's words, Yi Lingling's face turned slightly red off stage. Zhao Kai noticed Yi Lingling's reaction and realized he probably didn't have much chance, but he wasn't one to give up easily. "Xiao Qinyu, I'm done wasting words with you. Let's have a fair fight." With that, Zhao Kai summoned his martial soul. Once the large ring blade appeared, Zhao Kai no longer had that carefree expression. He faced Xiao Qinyu seriously. Zhao Kai was always meticulous about battle. Just like in his previous fight with Yi Lingling, although he admired her, once he was on the stage, he would be fully prepared. Xiao Qinyu also became serious, activating his martial soul and directly unleashing his second soul skill, Shadow Wolf Blade. Releasing hard wolf claws from both hands, Zhao Kai didn't hesitate and used his first soul skill, Flowing Light Slash, to attack. Xiao Qinyu was not careless and met Zhao Kai's soul skill head-on. Then, using his first soul skill Lightning Strike, he quickly maneuvered behind Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai swiftly turned around and blocked with his blade, successfully defending against Xiao Qinyu's attack. Zhao Kai took a step back and unleashed his second soul skill, Wind Wave Slash. Xiao Qinyu quickly dodged left and right, then charged at Zhao Kai again. Zhao Kai was not slow either and blocked Xiao Qinyu's attack. The two engaged in close combat, with both sides equally matched. Fang Lan remarked, "These two little guys seem quite strong." Ning Fengyi nodded in agreement. Their strengths are relatively close, but Xiao Qinyu's physical quality is clearly higher than Zhao Kai's. Although the two were currently evenly matched, Zhao Kai was indeed at a slight disadvantage in terms of stamina, as he was already sweating profusely. On the other hand, Xiao Qinyu, although he hadn't broken through Zhao Kai's defense in a short time, remained calm and showed no signs of fatigue. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Kai pushed Xiao Qinyu back with his blade and activated his third soul skill, Frenzy, while simultaneously using Wind Wave Slash. The attack's coverage and power were greatly enhanced under the frenzy. However, Xiao Qinyu was not flustered. He cleverly dodged Zhao Kai's attack using his first soul skill Lightning Strike. Xiao Yu is impressive. He can dodge such a high-density attack. Ningyu, who usually loved to bicker with Xiao Qinyu, was also impressed by Xiao Qinyu's skills at that moment. Feng Xiaotian narrowed his eyes, watching the situation on the stage, and asked Wang Sheng, "How confident are you in dodging Zhao Kai's second soul skill enhanced by his third soul skill?" Wang Sheng thought for a moment and said, I should have about 7 layers of confidence. In terms of speed, I'm still not as fast as Xiaoyu. Yang Pufeng said, this Zhao Kai is not bad. He has a good personality and is meticulous in battle. He's someone worth befriending. Wang Sheng nodded, indeed, I appreciate him as well. Ningyu added, not bad. And since he and Xiaoyu are rivals in love, I have a helper when I bicker with Xiaoyu in the future. After saying this, Ningyu gave Yi Lingling a mischievous smile. After resting for a while, Yi Lingling had recovered a lot. She was now nervously watching the situation on the stage, thinking that if Zhao Kai had used the combination of his third and second soul skills against her, she probably would have lost long ago. It seemed that Zhao Kai had still held back a bit against her. The battle between the two intensified. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu no longer held back and activated his third soul skill, Shadow Wolf Clone. This soul skill allowed Xiao Qinyu's figure to split into multiple clones, making it impossible for Zhao Kai to discern which one was the real Xiao Qinyu. At this moment, for Xiao Qinyu surrounded Zhao Kai from all sides. Zhao Kai quickly defended himself, but he couldn't figure out which was the real Xiao Qinyu and could only do his best to block. However, in this situation, Zhao Kai still couldn't defend against all sides, and Xiao Qinyu seized an opening, striking him hard and sending Zhao Kai flying. Zhao Kai was hit hard by this kick, but stubbornly stood up. Although he was a bit unsteady on his feet, it showcased his tenacious fighting spirit. Xiao Qinyu then released his third soul skill, as his soul power could not sustain it for too long. Xiao Qinyu looked at Zhao Kai with a bit more respect, saying, you're quite good, but you can't hold out much longer. Just admit defeat. Zhao Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, if we're going to fight, let's fight. Don't be so verbose. I, Zhao Kai, have never known the meaning of defeat. Zhao Kai's determination earned him the admiration of everyone present, but his next words instantly broke Xiao Qinyu's defenses. Zhao Kai turned to Yi Lingling on the sidelines and said, likewise, Lingling, I will not easily give up on pursuing you. After speaking, he gave Yi a cold, teasing smile. You jerk, just watch me beat you up today. Xiao Qinyu instantly got angry and rushed in front of Zhao Kai, starting to fight with him. Xiao Qinyu's fists rained down on Zhao Kai, who retaliated with equal force. At this moment, neither of them used their martial souls, just trading blows directly. Eventually, Zhao Kai fell down weakly, still saying, I will not give up on Lingling. Xiao Qinyu was speechless at this, but after seeing Zhao Kai fall, he slumped down on the ground, gasping for breath and said, this guy really can take a beating. I'm exhausted. The crowd below burst into laughter, while only Yi Lingling kept her head down, blushing. Chapter 27. The powerful Yang Pufeng Shunli announced. In this match, Xiao Qinyu wins. The next match is between Ryan and Yang Pufeng. Both sides get ready. At this moment, Ryan and Yang Pufeng, who had not showcased their abilities in the previous 2 rounds, stood on the stage. Ryan looked at Yang Pufeng and said, although your soul power is high, I'm not to be underestimated. My Thunder Giant Elephant is also a top-tier beast martial soul. Yang Pufeng replied calmly, I respect every opponent, but I don't like wasting time chatting before a fight. Let's get started. After saying this, he summoned his martial soul, the fire-breaking soul spear. Instantly, a long spear surrounded by blazing flames appeared in Yang Pufeng's hand. Having consumed the chicken-crowned phoenix sunflower, the flames around Yang Pufeng's fire-breaking soul spear became even purer, emitting a dazzling light. Wang Sheng had always been curious about Yang Pufeng. Yang Pufeng was usually quiet, with exceptional talent, but Wang Sheng had never encountered such a character in the original work. Even if Yang Pufeng had not used any celestial herbs, logically speaking, by the time of the original work's Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, he should at least have reached the Soul Sect level, yet it was never mentioned in the original. Wang Sheng had 3 guesses. First, the Pa family was suppressed by the Spirit Hall, so Yang Wudi did not allow Yang Pufeng to venture onto the main path. Second, Yang Pufeng might have died young due to certain events. After all, there were many young geniuses who perished in Douluo continent. Third, Wang Sheng wondered if Yang Pufeng was also someone who had crossed over. However, Wang Sheng had also tried to probe whether he used modern internet slang in front of Yang Pufeng or occasionally recited Tang poems. Yang Pufeng always seemed unaware. Every time he saw Yang Pufeng's curious expression, Wang Sheng dismissed this idea. On the stage, Ryan was the first to launch an attack. He knew the power difference between them was too great. so he had to go all out from the start. Ryan shouted and quickly enhanced his attributes with his second soul skill, Giant Elephant Power, and then charged at Yang Pufeng with his third soul skill, Giant Elephant Charge. Yang Pufeng calmly stood in place, effortlessly deflecting Ryan's charging force with a simple flick of his spear. Ryan stumbled, almost losing his balance. Turning around, Ryan used his first soul skill, Thunder Strike, unleashing powerful bolts of lightning towards Yang Pufeng. Yang Pufeng still easily waved his spear, dispelling the lightning one by one. Seeing that his two major attacking soul skills had been easily neutralized by Yang Pufeng, Ryan fell helpless and once again used his third soul skill to charge at Yang Pufeng. At this moment, Yang Pufeng did not plan to use any soul skills. For him, a soul master of Ryan's level did not require such measures. Yang Pufeng was not one to talk much and was a training fanatic. However, unlike others, he spent at least 2 hours every day practicing his spear skills. The soul rings Yang Pufeng chose were always for self-enhancement. In his own words, soul skills are too fixed. The battlefield is ever-changing, and he only needed to enhance his attributes while relying on his own spear technique for combat. In this battle against Ryan, whose strength was far inferior to his own, Yang Pufeng had no intention of using soul skills to enhance himself. As Ryan charged at him, Yang Pufeng narrowed his eyes and uttered 3 words, "It's over." He then thrust his fire-breaking soul spear forward like a spiritual snake, precisely stopping at Ryan's throat. After that, Yang Pufeng retracted his spear and turned to leave the stage. Shunli watched with satisfaction at Yang Pufeng's control over the spear. It seems Elder Yang has a promising successor. Yang Pufeng's future achievements will surely surpass Elder Yang. Ning Fengyi nodded and said, "In the future, Yang Pufeng will definitely have a place as a title Douluo in the 7-treasure glazed tile school." Feng Lan laughed and said, "I think our future title Douluo in the 7-treasure glazed tile school will not be just one. Among these kids, at least 4 or 5 have the potential to become title Douluos." Seeing Wang Sheng among the crowd celebrating with Yang Pufeng, Shunli felt regretful. "Wang Sheng, most of your companions will likely become title Douluos, but what about you? Your efforts surpass everyone else's, but often. Hard work alone is not enough to become a title Douluo. Throughout history, all title Douluos have been top-tier martial souls and possess strong innate soul power. Wang Sheng's hard work might show strength initially, but as time goes on, talent becomes more crucial." Wang Sheng was aware of this, but he didn't dwell on the issue. If he couldn't become a title Douluo, so be it. After all, he still had Qianren Xue. Sometimes, not wanting to strive meant being able to embrace his woman instead. At this moment, only the dazed Ryan remained on the stage, sweat dripping from his forehead. He had just felt himself on the brink of death. The 5 teachers by the side were also taken aback. Was this still human? In that brief moment, Yang Pufeng's spear seemed to merge with him, perfectly controlling power, distance, and position. A typical soul master might not be able to wield such control. Yang Pufeng's performance instantly captivated most of the female soul masters present. Although he might not be as handsome as Xiao Chenyu, he was certainly more attractive than the likes of Wang Sheng and Ningyu. Coupled with his high-level maneuvers, he enchanted countless female students. Pufeng remained indifferent. "Can you even compare to Pufeng, Xiao Tian?" Ningyu asked Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian, with a dark expression, gave Ningyu a flick on the head and said, "How many times do I have to tell you, don't call me that?" The crowd burst into laughter. Ever since Wang Sheng mentioned Journey to the West, the nickname Xiaotian Dog had spread among them. Initially, everyone just called him Xiaotian, but during an incident when Feng Xiaotian unleashed his martial soul and flew in the sky, Ningyu inadvertently exclaimed, "Look, there's the Xiaotian Dog." From that moment on, everyone began to tease Feng Xiaotian with that nickname. Additionally, Wang Sheng often analyzed how Feng Xiaotian was completely a licking dog towards Huowu, making it impossible for him to escape this nickname. The most cutting remark Wang Sheng made to Feng Xiaotian was, "Dogs, especially licking dogs, are ranked too. Some become gods and are called Xiaotian." This comment deeply frustrated Feng Xiaotian, especially since it was said in front of Huowu, who had laughed with her hand covering her mouth. He didn't dare retaliate against Wang Sheng and the others. However, during this elite class participation, Feng Xiaotian had bribed everyone to not call him that in front of other classmates, but unexpectedly, Ningyu let it slip again. Now, the furious Feng Xiaotian lifted Ningyu with one hand, his eyes blazing with anger. Ningyu, feeling aggrieved, said, "Everyone will know you're called the Xiaotian dog sooner or later. What's so surprising? Whether they find out early or late, it's still the same." Huwu once said that Xiaotian dog sounds cute. "Why are you acting like a licking dog, laughing like that?" The other classmates watched the two, covering their mouths and laughing. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian became even angrier, dragging Ningyu away while turning to Yi Langlang and saying, "Come on, Langlang, help me out." Yi Langlang, grinning mischievously, followed Feng Xiaotian, having not forgotten Ningyu's earlier teasing about her and Xiao Qinyu. Everyone knew Ningyu was in for a rough time and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 28. Another self-created soul skill after this little interlude. The third match between Lin Weiwei and Wang Sheng began. Both Lin Weiwei and her sister Lin Yi are flying soul masters with extremely high speed, and Ning Fengji intends to cultivate them as core members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Reconnaissance Hall in the future. This time, bringing them into the elite class is also to enhance their training. The Seagull Martial Soul is primarily good at reconnaissance, which does not give them an advantage in combat. However, this time Lin Weiwei truly opened everyone's eyes. Her combat skills were impressive, and her third soul skill was particularly suited for battle. In the first 2 rounds, Lin Weiwei won very easily. At this moment, Wang Sheng and Lin Weiwei exchanged greetings, and the battle was about to begin. Fang Lan, on the sidelines, said, "This match between Flying Soul Masters and Power Soul Masters feels like it will be very dull. Lin Weiwei's aerial attacks shouldn't be able to hurt Wang Sheng. But with Lin Weiwei flying in the sky, Wang Sheng won't have a way to deal with her either. It seems like this will turn into a contest of soul power consumption." Ning Fengyi added, "Lin Weiwei has an extra 1,000-year soul ring, so her soul power consumption will definitely be lower than Wang Sheng's. Moreover, I observed that Lin Weiwei's third soul skill doesn't consume too much soul power. When she fought Ningyu earlier, she kept using her soul skills throughout, and by the end, she didn't show any signs of exhaustion. It seems Wang Sheng will have a hard time in this round. I wouldn't count on it. That kid Wang Sheng has surprised us quite a bit," he continued. The match between Wang Sheng, Wang Bo, and Swope didn't bring us any surprises. In the arena, Lin Weiwei was flying in the air with her martial soul manifested. She looked down at Wang Sheng and said, "Wang Sheng, I really admire your performance in the first 2 rounds, but in this round, I want to see how you deal with the advantage of a flying soul master." "Oh, is that so? Then I'm ready," Wang Sheng said as he instantly activated his first soul skill, Magic Explosion Power, enhancing his body. He placed his hands on his waist, palms facing each other, and an energy sphere began to form between them. Fang Lan, watching from the side, opened her mouth in confusion and said, "Another self-created soul skill?" If there were people here from Wang Sheng's past life, they would definitely recognize this as the Kamehameha. The story goes back over 2 years. One day, Wang Sheng was practicing with Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu used his first soul skill to rush towards Wang Sheng. As Wang Sheng activated his first soul skill, Magic Explosion Power, it instantly enhanced his body. Xiao Qinyu clawed at Wang Sheng, but Wang Sheng dodged and countered with a palm strike. Xiao Qinyu reacted quickly and stepped back, but when Wang Sheng's palm struck out, it was supposed to be avoided by Xiao Qinyu. However, Xiao Qinyu still felt a flow of lightning energy hit him. Xiao Qinyu was pushed back a step and was about to continue his attack when Wang Sheng immediately said, "Wait, Xiao Yu, I think I've realized something." Xiao Qinyu asked, "What is it, Sheng? You didn't break through to the next level of soul power so quickly, did you?" Wang Sheng felt an idea emerge in his mind, believing he had discovered something, but he needed more experimentation. He told Xiao Qinyu, "You practice by yourself for now. I need to think about some things." After saying that, Wang Sheng went alone to the academy's forest. He found a tree and concentrated his soul power in his palm, striking out at a point 10 centimeters in front of the tree. The tree shook slightly, but it didn't feel as powerful as his earlier strike against Xiao Qinyu. Wang Sheng activated his martial soul and used his first soul skill to enhance himself again, striking out once more. And this time a shallow palm print appeared on the tree. Wang Sheng felt he had touched upon some threshold and began to think deeply. Wang Sheng spent a day summarizing his understanding of soul power and how to develop and utilize it. First, he thought about what soul power was. He felt it was an energy within a soul master's body, comparable to internal energy in martial arts or mana in games. However, the release of soul power itself had no significant strength, such as the soul power infusion used by healing soul masters or when using soul guide devices. The release of soul power was merely a faint flow of energy. However, when a person's soul power contained elemental forces, it could produce some power. For example, after he used his first soul skill to release some lightning power, it generated a certain impact. However, this impact was not very strong. It felt as though the effect of the soul power used did not reach the level of a soul skill attack. At that moment, Wang Sheng thought about how the soul power he released from his palm was very dispersed, and he felt that after releasing the soul power, it did not solidify. Therefore, the consumption of soul power was high, but the effect was poor. What if he concentrated and condensed his soul power before releasing it? Wouldn't the effect improve? Wang Sheng was someone who acted on his thoughts. Next, he continuously condensed soul power in his palm, then struck out, summarizing how to improve his control over soul power with each strike. He repeated this process, and when his soul power was exhausted, he would sit down to meditate and recover his soul power. After 10 full days, Wang Sheng finally managed to quickly condense his soul power in his palm, and the power of the released airflow had greatly improved. However, he still felt that this power did not meet his expectations. But this experiment allowed him to find a hint of how to create a soul skill. In the following 6 months, Wang Sheng returned to normal training, but spent some time each day practicing the condensation of soul power in other parts of his body. He found that this constant exhausting of his soul power and meditating to recover accelerated his training as well. One day, thunder roared in the sky, and a heavy rainstorm began. This sparked a major inspiration for Wang Sheng. He realized that while the lightning power brought by his first soul skill was not very strong when struck out, what if he could create 2 currents of electricity that continuously crossed and rubbed against each other like thunderclouds? Wang Sheng then began a new round of experiments. He condensed soul power in both palms, slowly bringing them closer together, and the lightning power within the soul power continuously emitted strong energy as they intersected. However, during the following month of training, Yi Lingling would often be by Wang Sheng's side. Wang Sheng's hands were frequently injured by the lightning power, and each time he needed Yi Lingling to treat his injured palms after he released the energy sphere. Gradually, the strength of Wang Sheng's hands became thicker through this training, and his control over the soul power containing lightning energy improved. Finally, Wang Sheng created a soul skill similar to the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. But this skill could only be launched in a straight line, and its power diminished over distance. Wang Sheng certainly couldn't give this technique such an unappealing name as Kamehameha, so he named it Lightning Bullet. This technique required elemental power, so his companions could not learn it. However, it did provide a lot of inspiration for Feng Xiaoyan's self-created soul skill, the Gale Double-Headed Demon Wolf 36 Slashes, helping him avoid many detours. Chapter 29. Timidity back on the arena. The 5 teachers and other students were astonished. Could it be that Wang Sheng had created his own soul skill? Self-created soul skills are quite rare and require extensive research and comprehension to develop. This Wang Sheng is not simple at all. Up in the sky, Lin Weiwei was also very puzzled about the light ball in Wang Sheng's hand, but she didn't dare to be careless. She quickly activated her first and second acceleration soul skills, feeling that if this light ball hit her, it would definitely be unpleasant. Thus, Wang Sheng continuously gathered electric bullets to shoot at Lin Weiwei, who could only keep using her soul skills to evade them, each time narrowly escaping. However, this constant dodging significantly accelerated the consumption of her soul power. She felt that in just a few minutes, her soul power would be exhausted. With no other options, Lin Weiwei had to go on the offensive. After dodging another electric bullet, she activated her third soul skill. At that moment, the purple soul rings on Lin Weiwei's body flashed, and her third soul skill, Feather Arrow Meteor Shower, was activated. Her wings spread open, and a large number of feathers shot toward Wang Sheng like arrows. Wang Sheng smirked. This is exactly what I was waiting for. Having watched Lin Weiwei's previous battles, he had already devised a countermeasure. The earlier electric bullets were just to force Lin Weiwei to dodge, consuming her soul power and mental strength. Wang Sheng had observed Lin Weiwei's first and second soul skills and knew that at her current speed, she could completely evade his electric bullets. However, there was a flaw in Lin Weiwei's third soul skill. She could not move while launching the feather arrow meteor shower. Moreover, to achieve the output effect of the soul skill, she could not fly too high. At this moment, after dodging the attack, Wang Sheng leaped high into the air and grabbed Lin Weiwei's ankle. With such force, Lin Weiwei was pulled down by Wang Sheng's weight. After hitting the ground, Wang Sheng did not give Lin Weiwei another chance to ascend. He closed in and executed a back throw, sending her off the stage. Wow, is the Sheng this fierce? Ningyu, who had just returned to the sidelines after being beaten up by Feng Xiaotian, exclaimed. Lin Yi hurriedly helped Lin Weiwei up and complained to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, how can you be so unkind? My sister is a girl. Wang Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, it's a competition. I can't just stand by, can I? Lin Weiwei stood up and said to Lin Yi, Yeah, stop messing around. This is a competition. Wang Sheng, not directly beating me on the stage, is already showing mercy. Lin Weiwei then politely smiled at Wang Sheng and extended her hand. You are very strong. Thank you for holding back. I accept my defeat willingly. Wang Sheng also extended his hand, and after Lin Weiwei shook it, she said, I took a shortcut too. If you hadn't attacked me while I was airborne, I wouldn't have known what to do. Next was the last match of the third round, with Olive facing Feng Xiaotian. Both stood on the stage, releasing their martial souls. Olive was the first to unleash his martial soul. A mighty giant axe appeared in his hand, with 2 yellow soul rings beneath him. At the same time, Feng Xiaotian released his martial soul, the mutated martial soul of the Gale Demon Wolf, the Gale Two-Headed Demon Wolf, which appeared magnificently beside him. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, shimmered at his feet, especially the 4th purple soul ring, which was infinitely close to black. The overwhelming aura instantly intimidated Olive. He raised his hand and said, Teacher, I concede. I can't beat him. Olive's action made Feng Xiaotian feel awkward. He had been waiting for 2 rounds to finally show off, but Olive conceded immediately. Olive's direct forfeiture made Shunli frown. This Olive didn't even have the courage to challenge a stronger opponent, indicating that his future achievements wouldn't be high. Shunli berated Olive. You conceded without even fighting against someone stronger than you. With this mindset, how will you protect your sect in the future? How will you protect your family and friends? After scolding him once, Shunli continued, You coward, how can your teammates trust you with their backs in battle? What use is a strong attack soul master who is afraid to charge forward? You might as well use that axe for chopping wood instead of being a soul master. Shunli's reprimands brought tears of shame to Olive's eyes, and he bowed his head in embarrassment. He had originally intended to fight, but after seeing Ryan defeated by Yang Pofeng in just a few moves, he became wary of the strength gap. Once he saw Feng Xiaotian's martial soul, the moment he felt the overwhelming power from both the martial soul and soul rings, he was engulfed in deep fear. Shunli didn't care about his feelings and continued to educate Olive. Overwhelmed with shame, Olive shed tears, and it was only after Mu Rongshuang stepped in to smooth things over that the incident passed. After Olive left the stage, Wang Sheng went over to comfort him. It's all right. This is also part of your experience. I believe you'll become a strong soul master in the future. Ning Yu, who had also been brushed past by Feng Xiaotian, came over to quietly say to Olive, You did the right thing by not fighting. That mad dog hits hard. Feng Xiaotian grabbed Ning Yu's ear and said, What did you say? Ning Yu quickly begged for mercy. Easy, easy. You are my big brother. How could I say anything bad about you? I was just comforting him. The antics of these two instantly lifted the atmosphere, and everyone started laughing. Olive felt much better inside. He resolved to be brave in the future and never back down again. Next, Shunli announced that the first match of the next day's duel would be Xiao Qinyu against Yang Pofeng, and the second match would be Wang Sheng against Feng Xiaotian. After the announcement, Shunli said, You all performed quite well today, but there are still many areas for improvement. Today's lesson ends here. After Shunli finished speaking, everyone dispersed and returned to their dorms to rest. Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu shared a dorm, and as they chatted, they analyzed the new classmate soul skills they had encountered today, discussing how they would respond if they faced them. Suddenly, Xiao Qinyu asked, Sheng, do you have confidence in tomorrow's battle with the Howling Sky Dog? Wang Sheng honestly replied, not really. Usually, he practices against Pufeng, and when he spars with us, he doesn't go all out. I don't know if I can beat him. Xiao Qinyu said, you have so many self-created soul skills. What are you afraid of? Wang Sheng was speechless. Are you silly? Those skills work wonders against others, but among us, who doesn't know my tricks? Xiao Qinyu thought for a moment and said, true, but as long as Wu Wu isn't there, that guy's battle power won't be fully unleashed. Wang Sheng smiled and said, don't underestimate Xiao Tian. Although he usually jokes around, he is still terrifyingly strong when he gets serious. Wang Sheng thought to himself, Xiao Tian, I hope you can bring your full strength to fight me tomorrow, so I can see where I still fall short. Xiao Qinyu helplessly smiled and said, forget it. I don't want to think about this anymore. I have even less confidence against Pufeng. That monster is terrifying even without using soul skills, just as marksmanship is frightening. I feel like he will definitely achieve the highest accomplishments among us in the future. Wang Sheng replied, of course. I think Pufeng is the strongest genius I've ever seen. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll probably become a title Douluo before he turns 40. Wang Sheng thought of Tang San, who is currently at Notting Academy. Perhaps the only one who can rival Pufeng in talent is you, Tang San. Chapter 30, Self-Created Soul Skills. Once again, self-created soul skills. After a night of silence, everyone arrived at the Academy's soul-fighting arena early the next morning. Everyone was looking forward to today's battles, featuring the powerful and handsome Xiao Qinyu, the surprise burner Wang Sheng, the formidable Yang Pufeng, and the currently inactive Feng Xiaotian. The first match was between Xiao Qinyu and Yang Pufeng. On the sidelines, Ning Fengyi remarked, Xiao Qinyu's strength is impressive, but against Yang Pufeng, who is a level higher, how long do you think he can hold out? Murong Shuang replied, yesterday, Yang Pufeng defeated the similarly leveled Ryan in just 2 moves. I expect the outcome today will be similar. Feng Lan countered, I think not necessarily. Xiao Qinyu's strength is among the best at his level. Although there is definitely a gap between him and Yang Pufeng, I believe he can hold on a bit longer. The two faced off in the arena. Familiar with each other and skipping the pleasantries, they immediately engaged in battle. Relying on his speed, Xiao Qinyu fought back against Yang Pufeng. He launched his soul skill, ambushing Yang Pufeng from behind, but Yang Pufeng countered with a swift move that forced Xiao Qinyu back. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu activated his third soul skill, creating 4 shadow clones to attack Yang Pufeng. Feeling some pressure, Yang Pufeng unleashed his first soul skill, enhancing his attack speed and swiftly piercing through Xiao Qinyu's clones. Seeing Yang Pufeng use his first soul skill, Shenli on the sidelines nodded and said, Xiao Qinyu is quite impressive to have forced Yang Pufeng to use his soul skill. It seems he is stronger than we expected. Xiao Qinyu did not give up. He quickened his pace and charged at Yang Pufeng, who calmly defended, occasionally thrusting his spear to disrupt Xiao Qinyu's rhythm. The two fought back and forth for over 10 rounds, and after Yang Pufeng activated his second soul skill to increase his attack speed, he pressured Xiao Qinyu into a corner with rapid spear thrusts. With no escape, Xiao Qinyu leaped up and activated his third soul skill again, launching a swift attack from the side with his clones. One of the clones managed to cut Yang Pufeng's left arm. Yang Pufeng swept his spear horizontally, sending Xiao Qinyu flying. Xiao Qinyu landed heavily on the ground. This match concluded with Yang Pufeng's victory, as the crowd marveled at Yang Pufeng's strength. They also had to admire Xiao Qinyu's resilience and combat skills. Many thought that if they were in the arena, they would have been defeated by Yang Pufeng long ago. Soon, the second match between Wang Sheng and Feng Xiaotian commenced. Feng Xiaotian took Wang Sheng seriously, despite Wang Sheng's low soul power. The soul skills he constantly tinkered with were impressive. He also knew that Wang Sheng's physical strength was comparable to many soul masters. Wang Sheng was equally serious about this battle, wanting to see where his limits lay. The two manifested their martial souls and entered combat mode. Feng Xiaotian used his third soul skill, Gale Wings, flying into the air and immediately unleashing a barrage of wind blade attacks on Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was aware that Feng Xiaotian's soul power was much stronger than Lin Weiwei's and did not employ the tactics he used against Lin Weiwei yesterday. Instead, he relied on his speed to continuously evade Feng Xiaotian's attacks. While Wang Sheng's speed is incredible, exclaimed Lin Yeye from the sidelines. Lin Weiwei nodded in agreement, saying, if Wang Sheng had used this speed to dodge my attacks yesterday, I wouldn't have hit him at all. I would have just exhausted my soul power. As Wang Sheng dodged, Feng Xiaotian, unable to land a hit, quickly activated his second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Protection, significantly increasing his attack speed. Wang Sheng, while evading, was still occasionally grazed by the wind blades. At this moment, Wang Sheng activated his second soul skill, Battle Tiger Roar, which temporarily stunned his opponent, reducing Feng Xiaotian's reaction time, while Wang Sheng entered a berserk state, greatly enhancing his own condition. Seizing the moment when Feng Xiaotian hesitated, Wang Sheng jumped high, closing in on Feng Xiaotian and unleashed his Pegasus Meteor Fist. This move was inspired by the anime Saint Seiya, though Wang Sheng's punch speed wasn't as outrageous. Oh my! Another self-created soul skill. Is Wang Sheng even human? Exclaimed Wang Bo from the sidelines. If Wang Sheng used these self-created skills against me, I'd have been beaten to a pulp. Wang Sheng's Pegasus Meteor Fist could unleash over 20 punches in a second, each landing with significant force, putting Feng Xiaotian in a difficult position. After landing, Feng Xiaotian had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Wang Sheng was also panting. This move required rapid bursts of energy, which was highly exhausting for him. Feng Xiaotian wiped the blood from his mouth and said to Wang Sheng, great job. It's been a while since we last sparred, and you've developed new soul skills. I didn't expect you to have more tricks up your sleeve. Wang Sheng explained. This was developed after absorbing my second spirit ring and acquiring my second soul skill. Today is also my first attempt. The fact that he could achieve such power on his first try left everyone astonished, thinking he was a genius. These strange and unique ideas made them wonder how he came up with them. In fact, many martial arts techniques for various dramas were relatively easy for Wang Sheng to apply. Although he hadn't practiced any martial arts, most techniques were just high-frequency attacks with speed and power. Therefore, he could easily deduce moves like Misty Steps, Foshan's Shadowless Kick, and Great Strength Diamond Leg from their literal meanings. Furthermore, Wang Sheng, perhaps due to his rebirth, found that his memory and cognitive abilities were significantly stronger than in his previous life. He attributed this to his brain's retained capacity developing further, thus enhancing his thinking abilities. This might be the only compensation for his lack of a good martial soul, talent, or any special advantages after crossing over. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian released Wind Blade and engaged Wang Sheng in close combat. Feng Xiaotian was slightly faster, but Wang Sheng's strength was not inferior to Feng Xiaotian's. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng's rapidly functioning brain was constantly responding to Feng Xiaotian's attacks. Seeing Wang Sheng and Feng Xiaotian exchanging blows, Feng Lan remarked, Wang Sheng is indeed full of surprises. The further a soul master progresses, the slower their cultivation speed becomes. I estimate that by the late stages of Soul Sage, Wang Sheng will likely have broken through to Soul Sage himself. By then, Feng Xiaotian may not be his match. Chapter 31 Hard Training Ning Fengyi said, that's right. The only regret about Wang Sheng is that his innate soul power is too low. This is something I have always worried about. I'm afraid his later cultivation speed won't keep up. Shunli replied dismissively. Talent is important for soul masters, but hard work is even more important. I can see that Wang Sheng's future may not be bad. Murong Shuang said, effort is indeed more important than talent. But while hard work can make a person stronger, without a bit of talent, achieving a title may be difficult. How many soul masters spend their whole lives stuck at the bottlenecks of 69, 79, or 89? Feng Lan added, yes, there are plenty stuck at Soul King and Soul Sect levels. That legendary master, who is theoretically invincible, has been stuck at level 29 all this time. I hope heaven favors this hard-working child, Wang Sheng. On the field, Feng Xiaotian maintained the initiative in attacks, while Wang Sheng mostly relied on his speed and reflexes to dodge Feng Xiaotian's moves. Watching Wang Sheng's dodging speed and reactions reminded Xiao Qinyu of his first day training with Wang Sheng. At that time, 7-year-old Xiao Qinyu, under the strict request of his father, Xiao Yuntian, began his training with Wang Sheng. As dawn broke, Wang Sheng woke Xiao Qinyu from his sleep. They arrived at the school's training ground, where Wang Sheng tossed a set of training clothes to Xiao Qinyu for him to put on. When Xiao Qinyu caught the training clothes, he realized how heavy they were. The thick outfit was filled with sand, making it extremely heavy. After trying on, he found that the training suit weighed at least 30 pounds, and moving flexibly was quite inconvenient. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu saw that Wang Sheng not only wore the training suit, but also carried a large backpack. Wang Sheng said to Xiao Qinyu, for this month, you just need to wear the training suit. You don't have to carry this heavy backpack. Let's start with running. Xiao Qinyu asked in confusion, how can I run with something this heavy on? Wang Sheng smiled slightly and replied, just run normally. Don't activate your martial soul. Don't worry about how long you run. Just keep running in circles around the training field. Seeing Xiao Qinyu's confusion, Wang Sheng continued, when you feel you can't run anymore, you must grit your teeth and persevere. As long as you push through this fatigue, your limits will be broken. Keep running like this until you have no strength left. After saying this, Wang Sheng began to run, and Xiao Qinyu followed, dragging the heavy training suit along. At first, they maintained a similar speed, but after a few laps, Xiao Qinyu was drenched in sweat and felt he could hardly keep going, his speed slowing down. At this point, Wang Sheng slowed down beside him and said, hold on. This is the most critical time. You must grit your teeth and persist. Xiao Qinyu felt he was nearing his limit, thinking he could hardly hold on any longer. Wang Sheng, who had already lapped him, encouraged him to keep going. Xiao Qinyu mustered his strength and persisted. Gradually, he felt less powerless, thinking maybe this was what Wang Sheng meant by breaking through limits. Then, Xiao Qinyu continued to run slowly. Each time he felt he couldn't continue and wanted to stop for a break, Wang Sheng would come beside him to encourage him. After Xiao Qinyu broke through his limits for the third time, he truly had no strength left and collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. At this moment, he quietly noticed that Wang Sheng was still gritting his teeth and running. Although Wang Sheng's speed didn't seem fast, he kept persisting. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Xiao Qinyu lost count of how many times Wang Sheng passed him. He only knew that by the time Wang Sheng finally stopped, 2 hours had already passed. Xiao Qinyu had run alongside Wang Sheng for a month. After a month, Wang Sheng handed Xiao Qinyu a backpack that was at least 50 pounds heavy. Xiao Qinyu was shocked to realize that Wang Sheng had been running with an extra 50 pounds every day for the past month, and whenever Xiao Qinyu stopped, Wang Sheng would continue to run. After another month of training, Wang Sheng told Xiao Qinyu to discard the training suit and backpack and run a lap on his own. When Xiao Qinyu ran a lap without any constraints, he discovered his speed and agility had improved astonishingly. From then on, he gritted his teeth and endured every brutal training Wang Sheng arranged for him. As Xiao Qinyu reminisced, the battle between Wang Sheng and Feng Xiaotian on the field grew increasingly intense, with both sides fighting without holding back. After exchanging punches, both were knocked back a step. Feng Xiaotian said seriously, Wang Sheng, it seems you've gotten a lot stronger. I have to use that move now. You better be careful. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian had no choice but to use his signature skill, the Gale Double-Headed Demon Wolf 36 Slash. Wang Sheng also said earnestly, come on, Xiaotian. I've been waiting to see if I can take this move. Feng Xiaotian unleashed his signature soul skill, the Gale Demon Wolf 36 Slash, with powerful wind blades continuously attacking Wang Sheng. Everyone present widened their eyes. The speed and power of Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul skill were overwhelming, with each wind blade striking with incredible force. Wang Sheng, however, did not dodge. Instead, he released a massive lightning ball to counter Feng Xiaotian's attack. As the lightning ball flew out, all the wind blades in its path were neutralized one by one. The lightning ball hit Feng Xiaotian heavily, sending him flying backward and almost out of the ring. Wang Sheng also endured 7 or 8 powerful wind blades, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell heavily to the ground. Just as Murong Shuang and Yi Lingling were preparing to step in to treat the two, both slowly got up. Feng Xiaotian bent over, one hand clutching his stomach while the other hung limply at his side. Wang Sheng, too, had several deep gashes on his body and blood at the corner of his mouth, but he forced himself to stand up. The two exchanged a smile and slowly moved towards each other, seemingly preparing to continue the fight. The spectators gasped. The perseverance of these two was incredible. At that moment, Shunli intervened to stop the impending battle, saying, that's enough. This fight ends here. It seems we don't need to hold the finals. Teacher Murong, "Classmate Yu Langlang, please hurry and treat both of them." After hearing Shun Li's words, Wang Sheng slowly closed his eyes and collapsed. Feng Xiaotian, slightly better off, could still support himself to stand, but he understood he had effectively lost. Despite being 2 realms higher than Wang Sheng, he had fought to such a draw. This battle was truly spectacular, with both demonstrating immense strength. Especially Wang Sheng's resilience was incredibly admirable. The class leader selection competition ended in a draw. Later, Yang Pufeng directly told Shun Li he did not want to be class leader, that he wasn't fond of interacting with others. Feng Xiaotian also expressed that he did not have the capacity to take on the responsibilities of class leader. In the end, Wang Sheng successfully became the class leader. After Feng Xiaotian recovered, he had a one-on-one match with Yang Pufeng. With the enhancement of 4 soul skills, Yang Pufeng easily countered Feng Xiaotian's Gale, Demon Wolf 36, slash with the tip of his spear, establishing himself as the recognized top fighter in the elite class. Chapter 32. 3 years. The 3-year elite class training has begun. At this moment, on the playground of 7 Treasures Academy, a group of 24 people is running, all wearing customized weighted training suits tailored to each person's physical strength. The 24 individuals are desperately running. Ning Tao, who is at the back of the line, feels like he can't take it anymore and has just slowed down a bit. 3rd soul skill, Inferno Lion's Fire Sea. A middle-aged man following behind them directly released his soul skill. A burning sensation instantly surged towards Ning Tao's back. Ning Tao immediately started slapping his burning backside, howling as he sped up. At this moment, the middle-aged man nodded at a man in the sky with bat-like wings. The man with bat wings simultaneously nodded to indicate he received the instruction, and his 2nd soul ring lit up. 2nd soul skill, Night Bat Blood Rain. Countless blood-sucking bats were immediately released, flying toward the crowd below. In an instant, the running crowd hurriedly dodged the incoming bats. At the same time, this group could not slow down while dodging, or the fire sea behind them would catch up. Damn, this is torturous. Why do we have to run and play such tricks? Among the crowd, Ningyu was running while dodging the bats and couldn't help but complain. The relatively agile Xiao Qinyu looked down on Ningyu and said, "You still have the energy to talk? Focus on dodging." Seeing someone in the crowd still had the energy to talk, the middle-aged man signaled to a woman standing on the other side. The woman, seeing the directive from her superior, smiled wickedly and nodded, her 3rd soul ring flashing. 3rd soul skill, Thorn of Greenwood. Wooden spikes began to emerge from the ground in the crowd from time to time. The only sounds now in the crowd were occasional screams. No other sounds could be heard. This was just the beginning of the nightmare training for everyone. Under the 3-way pressure of the sky above and the ground below, they spent the morning training. If it weren't for the sweet donuts tossed to them from a distance whenever they were about to exhaust themselves, this group would have collapsed long ago. When the running training ended, the group of more than 20 lay powerlessly on the ground, gasping for breath. "I say, running like this is too torturous. I am exhausted. I've never trained this hard since awakening my martial soul. I don't even want to move. I just want to lie in bed and sleep for a whole day." While the group was complaining, a chubby female teacher, Wang Sheng, came over with healing donuts for everyone. The first to get a donut, Ning Tao said, "Oh, teacher, we don't need this many. We can just rest a bit." Wang Sheng smiled as she handed out the donuts, saying, "You'll need them. You might not have enough later, so save some." As the others were puzzled, several other teachers surrounded them. At this moment, everyone felt something was off. 5th soul skill, Greenwood Cage. 4th soul skill, Sound Wave Shock. 5th soul skill, Gravity Pressure. The 24 individuals were trapped in a cage formed by green vines, constantly enduring the oppressive sensations from sound waves and gravity. 7 Treasures Academy is known as 4 Days of Defense. Ning Fengyi applied the defensive enhancement to several younger children and turned to Wang Sheng, saying, "This way, these little brats can roughly endure such pressure training. Do you think the donuts I gave them earlier were enough? Should be enough. If not, you can make some more to toss to them." How did the boss come up with these torturous methods? Can such training really improve their defensive resistance? Ning Fengyi pointed at Wang Sheng in the cage, saying it definitely can. This was decided after discussions between the sect master and his favorite disciple. Wang Sheng has achieved his current level despite such low talent. so his training methods should not be wrong. The next training involved combat practice, with all 24 individuals fighting each other daily. In the evenings, students with different roles trained under different teachers. This continued for 3 years. During these 3 years, under the intense training demands of the Shun Li 5-member group, the 24 in the elite class made rapid progress. When the 3 years of devilish training came to an end, everyone had made significant improvements in physical strength, endurance, reaction speed, resilience, combat experience, and teamwork. Shun Li called the 24 individuals to the classroom. At this moment, the 24 were very disciplined. No longer the group that whispered among themselves while the teacher spoke 3 years ago. First, congratulations on completing 3 years of special training. Next, you will be divided into 3 small teams to represent the Academy in the upcoming Elite Soul Master competition across the 3 realms. Upon hearing Shun Li's words, everyone was overjoyed. They had finally made it through 3 years. Shun Li continued, "Next, I will call out the names of 4 individuals who will serve as the main force to participate in the Soul Master competition in 10 years with the new talents coming to the Academy. I hope you can take on a leading role. Lu Daodu, Ballet, Lu Shi, Ning Tao, step forward." Upon hearing their names, the 4 stepped forward. Shun Li said to them, "You 4 have performed well over the past 3 years. I hope you can lead the younger students well and not embarrass our elite class." After everyone nodded heavily, they returned to their places. Shen Li then announced, "Rein, Lin Wei Wei, Lin Yue, O Erfu, Chiao Na, Beike, Sam, Lishe, Dibe, Wangbo. You 10 will represent the Academy in the upcoming Elite Soul Master competition in a month. I hope you can achieve good results." These 10 were different from Ning Tao and his group. They felt relatively downcast, knowing that being chosen to represent the Academy meant they were not as good as the remaining 10. However, they also respected their peers, knowing that over 3 years, both their strength and potential had surpassed their own. The remaining 10 were the Academy's final selected members for the most important upcoming competition. Over the past 3 years, these 10 had made the fastest progress and were the hardest working in training. They would undergo a new round of training specially customized by Shun Li. The ages of the 10, from oldest to youngest, are as follows. Zhao Kai, age 18, Martial Soul, Great Ring Saber, Soul Power. Level 43 Feng Xiaodian, age 18. Martial Soul, Gale Two-Headed Demon Wolf, Soul Power. Level 49 Sua Ku, age 17, Martial Soul, Giant Shield, Soul Power. Level 41 Yang Pufeng, age 17. Martial Soul, Fire Burning Soul Gun, Soul Power. Level 52 Ningyu, age 15, Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Soul Power. Level 36 Wang Wu, age 15. Martial Soul, Poison Spider, Soul Power. Level 35 Wang Sheng, age 15, Martial Soul, Battle Tiger, Soul Power. Level 38 Xiao Qinyu, age 15, Martial Soul, Wind Shadow Wolf. Soul Power. Level 41 Yi Lingling, age 15, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, Soul Power. Level 40 Mangaran, age 12, Martial Soul, Snake Staff, Soul Power. Level 28 Shun Li was also very satisfied with the progress of the 10, believing that in 5 years when they participate in the competition, there might be several Soul Kings or Soul Emperors among them. He estimated that Yang Pufeng could even grow to become a Soul Emperor. Thinking back to previous champion teams, having several Soul Lords in a team was considered strong. However, according to the information, various academies were also preparing well for the next competition, especially the Spirit Hall, which was said to be sending their so-called Golden Generation to participate. Chapter 33, 3 Days of Vacation, Shun Li addressed the remaining 10 people, saying that for the next year, our training will take place in the Stardo Forest. You will be facing potential attacks from powerful soul beasts every day, and during this time, none of us 5 teachers will intervene unless you are attacked by a soul beast that is over 30,000 years old. Otherwise, we will not step in. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Surviving for a year in the Stardo Forest seems to be a significant challenge, especially since soul beasts can appear at any time, unlike the known challenges at the Academy, where all battles are predictable. Shun Li disregarded their concerns and said, "You have 3 days of vacation. After 3 days, we will depart for the Stardo Forest." Wang Sheng returned home first. His father, Wang Dali, had not yet come back. Wang Dali was busy managing some business for the sect. Wang Sheng repeatedly advised his father not to work so hard, as they were now living comfortably, and he wanted Wang Dali to enjoy life. However, Wang Dali always disagreed, saying he was not yet 40 and was not at the retirement age. Wang Sheng, feeling helpless, stopped trying to convince him. Wang Sheng prepared a feast, and when Wang Dali returned, the father and son chatted while eating. Wang Sheng said, "Father, we will be going out for training for a year, and we might not see you during that time. So please take care of your health." Wang Dali, worried, replied, "You don't need to worry about me. What could happen at the sect? It's you I'm concerned about. Where are you going to train? Is it dangerous?" Wang Sheng didn't want to worry his father and said, "I'm just going out to explore a bit. The 5 teachers will be with us, so there shouldn't be any problems." Wang Dali felt a bit more at ease knowing the teachers would be there and said, "As long as the teachers are around, that's good. Just remember to listen to them while you're out there." Regardless of the era, parents' concern for their children remains the same. Wang Sheng said, "I understand, Dad. Also, I think you should consider finding someone else. Mom has been gone for so many years, and you're not getting any younger. It would be nice to remarry and have a younger brother or sister for me. Otherwise, the house feels so empty." Wang Dali looked at his grown son and said, "Your dad has no plans to remarry in this life. Back when we were so poor, your mother never looked down on me. Now that we have money, I don't want another woman to share the good life with me. Your mother never enjoyed that." Wang Dali then said seriously to Wang Sheng, "But you're 15 now. It's about time you find a partner to continue the Wang family line." Wang Sheng rolled his eyes. "Dad, I'm still young. Isn't it a bit early to think about that? Let us talk about this topic a few years later." The father and son continued their meal and conversation for 2 hours. The next day, Wang Sheng arrived at the prince's palace in the Tiando Empire. Emperor Shui had always hoped to maintain a good relationship with the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, and he fully supported the prince's close relationship with Wang Sheng, making Wang Sheng feel relaxed whenever he visited the prince. After meeting Qian Rinxue, she dismissed the palace servants, saying she wanted to talk to Wang Sheng alone. The people in the palace didn't think much of it, as the prince and Wang Sheng had always had a good relationship and were used to chatting alone. Wang Sheng took the initiative to inform her that he would be leaving for a year of training. "Swear, we will be going out for training for next year, and we might not see each other during that time." Qian Rinxue's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. "Then you must be careful when you go out. Pay attention to your safety." Wang Sheng replied, "Don't worry. The 5 teachers will go with us. It won't be dangerous." Qian Rinxue said, "That's good, but you still need to be cautious. If you encounter danger, don't try to be brave. Rest assured, you know I can handle myself." "What about you? The palace intrigues can be quite dangerous." Qian Rinxue said resentfully, "Isn't it because of you? I didn't take action against the 2nd Prince Shui Yang and the 3rd Prince Shui Bao, and now they are targeting me everywhere. I really want to eliminate them." Wang Sheng shared some events from the original story with Qian Rinxue and advised her not to take action against the 2nd and 3rd princes. Although he also felt that the noble ideas of the 2 empires needed to be overthrown, he did not believe that the original plan of the Spirit Hall was appropriate. Wang Sheng's strategy for Qian Rinxue was to maintain good prestige in politics and diplomacy while making Shui fully trust the prince. When the opportunity arises, Qian Rinxue could make a strategic retreat, and when Shui Qinghe suddenly dies, there would inevitably be internal strife in the Tiando Empire. In the ensuing power struggle among the 3 princes, the Tiando Empire's strength would be significantly weakened. The Spirit Hall would then have a better chance. Otherwise, if things continued as they were, once the Tiando royal family was left with only Shui Beng to succeed to the throne. And if the Spirit Hall harmed Shui and then killed the 2 princes, the Tiando Empire would surely unite with the Star Luo Empire to fight against the Spirit Hall. They talked about many recent events in their lives, and as time passed, Wang Sheng prepared to leave, recalling another matter he wanted to discuss with Qian Rinxue. He asked her, "Have you and your mother reconciled a bit?" Wang Sheng also shared with her the experiences of Bai Bai Dong, and Qian Rinxue no longer felt as deeply about Bai Bai Dong's ruthlessness. Qian Rinxue replied helplessly, "It's a bit better, but until she resolves her own issues, nothing will change." Wang Sheng confidently said, "Don't worry about that. When the Soul Master competition comes in 5 years, I will make her see through Yu Xiaogang." I will definitely find a way to resolve your mother's issues, because I hope to receive her blessing at our future wedding. Qian Rinshua's face turned red, and she said, Who? Whose wedding are you talking about? I never said I would marry you. Wang Sheng smiled and said, Yesterday, my dad was telling me to get married and have kids soon. He is eager to hold a grandchild. If you don't want to marry me, I'll have to see if any of our senior sisters or junior sisters at the academy are willing to marry me. Qian Rinshua, pretending to be angry, said, You dare. Hee, are you jealous? Don't worry, my heart only belongs to you. Wang Sheng gently held Qian Rinshua's hand and said, From the day I met you, I fell in love with you, and in this life, I will only love you. Qian Rinshua blushed and said, What if, like you said before, in another timeline, the entire continent turns against us, and that Tangsen wants to kill me? Wang Sheng, with a determined look, said, Perhaps I may never become a god in this life, but if that day comes, I will definitely kill a god. Then Wang Sheng confidently said, Come on, I know how things will unfold. If I can't change that, then my head is just for show. This is also why Haven T let you take action against Tang San. Qian Rinshua said, You little brat, you can't do anything, but your confident little head is enough. Wang Sheng stood up and teased, I can't do anything? That's because you Haven T tried. Well, I'm leaving now. You should return to your original appearance as Shui Qinghe. Wang Sheng always requested that Qian Rinshua meet him in her original form. It wasn't T that he was after beauty. He was just worried that if he kept talking sweet words to a man's face, he might end up bending one day. Qian Rinshua pretended to be angry and said, You pervert, be careful when you go out. Wang Sheng waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I will be careful. Then Wang Sheng went to meet Ning Fengji, discussing future plans and developments for the sect. With Yang Wudi's ability to cultivate herbs and the enhancement from the ice and fiery Yang Eye, many people in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were making rapid progress in their soul power. Yang Wudi was also not far from reaching the level of a title Douluo. In less than 10 years, he would likely become a title Douluo. At the same time, Long Gongmeng Shu has also experienced a significant increase in his cultivation after taking herbal medicine, and it is estimated that he will be able to advance to title Douluo in just a few years. When persuading the Meng family to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Wang Sheng was not heavily involved. Ning Fengji allocated some shares of industries to the Meng family and helped many of their descendants achieve rapid growth. Now, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not only has the support of Dugabo and the Pa family, but also the three major forces of the Meng family. Additionally, the economy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is now wealthier than that of the two empires combined. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is beginning to resemble the #1 sect. Chapter 34. Is Yang Pefeng really from another world? After 3 days of vacation, the 5 teachers and 10 students, a total of 15 people, set off towards the Stardow Forest. Upon reaching the Stardow Forest, their first task was to find a suitable 4th spirit ring for Yi Lingling. Regardless of the level of her spirit skills, Yi Lingling's ability was always the same, group healing. Therefore, they only needed to find a plant-type spirit beast with an appropriate age for her 4th spirit ring. According to the cultivation methods summarized by Wang Sheng and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School over the years, the 1st spirit ring is about 500 to 600 years. The 2nd spirit ring is around 900 years. The 3rd spirit ring is between 2,500 to 3,000 years. The 4th spirit ring is around 8,000 years, and the 5th spirit ring is approximately 20,000 years. Essentially, after reaching the 5th spirit ring, it would be close in age to the 6th spirit ring of other spirit masters. However, this set of theories from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was not widely promoted like Yu Xiaogang did. Firstly, Wang Sheng understood that there are always people more knowledgeable and powerful than oneself, so one should not jump to conclusions based solely on one's own experience. Moreover, people tend to be selfish. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School aimed to maintain a leading position in the next generation, so some information needed to be kept confidential. Additionally, the cultivation methods required a significant investment, including high-intensity training, daily medicinal baths, and sufficient nutritional supplementation. Therefore, Wang Sheng and his group were stronger than other spirit masters of the same period. In terms of spirit power cultivation, the differences were not immediately apparent. Wang Sheng remembered that when Tang San and the others first arrived at Shrek Academy, the 15-year-old Dai Mubai already had a spirit power level of 37. However, comparing himself to Dai Mubai at the same age, Wang Sheng was certainly far superior in terms of spirit ring age and physical strength. Nevertheless, Wang Sheng did not become complacent. He often used Tang San as a reference point. When Tang San was 34 years old and participated in the Spirit Master competition, his spirit power level was higher than Wang Sheng's current level, and Tang San also had an external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, and a 10,000-year fourth ring. It was uncertain whether in this life, without the support of immortal herbs, Tang San could still absorb a 10,000-year fourth ring. And whether the Shrek 7 monsters could reach that level during the Spirit Master competition was all unknown. Wang Sheng regarded Tang San as a comparison point. Although he disliked some of Tang San's double standards in the original work, it did not mean he considered Tang San an enemy, as the future was unpredictable. Even Yu Xiaogang, who looked down on Wang Sheng initially, was not treated harshly by him. However, for the sake of his future mother-in-law, Bibi Dong, Wang Sheng felt the need to deal with Yu Xiaogang. Nevertheless, he only planned to expose Yu Xiaojiang's hypocritical and unfaithful nature openly. He did not intend to take further action against him. Wang Sheng also discussed some issues with Ning Fengji. He hoped that Ning Rongrong would follow the original timeline and go to Shrek Academy. The hidden weapons in Tang San's possession were still very much needed by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Wang Sheng planned to follow the timeline in the original work for Ning Fengji's meeting with Tang San, believing that Tang San would not refuse the conditions he offered. 3 years ago, Wang Sheng had also confided his secret to Ning Fengji. Over the years, due to Ning Fengji's character and Wang Sheng's trust in him, he revealed his status as a time traveler. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's confession, the wise Ning Fengji understood the reasons behind Wang Sheng's actions over the years. Initially, Wang Sheng wanted to keep his time traveler status a secret like the novels he had read, but over the following years, he gradually felt that hiding such a secret too deeply wasn't a good thing. Moreover, sharing secrets with trustworthy people was a risk he was willing to take. After all, if he couldn't trust those he deemed trustworthy in 2 lifetimes, it would mean he had failed as a person. Wang Sheng and his group spent 2 days finding a blue silvergrass with approximately 7,500 years of age for Yi Lengleng's 4th spirit ring. The blue silvergrass had a strong life force and was very suitable as Yi Lengleng's spirit ring. Next, they set up tents to rest. With Wen Xiaotian, who had flying abilities, scouting around, the 5 teachers sat together eating food. They had agreed before departure that the 5 teachers would only be responsible for their necessary safety, and everything else would depend on the students themselves. The other 9 sat around a campfire, where Wang Sheng was roasting meat. The aroma of the grilled meat made Ning Yu's stomach rumble. However, Wang Sheng insisted that they had to wait for Wen Xiaotian to return before eating together. Ning Yu complained, "Why hasn't that dead sycophant hound of heaven come back yet? I'm starving." Everyone held back their laughter as Wen Xiaotian slowly approached from behind Ning Yu. Wang Sheng chuckled and said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Dan Yu, you can't escape this beating now." Wang Sheng realized he had slipped up and unintentionally let out a phrase from his past life. Yu Lengling and Xiao Qinyu quickly asked, "Who is Chao Chao?" Amidst everyone's curiosity, someone added, "Chao Thief?" Wang Sheng was startled and looked at Yang Pufeng, who had voiced the question. Suddenly, Wang Sheng had an idea and decided to test Yang Pufeng. He casually said, "When I was a child, there were a few friends in my village that I played with a lot. One named Chao Chao, another Liu Bei, and another Sun Quan. We often played together. Every time we planned to go out, the one named Chao Chao would always be late. But every time we complained, he would suddenly appear behind us, just like Xiaotian appeared behind Danyu just now. So that's why I mentioned it." As Wang Sheng spoke, he observed Yang Pufeng's expression, which was one of disbelief. Wang Sheng understood the issue and quickly made eye contact with Yang Pufeng, signaling him to wait until later to discuss it. Yang Pufeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After everyone finished eating the grilled meat, Wang Sheng said, "Pufeng, you and I will patrol the area nearby." Yang Pufeng immediately understood Wang Sheng's intention and followed him out of the camp to patrol the vicinity. After they had walked far from the camp, Wang Sheng asked Yang Pufeng, "Pufeng, were you for the 3 Kingdoms period?" "What 3 Kingdoms period?" "I am from Shuhan." Wang Sheng realized he seemed to have overlooked some historical knowledge. People from the Three Kingdoms period did not know that their time was referred to as the Three Kingdoms by later generations. Wang Sheng quickly said, right, Shuhan? And there was also Bei Wei and Dongwu, right? Yang Pufeng nodded, that's correct. During that time, there were many years of war, and by the time I died, only these three major powers remained. Wang Sheng remarked, no wonder. I originally suspected that, like me, you brought your original memories to this world, but after several tests, I didn't see any reaction from you. I was puzzled as to why you remained indifferent every time I mentioned Tang poetry. Now I understand that I overlooked the fact that there were many dynasties before the Tang dynasty, right? Yang Pufeng became interested. Tang dynasty? Is that the dynasty after the Han dynasty? Wang Sheng thought that if he continued to explain history to Yang Pufeng, it could take 3 days, so he said, it's several hundred years away from your era. Let's not worry about that for now. I will gradually tell you about the later history when I have the chance. Curiously, Wang Sheng asked Yang Pufeng, you reacted so strongly when I mentioned Cao Cao, and you said you were from Shuhan. Which general under Liu Bei are you? Yang Pufeng cupped his fists and said, I am Zhao Zilong from Changshan. Chapter 35 The Origin of Yang Pufeng Changshan, Zhao Zilong. Although Wang Sheng had a faint suspicion that Yang Pufeng, who claimed to be from Shuhan, was likely Zhao Yun due to his spear techniques, he was still quite shocked when Yang Pufeng personally admitted to being Zhao Yun. Wang Sheng nodded and said, it seems my guess was right. Only the white horse silver spear Zhao Zilong could wield a spear with such skill. Yang Pufeng humbly replied, you overestimate me, great sage. My spear techniques haven't reached that level. In my previous life, I practiced spear techniques my entire life, but I never grasped the highest realm of using a spear. However, after coming to this world, I found that the martial soul allows me to have a deeper connection with the spear. I believe I should be able to reach that extraordinary realm in the future. If I were to use the terminology of this world, it should belong to the domain of spears. Wang Sheng agreed. With your talent, you will definitely succeed. By the way, Pufeng, do you have a system? Yang Pufeng asked in confusion, what system? Wang Sheng sighed. Indeed, it's already good that we can retain our memories in this world. Let's not think about the system. The two then shared their experiences of traversing worlds. Wang Sheng learned that Zhao Yun believed he had reincarnated into this world after dying at over 80 years old. He was found by Yang Wudi among the dead during the massacre of the family. It was estimated that Yang Wudi's original grandson had died in that massacre. But Zhao Yun's soul coincidentally transmigrated into Yang Pufeng's body. In Zhao Yun's time, there weren't as many novels and stories, so he always thought he was just reincarnating without having drunk the Mengpa soup. Zhao Yun practiced the family's inherited spear techniques from a young age, and combined with the spear techniques he learned in his past life, his skills improved significantly. This also made Wang Sheng understand why Zhao Yun often considered soul beasts that could enhance soul skills when hunting for soul rings. For someone who had trained in spear techniques for decades across 2 lives, soul skills were not necessarily a good thing. Only by using his own spear techniques could he adapt and change in battle. This idea resonated with Wang Sheng, who also believed that soul skills could be effective for enhancement or control effects, but using them as an attack method was still lacking. Zhao Yun continued, explaining that he awakened his martial soul at 6 and had awakened a powerful, mutated martial soul with innate full soul power. When he reached level 20 and went to obtain his second soul ring, he learned that the family had joined the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. So he came to the school with his grandfather. After that, he grew and trained alongside Wang Sheng and the others. Zhao Yun also told Wang Sheng that he had already completed his previous life, and that in this life, he was just Yang Pufeng. Therefore, Wang Sheng should continue to treat him as Yang Pufeng. The person Zhao Yun had already passed away at over 80, and there was no longer a Zhao Yun in the world, only Yang Pufeng from the family of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. After chatting for a while, they returned to the camp to rest. In the following days, everyone spent their time fending off various soul beast attacks, driving them away without hunting them, as soul beasts also had a difficult time cultivating. If they indiscriminately killed them, there would be no soul rings left for future soul masters. In the next few days, the 10-person team began their training in the Stardow Forest, fighting against various soul beasts every day. Feng Xiaotian, who was originally about to break through to level 50, finally broke through his bottleneck to reach level 50. Next, they faced the biggest test yet. Feng Xiaoyan's fifth soul ring required a soul beast of about 20,000 years. And the powerful mutated martial soul he possessed needed to hunt a soul beast that could not be weak. The group searched along the way and found clues about a suitable soul beast on the fourth day. By a small stream in the forest, a dual-blade magic wolf, just over 20,000 years old, was drinking water. The 10-person team hid in a tree about 20 meters away to observe. The dual-blade magic wolf stood over 2 meters tall, entirely black, and could walk upright after 10,000 years. Its two front claws had sharp scythes, releasing an aura of death and destruction, causing nearby soul beasts to avoid it. Its combat power was comparable to that of a 50,000-year soul beast. The impatient Swoke asked, "Great Sage, how should we attack?" Wang Sheng began analyzing the characteristics of the dual-blade magic wolf, saying, "The dual-blade magic wolf is powerful and usually possesses two major skills. One is the Gale Dual Scythe, where its two large scythes can be thrown like boomerangs, causing great destruction. The other terrifying skill is Bloodthirsty Frenzy. This skill is the most frightening. Every time the dual-blade magic wolf is injured, its combat power increases. When it is close to death, it will suddenly go berserk. Although this state doesn't last long, its power at that moment can even intimidate a 100,000-year soul beast. How can we fight this? We've been fighting 2,000 or 3,000-year soul beasts so fiercely lately. Aren't we just delivering food to it?" Ningyu said worriedly. Wang Sheng pondered for a moment and said, "Not necessarily. When the dual-blade magic wolf enters its final berserk state, we can kite it." Xiao Qinyu, who always adhered to the principle of asking when he didn't understand, asked, "Kite? What does that mean?" Wang Sheng looked at Xiao Qinyu with a mischievous smile and said, "Of course, I'm going to use you as bait." "What? You want to use me as bait? Great Sage, we're like brothers closer than blood," Xiao Qinyu said with a look of grievance. Wang Sheng calmly outlined the plan. "Don't panic, let me finish. In a moment, we will all surround and kill it. Swoke will use the massive shield to protect Lingling and Daiyu from the back. You and Huang Wu will release soul skills from both sides to control the dual-blade magic wolf. If the wolf throws its scythes at you, just hide behind Swoke." Then Wang Sheng turned to the few assault-type teammates and said, "When we go up, let us not hold back. We need to maximize our combat power in one go. We must deal with the dual-blade magic wolf quickly. We cannot drag it out, or its bloodthirsty effect will accumulate, increasing our pressure the longer we fight." After seeing everyone nodding to indicate they understood, Wang Sheng continued, "When the dual-blade magic wolf is about to fully enter its bloodthirsty frenzy state, everyone listen to my command. Except for Xiao Yu and Xiao Dian, everyone else quickly withdraw from the battlefield. Xiao Yu, use your third soul skill to send 3 clones in 3 different directions, and Xiao Dian, take Xiao Yu's main body into the air. The dual-blade magic wolf will attack the nearest target after suddenly losing its attack target. So Xiao Yu, you control your 3 clones to attract the dual-blade magic wolf one by one." Wow, Great Sage. How did you come up with such a method to consume the time of the dual-blade magic wolf's bloodthirsty frenzy state? Ningyu admired Wang Sheng's ability to devise tactics based on the team configuration and each member's soul skill characteristics against the soul beast in such a short time. Wang Sheng thought to himself, back in the day, as the leader of a major guild in a certain region of the World of Warcraft, I could command a 40-person dungeon clearly. This small 10-person team is nothing to worry about. Chapter 36. Twin-Scythe Demon Wolf. Wang Sheng was very confident about the battle against the Twin-Scythe Demon Wolf. He then informed everyone of the detailed task specifics and precautions one by one. The 5 teachers observing them not far away nodded slightly, showing high recognition for Wang Sheng's deployment. After everyone was ready, Wang Sheng gave the order to attack. 7 treasures, known for speed. 7 treasures, known for strength. 7 treasures, known for soul. Ningyu instantly applied suitable amplifications to each person. Although Ningyu usually joked around, he became very serious once the battle began. He had practiced the distraction control methods of the 7 treasure glazed tile school very well, precisely releasing each soul skill onto its respective target. Yang Pefeng took the lead, amplifying all his soul skills at once. With Ningyu's assistance, his attack power was no less than that of a strong attack-type Soul Sage. At this moment, the twin-scythed demon wolf also noticed the approaching group and crouched down, preparing to shred this group of small fries. Just then, Huang Wu's voice came from behind. First soul skill, Poison Silk Spiderweb. Third soul skill, Spiderweb Entanglement. Instantly, the twin-scythed demon wolf was wrapped in circles of poisonous spider silk. Meng Yiran simultaneously released her soul skills. First soul skill, Python Entanglement. Second soul skill, Thousand Snakes Poison Blade. The twin-scythed demon wolf was once again surrounded by several pythons, while a group of soul power condensed into snake-shaped blades flew towards it. Meng Yiran arrived at the Seven Treasure Academy at the age of 6. Her soul rings and skills were all arranged by Ning Fengji after discussions with Wang Sheng and Long Gong, sheepa to be more reasonable. Now, Meng Yiran had completely different growth compared to the original story, as the twin-scythed demon wolf was about to break free from its restraints. The group had already charged in front of it. Yang Puffing struck with 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, directly hitting the twin-scythed demon wolf's body. At the same time, Zhao Kai unleashed his third soul skill, Frenzy, followed by his fourth soul skill, Heavy Blade 9 Slash. The twin-scythed demon wolf endured attacks from both the spear and the blade. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu circled behind the twin-scythed demon wolf and released his fourth soul skill, Wind Wolf Annihilation Strike. Energy erupted from Xiao Qinyu's body as he used his claws to unleash 2 powerful shockwaves in a cross formation. Wang Sheng also flashed with light from his third ring and used his third soul skill, Battle Tiger Rending Strike. His palms transformed into sharp claws, rapidly clawing towards the twin-scythed demon wolf. Feng Xiaotian also flew in midair, using his wings to shield himself while unleashing wind blades of the twin-scythed demon wolf. At this moment, the twin-scythed demon wolf felt extremely aggrieved, as these kids charged in without any preparation. The twin-scythed demon wolf, fueled by bloodlust from continuous injuries, broke free from its restraints and swung its scythe-like elbows, knocking several people away. Just as the twin-scythed demon wolf was about to finish off the injured group, a flurry of white begonia petals fell from above, instantly restoring everyone's injuries. Yi Lingling's soul ring shone brightly beneath her feet, giving her teammates a sweet smile. She was always an absolute support for her teammates on the battlefield. Wang Sheng gathered a wave of lightning bullets in his hands and ordered, "Explode once more." And that should be enough. Be careful of the swinging scythes. The twin-scythed demon wolf indeed unleashed a swift double-scythe attack towards the little girl who had just healed everyone. Yang Puffing shouted, "Watch me." The spear leaps like a dragon. The spear's tip transformed into a massive fire dragon, blocking one of the scythes. The other scythe quickly spun towards Yi Lingling, at which point Swoke's large shield heavily struck the ground, booming. Fourth soul skill, Shield Fortress. Instantly, countless large shields assembled together, surrounding Yi Lingling and the others. The scythes struck heavily against a massive shield and were bounced back. Before the scythes could return to the twin-scythed demon wolf, it had already been heavily injured by the group's attacks once again. Seeing the opportunity, Wang Sheng said to everyone, "Now's the time to retreat." Upon hearing the command, everyone quickly fell back, but the enraged twin-scythed demon wolf attempted to pursue. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian unleashed his self-created soul skill, Whirlwind Two-Headed Demon Wolf 36 Slash, towards the twin-scythed demon wolf. Xiao Qinyu, seeing the attack, sent his clones running in 3 different directions. Feng Xiaotian saw that everyone had retreated and took the chance to grab Xiao Qinyu, flying high into the sky. At this moment, the twin-scythed demon wolf could only see Xiao Qinyu's 3 clones. It charged towards one of the clones, swinging its scythe at the first clone. After the scythe fell, the clone turned into an illusion, and the twin-scythed demon wolf then charged the second clone. Thus, while the twin-scythed demon wolf struck down all 3 clones, it also fell heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. Feng Xiaotian descended from the sky and drove a dagger heavily into the twin-scythed demon wolf's forehead. A black soul ring floated out. The others rushed over, and after Feng Xiaotian regained his state, he sat cross-legged slowly absorbing the soul ring, while the others guarded him vigilantly. Meanwhile, the few teachers began to talk. Fong Lan was the first to say. Their battle this time was very perfect. We didn't even need to intervene. Ning Fengyi remarked. Wang Sheng's grasp of battle timing and deployment is incredibly strong. Yang Pefeng's individual combat and Feng Xiaoyan's final interception are outstanding among their peers. Plus, with Yi Lingling's powerful healing ability, to be honest, if the Nine-Heart Begonia didn't have the restriction of only 2 appearing at the same time, it feels like the number 1 support martial soul wouldn't have anything to do with our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Murong Shuang added, the support capability of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is indeed not as strong as the 9-heart begonia. But what about the 9-treasure glazed tile school? I heard that after Rongrong obtained her 2nd soul ring last month, she visited Elder Dugu's herb garden, and it seems she has already become a 9-treasure glazed tile school now. Ning Fengyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are now 2 9-heart begonias. And we also have 2 9-treasure glazed tiles. Plus, aren't we all one family now? The strongest support sect will always be our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Marco nodded and said, yes, after all, both of these strongest support martial souls are in our sect. Shunli said earnestly, it seems that this stage of training should not be an issue for them. I just wonder if they can perform as excellently in the next stage of training. 2 months later, Meng Yiran had reached level 30. This time, Wang Sheng wanted to see if he could help Meng Yiran find the face spider, which Tang San had encountered by chance. However, the original story did not specify its exact location, so it could only be left to luck to see if they could find it. Unfortunately, they found a face spider that was approximately the same age as in the original story, but Meng Yiran did not acquire an external soul bone after absorption. It was uncertain whether this face spider was the one Tang San had killed. In any case, Meng Yiran did not have such luck, and it was also unknown if Tang San could possess the 8 spider lances like in the original story. Chapter 37, another Wang Sheng 3 months before this trial. Wang Sheng's soul power had also broken through to level 40. They had searched for several days, but had not found a suitable soul beast for Wang Sheng. On the 7th day at noon, while everyone was having lunch and resting, the ground suddenly shook, and they heard a series of beast roars from the valley ahead. Xiao Tian, go fly over and investigate, Wang Sheng said to Feng Xiao Tian. With such a big commotion, there must be a powerful soul beast fighting over there. Before long, Feng Xiao Tian flew back and said, there are several soul beasts fighting in that valley. One of them is a nearly 10,000-year-old dark gold terror-claw bear battling 3 iron-armored rhinoceroses, each around 8,000 years old. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng's eyes lit up. Let's go. Finally, I have a lead for my 4th soul ring. Xiao Chunyu quickly stopped him, saying, great sage, don't be hasty. If we can't find a suitable soul beast, we can take our time. Those iron-armored rhinoceroses mainly enhance defense, which is not suitable for you. That's right, great sage. If we can't find a suitable soul beast, we can accompany you to search slowly. We still have plenty of time for training, Ning Yu echoed. Wang Sheng realized they misunderstood him and said, I meant the dark gold terror-claw bear. I plan to take it as my 4th soul ring. Feng Xiao Tian exclaimed. Great sage, are you crazy? That dark gold terror-claw bear is a 10,000-year soul beast. Not to mention physical endurance. You can't even withstand its soul impact. Wang Sheng explained. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. First of all, my physical strength is definitely not an issue. I've consumed the magical mushroom and the heavenly chrysanthemum, and my physical strength is stronger than all of you. Moreover, I absorbed the 3,000-year giant strength demon ape very easily when I absorbed my 3rd ring. So I feel I can handle a soul ring of even higher age. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Sheng said again, you all know that among the elite class, my talent is the worst, but I firmly believe that hard work is what enables my progress. Over the years, my training intensity has always been the highest, and only by doing so can I catch up with you all. So trust me this time, I will definitely endure. Wang Sheng had one more thing he hadn't said, which was that he had always been comparing himself to Tang San from the original story. He didn't want the gap between him and Tang San to widen too much. The only advantage he had over Tang San was his age. He could train for a few more years while following the timeline. However, for the later, seemingly overpowered Tang San, Wang Sheng could only keep breaking through his limits to narrow the gap. Another point was that Yu Xiaogang's indifference had always been a mental hurdle for Wang Sheng. He wanted to prove that even a waste soul master like him could succeed. Perhaps this was a small obsession in his heart. Several teachers nearby heard of Wang Sheng's plan and came over to try to stop him, but they were all rejected by Wang Sheng. Shunli, knowing he couldn't persuade Wang Sheng, could only say helplessly, "Since you are so determined, every soul master has the right to choose their own soul ring. I respect your choice. However, for you to absorb it in the best condition, we 5 teachers will personally intervene, so you won't participate in the battle. Just maintain your best state to absorb the soul ring." Wang Sheng nodded and thanked them. "Thank you, teachers, and thank you, partners. Don't worry, I will succeed." Shunli led the other teachers to deal with the dark gold terraclaw bear, leaving everyone to wait there. Before long, they saw Marco unfurl his huge bat wings, dragging the dark gold terraclaw bear over. Marco threw the nearly dying dark gold terraclaw bear on the ground and said to Wang Sheng, "Have you thought this through? If you fail to absorb the soul ring, your life will be ruined." Wang Sheng firmly nodded. "I've thought it through, teacher. You can rest assured." He took out a dagger and ended the dark gold terraclaw bear's life. A black soul ring appeared before him, and Wang Sheng quietly sat down, slowly guiding the black soul ring. At this moment, Wang Sheng sensed that his body could indeed withstand the impact of the soul ring's power, but his head throbbed painfully. Wang Sheng thought to himself, "Is this the powerful mental shock?" He felt as if he had entered an endless dark space, searching for a way out, with no light in sight. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him that looked exactly like him as a child. Wasn't this the little boy he had always watched? He recalled every detail from his birth to his martial soul awakening over the 6 years of growth. This version of Wang Sheng looked just like he did after crossing over, unchanged in the slightest since he could control his body. Wang Sheng spoke first. "So you've always existed?" The little Wang Sheng said, "My soul has always been here, but your soul power is stronger than mine. So I can't take back this body. Are you planning to reclaim this body now?" "At first I thought so. I can see your every move. You actually went to humiliate yourself and begged a waste to take you as a disciple. While you absorb my memories, I also absorb yours. I know who Yu Xiaogang is, just this name dropper, and you still want him to teach you. That was my best option at the time. I had to try. As a commoner with no talent and no background, what other path could I take?" Little Wang Sheng smiled wickedly. "Didn't you find a way later? Why didn't you use it from the beginning? Why insist on becoming the joke in everyone's eyes? Suddenly coming to this world, unprepared, what could you do?" Wang Sheng asked firmly. Little Wang Sheng suddenly had no strength to retort, I. Wang Sheng continued, "I'm very glad to meet you like this. To be honest, I feel like I owe you. I've taken over your body." Little Wang Sheng replied, "Don't be so hypocritical. You could take over my physical body because your soul's spiritual power is stronger than mine. I can't compete with you. But now that you've come to me, who can control this body is still uncertain. Is that so? If you want your body back, I have nothing to say, but I hope you don't go down the wrong path in the future." Little Wang Sheng laughed heartily. "Come on. Sometimes I understand you better than you do yourself. If you continue to live like the old you will eventually fail." Before Wang Sheng could retort, Little Wang Sheng continued at the same time, "I want to thank you. Without you, my father might still be a mediocre worker in the Shao family. Without you, I, Wang Sheng, might just be an ordinary soul master. I am content with all of this." Wang Sheng asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by that?" Little Wang Sheng replied, "I mean, thank you for paving the way for me." Huh? The soul impact of the dark gold terraclaw bear struck again, and Wang Sheng felt a splitting headache. He collapsed to the ground, feeling very weak, his eyelids heavy, and he felt he could barely hold on. At this moment, he vaguely heard little Wang Sheng's voice fading away. "I'm here today just to remind you of one thing. Don't judge this Douluo continent with the mindset of your previous life in peaceful times. Be ruthless when you need to be. I'm planning to leave now, and I'll help you deal with this dark gold terraclaw bear's soul impact. By the way, here's a gift for you." Wang Sheng's mind grew heavy, and he slowly fell asleep. He didn't know how long it had been when he suddenly opened his eyes, and the darkness before him had been replaced by light. His teachers and partners appeared in front of him. Xiao Qunyu hugged Wang Sheng tightly and cried, "Great sage, I thought you were dead. You fool, you took 3 days and nights to absorb a soul ring." Looking at the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Sheng said, "Sorry to worry everyone, but I'm fine now. Wang Sheng thought to himself, "Thank you, little Wang Sheng. I will create a brilliant future with our shared body." At this moment, Wang Sheng felt his palms swelling. He raised his hands and felt a powerful force about to erupt. Suddenly, his palms transformed into dark golden bear paws. Wang Sheng sensed that the strength of these paws was immense, and the claws were extremely sharp. Shunli said with confusion, "Could it be an external spirit bone?" Everyone looked at Wang Sheng's palms with curiosity. His hands looked incredibly majestic and imposing. Hearing Shun Li's words, Wang Sheng looked at his palms. He retracted the bare paws with his mind and summoned them again, clenching his fists and feeling the strong fluctuations of power. Wang Sheng was certain that the gift from little Wang Sheng was indeed this external spirit bone. But how he managed to do it was something Wang Sheng could not comprehend. Chapter 38: New Challenges. Evil Spirit Masters and Wolf Thieves during the subsequent training period. Wang Sheng completely mastered the use of the external soul bone from the dark golden terror claw bear. At the same time, when Wang Sheng used his fourth soul skill, Dark Golden Terror Claw, in conjunction with this external soul bone, its power significantly increased, even greater than Feng Xiaoyan's fifth soul skill, Gale Double Scythe. Moreover, the ability to absorb soul rings beyond his level allowed Wang Sheng's soul power to grow to level 43. Throughout this year of training, everyone had grown a lot. Although soul power cultivation in the wild wasn't as fast, everyone's combat coordination and awareness had improved tremendously. When Xinli announced the end of the second phase of training and that they could return to the Seven Treasures Academy, everyone was overjoyed. Upon returning to the academy, Xinli gave everyone a 10-day break to rest and recuperate as the next phase of training, which would last for a year, was about to begin. After the holiday, the team gathered in front of Xinli, who then announced a new mission. This time, 2 new members joined their group, the sisters Lin Weiwei and Lin Yeye. Xinli said solemnly, "This training can be considered the final step of special training. You all know Lin Weiwei and Lin Yeye, so I won't go into details. The project you will be undertaking in the coming year is to eliminate evil spirit masters and wolf thieves." The crowd was taken aback at the mention of eliminating evil spirit masters and wolf thieves. Xiao Yu asked, "Teacher, where will we be eliminating the evil spirit masters and wolf thieves?" Xinli picked up the documents in his hand and said, "The information I have here is from the Spirit Hall. Shirtu Town, located on the outskirts of the Southern Belk Duchy, is currently occupied by a group of evil spirit masters and wolf thieves. Initially, personnel from the Spirit Hall were sent to eliminate them, but the sect leader has decided to come for this task, hoping you can complete it." Curious, Xiao Qinyu asked, "Teacher, what exactly are wolf thieves?" Xinli explained, "Wolf thieves are hybrids of Gale magic wolves and humans. Gale magic wolves are known for their peculiar nature and can mate with almost any creature of similar size. They particularly enjoy mating with human females, and when they do, they produce a special group known as wolf thieves. They can be considered half-wolf, half-human monsters. Wolf thieves inherently possess the physique, speed, and some innate abilities of Gale magic wolves, and they also have a certain level of human intelligence. They are extremely bloodthirsty and lecherous." Before Xinli could finish, Ningyu glanced at Feng Xiaotian and said, "No wonder the Howling Sky Dog is always thinking about Huo Wu." With a loud bang, Ningyu was kicked several meters away by Feng Xiaotian, who then said to Xinli, "Teacher, no one is interrupting now. Please continue." Xinli continued, "Wherever wolf thieves appear, the residents living there will be unfortunate. These wolf thieves not only plunder, but also kill humans to use as their food. Women are temporarily kept for sexual purposes, and those who do not become pregnant will also end up as their food." After hearing Xun Li's words, the group became serious. The actions of the wolf thieves were indeed cruel, and it seemed they had to completely eradicate these wolf thieves this time. Xun Li then analyzed the information in his hands. According to the current investigation by the Spirit Hall, there are 23 wolf thieves groups located in caves 30 miles outside Shirdu Town, and there are 5 evil spirit masters, 1 soul saint, 1 soul emperor, and 3 soul kings. After hearing Xun Li's report, the group felt a chill run down their spines. 3 soul kings were manageable, but 1 soul saint and 1 soul emperor seemed rather formidable. Xinli disregarded their emotions and said, "For this operation, our 5 teachers will not participate. This time, the 12 of you will go on your own. You need to think about how to complete the mission. Shurtu Town is just your first task for the next year. You will need to deal with these evil spirit masters or wolf thieves. Ningyu, who had just been hit, asked Teacher Shun, what is the strength of the wolf thieves? They're about at the level of 7 or 8,000-year-old beasts. Usually, a wolf thief group has a leader whose strength exceeds that of a 10,000-year-old beast. This training was not only intended for them to grow through combat, but also to cultivate their courage to face powerful opponents without fear. On the way to Shurtu Town, Wang Sheng pondered strategies. This battle would no longer have the protection of their teachers. It would be a matter of life and death. Wang Sheng had to consider every detail. Even the slightest mistake could lead to failure, with consequences far worse than the usual training penalties, potentially losing their lives. Wang Sheng first analyzed the information on the 5 evil spirit masters. Charles, 47 years old, martial spirit. Blood-draining scythe, soul power, level 77 soul saint. Yao Da, 42 years old, martial spirit. Mountain cat, soul power, level 64. Li Hu, 44 years old, martial spirit. Black-spotted tiger king, soul power, level 58. Shi Yong, 46 years old, martial spirit. Wild boar, soul power, level 56. Soak, 43 years old, martial spirit. Cheetah, soul power, level 55 with this lineup. Ning Yu and Yi Lingling could assist Yang Pefeng in dealing with the Soul St. Charles, while Feng Xiaotian could likely handle the Soul Emperor alone. The remaining 3 Soul Kings could be dealt with by pairing up. Lin Weiwei and Lin Yiye, responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence transmission, were not considered for battle at this time. Wang Sheng spread out the map in the carriage and observed carefully. The caves where the wolf thieves resided in Shurtu Town formed a strategic angle. No matter which side they broke through first, the other would inevitably arrive for support. The 2 sides were 30 miles apart, and if the Soul Masters moved at full speed, they could reach each other in 10 minutes. How could they break the deadlock? Wang Sheng pondered while tapping on the map on the table. As Wang Sheng scanned the map, he noticed a gorge 5 miles north of the wolf thieves' cave. The gorge was narrow, making it an excellent ambush point. At that moment, Wang Sheng had a plan. You wolf thieves think you have the numbers, but I can only use the wisdom of our Chinese people accumulated over thousands of years to solve this. After formulating his idea, Wang Sheng quickly informed his teammates about the plan, detailing everyone's tasks and arrangements. Wang Sheng and his group arrived 5 miles outside Shurtu Town, where they met Reiner, the captain of the guards from the Belk Duchy. Reiner, clad in bright silver armor and quite stout, enthusiastically shook hands with Wang Sheng. You have finally arrived. On behalf of the Belk Duchy, I thank you for coming. Wang Sheng asked directly, Captain Reiner, please tell us about the current situation. Reiner immediately replied, the 5 evil spirit masters are using the townspeople as hostages. We dare not attack recklessly. The Spirit Hall said a team would come to resolve this issue, so we have been waiting for your arrival. Wang Sheng wanted to understand the internal situation and asked, do you know how they have deployed their defenses inside? Reiner hurriedly said, I don't know. There are only 2 exits in Shurtu Town. Once they entered, they sealed both exits, and we couldn't scout inside at all. Wang Sheng pondered and asked, how many hostages are inside? Are there any important people? Reiner responded, there are currently over 800 civilians in their hands. The town mayor and the guards have already been killed, and their heads were hung at the city gate the day before yesterday. All the treasures meant for tribute to the Tiando Empire have also been taken. Oh, is that so? They even took the tribute to the Tiando Empire? Yes. 10 sets of precious jewelry, 25 precious pearls, and 800,000 gold soul coins were all taken. Wang Sheng thought for a moment and said, could it be that their main purpose this time is for the tribute treasures? It should be impossible. The routes and times for delivering these tribute treasures are unknown to our escort team. How could they possibly know? Before Reina could respond, an anxious guard beside him spoke up. If this matter cannot be resolved, our escort team will face severe punishment, and right now, everyone in the escort team is on edge. Wang Sheng then said, I have a general understanding of the situation. For now, you should retreat, allowing the evil soul masters in the city to let their guard down. Our squad will find a way to launch a surprise attack within 3 days to deal with the evil soul masters inside. All right, but you must be careful. These evil soul masters are very cruel, and you must strike to kill. Otherwise, the civilians in the city will be in danger, Reina quickly reminded. Don't worry. We have a measure of control over this matter and won't let these evil soul masters get away. Chapter 39 Team Battle a Monster is done. For the next 2 days, Wang Sheng and the others kept trying to investigate the situation inside the city, but the defenses were indeed tight, and they couldn't see anything clearly. On the morning of the 3rd day, Wang Sheng woke up everyone from their sleep and told them that the operation was starting. Great Sage, do you have a plan? Xiao Qinyu was also quite troubled by the observations of Shitu Town over the past 2 days, unable to find a breakthrough. Wang Sheng immediately said, let's first deal with the wolf thieves. Hearing that Wang Sheng had changed the plan to tackle the wolf thieves first, Feng Xiaodian was puzzled. What? Didn't we tell that Reina that we would first assault Shitu Town? We can't break into Shitu Town right now. A strong attack might not even harm the civilians in the town. The wolf thieves, while somewhat intelligent beings, are easier to deal with than humans. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's analysis, everyone agreed it made sense and began to act according to the previous strategy against the wolf thieves. The group first arrived at the vicinity of the wolf thieves' cave, with sisters Lin Weiwei and Lin Ye going ahead to scout the situation. When they returned to report, it seemed that the situation matched the information provided by the Wuhuan Hall, so Wang Sheng sent the rest of the group to prepare in the valley. At this time, Lin Weiwei approached the cave entrance alone, where a strong stench of blood emanated from inside. Gritting her teeth, she slowly walked in, and upon seeing the scene inside, it resembled a hell on earth. Severed limbs and broken arms littered the ground, with one wolf thief crouched over a corpse, frantically gnawing at its innards. On the other side, several wolf thieves were capturing a few women, engaged in a disgusting scene. Upon witnessing such a horrifying sight, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but let out a gasp. The wolf thieves engaged in their heinous activities turned to see Lin Weiwei, who was covering her mouth, and instantly their primal instincts flared, ready to rush at her. Lin Weiwei turned and ran, but the speed of the wolf thieves was incredibly fast, and they maneuvered to catch up with her. At this moment, Lin Weiwei was also running swiftly towards the cave's exit, with several wolf thieves hot on her heels. Just as she ran out of the cave, one wolf claw was about to grab her. In that instant, Lin Weiwei summoned her martial spirit, sprouting wings from her back, and soared into the air. The sight of her flying sent a howl through the wolf thieves, and all of them rushed out of the cave. Lin Weiwei accelerated madly in front, with more than 20 wolf thieves chasing after her. She flew north and spotted the valley ahead, quickly speeding into it. The wolf thieves were somewhat intelligent and knew the situation in the nearby valley. Inside the valley, it was only a few dozen meters before there was no path, with high rock walls on both sides. Lin Weiwei's soul power could no longer support flying higher. Now that she had run in, there was no way for her to get out. Seeing this, the leader of the wolf thieves showed a fierce look in his eyes, commanding a group of them to pursue Lin Weiwei into the valley. Just as the wolf thieves cornered Lin Weiwei, preparing to claim new spoils, another woman with wings, identical to Lin Weiwei's, suddenly descended from the sky, grabbing Lin Weiwei's hand. 2 yellow rings of light flashed beneath her feet, and she quickly soared into the air. At this moment, the leader of the wolf thieves realized something was wrong and quickly led his team to run out of the valley. Meanwhile, at the valley entrance, stood a towering man with a muscular build, holding a large shield, blocking the way ahead. The wolf thief leader understood he had fallen into a trap and hurriedly organized the wolf thieves to charge at the man. The man's soul rings lit up as he shouted, "You hybrid beasts, prepare to face justice. You shall not pass my grandfather SOC's way." 4th soul skill, Giant Shield Fortress. As he spoke, SOC's 4th soul skill instantly conjured a hard shield fortress that completely blocked the exit of the valley. At this time, the wolf thieves did not notice that 3 winged men and women had descended from the air, landing at the dead-end position where Lin Weiwei had just been trapped. These were Wang Sheng and the others, a team of 12, with SOC taking the lead to create a powerful shield wall blocking the escape route. Yi Lingling and Ning Yu supported him from behind, preventing the wolf thieves from breaking through temporarily. The remaining members were brought to the back of the wolf thieves by the 3 flying soul masters. Wang Sheng smiled confidently and said, "Now is the time. Let these beasts experience the feeling of facing a monster. Hearing Wang Sheng's command, everyone unleashed their area attack soul skills. Second soul skill, Poison Spider Spike. Third soul skill, Frenzy. Second soul skill, Wind Wave Slash. Second soul skill, Thousand Snake Poison Blade. Self-created soul skill, Gale Two-Headed Demon Wolf 36 slashes. Third soul skill, Rain Arrow Meteor Shower. Huang Wu, Zhao Kai, and Ming Aran unleashed a barrage of area damage soul skills at the ground facing the wolf thieves. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaodian and the Lin sisters in midair also released their area damage soul skills. In an instant, brilliant lights filled the valley. A wave of area damage soul skills struck the wolf thieves, and many of them, bearing the damage from the soul skills, prepared to charge into the crowd. At this moment, Wang Sheng, Yang Pufeng, and Xiao Qinyu rushed forward to block those wolf thieves who were about to reach the crowd. Xiao Qinyu took the lead, his fourth soul ring glowing, and unleashed his fourth soul skill, Wind Wave Annihilation, which hit the chest of the foremost wolf thief. The wolf thief before him was sent flying, blood splattering from his chest. Xiao Qinyu did not stop the attack, following up with his second soul skill, Shadow Wolf Blade, which directly tore open the wolf thief's chest. Wang Sheng immediately followed up, his fists revealing their soul bones, and he unleashed a series of Tima Meteor Fist strikes rapidly on the wolf thieves behind. After years of training, Wang Sheng's punching speed had greatly increased, and his fists struck like the wind, directly sending the wolf thieves flying. As the wolf thieves were sent flying, Wang Sheng quickly followed up with a knee strike, launching the wolf thief into the air. He then lightly leapt up, executing a fierce tiger barrage, shattering the bones of the airborne wolf thief. Yang Pufeng charged forward with his spear, darting left and right, and reached the wolf thief leader. As a leader with a millennium of cultivation, the wolf thief leader was significantly stronger than the other wolf thieves, but Yang Pufeng did not give him a single chance to counterattack. A series of phantoms appeared in front of the wolf thief leader's chest as Yang Pufeng unleashed his strongest strike, the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. After the spear light passed, countless holes appeared in the wolf thief leader's chest, blood gushing out. With everyone's collective effort, the group of wolf thieves fell to the ground. The team entered the cave to check if there were any remaining wolf thieves. However, upon entering the cave, many of the girls couldn't help but scream. Such a hellish scene would make anyone tremble upon seeing it. Yi Lingling suppressed her fear and began using her soul skills to heal the surviving injured. Chapter 40. The appearance of the evil soul master after a search. It was discovered that the wolves had not stolen anything. The group decided to first take the civilians inside the cave and send them back to safety. Just as they emerged from the cave, 5 people stood before them. The 5 individuals exuded an aura of malevolence. The leader was tall and thin, with a sinister expression, wearing a leather outfit stained with blood. He stepped forward and asked, "Are you little ones from the spirit hall?" Wang Sheng did not answer the man's question, but instead directly stated the details about him. Charles, 47 years old, martial spirit, blood scythe, soul power, level 77 soul saint. You lead 4 subordinates and have slaughtered 21 villages in the Belk Duchy over the past 3 years, killing 6,741 civilians. You have been evading the Spirit Hall's pursuit. Last month, when you massacred Bamboo Forest Village, you were discovered by a Spirit Hall steward and subsequently fled here, teaming up with the wolf thieves to occupy Stone Town, using 1,800 ordinary civilians as hostages. Am I right? It seems you really are a dog of the Spirit Hall, with such detailed investigations about me, Charles said, looking at the group before him without fear. He had already assessed their soul power. The strongest among them was only a level 55 soul king wielding a spear. Wang Sheng, I must admire your courage for daring to come out from inside Stone Town. Initially, I had to think of ways to deal with you while you had hostages, but I didn't expect you to come to me willingly. Kid, you're quite bold for your age. I see you're looking for death, said a flamboyantly dressed figure behind Charles, adorned with earrings, necklaces, and rings, with heavy makeup and 2 tufts of hair on their lips, looking neither male nor female. You must be Yada, one of Charles's subordinates. Yada, 42 years old, martial spirit, mountain cat, soul power, level 64. Yada immediately summoned their martial spirit. Their eyes turned completely black, nails elongated and sharp. and their soul rings of white, yellow, 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 purple, and black appeared. Yada raised their sharp claws and charged at Wang Sheng. At that moment, Charles blocked Yada. Yada, don't rush. I'm quite interested in these kids. Let me have a chat with them first. Asha? Then let's chat. I'm quite curious about how you dared to come out and abandon the hostages in Stone Town. Wang Sheng said, after all, you're about to die anyway. I can tell you that there are no other soul masters nearby. The news I received is that 3 days ago, the soul masters surrounding us suddenly withdrew, saying a 12-member soul master team was coming to eliminate us. However, we haven't seen any signs of you in 3 days, and I didn't expect you to come first and wipe out the wolf thieves. Indeed, I suspected there would be an insider. It's Rena, right? Wang Sheng confidently looked at Charles. He had suspected Rena from the start. When Wang Sheng shook hands with Rena earlier, he noticed several gemstone rings on Rena's fingers. And with the identification ability of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he could tell at a glance that those rings were quite valuable. Then there was the situation inside the town. Rena seemed unaware of anything, yet he knew the specifics of the offerings in great detail. It's important to know that in the Douluo continent, there are storage soul tools, and the offerings must be inside them. Only the emissaries wearing the soul tools would know what was inside. How could Rena, a mere captain of the guard, know? Moreover, Rena's request for Wang Sheng and the others to kill the 5 evil soul masters on the spot, on the surface, seemed to be for the sake of the civilians. But in reality, it was merely a ploy to kill them and create chaos. Charles was not surprised that Wang Sheng could identify their insider as Rena. In his eyes, Wang Sheng and his group were ultimately destined to be killed by them. What good is it for you to know? None of you will leave here alive today. It's a pity. You are just a bunch of fools, sold by others, and still counting the money for them. Yada said angrily, what do you mean, you little brat? Let me guess, over the years, you have been working together. Rena has been covering for you while you slaughter villages, using others' lives to cultivate, and the plundered wealth is handed over to Rena. Am I right? Wang Sheng said. Charles nodded, appreciating Wang Sheng's cleverness. Not bad, you're quite smart. But have you ever considered that your value has already diminished this time, and Rena is preparing to dispose of you? Wang Sheng retorted. Yada angrily said, you little brat, stop sowing discord. Rena would never betray us. Rena has quite a taste. Huh? You and him are lovers, right? The rings on your hands and the ones on Rena's are a pair, Charles said meaningfully, glancing at Yada before turning to Wang Sheng. Kid, I don't care whether what you said is true or false. First, we will deal with you, and our internal matters are none of your concern. Wang Sheng turned to Yi Lingling behind him and asked, Lingling, is your soul power restored? Yi Lingling nodded. Yes. Charles realized he had been played by Wang Sheng and angrily said, you little brat, so much nonsense. You are just stalling for time to let that girl recover her soul power. Brothers, let's go. Charles immediately summoned his scythe martial spirit, and his soul rings of white, yellow, purple, 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 black, and black appeared. He raised his scythe to strike at Wang Sheng, who quickly dodged and avoided the attack. Seeing Wang Sheng evade, Charles attempted to strike again. At that moment, a spear entwined with flames blocked his path. Your opponent is me. Yang Pufeng stood in front of Wang Sheng, his 5 soul rings lighting up instantly, elevating his status to the maximum. With the 7 treasures fame, he used the first 3 soul skills to enhance all boosts onto Yang Pufeng, making him the only one capable of fighting a soul saint at full capacity. Lingling Dayu, you two assist Pufeng with all your strength. The rest don't need to worry for now. Sok, protect the injured civilians well. At this moment, Sok shielded the injured civilians behind him and said, don't worry, they're safe with me. Wang Sheng then turned to Lin Weiwei and her sister, saying, Weiwei, you two hurry to the Belt Duchy to inform them to capture Rena. Don't let that fat guy escape. The Lin sisters immediately spread their wings and prepared to fly away. At that moment, a tall, thin man with a cheetah martial spirit charged from behind Charles. Try to capture them. First soul skill, Poison Web Silk. Huang Wu quickly used his soul skill to slow down the cheetah man's speed. Zhao Kai swung his large knife to block the intruder's path. Meanwhile, Yada was also intercepted by Feng Xiaotian. Dead demon, your opponent is me. Feng Xiaotian was quite confident in facing Yada, who was only a rank lower than him and had such poor soul ring configuration. Xiao Qinyu and Meng Yiran worked together to block another Soul King with a boar martial spirit. The last remaining Soul King engaged Wang Sheng in battle. The Soul King before Wang Sheng was tall, with dark skin and a fierce expression, his muscular body exposed. "You must be Li Hu. Since we both have tiger martial spirits, let me deal with you." Chapter 41, Yang Pufeng vs. Charles. The first battle was between Yang Pufeng and Charles. Yang Pufeng dared not underestimate a soul sage-level powerhouse. With Ningyu's full enhancement, the 5 soul rings beneath Yang Pufeng lit up simultaneously, instantly raising his state to the highest level. Charles found it utterly ridiculous that a Soul King would want to fight him one-on-one. He felt that the other party truly looked down on him. The opponent appeared to have only the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, while he himself was a soul sage, a full 2 major realms above the other. Charles thought that although the first few soul rings were slightly inferior to the optimal configuration in terms of years, once a soul sage broke through to the soul sage level, the difference would be sky-high. Charles's 4th soul ring transformed into a surge of energy that entered his blood-sucking scythe. He swung the scythe, infused with a murderous aura, and unleashed 5 blood-red blade strikes that howled toward Yang Pufeng. 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty 5/. The 5 blood-red blades came at Yang Pufeng, each one stronger than the last. Yang Pufeng's eyes locked onto the incoming blades, and he lifted his hand to point the gun. The first blade was deflected, crashing into the ground and creating a crack 1 meter long and 3 meters deep, with white foam and smoke rising from the split earth. It seemed this soul skill not only had immense power, but also possessed corrosive capabilities, prompting Yang Pufeng to focus intently to respond. In an instant, the second blade arrived, and Yang Pufeng flicked his wrist, deflecting the second blade to the left. The third blade was already upon him as he deflected the second, and without time to withdraw the gun for defense, he executed a 360-degree horizontal spin in the air to evade. The fierce blade sliced past Yang Pufeng's back, and a powerful gust of wind opened a cut on his back. Accompanied by a burning sensation on his back, Yang Pufeng had no time to check his injury. He braced the gun against his chest to directly collide with the 4th blade. The immense force numbed his hands, but gritting his teeth, he pushed forward with the spear, finally neutralizing the 4th powerful blade. The 5th blade followed closely, leaving Yang Pufeng no choice but to grip his spear with both hands to block it. The power of this 5th blade was overwhelmingly dominant, pushing Yang Pufeng backward step by step. At that moment, Charles rushed in with his scythe, and Yang Pufeng gritted his teeth, pushing down hard with his heels against the ground and twisting his body. The massive blade grazed past Yang Pufeng's left shoulder, leaving a gory wound 2 fingers wide, with charred flesh emitting black smoke around it. Yang Pufeng had no time to care about the burning sensation on his shoulder. He felt his soul power draining away. Facing Charles, who was already upon him with the scythe raised, Yang Pufeng thrust his spear forward, unleashing a fire dragon from the tip. Unfazed, Charles swung his scythe, intending to cleave the fire dragon in half. However, as the scythe made contact with the fire dragon, a powerful recoil force sent Charles flying several meters away. Getting back up, Charles licked the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect you, a mere soul king, to counterattack against my powerful assault. But do you feel your soul power draining bit by bit?" He laughed maniacally, hearing Charles's insane laughter. Yang Pufeng's heart trembled. He hadn't expected this evil soul master to possess such strange abilities. Feeling the gradual loss of his soul power, Yang Pufeng understood why this person was called an evil soul master. At that moment, a begonia flower blossomed above Yang Pufeng, and a beam of light illuminated him, instantly healing the wounds on his back and shoulder. Feeling his soul power no longer dwindling, Yang Pufeng smiled and nodded at Yi Lingling. "Thank you, Lingling. Leave the rest to me." Charles, sensing that the soul power he had absorbed from the scythe had stopped, glanced sideways at Yi Lingling. "This little girl is impressive, having a 9-heart begonia martial soul with such strong healing abilities. It seems I can't kill all of them today. I must keep this girl alive. She looks quite lovely, and I'll enjoy playing with her later. With a healing soul master like her, what do I have to fear from the spirit hall?" With that thought, Charles turned and charged at Yi Lingling. Even if he couldn't kill her, he needed to incapacitate her first. Otherwise, he'd have to expend more effort when dealing with that gun-wielding kid later. First soul skill, Frenzy. Second soul skill, Bloodthirst. As Charles's white and yellow soul rings lit up, he rapidly rushed toward Yi Lingling. He didn't even plan to use soul skills against a supportive soul master, intending to simply knock the girl out with a few strikes before anyone else could react. Upon seeing Charles rushing toward Yi Lingling, Yang Pefeng also dashed forward. However, Charles was faster and had the advantage of his soul skill, leaving Yang Pefeng lagging behind. The 7 treasures are famous for their power. The first is strength. The second is speed. Ningyu, realizing he couldn't reach in time, quickly enhanced Yi Lingling instead. When Charles reached Yi Lingling, she didn't turn to flee as he expected. Instead, she launched a series of combination punches directly at him. This onslaught caught Charles off guard, as Yi Lingling's combination was not only intricate, but also packed a terrifying force that took him by surprise. Her punches landed solidly, leaving Charles somewhat flustered. Damn it, you little girl have angered me. Charles, feeling humiliated to be hit by a support soul master, raised his massive scythe to slash at Yi Lingling. Just as the scythe was about to strike, a spear adorned with fire dragon patterns blocked it. Yang Pefeng's spear deflected Charles's scythe, sweeping it aside and pushing Charles back. Your opponent is me. You won't lay a finger on my teammate before you kill me. Damn it, then all of you can die. Furious, Charles decided to stop holding back. These young ones were underestimating him, thinking that a soul sage's cultivation could be provoked by these kids who hadn't even matured yet. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. The reason all soul masters experience a significant leap in strength after breaking through to soul sage is that they can utilize the same 7th soul skill. Martial Soul, True Body. When a soul master releases their Martial Soul, True Body, they truly gain full control over their martial soul, allowing them to unleash its full potential. At this moment, Charles wielded his massive blood-red scythe, surrounded by wisps of black mist, resembling a grim reaper. Dayu, enhance me once more. And then you and Lingling stepped back a bit. At this moment, Yang Pefeng's expression was serious, gripping his spear tightly. The 5 soul rings beneath him shone again, and his aura surged, as if he had transformed back into the Zhao Zilong who fought valiantly among the Chao army at Chongban Slope. The 7 treasures are famous for their power. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul. After enhancing Yang Pefeng with his soul skill, Ningyu pulled Yi Lingling back. Yi Lingling also focused, preparing to heal Yang Pefeng at any moment. Yang Pefeng thrust his spear directly at Charles, and with a push of his foot, he charged towards Charles. At this moment, he had entered a state of unity between man and spear. Charles twisted his neck, the massive scythe dragging on the ground, and with a burst of speed, he rushed towards Yang Pefeng. Chapter 42, Fierce Battle. The sudden appearance of Charles and his 5 companions disrupted some of Wang Sheng's plans. Originally prepared to team up with Wang Sheng, Sok now had to ensure the safety of the injured, and in the wild, he couldn't guarantee that other unexpected events wouldn't occur. The pressure now fell on Wang Sheng. Although he had fought above his level against Feng Xiaotian before, that was a match where no lethal moves were used, and he was too familiar with Feng Xiaotian's combat habits and skills. Now, apart from the opponent's soul power level, Wang Sheng knew nothing else about his adversary. So the pressure was considerable. Li Hu and Wang Sheng simultaneously released their martial souls. After Li Hu's black spotted tiger king possessed him, his hands transformed into tiger claws, and black stripes resembling his martial soul appeared all over his body. The yellow, purple soul rings beneath Li Hu's feet were quite impressive. Wang Sheng also released his martial soul, and the yellow, purple, black soul ring combination under his feet surprised Li Hu. He didn't expect there to be a soul master with a 10,000-year 4th ring. Wang Sheng wouldn't give Li Hu the time to be astonished and directly launched an attack. Li Hu activated his first soul ring and used his first soul skill, Black Tiger's Diamond Armor. This skill instantly enhanced his defense as he punched towards Wang Sheng, who was attacking him. Seeing Li Hu's punch coming back, Wang Sheng transformed his punch into a claw and aimed for Li Hu's wrist. Li Hu quickly retracted his fist and kicked upward to try to kick away Wang Sheng's tiger claw. Wang Sheng leaped in response, flipping in the air to come down with a knife hand strike from behind Li Hu. As a battle-hardened warrior, Li Hu quickly turned around and used his leg to sweep at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng slapped his palm, using the force to retreat, and gathered lightning between his hands to push forward. A lightning bolt hit Li Hu's chest, and Wang Sheng's strike was fluid. Li Hu felt the pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not daring to be careless, Li Hu activated his third and fifth soul rings and charged at Wang Sheng with his third soul skill, Tiger King Charge, and fifth soul skill, Tiger King Explosion. Suddenly accelerating, Li Hu grabbed Wang Sheng around the waist, and the powerful impact caught Wang Sheng off guard, lifting him into the air and slamming him down hard. This slam injured Wang Sheng significantly. Had it not been for his solid foundation, his bones might have shattered. Wang Sheng performed a flip, got back on his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Now, it's my turn. Let me show you the power of my 10,000-year soul skill." Wang Sheng's black soul ring lit up as he activated his fourth soul skill, Dark Golden Claw. Wang Sheng's external spirit bone appeared, bringing immense claw power as he attacked Li Hu. Li Hu sensed the overwhelming strength of this soul skill and dared not confront it head-on. He activated his fourth soul skill, Black Spotted Tiger King's Body, adjusting his defense to the highest state. Faced with Wang Sheng's heavy blow, Li Hu was still sent flying. Wang Sheng didn't give Li Hu a chance to recover and quickly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick with his mighty diamond leg towards Li Hu. At this moment, the heavily injured Li Hu, after being kicked, clung tightly to Wang Sheng's thigh and used all his strength to unleash his fifth soul skill, Tiger King Body Slam. This time, while the two soared in the air, Wang Sheng did not slam down heavily as before, but instead struck Li Hu's back hard with his elbow. Li Hu felt pain and loosened his grip slightly, allowing Wang Sheng to break free. In the air, it was a perfect opportunity for Wang Sheng to counterattack with his first soul skill, Demonic Explosion. With the boost from Demonic Explosion, Wang Sheng executed a powerful tiger's rapid fire, and together with the gravitational force of Li Hu's body slam, they crashed to the ground. The impact created a large crater, with thick smoke billowing up. On the other side, Xiao Qinyu and Meng Yiran were engaged in a fierce battle against the Wild Boar Soul King, Shi Yong. Shi Yong's third soul skill, Wild Boar Charge, had tremendous impact, making Meng Yiran's first soul skill, Python's Bind, ineffective. Xiao Qinyu's continuous lightning strikes, combined with the Shadow Wolf's sharp blades, inflicted numerous wounds on Shi Yong, but he could not take down the tough-skinned opponent. Shi Yong was also very fatigued, feeling significant pressure from the two youngsters opposing him. The boy with the wolf martial soul was too fast and powerful, while the girl seemed easier to deal with. It seemed he could only use a feint. With a plan in mind, Shi Yong activated his fifth soul ring. His fifth soul skill, Violent Charge, transformed him as he crouched down, grew fangs, and was covered in needle-like wild boar hair, charging directly at Xiao Qinyu. Seeing the fierce advance, Xiao Qinyu quickly activated his third soul ring. His third soul skill, Shadow Wolf Clone, allowed him to instantly split into four shadowy figures that dashed in different directions. Shi Yong, originally aiming for Xiao Qinyu, suddenly turned and charged towards Meng Yiran. "Not good, it's a trap. Be careful," he ran. Xiao Qinyu realized Shi Yong's target was Meng Yiran, knowing he had fallen into a trap, and rushed towards Shi Yong. Meng Yiran had not anticipated that Shi Yong's target was her and quickly raised her snake staff, activating her third soul ring. Her third soul skill, Serpent Shadow, sent numerous small snakes towards Shi Yong. However, under Shi Yong's powerful charge, all the small snakes were knocked away like they hit a wall, dissipating into bits of soul power. Just as Shi Yong was about to crash into Meng Yiran, the usually annoying voice sounded, but at that moment, it felt like heavenly music. 7 treasures, second speed. Ningyu's timely speed boost landed on Xiao Qinyu and Meng Yiran. Xiao Qinyu, with a significant increase in speed, quickly reached Shi Yong's back, activating his fourth soul ring. His fourth soul skill, Shadow Wolf Annihilation Strike, saw Xiao Qinyu's claws sink deep into Shi Yong's back. From a distance, Ningyu smiled smugly. "Without my help, do you think you can do it?" Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was also reaching its climax. Under Zhao Kai's relentless sword swings and Huang Wu's layered control, the Cheetah Soul King, Sok, was being forced into retreat. Sok was now covered in wounds, and, seeing that Yu Xiaogang and Li Hu were about to be taken down, he had a sudden idea. His third soul ring lit up. His fifth soul skill, Cheetah Dash, was activated as Sok feigned an attack on Zhao Kai and turned to flee. But escaping wouldn't be that easy. Huang Wu activated his third soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. Huang Wu's third soul skill, also derived from the faceless demon spider, was similar to Tang San's third soul skill. A large web of spider silk wrapped around Sok. Sok struggled to break free, but Zhao Kai would not give him that chance. He raised his sword and leaped into the air. His fourth soul skill, Heavy Blade 9 Strikes, descended with 9 heavy sword shadows aimed at Sok. With a scream, Sok was already decapitated. Damn it, you all will die. Seeing Sok's demise, Yao Da was furious. Although his soul power was higher than that of the young man in the air, that brat's strength was completely above his, and with Sok dead, those attacking him might not come to reinforce. He could only end this quickly. His sixth soul skill, Link's Thousand Leaf Slash, saw Yao Da's claws unleash a barrage of 3-layered blades towards Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian dodged in midair. This 10,000-year soul skill was quite powerful, and if he wasn't careful, he could also get hurt. Feng Xiaotian squinted his eyes. It seemed he could only let this coward try out his upgraded self-created soul skill. Take this. Gale Double-Headed Demon Wolf 64 Strikes. 64 wind blades surged towards Yao Da like a torrential storm. Each wind blade was sharper than the last, and at first, Yao Da could still block them, but gradually, the wind blades pierced through his body. With a mouthful of fresh blood spitting out, Yao Da unwillingly fell to the ground. Chapter 43. Group battle with Charles. While other battles were nearing their end, the fight between Yang Pufeng and Charles remained the most intense. In the original story, Yang Wudi, boosted by Tang San's domain, could hold his ground against the snake's spear Duo with the strength of an 82-level soul Duo, largely due to the fearless and relentless fighting style of the Pufeng clan. As the most talented member of the Pufeng clan, Yang Pufeng had already integrated this relentless fighting spirit into his spear techniques. Although Charles's strength significantly increased in his martial soul true form, it did not suppress Yang Pufeng, who had entered the man-spear unity state. The two clashed repeatedly, sending each other flying. Under the relentless fighting spirit, Yang Pufeng repeatedly wounded Charles, while Charles also inflicted numerous bloody wounds on Yang Pufeng. Charles relied on injuring Yang Wudi to absorb some soul power to recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling often treated Yang Pufeng at the first opportunity he was injured, preventing Charles from absorbing too much soul power from him. Both were now at the end of their strength, panting heavily. At this moment, Charles looked around at the other battlefields. He noticed that Li Hu had been heavily smashed to the ground by Wang Sheng, with dust scattering everywhere, and his life status was currently unknown. On the other side, Yu Xiaogang lay in a pool of blood, and Sok was already decapitated. His own Yao Da was also on the brink of death. Charles furrowed his brow. It seemed the situation was not in his favor today. However, no matter what, he must kill all these young people on the spot today. Kid, you are strong. I have to admire you for being able to fight me until now. But let's see if you can handle my sixth soul skill. Charles's sixth soul ring lit up as he leaped into the air. Sixth soul skill, Blood Scythe 1,000 Blades. In an instant, countless spinning blood-colored sickles flew toward Yang Pufeng. Yang Pufeng immediately tightened his grip on the spear, using the 100 birds to phoenix technique, with the spear light flashing rapidly like hundreds of flying birds, deflecting the incoming blood-colored sickles one by one. However, Charles activated his first and second soul skills again and quickly ran to Yao Da's side. Seeing the almost lifeless Yao Da beneath him, a cruel look appeared in Charles's eyes. He raised his sickle and struck down, the blade plunging deeply into Yao Da's chest. Yao Da looked at Charles in disbelief, blood pouring from his mouth, wanting to speak but never getting the chance. I can treat your relationship with Reina as your private matter. But Reina wants us dead, and I don't believe you are unaware. Now, let you become nourishment for my sickle. At this moment, the blood from Yao Da rapidly flowed towards the blood-colored sickle, which absorbed his life force like a vampire. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian thought it was bad and quickly activated his self-created soul skill, Gale Dual Demon Wolf 64 Slash, attacking Charles. Having absorbed a large amount of Yao Da's life force, Charles instantly recovered from all his injuries, and his soul power surged once again, increasing his cultivation level by 1 rank. As Feng Xiaotian unleashed 64 wind blades, Charles raised his sickle, cutting and slashing to neutralize them one by one. Seeing Charles's strength surge again, the others quickly moved to surround him. Charles, all your teammates have been defeated. You should surrender. Wang Sheng, witnessing Charles's resolute expression, thought it was bad, estimating that the opponent wanted to take them down with him. He quickly devised a strategy in his mind. Naive, none of you will leave alive today. Having absorbed a large amount of Yaoda's life force, Charles's eyes turned red. His face twisted, glaring ferociously at the few surrounding him. Yang Pufeng pointed his spear at Charles and said to the others, "He is my opponent. You all leave first. I'll hold him off. TSK. You couldn't handle me before. Now, you think you could defeat me?" Charles laughed wildly, now in his best state, feeling that a mere Yang Pufeng couldn't stir up any trouble for him. "Pufeng, we are partners. If we fight together. If we die together." Wang Sheng stood resolutely beside Yang Pufeng. Feng Xiaotian also stood by his side. "Yeah, and I haven't defeated you yet. If you die, where will I find such a good opponent?" said Zhao Kai, who was also stepping forward with his big sword. Xiao Qinyu's face darkened. This bastard still hadn't forgotten to tease his Lingling. "Stinky Kai, don't think about stealing women from me. After we deal with this old bastard, I'll battle you for 300 rounds. Zhao Kai raised his big sword, pointing it at Charles, while Xiao Qinyu stopped bickering with Zhao Kai and summoned his iron claws, ready to strike at any moment. "If we fight together. If we die together." A group including Swoke, Yi Lingling, Ning Yumingaran, and Huang Wu nodded in agreement. What a group of reckless fools. "Today, I'll fulfill your wish and let you all die here." With that, Charles raised his sickle and charged toward the crowd. 7 treasures have a name. The first is strength. 7 treasures have a name. The second is speed. 7 treasures have a name. The third is soul. Ning Yu quickly focused and enhanced each person's corresponding soul skill. Huang Wu and Meng Iran simultaneously unleashed control soul skills to bind Charles's feet. Zhao Kai leaped high, activating his 3rd and 4th soul rings, bringing his big sword down on Charles's head. 3rd soul skill, frenzy. 4th soul skill, heavy blade, 9 slashes. Xiao Qinyu also used his 3rd and 4th soul skills. 4 figures attacked Charles from 4 directions. 3rd soul skill, Shadow Wolf Clone. 4th soul skill, Shadow Wolf Annihilation. Wang Sheng's lightning bolts rained down on Charles. Feng Xiaotian's 5th soul ring lit up as he unleashed his 5th soul skill. 5th soul skill, Twin-Headed Demon Wolf Tornado. A powerful tornado enveloped Charles. Yang Pufeng also used his spear technique, spear out like a dragon, as a giant red dragon surged into the tornado, becoming even more ferocious with the wind's assistance. In the midst of the tornado, amidst the flashes of lightning and fire, Charles, under the strong attacks, swept his blood-colored sickle. A circle of blood-red blade light spread out. Everyone close was heavily knocked back, while those at the periphery were also somewhat swept away. Only Yi Lingling stood before a tall, strong man with a giant shield. It was Swoke, who fully blocked the onslaught of blade light, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he smiled faintly at Yi Lingling. "As long as I'm here, no one can harm our support. Lingling now." Yi Lingling immediately nodded and unleashed a powerful group healing soul skill, bringing all her teammates back from serious injuries. Consuming a large amount of soul power, Yi Lingling felt exhausted, half kneeling to support herself, while Swoke quickly helped her up. At this moment, Charles was also heavily injured. He never expected the energy unleashed by this group of people to have such power. Wang Sheng shouted, "Everyone, let us go all out and take him down this time." The group once again unleashed their strongest attacks toward Charles. Chapter 44. Charles is past. After a fierce battle, the war finally came to an end, and a group of people surrounded Charles. At this moment, Charles was at the end of his strength, with his scythe standing on the ground as he leaned against the handle, trying to keep himself upright. Charles looked like a bloodied figure, covered in wounds that continuously oozed blood. His eyes were dim, and his hands hung limply, lacking the strength to lift them. "I never expected that I, Charles, would be defeated by you soul masters and soul kings today. You evil soul masters will eventually pay with your lives for the innocent lives lost at your hands. Meng Yuran looked at Charles with great anger. Being the youngest, she deeply hated these evil groups after witnessing the cruelty of the wolf bandits and soul masters. Don't you feel even a shred of guilt while slaughtering those innocent lives? So many vibrant lives have died innocently under your blades. Evil? Are we as evil as those lofty nobles? Compared to us, those nobles are the true demons who devour people without spitting out bones. In Charles's cold eyes, there was not a hint of remorse, but rather a gritting of teeth at the mention of the nobles. I know I won't survive today, but before I go, I hope you will listen to my story, so you can truly see the ugly faces of those nobles. Charles disregarded the reactions of the crowd and began to recount his past. Charles was born in the Duchy of Desai, a vassal state of the Heaven-Do Empire. His family had been poor farmers in a small mountain village under the jurisdiction of Pier City for generations. At the age of 6, Charles awakened an ordinary scythe martial soul with an innate soul power of only level 3. For a poor mountain village, having Charles, who had awakened with innate soul power, was a source of pride for the entire village. Charles went to the Pier City Soul Master Primary Academy as a work-study student, carrying the hopes of the entire village. After 6 years of hard work at the academy, he barely reached level 10 soul power in his final semester. During those 6 years, the earnest Charles was bullied daily by the noble children at the academy, but he never dared to harbor resentment. He could only hate his birth. The mindset of superiority and inferiority was deeply ingrained in the impoverished lower class. For ordinary poor people, becoming a soul master was a life-changing event, and before that, who would dare to offend those noble children? Once Charles reached level 10, the academy arranged for a great soul master to take him into the soul-hunting forest, hastily helping him kill a soul beast of 70 years for his first soul ring. Charles did not complain about this and continuously thanked the teacher who took him to hunt for the soul ring, for he had finally become a soul master. This was a step up, and all he felt was gratitude. After becoming a soul master, Charles had the opportunity to study at the Intermediate Academy. He worked hard all the way from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy to the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Although Charles had no high talent, he was always the most diligent one. During his years at the academy, he never slacked off in his training and studies. At the age of 25, Charles graduated from the Advanced Soul Master Academy and had already become a level 32 soul venerable through his own efforts. Charles then joined an 8-member soul master team and became a mercenary, doing this for 15 years. Throughout those 15 years, Charles was always cautious and worked hard to improve himself, and he sent the money he earned back to his hometown. Charles was an orphan from a young age, raised by the kindness of the villagers, and even though everyone was not wealthy, having an extra meal to feed him was a tremendous kindness for Charles. By the time Charles turned 40, his soul power had reached level 49. He struggled to break through this level, possibly due to the quality of his martial soul. At this time, he also met the most important person in his life, his wife, Doll. When he met Doll, she was only 18. A second-ring great soul master with a vine martial soul, just graduated from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy and joined Charles's team. Doll was beautiful and kind, and all the single men in the team fell for her at first sight. However, Doll ultimately chose Charles, who had low talent but was hardworking and upright. Charles thought he had found happiness, and his life seemed perfect. However, an assignment 3 years later would completely change his life. The mission was to help Duke Zach's son, Punny, from the Duchy of Desai, enter the soul-hunting forest to obtain his second soul ring. Punny was 20 years old, but had only reached level 20 soul power. Lacking talent and effort, a true spoiled rich kid. But since he was the Duke's son, Charles's team had to treat him with respect. When Punny first saw Doll, he took an immediate liking to her and constantly flirted with her during the trip. However, thinking about Punny's noble background, Charles suppressed his anger. Several times, Charles wanted to confront Punny, but the kind-hearted Doll stopped him. She told Charles that for their future, it was better to avoid trouble, and she secretly whispered to him that she was going to be a mom. Upon hearing the news of Doll's pregnancy, Charles was as happy as a child and decided to take on more missions in the coming months to save more money. After Doll gave birth, they would return to the village for a normal life. The world of soul masters was too dirty. and he didn't want their child to grow up in such an environment. The mission went smoothly, and Charles initially thought he could endure Punny's verbal harassment of Doll. However, when leaving the soul-hunting forest, Punny brazenly offered to pay Charles to let Doll spend the night with him. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Charles punched Punny, but that punch marked the beginning of Charles's nightmare. After being punched by Charles, a flash of killing intent crossed Punny's eyes, but as a noble, he restrained himself from retaliating on the spot. He would seek revenge with overwhelming force. Days passed without any sign of Punny and his men coming to retaliate, and Charles gradually relaxed his guard. A month later, Charles received a new commission to take a wealthy man's son to the Douluo Great Forest to hunt for his third soul ring. Originally, Charles did not want to take on this task, but the offered reward was 3 times the usual amount. With Doll now pregnant, the generous payment made Charles ultimately decide to accept it. Charles initially planned to go with the other 6 members of his team, but Doll insisted on joining him. She said she was only 2 months pregnant and that it wouldn't affect her ability to move. After much persuasion from Doll, Charles agreed to bring her along. Chapter 45. The incident when Charles and his group entered the Starry Forest. He was unaware that a group of people was quietly following them. During their camp at night, a gang of uninvited guests appeared. Charles saw Punny and more than 20 others standing before him, all of whom possessed strength above that of Soul Kings. Charles summoned his scythe and urged everyone to prepare for battle. But to his surprise, except for Darl, the members of Charles' team turned their weapons against him. His companions had all betrayed him under Punny's coercion and temptation. Several people pinned Charles to the ground, and in front of him, Punny committed unspeakable acts against Darl. Afterward, Punny felt that his revenge was insufficient and ordered his subordinates and Charles' teammates to take turns physically tormenting Darl. At that moment, Charles was held down and helplessly roared and begged for mercy. But to Punny, all of this was merely a performance by a clown. Unable to bear the humiliation, Darl bit his tongue and committed suicide, yet those brutes even refused to spare Darl's corpse. Charles, whose heart was already like ash, thought Punny would kill him, thus freeing him. He hated his own cowardice. He didn't even have the courage to take his own life like Darl. Unexpectedly, the arrogant Punny told Charles that his punch was not something that could be easily forgotten. He wanted to make Charles' life worse than death. The group swaggered away before Charles' eyes. Holding Darl's lifeless body, Charles cried out in despair. At that moment, he felt immense hatred. He hated the unfairness of fate. He hated being born a commoner. And he despised the lofty nobles. An endless rage ignited within Charles, and all he could think about was revenge. Charles reported Punny's atrocities to the Duke of the West, only to be told that he had no evidence. He took Darl's ashes and intended to return to his hometown to bury her before seeking revenge. Upon returning to the village where he grew up, he found everyone lying lifeless on the ground. The entire village was stained with blood. Not a single person was left alive. Charles broke down. Just this one punch. Just this one punch. A noble had caused the destruction of his family. Soon after, Punny appeared before him, flanked by the Lord of Pierce City, Porter. With a knowing glance, Porter immediately announced that Charles was an evil soul master who had slaughtered their villagers and ordered his capture. The noble's ability to twist the truth was truly detestable, and Charles fled in madness, evading the pursuit of the Duchy's army. His resentment reached a peak, and at that moment, Charles' soul power broke through. He re-entered the Starry Forest with a death wish. Charles fought fiercely and killed a 7,000-year-old bloodbat, unexpectedly obtaining a head spirit bone. After absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone, he discovered that his martial soul had evolved. At that moment, Charles' martial soul transformed into a blood-sucking scythe, and he felt his soul becoming extremely bloodthirsty. He hid in the Starry Forest for several months, ambushing several teams that came to hunt him. During these counterattacks, he joyfully realized that his martial soul could absorb the opponent's soul power, significantly boosting his own. When Charles finally escaped the Starry Forest, he first went to Pierce City, where he slaughtered everyone in the Lord's Manor. He then killed the 6 teammates who betrayed him along with their entire families, using their lives as nourishment for his blood-sucking scythe. In just a few months, Charles' frenzied revenge frightened Punny. He hid in the Duke's manor, protected closely by more than 20 Soul Kings. Charles was a patient person. He waited for over 10 days until the defenses of the Duke's manor were lowered. He stealthily infiltrated the manor. That night, one life after another fell in the Duke's manor, leaving only Puni, who looked at the twisted-faced Charles in fear. Charles held a small knife and began to slice Puni's flesh piece by piece. From that point on, Charles walked the path of an evil soul master, gradually forming a group with several others, including Yauda, and they crazily committed crimes, continuously reaping lives. Everyone listened quietly to Charles' story, all expressing deep disdain for Puni's actions. As Charles recounted his memories, his face shifted from smiles to anger, finally contorting into a grimace. He had no regrets about what he had done. He believed he had killed those who deserved to die. Wang Sheng respectfully listened to Charles' past, but for the sake of the many innocent lives lost, he could not let Charles go. He slowly approached Charles. "Charles, I deeply sympathize with your experiences, but how are the things you did later any different from Puni? Did the innocent people you killed not have families?" Charles laughed heartily, standing still as he awaited Wang Sheng to end his life. Wang Sheng took out the Reaper's blade from his soul guide and walked up to Charles. "It's time to end this. I regret your tragic fate. I will give you a swift end." Just as Wang Sheng prepared to slash Charles' neck, an unexpected event occurred. The scythe Charles leaned against suddenly glowed with a bright red light, forming a barrier. "Oh no!" Yang Pufeng sensed something was wrong and immediately rushed toward Wang Sheng and Charles. The others also reacted and followed suit. The crimson barrier enclosed Wang Sheng and Charles. The moment everyone came into contact with the barrier, a powerful force surged, throwing them all away. Everyone was knocked unconscious by this tremendous rebound. At that moment, Wang Sheng inside the barrier felt his body stiffen. He found himself completely unable to move. The scythe before him floated up and directly severed Charles' head. A red-head spirit bone emerged from Charles' forehead, slowly floating in the air. Wang Sheng, based on his knowledge, determined that this head spirit bone had reached the 10,000-year level. Could it be that this spirit bone was purified while Charles absorbed other soul power? The spirit bone gradually floated toward Wang Sheng's brow, merging into his body amidst intense pain in his head. At that moment, the blood-red scythe also transformed into a wisp of light and entered Wang Sheng's brow. Wang Sheng felt his blood boiling, and a surge of killing intent continuously surfaced in his mind. He tried to use his spiritual power to control the overwhelming killing intent in his mind. Gradually, Wang Sheng felt himself losing strength and slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 46. Are you going to become an evil soul master? Not long after Wang Sheng fell into a coma, Lin Weiwei and the others arrived with Belk's army. Upon seeing everyone lying unconscious on the ground, they quickly took everyone back, while the surviving evil soul masters, Shi Yong and Li Hu, were handed over to the personnel of the Spirit Hall. The mission to eliminate the wolf bandits and evil soul masters was considered complete, and Reina, who had colluded with Charles, was also captured. Wang Sheng's team was temporarily settled in the post station of the Duchy of Belk to rest. Except for Wang Sheng, the others soon woke up. Wang Sheng remained in a coma, and everyone took turns guarding him. When Wang Sheng finally woke up, he found himself lying in bed, with Xiao Qinyu sitting on a bench beside him, leaning over. Wang Sheng didn't want to disturb Xiao Qinyu, and looked around the room. It was very large and luxuriously decorated. Wang Sheng recalled what had happened before he lost consciousness, and felt something was amiss. Normally, soul bones needed to be absorbed actively by the soul master, but the head soul bone had entered his head on its own. Wang Sheng felt the power of this soul bone, which could only be described with one word: powerful, extremely powerful. The skill of the soul bone was immunity to all control skills, and it could even increase with the soul master's growth, like an external soul bone. However, Wang Sheng sensed that this soul bone was not simple. According to what Charles had said before, absorbing this head soul bone had caused his martial soul to mutate and granted him the ability to absorb other soul power. Wang Sheng felt a wave of fear. He was worried he would undergo a change like Charles. He didn't want to become an evil soul master. He believed that slowly accumulating his soul power was the best approach, and taking shortcuts would surely lead to instability. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to absorb the soul power that others had painstakingly cultivated. At that moment, Wang Sheng couldn't care less about disturbing Xiao Qinyu's rest and quickly patted him. Xiao Yu, wake up." Xiao Qinyu woke up, rubbing his eyes in confusion, and suddenly saw Wang Sheng had awakened, excitedly shouting, "Great sage, you're finally awake. You've been in a coma for 3 days. You almost gave me a heart attack. Thanks for your hard work these days, Xiao Yu. Quickly call Lingling over." Xiao Qinyu thought Wang Sheng was still feeling unwell and needed Yi Lingling's help, so he hurriedly ran out to call her. Before long, Xiao Qinyu rushed in with Yi Lingling, followed by other companions, all looking anxious to see what had happened to Wang Sheng. Seeing everyone so concerned, Wang Sheng felt warm inside. He had nothing to hide from his companions and told them everything that had happened after he was trapped in the barrier. Everyone was shocked to hear the story, not expecting it to be so bizarre. Wang Sheng got out of bed and said, "I now suspect that my martial soul might develop a situation like Charles. I need to test it." Wang Sheng planned to experiment to see if his soul skill attacks would absorb others' soul power. Initially, he intended to let Xiao Qinyu call Yi Lingling over for the test, but since everyone was there, he decided it would be safer to use the sturdy Sock. "Sock, I need to trouble you a bit. I'll attack you, and you might need to take some damage to see if your soul power is absorbed." Sock nodded, saying, "What's the big deal? We're all friends. Am I afraid of having my soul power absorbed by you? Go ahead and try it boldly." Wang Sheng then turned to Yi Lingling and said, "Lingling, when I injure Sock with my soul skill, you must quickly heal him." Yi Lingling smiled playfully and replied, "Don't worry, I'll heal Sock right away." Once Sock and Yi Lingling were ready, Wang Sheng activated his martial soul. At that moment, there was indeed a change in Wang Sheng's battle tiger martial soul. The eyes of the tiger phantom behind him turned blood red, and he exuded an aura of bloodlust. Third soul skill, battle tiger tier. Wang Sheng used his third soul skill on Sock. His first 2 soul skills were enhancement skills, and the third one had relatively lower damage. When the tiger claw tore a gash in Sock's arm, Wang Sheng stopped. Sock's arm wound resembled the one Yang Puffing received from Charles's scythe, with wisps of black gas emanating from it, as if it were corroded, making a sizzling sound. Yi Lingling quickly used a healing soul skill, and Sock's wound began to heal rapidly. Sock honestly shared his experience with everyone. "The moment I was scratched, there was a burning pain, and I felt my soul power slowly leaking away." Wang Sheng's brow furrowed. He realized something was wrong. He already knew from a moment he scratched Sock that he had absorbed a trace of Sock's soul power. The moment his tiger claw touched the blood, Wang Sheng felt an overwhelming impulse in his mind to drain Sock completely. Damn it, is Great Sage becoming an evil soul master too? Ningyu couldn't help but say. Feng Xiaotian shot him a glare, rebutting. Just because the martial soul is evil doesn't mean Great Sage has become an evil soul master. An evil soul master is someone whose behavior and conduct are evil. Do you really think Great Sage would be that kind of person? Watch your words, or I'll beat you up again. I didn't say Great Sage would be that kind of person, just surprised by this ability, Ningyu replied, feeling aggrieved. He wouldn't help Wang Sheng take the blame. And besides, Wang Sheng was his good brother. Even if Wang Sheng really became an evil soul master, he would still be his good brother. Sock, can you handle it? Next, I need to test if my external soul bone and self-created soul skill will have this effect. Just go ahead, I'm tough. This little thing is nothing, Sock said confidently. Wang Sheng summoned his dark old terror claw and lightly scratched Sock's arm. A blood mark appeared, but it didn't exhibit the corrosive effect seen before. This eased Wang Sheng's mind a little, if that was the case at worst. He wouldn't use soul skill attacks in the future, as he had plenty of self-created soul skills. Next, Wang Sheng tested all of his self-created soul skills. Everyone felt pity for Sock, who was getting hurt every time, and they took turns trying out the tests. Seeing that everyone had some injuries, Wang Sheng felt deeply sorry, but everyone brushed it off, thinking that as long as it helped Wang Sheng, it was a small matter. After a whole day of various experiments, Wang Sheng concluded the changes in his martial soul. All of Wang Sheng's soul skills that caused bleeding effects with close combat attacks would absorb the opponent's soul power. The damage caused by his external soul bone under the enhancement of soul skills would also have the effect of absorbing soul power. However, if it was a ranged attack, like the lightning bullet, even with the enhancement of 1 or 2 soul skills, it wouldn't cause soul power absorption. In short, Wang Sheng's current soul skills couldn't stand blood. Despite the worried expressions of everyone, Wang Sheng felt somewhat relieved. Don't worry, it's not a big deal for me. Right now, it's just the third soul skill. I want to use the fourth soul skill in the future. It's nothing. I have plenty of self-created soul skills. Seeing everyone's tense atmosphere, Wang Sheng immediately joked to lighten the mood. Fortunately, it was me who went to approach Charles that day. If it had been Pafeng, then after that, he could only use the gun as a club. And if it were Smelly Chi Kai, right? Zhao Kai, you said if you ended up like that, what else could your knife do besides smashing cucumbers? Everyone couldn't help but imagine Zhao Kai only being able to use the knife to smash cucumbers, and they all burst into laughter. Seeing that everyone's spirits had improved a bit, Wang Sheng quickly used the excuse that he had just woken up from a coma and needed to rest. So he urged everyone to go back and take a break. Although everyone had been taking turns taking care of Wang Sheng these past few days, they hadn't rested because he hadn't woken up. Now that they saw Wang Sheng was fine, they all felt relieved and went back to rest. Chapter 47. Return. After everyone returned to rest, Wang Sheng began to reflect on his own matters. First and foremost, he absolutely could not rely on his martial soul to absorb other soul power to enhance his own, even in the future with the evil soul masters and wolf bandits. He did not intend to do so. After absorbing that trace of Sok's soul power, Wang Sheng knew he could not let himself go down that path. That bloodthirsty impulse had to be restrained. Although Wang Sheng often claimed that it was fine not to use his third and fourth soul skills, he was well aware that his combat power would be greatly reduced without them, especially since his fourth soul skill combined with his external soul bone was currently his strongest killing move. It seemed that in the future, he could only hunt for soul rings, just like Yang Pufeng, trying to find soul beasts that primarily offered amplification effects for his soul skills. In the following time, Wang Sheng and the others traveled to many places, especially the borders of various countries, where most evil soul masters and wolf bandits frequented some lawless areas. After countless battles and killings, they all matured significantly. The originally planned year of training extended to more than half a year. When they returned to the Seven Treasures Academy, there was just a little over 2 years until the Soul Master competition. They received a 7-day holiday and each returned home to accompany their families. Wang Sheng also went home first to have dinner with his father, Wang Dali. The next day, Wang Sheng went to see Ning Fengji and informed him about the current situation of his martial soul. After listening to Wang Sheng's account, Ning Fengji furrowed his brows, knowing that this change would greatly affect Wang Sheng. However, he understood his disciple well and believed that Wang Sheng would not walk the path of an evil soul master. Xiao Sheng, if that's the case, you need to be more cautious when fighting others in the future. I know your temperament well, but you must remain vigilant and take care not to expose yourself. Wang Sheng understood this. Teacher, there's one more thing I want to discuss. I want to go to the Spirit City with Pofeng to meet the Pope Bibi Dong. Hearing that Wang Sheng wanted to meet Bibi Dong, the impatient Gu Rong immediately objected. No way. Xiao Sheng, do you know what the Spirit Hall is? Bibi Dong's ambitions have been growing over the years. If you have any issues, just tell me. Old Bones can handle it. Chun Xian, who usually enjoyed bantering with Gu Rong, spoke up. I agree with Old Bones. It's quite dangerous for you to go. Either I go or Old Bones go. Don't think that just because we've established a cooperative relationship with the Spirit Hall in recent years, we shouldn't be cautious. Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian, please don't be anxious. You must trust Xiao Sheng. Everything he has done in these years has gone according to his plans, hasn't it? Ning Fengji was fully supportive of Wang Sheng's actions. He knew that whatever Wang Sheng planned, he always had a strategy in mind, so he felt at ease. Xiao Sheng, tell us your thoughts. Well, the main purpose of going to the Spirit Hall this time is twofold. First, it's for Pufeng. Second, it's a personal matter. I need to meet Bibi Dong, but I won't tell you about that for now. Rest assured, there's no risk in my visit. Wang Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't exactly say that he was going to meet his mother-in-law to discuss matters. Ning Fengji was aware of Wang Sheng and Qian Renshue's relationship, but he promised to keep it a secret for Qian Renshue, so he didn't pry into Wang Sheng's personal affairs and only asked about Pufeng. For Pufeng, I've already negotiated with the Spirit Hall over the past 2 years. Now that the Puf family has joined the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the Spirit Hall will no longer make things difficult for them. Are you still worried about Pufeng's safety in the Soul Master competition? Wang Sheng shook his head. No, that's not it. When the family joined us, I suspected that teacher would resolve this issue. This time, I want Bibi Dong to inform us about how to enter the city of slaughter. I want Pufeng to go through the assessment there and obtain the slaughter god domain. The city of slaughter? The slaughter god domain? I've heard some rumors about that, but Pufeng is still young. Won't it be dangerous for him to go? Chen Xian was still quite concerned about young Pufeng's safety, as he saw many similarities between Pufeng and himself, and he was quite fond of him. Wang Sheng thought to himself, for a dignified Zhao Zilong of Changshan, not being able to use soul skills in the city of slaughter is not a simple matter for Yang Pufeng. Don't worry. Pufeng going to the city of slaughter will only bring benefits, not dangers. Chen Xian was still a bit uneasy, feeling that Pufeng was young and it might be better to wait until he reached the soul sage level before going. Moreover, why would Bibi Dong be willing to help Yang Pufeng? How can you guarantee that Bibi Dong will be willing to help Pufeng? That's why I want to go talk to her. However, I believe it shouldn't be a problem. After all, the offers I can make will definitely attract Bibi Dong's interest. Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment, but out of trust in Wang Sheng, he agreed to Wang Sheng's plan to meet Bibi Dong. I can agree, but there is still some risk in this visit to the spirit hall. Let your uncle Jin accompany you. Ning Fengji turned to Jian Delaw, Chen Xian, and said, it would be best for Uncle Jian to go with them. Rest assured, even if you didn't mention it, I plan to accompany them. These little ones are our sex treasures. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting them go alone. Once the matter was confirmed, Wang Sheng chatted with Ning Fengji about the upcoming plans before leaving the conference hall. After exiting, Wang Sheng headed straight to the Tiando Imperial Palace. At the palace gate, he presented the prince token given by Qian Rinxue and was allowed to proceed uninterrupted to her palace. Upon seeing Wang Sheng, Qian Rinxue was overjoyed. She immediately dismissed everyone else, saying she hadn't seen her junior brother in a long time and wanted to talk privately, asking others not to disturb them. Once they were alone, Qian Rinxue transformed back to her original appearance and pretended to be angry, questioning Wang Sheng. Did you not say you would be back in a year? How come it's been 2.5 years this time? There were too many evil soul masters and wolf bandits to encounter this time, so I took a bit longer. Didn't I just return yesterday and come to see you today? Wang Sheng replied playfully, as he had missed her dearly during their time apart. I thought about my little Shui every day while I was out. Hearing that Wang Sheng thought of her daily made Qian Rinxue's heart feel sweet, but she maintained a calm demeanor. Who is your little Shui? You should call me senior sister. I never agreed to be with you. Oh, is that so? Wang Sheng pulled Qian Rinxue into his embrace. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Qian Rinxue lightly pushed Wang Sheng away, but when she saw the gentle look in his eyes, she playfully hit his chest a few times before sweetly leaning against him. Little Shui, after the Soul Master competition, I will ask your grandfather for your hand in marriage. Will you marry me? Qian Rinxue blushed and nodded, seeing her shy demeanor. Wang Sheng couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. As Qian Rinxue saw Wang Sheng getting closer, she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 48. Holy Light. After everyone returned to rest, Wang Sheng began to contemplate his own matters. First and foremost, he absolutely could not rely on his martial soul to absorb other soul power to enhance his own strength, not even with the future evil soul masters and wolf bandits. After the two sweetly shared their feelings, Wang Sheng remembered there were two things he forgot to mention when he came to see Qian Rinxue today. So he said to her, by the way, Xiao Shui, I came to find you because I have two things I would like to ask for your help with. Qian Rinxue became interested. Usually, it was Wang Sheng helping her with ideas on how to impersonate Shui Qinghe to gain power, and over the years, he had helped them at the Spirit Hall quite a bit. So it was the first time Wang Sheng was asking her for assistance. Finally, she had a chance to show her capabilities, and Qian Rinxue quickly expressed that she would definitely help Wang Sheng with anything she could manage. What is it? I will definitely help you, she said. Wang Sheng smiled and pinched Qian Rinxue's cute little face, saying the first thing is, I want you to help me write a letter to your mother. I'm planning to go to Spirit City and would like to ask your mother to take one of my brothers to the City of Slaughter for training. Upon hearing the name of the City of Slaughter, Qian Rinxue's expression became serious. As the inheritor of the angel martial soul from the Spirit Hall, she understood what kind of place the City of Slaughter was, and she felt the need to remind Wang Sheng. The City of Slaughter is filled with extremely vicious people, and over the years, Very few have been able to survive the path of slaughter. You need to consider your friend's safety. Wang Sheng understood Qian Rinxue's good intentions, but he was full of confidence in Yang Pufeng's strength. Don't worry, have you forgotten that I know the course of events? I know all the details about the city of slaughter, and I have confidence in my brother. In a place where soul skills can't be used, he will definitely thrive. Every time Qian Rinxue saw Wang Sheng's confident demeanor, it gave her a sense of security. Wang Sheng had an average appearance and was unremarkable in a crowd, but his wise eyes and incredibly confident aura sometimes captivated her. All right, then, I will help you write a letter to her. But whether she is willing to help you will depend on your own abilities. Okay, just help me write the letter. The rest is up to your man. Hey, shameless. Qian Rinxue stuck her tongue out at Wang Sheng and began writing the letter. After Qian Rinxue finished writing and handed the letter to Wang Sheng, he was about to open it to take a look when Qian Rinxue slapped his hand. No peeking. Just make sure to deliver it to her. Wang Sheng had no choice but to put the letter into his soul guide device, unable to help but complain. You and your mother have little secrets, huh? If you don't want me to see it, I won tea. Although over the years, under Wang Sheng's guidance, Qian Rinxue's relationship with Bibi Dong had not been as tense as in the original story. She still referred to Bibi Dong simply as her due to the lack of maternal love in her childhood. I'm warning you, no peeking. If I find out you did, I won't talk to you anymore. Qian Rinxue pretended to be angry as she warned Wang Sheng. All right, I promise my Xiao Shui I won't peek. Wang Sheng said repeatedly, and only then did Qian Rinxue let him off the hook. Remembering that there was another matter, she asked, that's more like it. So, what's the other thing? Upon hearing Qian Rinxue ask about the other matter, Wang Sheng's expression immediately became serious. He stood up and said very seriously to Qian Rinxue, Xiao Shui, something strange happened to me during this training trip, and I think only you and your grandfather can help me. Seeing Wang Sheng's serious demeanor, Qian Rinxue's heart began to race. She eagerly asked him, what happened? Why do you think only I and my grandfather can help you? Please tell me. If I can't help, I'll ask my grandfather. Seeing how much Qian Rinxue cared for him, Wang Sheng felt warm inside. He patted her head to reassure her not to be too nervous. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Just look at my martial soul. After saying that, Wang Sheng released his martial soul, and in an instant, a wave of evil energy erupted. As the inheritor of the holy six-winged angel, Qian Rinxue felt that evil energy the moment Wang Sheng's martial soul appeared. What is going on? What happened to you? Why does your martial soul emit this evil energy? Wang Sheng quickly retracted his martial soul and recounted in detail what had happened during his encounter with Charles and the group of evil soul masters. After listening to Wang Sheng's account, Qian Rinxue furrowed her brows. She understood what the mutation of Wang Sheng's martial soul could lead to. This is not easy to handle. My martial soul's holy power can temporarily suppress the evil energy within your martial soul. But you must not use soul skills to absorb even a trace of a soul master's soul power, or else the suppression will be lifted. Of course, I've already considered that. Even if your martial soul can't help me suppress it, I don't plan to use combat soul skills, Wang Sheng assured her. Also, this matter must not let my grandfather know. He has always upheld the will of the angels, and if he senses the evil energy from your martial soul, he will either kill you or use angelic divine power to dispel the evil energy within you. When Wang Sheng heard Qian Rinxue say that Qian Dalu would use divine power to dispel his evil energy, he initially thought it was a good idea. But knowing Qian Rinxue wanted to keep it from Qian Dalu, he was certain there would be side effects to that dispelling. Are there any drawbacks to using divine power to dispel it? If divine power is used to dispel the evil energy, your martial soul will likely disappear along with it. Hearing Qian Rinxue's words felt like a thunderbolt to Wang Sheng. He originally thought the angel martial soul would definitely be able to handle it, but he never expected this outcome. Seeing Qian Rinxue show a worried expression, Wang Sheng quickly smiled at her and said, all right, I'll listen to you. After all, I have so many of my own soul skills, it won't matter. Don't worry, your man is quite strong. Qian Rinxue knew Wang Sheng was saying this to avoid making her worry, so she did not retaliate against his teasing. She silently decided that if the day ever came when Qian Dalu wanted to take action against Wang Sheng, she would definitely protect him, even at the cost of her own life. Qian Rinxue summoned her six-winged angel martial soul, and a wave of holy pressure immediately emerged. 6 wings, dazzling like gold, unfolded from her back, enveloped in a holy glow that surrounded her. At this moment, Qian Rinxue looked even more beautiful and pure, causing Wang Sheng to swallow hard and praise. Xiao Shui, you are so beautiful. Stop flattering me. Hurry up and release your martial soul. Wang Sheng then summoned his own martial soul. Qian Rinxue placed her palm on Wang Sheng's forehead, and a gentle light entered his brow. Wang Sheng felt the agitation from the head spirit bone gradually calm down, and a warm current circulated around his entire body. Half an hour later, Qian Rinxue withdrew her hand from Wang Sheng's forehead. She retracted her martial soul, appearing somewhat fatigued, and said to Wang Sheng, "All right, the evil aura within you has been suppressed. From now on, when you release your martial soul, that evil energy won't appear. But you still shouldn't use your attack soul skills, or else once you absorb a human soul master's soul power, the seal will be lifted." Seeing Qian Rinxue looking fatigued, Wang Sheng quickly supported her and helped her lie down on the bed to rest. He sat by the bedside, holding Qian Rinxue's hand with one hand while gently arranging her hair with the other, softly saying to her, "You've consumed so much soul power, you should rest well." Qian Rinxue nodded and then playfully said, "You haven't told me a story in a long time. I want to hear you tell a story." "All right, let me tell you a beautiful love story today." Qian Rinxue was too tired, and before Wang Sheng could finish a story, she fell into a deep sleep. Wang Sheng tucked her in and gently kissed her forehead before leaving. Wang Sheng instructed the maid, "The crown prince is a bit tired now and has gone to sleep. Do not disturb him without his orders." The maid, upon hearing Wang Sheng's command, didn't dare to ask more and quickly nodded in agreement. "Understood, young master Wang Sheng." The next morning, a carriage left Tiando City, carrying Wang Sheng, Yang Pefeng, and Jian Daochen, with their destination being Wuhuan City. Chapter 49. BB Dong. There's still more than 2 years until the Soul Master competition. After discussing with Ning Fengji and Wang Sheng, Shen Li and Ning Fengji decided that the 7 members of their team, excluding Wang Sheng, Yang Pefeng, and Feng Xiaotian, would go to various cities' Great Soul arenas to form teams for group battles. Since Yang Pefeng and Feng Xiaotian's soul power far exceeds that of the others, they do not plan to let them fight until the finals, and Wang Sheng mentioned that there are special arrangements for the 2 of them in the next 2 years. Therefore, the remaining 7 members will serve as the main force for the Soul Master competition, focusing on group battle training over the next 2 years, making the Great Soul Arena the best choice. Shen Li and Murong Shuang will accompany the 7-member team to participate in group battles at the various Great Soul arenas across the continent to gain experience. As for Wang Sheng, Ning Fengji waved his hand, allowing him to participate in the competition as the team leader and captain of the 7 Treasure Academy 2 years later. Wang Sheng plans to arrange his own training over the next 2 years without relying on the Academy's teachers, a decision agreed upon by both Ning Fengji, as a teacher, and Shen Li, as the elite class's head teacher. Wang Sheng intends to send Yang Pefeng to the City of Slaughter to obtain the Killing God domain. Yang Pefeng's marksmanship has reached a bottleneck, and to break through, he needs to create his own domain. However, understanding the domain requires personal insight. Following Wang Sheng's suggestion, Yang Pefeng plans to first acquire the Killing God domain and then use that experience to create his own domain related to firearms. Based on the timeline in the original work, Tang San and Hu Laina obtained the Killing God domain in a little over 2 years, which should be ample time for Yang Pefeng. As for Feng Xiaotian, he will follow the poisoned Douluo to the medicinal garden to consume the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot, then train for 2 years at the ice and fire yin yang eye. With Dugu Bo and Yang Wudi present, his improvement will surely be significant. Wang Sheng and his group arrived at Wuhuan City. The city is magnificent, with an enormous statue of a 6-winged angel inside, symbolizing the supreme power of the continent. It is said to represent the first soul master to achieve godhood. The Pope's Palace, Douluo Palace, and the offering hall appear incredibly luxurious. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pope's Palace, Wang Sheng presented a visiting card representing the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and handed over a letter personally written by Qian Rinxue to the guard station outside. The guard respectfully saluted and then turned to announce their arrival. After a short while, a person dressed in radiant golden armor, tall and with an exquisite face, approached. If it weren't for the Adam's apple and flat chest, most would mistake him for a beautiful woman. Wang Sheng thought to himself, is that a golden Saint Seiya? If he hadn't guessed that the visitor was likely the Wuhuan Temple's Yu Xiaogang, he might have thought a Saint Seiya had also crossed over. Yu Xiaogang greeted them with a smile, exchanging pleasantries with Chun Xian. I didn't expect the sword Douluo to still be so charming after all these years. Please come in quickly. Your Holiness is waiting for you in the main hall. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang looked at Wang Sheng. Having consumed the wonder mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum, Yu Xiaogang, a flower lover, was particularly sensitive to the aura of his own martial soul, the wonder mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum. He curiously observed Wang Sheng. Young man, I feel a connection with you. Would you be willing to become my disciple? You old flower. You want to poach our sect leader's disciple? Before Wang Sheng could respond, Chun Xian questioned Yu Xiaogang with an unfriendly tone. He thought to himself that he was glad he came along. Otherwise, if little Sheng was forcibly taken as a disciple by this old flower, it would be troublesome. Upon learning that Wang Sheng was a disciple of Ning Fengji, Yu Xiaogang immediately guessed Wang Sheng's identity and realized he had no fate with the boy possessing the wonder mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum, expressing his regret. So, he is Ning's sect master's esteemed disciple. What a misunderstanding this is. Given that the two parties have a good relationship, Chun Xian's attitude was not too harsh. Wang Sheng quickly smoothed things over, politely greeting Yu Xiaogang. Junior Wang Sheng pays respects to Ju Douluo. Thank you for your kindness. It was merely a misunderstanding, and you need not feel guilty. The group did not dwell on the misunderstanding, but followed Yu Xiaogang into the interior of the Pope's palace. Upon entering the main hall, Wang Sheng looked around. The interior was even more luxurious than it appeared from the outside, befitting the highest authority on the continent. When Wang Sheng's gaze fell upon the steps at the front of the hall, he noticed a beautiful woman standing there. She wore a 9-curved purple golden crown and a luxurious purple robe trimmed with gold, holding a scepter embedded with countless jewels. She was of medium height and appeared to be around 30 years old. Her appearance bore a resemblance to Qian Rinxue, but was more mature and imposing. Just from the resemblance to Qian Rinxue, Wang Sheng knew this must be his future mother-in-law, the current pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong. Chun Xian nodded slightly at Bibi Dong as a greeting, but his aloof nature prevented him from bowing. Wang Sheng and Yang Pufeng, however, performed the customary greeting for titled Douluos. Bibi Dong ignored Chun Xian's rudeness and began to scrutinize Wang Sheng and Yang Pufeng, guessing which of the two boys was Wang Sheng, mentioned in her daughter's letter. Her daughter had never called her mother before. Although they had exchanged letters with greetings over the years, she had never addressed her as such. However, in this letter, Qian Rinxue had referred to her as mother to ensure Bibi Dong would agree to Wang Sheng's request, which piqued Bibi Dong's curiosity about him even more. Curious about Wang Sheng, Bibi Dong carefully examined the two boys. The first was nearly 9 meters tall, with a tall and imposing figure, and a handsome yet resolute face, standing with an air of aloofness similar to Chun Xian. The other boy was about 8 meters tall, sturdier, and had a more ordinary appearance, but his deep-set eyes conveyed wisdom and confidence. Bibi Dong spoke up. Which of you two is Wang Sheng? Wang Sheng, the relatively ordinary-looking boy, stepped forward. Your Holiness, I am Wang Sheng. Seeing the calm and composed youth before her, Bibi Dong thought that although he appeared ordinary, his temperament was quite good. He could be considered neither too good nor too bad for her daughter. Over the past few years, she had heard Wang Sheng's name countless times, and she admired his imaginative strategies and meticulous plans, feeling like a mother-in-law who increasingly found her son-in-law agreeable. I have read Schwetter's letter. It mentions helping someone from your 7-treasure glazed tile school go to the city of slaughter. Given your contributions to the Wuhuan Temple over the years, I will assist you with this request. Is it the sword Douluo who is preparing to go to the city of slaughter? After speaking, Bibi Dong looked toward Chun Xian. Given Chun Xian's strength, it would not be difficult for him to pass through the city of slaughter. However, she felt that Chun Xian's current level might not significantly benefit from obtaining the Killing God domain, as his own 7 killing domain was already one of the strongest domains at that time. It's not me, but him. Chun Xian pointed to Yang Pufeng. He had no interest in the killing god domain. His own 7-killing domain was sufficient for him. Bibi Dong immediately became curious and scrutinized the young man before her, who looked to be around 20 years old and dared to challenge the city of slaughter at such a young age. Even her prized disciple, whom she considered the future successor of the Wuhuan Temple, Kulaina, was not allowed to go there at this time. Yet this boy, who looked about the same age as her, was willing to take on the challenge. At such a young age, you want to challenge the city of slaughter. Do you know that it's easy to get in, but very hard to get out? Yang Pefeng did not take Bibi Dong's warning seriously. Wang Sheng had already told him how to navigate the situation in the city of slaughter. He had fought his way in and out, even surrounded by tens of thousands of Chao army troops, so he was not afraid of this challenge. Thank you for your reminder, Your Holiness, but I'm still willing to give it a try. Bibi Dong was quite curious about Yang Pefeng's confidence. And then she instructed Zhu Thoyuan behind her, Elder Zhu, go and call Nana over. Yu Egwan, one of Bibi Dong's most commonly used subordinates, immediately took his leave. Seeing Yu Egwan leave, Bibi Dong turned to Wang Sheng and the others and said, helping Yang Pefeng go to the city of slaughter is not a problem. But before that, you must agree to 3 conditions of mine. Chapter 53 Conditions. Wang Sheng felt uncertain when he heard Bibi Dong mention 3 conditions. This was not following the usual pattern. 3 conditions? May I ask which 3 conditions Your Holiness requires us to agree to? Let's first hear what Bibi Dong's conditions are. If they are reasonable, I can agree. If they are excessive, I can only help Yang Pefeng find another opportunity. It's not difficult to find the city of slaughter, but if we don't have someone like Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, who have passed the challenges of the city of slaughter, to lead us and intimidate the king of slaughter. Wang Sheng was worried that once Yang Pefeng entered, it wouldn't be so easy for him to get out. My first condition is your 7 Treasure Academy's training methods. To be honest, the fact that everyone in your 7 Treasure Academy can exceed the maximum age limit for absorbing soul rings is very attractive to us in the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's first condition seemed quite excessive. These things could change a generation. In recent years, the Spirit Hall has discovered that many students from the 7 Treasure Academy have soul rings that exceed the limit for absorption. The Spirit Hall has been trying to investigate this, but has found no results. The Academy only recruited slightly older children when it was first established, and from the 2nd year onwards, it has only recruited children who have just turned 6 and awakened their martial spirits, making it difficult to place undercover agents. The people within the Academy are also extremely loyal to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Spirit Hall has not found a breakthrough. In recent years, the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been relatively good. Bibi Dong did not want to tear their relationship apart, so it was better to directly and openly ask for this now, since the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School needs something from them. Hearing Bibi Dong's first condition, Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. This is something the 7 Treasure Academy had actually planned to announce publicly after succeeding in the Soul Master competition. This is something that can improve the overall quality and also slap Yu Xiaogang in the face. Wang Sheng had long been eager to do this. However, he wanted to wait until after the Soul Master competition to make the actual results public, rather than just making a few irresponsible statements like Yu Xiaogang. Furthermore, no other academy dares to provide all its students with such training resources like the 7 Treasure Academy does. It requires enormous funding. If it weren't for Xiao Yuntian voluntarily providing 2 layers of funding to support the academy, even the wealthiest sect in the world, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, would feel the financial strain. Wang Sheng directly took out a booklet from his soul guide and handed it to Bibi Dong. This booklet was essentially a training manual and could be considered Wang Sheng's personal notes, where he recorded and modified any thoughts he had. Your Holiness, this booklet basically contains the training methods I have recorded over the years. It includes some improvements I thought of later, along with matching recipes and medication lists. You can take it and have someone make a copy, then return it to me. Bibi Dong was surprised that Wang Sheng would so generously hand over this booklet to her. She suspiciously flipped through it and found it to be quite detailed, with many annotations. At the same time, she never expected that the training methods of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were created by Wang Sheng alone. Did you come up with all of this by yourself? Basically, yes. However, the medicinal baths formulas were researched and proportioned by our elder Yang Wudi based on my ideas. I don't have that much capability. Hearing Wang Sheng's answer, Bibi Dong couldn't help but look at him with a higher regard. At that moment, Elder Yu Xiaogang entered with a girl around 20 years old. The girl was tall, had shoulder-length hair, and a charmingly seductive face. She looked like a natural fox spirit. Both Wang Sheng and Yang Pufeng couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Everyone has a love for beauty, but it wasn't good to keep looking at other beauties in front of his future mother-in-law. So Wang Sheng quickly withdrew his gaze and asked knowingly, "Your Holiness, who is this?" "She is my disciple, Laina, and also the saintess of our spear hall. Laina, come and greet the Douluo." Laina quickly bowed to Chenshin, while also sizing up the two young men beside him. Bibi Dong continued, "My second condition is for Yang Pufeng and Laina to have a match. If Yang Pufeng loses to Laina, I suggest you all go back." Seeing everyone's confusion, Bibi Dong explained, "I am also planning to send Laina to experience the city of slaughter, but I feel her strength is still lacking. If she goes now, her chances of coming out alive are very small. If Yang Pufeng can't even defeat Laina, I think it's better to postpone this matter for a few years." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Laina carefully examined Yang Pufeng. He appeared to be about her age, and as one of the most talented members of the younger generation in the Spear Hall, she had always been proud, feeling that her teacher underestimated her. At that moment, Yang Pufeng stepped forward nonchalantly and said, "I have no objections." Seeing Yang Pufeng so calm, Laina's impression of him dropped a few notches. This young man seemed unaware of the world's vastness. It looked like he needed to understand that there are always people stronger than him. Laina immediately approached Yang Pufeng without saying any unnecessary words and directly activated her martial spirit. 5 dazzling pink tails grew from behind her. Her hands transformed into furry claws, 2 fox ears sprouted, and her eyes turned a light red, making her look even more alluring. As 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appear beneath her feet, Laina completed her martial spirit possession and respectfully introduced her basic information to Yang Pufeng. Laina, martial spirit, enchanting fox. Rank 53 control system Soul King, please instruct me. Yang Pufeng also summoned his martial spirit, and a long spear appeared in his hand, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, as a fire dragon slowly coiled upwards from the base of the spear. When the fire dragon completely enveloped the spear, it merged into it, forming fiery red patterns. At the same time, Yang Pufeng's 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black also appeared, but upon closer inspection, one would find that Yang Pufeng's soul rings were much deeper in color than Laina's. Yang Pufeng, martial spirit, flame-breaking spear, rank 59 power attack system Soul King. Upon hearing that Yang Pufeng was actually at rank 59, Laina did not dare to be careless and immediately took the initiative to attack. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. In an instant, Laina's eyes flashed, resembling a captivating fox spirit, and Yang Pufeng suddenly fell into a charmed state. Laina immediately flashed in front of the motionless Yang Pufeng. Fifth soul skill, Fox Array Mist. As Laina's 5th black soul ring lit up, the arena was instantly enveloped in red mist, surrounding both of them. First soul skill, Fox Fire. Third soul skill, 1000 Fox 100 Claws. Fourth soul skill, Enchanting Fox Destruction. At this moment, Wang Sheng could not see the situation inside. He could only hear the sounds of battle and the voices of Laina releasing her soul skills. The sounds of combat in the mist were fleeting, and as the red mist dispersed, they saw the two standing 2 meters apart, with Yang Pufeng standing proudly, pointing the tip of his spear at Laina's throat. "You lost." After saying these 3 words, Yang Pufeng retracted his martial spirit, ignoring the still-dazed Laina, and turned to bow to Bibi Dong, saying, "Your Holiness, I have completed this second condition. Please state the third condition." At that moment, Wang Sheng could not see the situation inside, but the other 3 titled Douluo could see it clearly. Indeed, Laina's charm had controlled Yang Pufeng for a brief moment, but it lasted only a second. The moment Laina got close to release her 5th soul skill, Yang Pufeng had already regained his senses. Then, in the mist, Yang Pufeng closed his eyes and easily held his gun to fend off all of Laina's attacks. Just as Laina was about to dodge back and prepare to unleash her 4th soul skill, Yang Pufeng's spear came to a precise stop at her throat. Bibi Dong applauded, acknowledging that Yang Pufeng's strength was indeed formidable. It seemed he would handle himself well in the City of Slaughter. Well. As expected of the future genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, your performance is quite impressive. You have naturally fulfilled the second condition. Bibi Dong glanced at the dejected Hulaina beside her, thinking that Laina had always had things too easy, and experiencing some setbacks would be beneficial for her future growth. She then proposed a third condition to Yang Pufeng. My third condition is very simple. Yang Pufeng, you must take Laina with you to the City of Slaughter, and you both must pass through the Hell Road to obtain the domain of the God of Slaughter together. Chapter 51. Deceiving Bibi Dong what? Teacher, you want me to go with him to the City of Slaughter? Before Yang Pufeng could respond, Hulaina raised her doubts first. Today had been too much of a blow to her, and Yang Pufeng's strength was deeply imprinted in her heart. Hulaina herself didn't realize that just moments ago, when Yang Pufeng had pointed his gun at her, his heroic image had already entered her heart. He had been too outstanding since childhood. He simply looked down on the suitors around her. Even her brother, who had been trying to set her up with Yin, was someone she didn't care for. Without her own strength, why should he conquer her? However, Yang Pufeng had left such a deep impression on her that for the first time, she felt a mindset of never being able to catch up with him, no matter how hard she tried. Ignoring Hulaina's question, Bibi Dong only needed to wait for Yang Pufeng's reply. She was quite impressed by the strength Yang Pufeng had just displayed. If it weren't for the current cooperation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she wouldn't have intended to let him leave alive. Bringing her along is fine, as long as she listens to me and doesn't cause trouble. Seeing Yang Pufeng's indifferent response, Hulaina became dissatisfied. What did it mean to listen to him? What did it mean not to cause trouble? She was also quite strong. It was just that she couldn't beat him. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll take both of you to the City of Slaughter. Seeing that Bibi Dong agreed, Wang Sheng felt relieved. The main objective of this visit to the Pope's palace had already been accomplished. Then thank you, Your Holiness. I hope you will take good care of my brother. Since we are in a cooperative relationship, I will naturally take good care of him, but the City of Slaughter still relies on them. When Wang Sheng saw that things were almost settled, he remembered the second thing he had come for. Your Holiness, could we talk privately? Bibi Dong was also quite curious about Wang Sheng, especially regarding the grand plan he had mentioned to Qian Renxue. There were many concerns in Qian Renxue's letter that Bibi Dong wanted to ask Wang Sheng about. Elder Ju, please take Sword Douluo and Yang Pufeng to the guest rooms to rest. Laina, you should also go back and prepare. Yes, teacher, Your Holiness, Yu Egwan and Hulaina replied. Then took Chen Xian and Yang Pufeng away. Before Chen Xian left, he glanced at Wang Sheng, who nodded at him to reassure him that everything would be fine. And then he followed Yu Egwan out. Once everyone had left, Bibi Dong invited Wang Sheng to sit down. She had always wanted to meet this child. She was curious about how Wang Sheng could have caused such a big change in Qian Renxue over the years. Wang Sheng first took out a beautifully crafted box from his soul guide and handed it to Bibi Dong. Curious, Bibi Dong opened the box to find several identical pills inside. Your Holiness, these are some elixirs refined from the essence of immortal herbs by Elder Yang from our sect. Taking them can eliminate the toxins from the Bloody Mary in the City of Slaughter. Tomorrow, please give one to Pufeng and the others. Bibi Dong asked curiously. This child seems to know a lot. Does he have a connection with Tang Hao? Oh, you know so much about the City of Slaughter? You even know that Bloody Mary is toxic? Just how many secrets do you have? Wang Sheng guessed that Bibi Dong would suspect him, but he didn't intend to reveal too much. First, Your Holiness, you can rest assured that I do not know Tang Hao. I can say that I have never met him, but I do know a lot about the City of Slaughter. However, how I know is something I cannot tell you for the time being. Bibi Dong didn't press Wang Sheng further. She had a good impression of him, and after Qian Renxue had occasionally shown concern for her over the past few years, her cold heart had softened considerably. When it's just the two of us, you can call me Aunt. I can see that Xue is completely devoted to you, but I can't make decisions about your relationship. You'll have to handle that old man yourself. Thank you, Aunt. By the way, besides the 2 pills for Pufeng, you should also take one every 6 months. You've been poisoned for too long, and 1 pill probably won't be enough. Oh, it seems you came prepared this time. So what's your purpose? Wang Sheng scratched his head awkwardly and said, Aunt, actually, besides asking for help for Pufeng, I just wanted to meet you. After all, you are, so to speak, my future mother-in-law. Look at you. You have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeve. I accept your good intentions. Since you're here, I want to ask you about the plans that Shui mentioned before. Why should I believe that your plans are better than ours after years of plotting? Hearing Bibi Dong bring up this matter, Wang Sheng saw it as an opportunity to analyze things for her, saving himself the trouble of finding another chance to discuss it with her later. Indeed, I can't convince you with just a few words. First, you must take the medicine I give you regularly. That toxin can distort one's mind, and your inner cruelty and hatred will be infinitely amplified by it. Upon hearing Wang Sheng mention her hatred, Bibi Dong's expression darkened instantly. This kid seemed to know quite a bit, didn't he? Did he also know about her revenge plan against the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong immediately released her martial soul pressure. Tell me, how much do you know? Don't think that just because you have Qian Rinxua backing you, I won't do anything to you. Seeing that Bibi Dong was angry, Wang Sheng realized that if he didn't persuade her today, things would not go well. However, he wouldn't tell her that he was a time traveler. He had already thought of a way to respond. You have accepted the divine trial of a Rakshasa god, right? You also know about the angel god of the Qian family. So, if I say I have received divine assistance, would you believe me? Bibi Dong put away her pressure and asked with suspicion. There weren't many who knew about the existence of divine inheritances. It seemed she needed to hear what this kid had to say first. Once Bibi Dong retracted her pressure, Wang Sheng felt much better and quickly delivered his prepared statement. I am the representative of the God of Wisdom, but I have not yet started my divine trial. However, the God of Wisdom has revealed many past events to me. Bibi Dong started to slightly believe Wang Sheng's words. Then tell me what you know about me? Wow. Asking me like this is like sending me to my death. If I reveal your secrets, would you let me off? What if I feel like I can't survive? And should I know about your matters or not? Wang Sheng asked, and Bibi Dong realized that he indeed knew about her. At the same time, it was also a reminder. If she didn't want him to mention her matters, he could pretend not to know. Bibi Dong sighed. These years, all the things that had happened to her had been bottled up inside her, and it was tough to bear. She thought it might be better to hear what Wang Sheng had to say today. Then go ahead and say it. No matter what you say, I won't make it difficult for you. And, to be honest, it's not easy for me to say this. What if you get upset and want to kill me? Stop with the nonsense. Just say it. I, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, am not someone who doesn't keep my word. How about you swear by your martial soul? Otherwise, I really am a bit scared. Chapter 52, since you want to hear it, I'll say it. Furious, Bibi Dong grabbed Wang Sheng by the collar. Kid, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll kill you right now? Auntie, please calm down. I'm just worried that you might get too excited and kill me. Besides, if you do, wouldn't that make Xiaoxue a widow? Wang Sheng said with a grin. Knowing that Bibi Dong wouldn't really kill him, he relaxed a little. Bibi Dong released her grip on Wang Sheng, calmed herself, and said, All right, can we talk properly now? I won't kill you if I say I won't. However, let me make this clear. If you let a third person know about our conversation today, even if you hide in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I will kill you. Hearing this, Wang Sheng shrank his neck. It seemed that his mother-in-law's temper was quite formidable. He had to resolve her concerns today. Otherwise, future plans would be difficult to execute. Then, Andy, I'll speak, but you must stay calm. My little body can't withstand your pressure. Okay, go ahead. Since you know about my matters, I'm prepared now. Then I'll say it. First, regarding Xiaoxue's father, I think you should hate him. However, you've already avenged that grudge. But Xiaoxue is your flesh and blood. Even if she has her father's blood, she is innocent. Bibi Dong glared at Wang Sheng. Over the years, her relationship with Qian Rinxua had eased quite a bit, especially when she saw Qian Rinxua call her mother in her heart. Even if it was for this brat in front of her, that alone made her let go of her resentment. I've already made peace with Xiaoxue. As long as she doesn't get swayed by her grandfather like before, there won't be any grudge between us. Wang Sheng felt happy for his lover upon hearing that Bibi Dong had let go of her resentment towards Qian Rinxua. After all, they were family. Then let's turn the page on this. Annie, the next person I want to mention might not make you very happy, but please don't get angry. Bibi Dong realized Wang Sheng was going to talk about Yu Xiaogang, her most beautiful first love, her most radiant years. He was the one she loved the most and also hated the most. Her feelings for Yu Xiaogang were very contradictory. But today she truly wanted to hear someone else's opinion on their relationship. Go ahead, This has been on my mind for over 20 years. I want to see what others think. Wang Sheng boldly said, Yu Xiaogang is irresponsible, cold-hearted, superficial, and extremely selfish. To be honest, I think he doesn't deserve your concern at all. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's evaluation of Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong felt a mix of emotions. Over the years, due to her identity and her unwillingness for others to know about her relationship with Yu Xiaogang, she hadn't investigated him. She only occasionally heard bits of news about him. Over the years, Bibi Dong only knew some normal information collected by the Spirit Hall. 20 years ago, Yu Xiaogang, Flinder, and Lu Erlong formed the Golden Iron Triangle. After a few years, for some unknown reason, they disbanded. Flinder went to a small village in Soto City to start a school called Shrek, while Lu Erlong opened a college in Tiando City called Lamba Academy, specifically for commoner soul masters. Then, while investigating Wang Sheng's information, she discovered that he had an interaction with Yu Xiaogang. When Wang Sheng was 6 years old, he wanted to take Yu Xiaogang as his master at Nodding Academy, but was rejected and ridiculed by Yu Xiaogang. Thinking about this, Bibi Dong suspected that Wang Sheng was evaluating Yu Xiaogang out of personal grievances. When you were 6, you wanted to take Yu Xiaogang as your master, but he publicly rejected you and ridiculed you. Does your evaluation carry any personal resentment? Bibi Dong intended to probe Wang Sheng first, indicating that she was not completely unaware of Yu Xiaogang's matters over the years. That incident did leave me with some shadows for a while, but to be honest, my evaluation of Yu Xiaogang wouldn't be false because of my grievances with him. In fact, I'm even glad that he rejected me back then. Otherwise, I would have been useless by now. Oh, really? Then tell me, why do you evaluate Yu Xiaogang this way? Let me first explain why I say he is just superficial. Yu Xiaogang's theory of the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits is nothing but nonsensical nonsense. He relied on some data obtained from the Spirit Hall to draw conclusions without any real verification. To me, it's just ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong became interested. After she met Yu Xiaogang, she indeed showed him many records from the Spirit Hall in her capacity as the Holy Maiden, and she was attracted to Yu Xiaogang's earnest and knowledgeable demeanor. How do you find his theory ridiculous? To put simply, first, he just summarized the achievements collected by the Spirit Hall over many years into a superficial summary. Secondly, many of his theories are already known to everyone. Yet, he shamelessly presents them as his own research. Isn't that the behavior of a superficial charlatan? Bibi Dong processed Wang Sheng's words, recalling how Yu Xiaogang proudly presented his masterpiece, the 10 core competitiveness theory, to her, and back then, she only saw admiration in her eyes. Wang Sheng continued to analyze for Bibi Dong. For example, in these theories, he mentions, the innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial spirit. Martial spirits are divided into 2 main categories, namely beast martial spirits and tool martial spirits. Tool martial spirits are more auxiliary than beast martial spirits. Every soul master has a direction for development. Soul beasts are divided into 5 levels. Soul rings must be obtained by hunting soul beasts. The longer the soul beast lives, the better the effect of the soul ring. Only the one who personally kills the target soul beast can absorb its soul ring. Plant-type tool martial spirits can absorb beast martial spirit soul rings. And the soul ring bottleneck does not prevent the soul master's soul power from increasing. It's just that without the guidance of the soul ring, one cannot enter the next level. Originally, in level cultivation, one cannot break through levels, but actually the soul power cultivated will manifest once a soul ring is obtained. I just want to ask you, did the soul masters on the continent not know these statements before he published them? Bibi Dong thought for a moment and realized that everyone had indeed known about it, but no one had put these summaries forward before. Seeing Bibi Dong rendered speechless and unable to refute, Wang Sheng seized the opportunity to continue. What I despise the most is Yu Xiaojang's theory about the optimal absorption age of each soul ring. 423 years? He actually dares to say that. Furthermore, it's so precise. May I ask, Auntie, with your strength, can you accurately state the complete age of soul beast down to the exact year? Of course not. We can only judge the approximate age range of a soul beast based on its characteristics and size. Exactly. So on what basis does Yu Xiaogang state that number so precisely? Moreover, Many of our 7 Treasure Academy soul masters have first soul rings over 500 years old. Isn't that a contradiction to his theory? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong began to objectively reflect on Yu Xiaojing's theories and felt that they indeed seemed to be fabricated numbers. All soul masters in the spirit hall only registered the approximate age of their soul rings. No soul master would claim to know the exact age of their soul rings. It seemed that Yu Xiaojing's so-called 423 years was indeed a self-deceiving inference. Chapter 53. Yu Xiaojing is unworthy. Wang Sheng's analysis made Bibi Dong's admiration for Yu Xiaojing's scholarly talent from back in the day vanish in an instant. "Go on," she said. "Listening to your analysis, I realize I was indeed a bit foolish to think Yu Xiaojing was well-educated and theoretically invincible. Looking back, it's just a joke. And you don't need to think that way. Yu Xiaojing is indeed knowledgeable. He is strong in the knowledge of soul beasts and the combination of soul skills. But that's normal. After all, he couldn't break through his soul power, so he must have had plenty of time for research. My teacher is the same. After reaching level 79, he couldn't break through his bottleneck, so he started doing research." At this moment, Bibi Dong felt relieved that Wang Sheng could objectively evaluate Yu Xiaojing's knowledge, reducing her doubts about his potential bias due to personal grievances. "There's no need to elaborate on theoretical knowledge. Through your analysis, I already understand his capabilities. Now, tell me about his irresponsible and ungrateful behavior. I did indeed wrong him first." Thinking back to how she left Yu Xiaojing because of Qin Xuanji's defilement, feeling too ashamed to face him, Bibi Dong realized this was her biggest mental block. In fact, "Aunt, you shouldn't feel guilty towards him. He doesn't deserve your love." "Why do you say that?" Seeing Bibi Dong's curiosity, Wang Sheng seized the opportunity to help her resolve her mental block. "Aunt, you should know that after separating from you, Yu Xiaojing formed the golden triangle with Flinder and Lu Erlong, right? I've heard about that. What does it have to do with Yu Xiaojing's ungratefulness?" "Of course it does. Do you want to know why the golden triangle disbanded?" Bibi Dong was a bit annoyed by Wang Sheng's roundabout way of speaking. "Just get to the point. Stop beating around the bush." Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly. After all, it was tiring to talk alone. He continued, "The disbandment of the golden triangle was because Yu Xiaojing fell in love with Lu Erlong." "What? Yu Xiaojing fell in love with Lu Erlong?" Bibi Dong found it hard to believe, as she had foolishly thought Yu Xiaojing had remained single all these years because he couldn't let go of his feelings for her. Seeing the melancholic expression on Bibi Dong's face, Wang Sheng hurriedly added, "Aunt, let me finish. Lu Erlong's identity is quite special. She is the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian, the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. In other words, Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong are cousins." "What? They're cousins?" Bibi Dong was shocked. This matter came to light on the day Yu Xiaojing was supposed to marry Lu Erlong, when Yu Lumian arrived just in time to reveal their relationship, causing their wedding to be called off. "Aunt, what do you think a normal man should do in such a situation?" Bibi Dong thought for a moment. Actually, it was just a misunderstanding. They didn't do anything. It shouldn't be a big deal. They should have clarified the misunderstanding on the spot, and then they could interact as siblings. Did Yu Xiaojing insist on marrying Lu Erlong? If Yu Xiaojing had made either of those choices, Wang Sheng, would admire him and wouldn't say a bad word about him. But he didn't. Instead, he ran away, leaving Lu Erlong to bear the burden alone. What? Yu Xiaojing is so irresponsible? Bibi Dong could fully empathize with Lu Erlong's helplessness at that moment. What should have been clarified face-to-face turned into a situation where Yu Xiaojing fled, leaving no room for reasoning. It seemed she had truly misjudged such a man. Bibi Dong felt disappointed in Yu Xiaojing. She was certain that if she had told him about her own ordeal back then, he would have probably run away too. Seeing her reaction, Wang Sheng quickly comforted her. "Aunt, don't think about such a selfish and ungrateful person. He doesn't deserve it." Bibi Dong calmed down a bit. She needed to digest this information slowly. Could it be that the person she had secretly missed for over 20 years was truly so unworthy? At this moment, Wang Sheng didn't disturb Bibi Dong. He quietly sat beside her. These matters could only be processed by her alone. Opening her heart wasn't something he could achieve with just a few words. Right now, he was merely opening a door. preventing a situation years later where Yu Xiaogang might come looking for Bibi Dong because of Tang's San, causing her further pain and potentially turning her heart completely dark. After a long time, Bibi Dong emerged from her contemplation. Yes, such a man is unworthy. Perhaps I was just holding on to a fantasy about that unfulfilled youthful love. He has long forgotten me. Wang Sheng, thank you for telling me this. Otherwise, I would have remained in the dark. Noticing Bibi Dong's improved state, Wang Sheng thought to lighten the mood. How about considering my teacher? Compared to Yu Xiaogang, my teacher is better in every aspect, and he's been single for several years. You might as well give it a try. After all, we could become even closer. Far away at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji sneezed, wondering if it was time to put on another layer of clothing. After Wang Sheng finished speaking, he saw Bibi Dong giving him a murderous glare and quickly explained. Just kidding. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Bibi Dong glared at him. That could be considered. If your teacher brings your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into my spirit hall, I will marry your teacher. Seeing Bibi Dong's playful smile, Wang Sheng knew he couldn't continue that joke and quickly chuckled. Aunt, is there anything else about Yu Xiaogang that needs to be discussed? But those are just minor issues. They only show his poor character. Bibi Dong waved her hand. She didn't want to hear about Yu Xiaogang anymore. Just thinking about him made her feel disgusted. There's no need to discuss it. I don't want to hear it anymore. Just like you said, he doesn't deserve it. Exactly. I said, Aunt. A wise person like you can see through it all. Such a person is not worth it. Suddenly, Bibi Dong grabbed Wang Sheng by the collar, startling him. What's wrong? We just finished talking, and now you're turning against me? With a serious and fierce expression, Bibi Dong said, if even a single word of our conversation gets out, I won't let you go. Do you understand? I promise to keep it a secret. I won't leak anything. Wang Sheng, being held by Bibi Dong, dared not say a word. This future mother-in-law was too fierce. He couldn't provoke her. Bibi Dong released Wang Sheng, thinking that this future son-in-law was quite likable in some ways. If he continued to bully his woman, she could use this as an excuse to give him a good beating. All right, I'm tired today. Let's talk about other things later. I don't want to discuss your plan for now. We'll talk after the Soul Master competition. You can go now. Bibi Dong rubbed her temples, needing to digest what she had heard today. She also planned to send Ghost Law to investigate if Wang Sheng had deceived her, and she waved her hand, signaling him to leave. Wow, what kind of attitude is this? After asking what I needed to know, you're telling me to leave. If it weren't for you being my future mother-in-law, I would have definitely beaten you up long ago. Wang Sheng thought angrily, but his actions were honest. He trembled as he walked to the door and said to Bibi Dong, then I'll take my leave, Aunt. By the way, you can consider my teacher. One day I'll ask him if he is willing to use the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as a betrothal gift to marry you. After saying this, Wang Sheng dashed out, fearing that if he hesitated, Bibi Dong would catch him and give him a beating. This little brat is joking with me. At this moment, Ning Fengji, who was far away at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and had just put on a coat, sneezed again. Chapter 54. Shrek Academy. 3 months later, in Soto City, a boy and a girl walked out of the southern gate. They continued walking south after exiting the city. The boy appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a finely crafted black and gold outfit that looked quite expensive. His black hair was about 10 centimeters long, neatly tied at the back of his head. The girl looked to be around 12 or 13, with fair skin and a cute yet slightly mischievous appearance. She wore a similar outfit to the boy, but it was white. When they reached a village, they noticed a line of people ahead, with a seat in front where an old man was checking the bones of the children one by one. Behind the old man hung a large sign that read, Shrek Academy. Seeing the dilapidated academy in this small mountain village, the girl complained to the boy, I say, Big Brother Sheng, why did you bring me to this broken place? Isn't it better for me to stay at Seven Treasure Academy? I'm not any worse than my third brother. Why not let him come here instead? I could just join you guys for the Soul Master competition. Rong, please don't be willful. I've already explained the purpose of coming here to study. Besides, I'm here to help improve the environment, the boy replied. The two were Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong. Wang Sheng had voluntarily accompanied Ning Rongrong to register, and he also wanted to meet the legendary Shrek 7 monsters. Ning Rongrong had always feared Wang Sheng, who was like a demon to her. He was her favorite senior before she turned 5, but after that, he became her nightmare. When she was 5, Wang Sheng began to train her rigorously. Her small body had to endure the harsh training. And what angered her most was that even her beloved sword grandpa and bone grandpa ignored her, allowing this detestable senior to train her. Thus, Wang Sheng was the one she feared the most. He was usually very caring towards her, but during training, he turned into a devil. As they queued at the end of the line, Wang Sheng noticed a boy and a girl coming up behind them, chatting and laughing. He smiled internally, recognizing them as Tang San and Xiao Wu, just as described in the original work. Tang San was dressed simply, looking around 12 or 13 years old, with a height of about 1.7 meters. He wore a light blue outfit, looking very neat. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones was wrapped around his waist, and his semi-long black hair barely reached his shoulders. Although not particularly handsome, he exuded an approachable vibe, with a faint smile on his lips. The girl beside him had silky black hair neatly styled into a scorpion braid, reaching past her calves. She appeared slightly taller than Tang San. She wore a pink top that tightly wrapped around her developing figure, accentuating her slim waist. It could only be Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng smiled and nodded slightly at the two. Seeing Wang Sheng's friendly gesture, Tang San politely returned the smile and nod. Then, the same scene as in the original storyline unfolded, where a student was deemed too young by Li Yusong and wanted a refund. Li Yusong sent Dai Mubai to handle the situation, which caused the line to shrink significantly. Witnessing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this a scam? If there are such rules, why not state them clearly beforehand? Why wait until after we pay the registration fee to say it?" Under Wang Sheng's guidance, Ning Rongrong was no longer the little devil from the original story. Her worldview was very correct, and having spent time with Commoner Soul Masters at Seven Treasure Academy, she understood how difficult it was for them. When Ning Rongrong and Wang Sheng reached Li Yusong, he said to Wang Sheng, "Your age surely doesn't meet our standards. You must be here to accompany her. Please step aside." Wang Sheng smiled and handed a letter from his soul-guided device to Li Yusong. "I'm here to register my junior sister, but I also have something to discuss with the Academy's principal. This is a recommendation letter. You could take a look." Li Yusong casually accepted the letter and glanced at it before telling Wang Sheng, "All right, if this girl passes the test and enters the Academy, you can come along." Wang Sheng didn't say much and stepped aside, waiting for Li Yusong to check Ning Rongrong's bones. However, having already seen Wang Sheng's letter, Li Yusong didn't ask the original question about whether Ning Rongrong's family knew she was here. After examining Ning Rongrong's hand bones, Li Yusong was taken aback, exclaiming, "This isn't just a monster. This is a prodigy. The age matches. Mubai, take them to the second round of tests." As Dai Mubai was about to lead them away, Wang Sheng waved his hand, indicating to wait a moment. "The two behind will definitely pass as well. Let's wait for them, or you'll have to run back again." Dai Mubai knew Tang San and Xiao Wu's abilities, but he was curious about how Wang Sheng knew this. Not asking any further, he waited a moment. As the original storyline unfolded before Wang Sheng's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. "It's been over 10 years since I traveled here, and I've finally seen the main plot." After Dai Mubai brought them into the academy, he sensed Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul and left to find her. Wang Sheng looked around and spotted a cart not far away, where a boy with a full beard stood. Wang Sheng smiled slightly, knowing that Uncle Sausage was about to make his appearance. Soon a soft voice called out, "Selling sausages. Selling sausages. Come take a look, don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet. Cheap price and generous quantity. Only 5 copper coins each. Eat Oscar's sausages, and you'll be sure to pass the entrance exam." Curious, Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward to buy 2 sausages, and Wang Sheng followed Ning Rongrong to buy a few as well. At this moment, Dai Mubai returned with Zhu Zhuqing, wanted to stop them just like in the original story. Dai Mubai said to Oscar, "Oscar, make a sausage right away." Oscar looked aggrieved, especially in front of the girl he had fallen for, Ning Rongrong. However, just like in the original dialogue, Oscar was forced by Dai Mubai to make a sausage. As Oscar's first soul ring lit up, the soul skill followed. "I have a big sausage." At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt nauseated and disgusted. When Dai Mubai thought the objective had been achieved and turned around, he saw Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong still enjoying their sausages. "Didn't you hear his soul skill just now?" How can you eat so happily? Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly, it's just a soul skill. What's the big deal? There are so few food-type soul masters, and the food they produce is a treasure. That uncle should make us a few more. Thanks to Wang Sheng's education, Ning Rongrong didn't care about the soul skill issue. After years of training that completely exhausted her energy, she was grateful to finally eat food from a food-type soul master and had long since stopped worrying about such things. Seeing that Ning Rongrong wasn't disdainful of his soul skill, Oscar felt as if spring had come to him. Chapter 55. Tang San's inner conflict following Dai Mubai. Everyone arrived at the second round. Dai Mubai whispered a few words to the teacher, who then allowed him to take them directly to the fourth round. Just like in the original story, many were dissatisfied. However, when several of them demonstrated their soul power, it dispelled the jealousy of the others. The only incident occurred when it was time for Ning Rongrong to showcase her abilities. Ning Rongrong did not go to take the crystal ball. I'd better not. If this crystal ball breaks, you won't have anything to test with. A boy nearby seemed to seize the opportunity and quickly said, I see you don't have enough soul power and want to sneak in. Ning Rongrong glanced at the boy who raised the question. How can you question others when you're useless yourself? Just watch. Ning Rongrong immediately summoned her martial soul, and the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda appeared before everyone. With 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, appearing at her feet. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Wait, the teacher said the limit for the second soul ring is 764 years. How could her second soul ring be purple? Tang San was very surprised to see that Ning Rongrong's second soul ring was purple, which was different from what the teacher had said. What's so strange? Everyone has different physiques, and Rongrong has been training to enhance her body since she was little. It's not unusual for her to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for her second. I'm even planning for her to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for her 4th soul ring. Wang Sheng explained, noticing this was a chance to instill doubt in Tang San about Yu Xiaogang. Ning Rongrong was the first person Wang Sheng customized training for after years of experiments and improvements. Plus, she started training at the age of 5 and has high talent. So it was natural for her to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for her second. However, regarding Ning Rongrong's 4th soul ring absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, Wang Sheng still needed to wait for Ning Fengji to find a suitable head spirit bone for her, as the greatest challenge for the 4th soul ring was not the body, but the soul impact. That's why 2 years ago, Wang Sheng sent Ning Fengji to search for a suitable head spirit bone for Ning Rongrong. 1,000 years for the second soul ring and 10,000 years for the 4th is absolutely impossible. My teacher's theory cannot be wrong. Tang San still did not believe it. Wang Sheng quickly added fuel to the fire and summoned his martial soul. When Wang Sheng's yellow, purple, and black soul rings appear before everyone, they became even more unsettled. I don't have good talent. My martial soul is just an ordinary battle tiger martial soul, with innate soul power of level 4. When I was 6 years old, I wanted to apprentice under someone at Nodding Academy who was called Master. But he said my talent was too poor and that I would never achieve anything in this life. Wang Sheng pretended not to know about Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's relationship, just sharing his experience. When Tang San heard Wang Sheng mention the Master at Nodding Academy, he thought, could it be that he is talking about my teacher? No, Tang San needed to clarify. His teacher was not that kind of person. Then how did you gain your current strength? By all accounts, your martial soul quality and talent are indeed not high. Well, I train my body every day afterward. I even regret it. If I had started training at 2 or 3 years old, maybe my second soul ring could have also been like Rongrong's, absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart wavered. He had started cultivating at 2 or 3 years old, so if Wang Sheng was right, shouldn't he have been able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for his second soul ring as well? Could it be that his teacher was really wrong? The 10 core competition theories of martial souls clearly stated the first soul ring is 423 years, and the second is 764 years. These are the limits. Xiao Wu also guessed that the master Wang Sheng mentioned was likely Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaogang. Seeing Tang San's expression of disappointment, she quickly tried to restore some dignity for the master. The 10 core competition theories of martial souls? That's the theory proposed by that master, right? However, I've made connections with several major clans and a few titled Douluo, and from them, I learned that this has always been understood by everyone. It's just that no one summarized it before. Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Are you saying that this theory has always existed and is not the result of the Master's research? Wang Sheng was very satisfied with Xiao Wu's assist, feeling that today's gains were quite good. Of course, it's not the result of that Master's research. He merely summarized something everyone already knows. However, that master is indeed knowledgeable and very learned. I just don't fully agree that this so-called 10-core competition theory is his research achievement. Wang Sheng didn't want to be too definitive. He still needed to use Tang San later, and while pretending not to know about his relationship with Yu Xiaogang, sharing his views wouldn't offend Tang San. Let's not talk about this. It's all in the past. Anyway, you don't know the master, and you still need to go to the 4th round of tests. The group stopped dwelling on this matter and followed Dai Mubai to the testing site for the 4th round. When they arrived, they saw a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s sleeping on a reclining chair. Teacher Zhao, I brought the new students. They are all exempt from the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Oh, so many little monsters have come this year. The middle-aged man slightly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the group, pointed at Wang Sheng and asked, Isn't this kid more than 12 years old? What does Li Yusong think? Seeing that Zhao Wujia had doubts about him, Wang Sheng handed the letter he had shown Li Yusong to Zhao Wujia without waiting for Dai Mubai to explain. Senior Zhao, I'm not a student here to enroll. Please take a look at this letter first, and you'll understand. Zhao Wujia opened the letter and took a look. Looks like that old fellow Flander is going to be pleased secretly. All right, you wait over there for a moment. After I personally assess them, I'll take you to see the dean. Zhao Wujia became interested in the few little monsters before him and felt a sudden itch to test them. As in the original story, he said, I'm Zhao Wujia. Since you 4 are exempt from the 2nd and 3rd rounds, I'll personally play with you. Now, I'll give you an incense stick time to get to know each other and discuss. After the incense stick burns out, the test will begin. The content of the test is for you 4 to work together to withstand my attacks for an incense stick time. As long as one person can hold out until the end, you all pass. I hope you understand not to try to take shortcuts. No one can escape this range with speed. At the same time, I can remind you that it's impossible to withstand my attacks alone. Coordinating and cooperating with each other is your only chance for success. Dai Mubai hurriedly said, Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Shouldn't he be the one to assess? He still wanted to show off his strength in front of these beautiful girls. Zhao Wujia waved his hand, indicating that the dean was not there, so he was the boss. If you keep talking, I might just take you down. With a face like a bitter melon, Dai Mubai had no choice but to inform the others about Zhao Wujia's situation. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng took a small stool, brought out some sunflower seeds from his soul guide, and sat down to watch, wondering if the battle would become more interesting with the stronger version of Ning Rongrong. Chapter 56. Battle against Zhao Wujia. Wang Sheng, sitting aside and munching on sunflower seeds, didn't pay attention to the conversation among the others. After all, it was bound to be similar to the original story. He was just waiting to see the show. Once everyone got to know each other, the battle began. 9 treasures turned out to have Lioli. 9 treasures was known for its strength. 9 treasures was also known for its speed. And 9 treasures was additionally known for its soul. In an instant, several beams of light flew towards Tang San and the others. Ning Rongrong was now a level 36 soul master, and assisting several powerful soul masters was a piece of cake for her. At this moment, Zhao Wujia still wanted to disrupt Ning Rongrong's support, just like in the original story, and he heavily struck the ground with his fists. However, Ning Rongrong's soul skill was released extremely quickly, and she had already cast all her enhancement soul skills on everyone. Seeing Zhao Wujia strike the ground, Tang San felt something was wrong, but during their earlier discussion, Ning Rongrong had said that they didn't need to worry about her during the battle. She could handle it herself. Zhao Wujia, noticing how quickly Ning Rongrong released her enhancement soul skills, immediately decided to deal with her first. He forcefully pushed away Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, charging directly at Ning Rongrong. When Ning Rongrong saw Zhao Wujia rushing towards her, she didn't appear the slightest bit panicked. With a quick sidestep, she flashed behind Zhao Wujia and delivered a powerful kick to his backside. Zhao Wujie had initially thought of Ning Rongrong as just a support soul master and assumed she was frozen in place out of fear since she hadn't moved. Zhao Wujie unconsciously slowed down his charge. Who would have thought that the unorthodox Ning Rongrong could quickly dodge behind Zhao Wujie just as he was about to collide with her? This heavy kick sent the overly careless Zhao Wujie crashing to the ground in a humiliating manner. Wow, she is so fierce. Can a support be this strong? Oscar, along with the other support-type soul masters, gaped in disbelief. The girl he had a crush on not only had an outrageous cultivation level, but also possessed terrifying combat skills. Zhao Wujie clumsily got up from the ground, feeling utterly humiliated. Seeing the others stifling their laughter, he became furious. At this moment, he crazily chased after Ning Rongrong, wanting to attack her. However, Ning Rongrong was incredibly fast and agile, dodging left and right, making Zhao Wujie miss every attack and occasionally countering in the process. Tang, San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing felt awkward. Zhao Wujie was continuously chasing after Ning Rongrong, leaving the three of them looking like mere decorations. Zhao Wujie, realizing he couldn't catch Ning Rongrong, directly released his soul skill, gravity control. Under his gravity suppression, he wanted to see how Ning Rongrong, who was only in her 30s in soul power, could still run. With Zhao Wujie's gravity suppression, Ning Rongrong's speed slightly decreased, but even so, she was still unafraid and turned to confront Zhao Wujie head-on. At this moment, Tang Xin finally reacted and quickly said to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, "Let us go." Xiao Wu's waist bow combined with her charm, and Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly puncture and ghostly claw simultaneously attacked Zhao Wujie, while Tang Xin occasionally released his entangling skill to disrupt Zhao Wujie's attacks. Zhao Wujie had already spent quite some time chasing Ning Rongrong. Now that the others were engaging him all at once, he unknowingly found that the assessment time was quickly passing. Wang Sheng saw that the incense had burned out and nudged Dai Mu by, prompting him to look at the burnt-out incense. Dai Mu Bai, understanding the hint, shouted from the side, "Teacher Zhao, time's up." They passed the test. Wang Sheng had initially thought that Ning Rongrong's commotion had indirectly helped Zhao Wujie avoid the risk of being beaten by Tang Hao that night. However, good intentions are often hard to convey. Zhao Wujie pretended not to hear and directly unleashed his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, sending the nearby fighters flying. A soul sage in Martial Soul True Body form had power that should not be underestimated. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were knocked out, while Ning Rongrong, having a solid foundation, was pushed aside and suffered some injuries but did not lose consciousness. Tang San, being slightly farther away, was only pushed back a bit. Anxiously, he rushed over to check on Xiao Wu's condition. Wang Sheng, who had intended to watch the show, was slightly displeased to see Zhao Wujie's ruthless attack injure Ning Rongrong and went over to check her injuries, relieved to find they weren't too serious. "Senior Zhao, this seems a bit inappropriate. The time is already up, yet you still used Martial Soul True Body. Isn't this a bit too much, bullying the weak?" Tang Xin looked at Zhao Wujie angrily. Zhao Wujie, however, was unfazed and replied, "I say, time is only up when it's up. What does it have to do with you? If you can't handle this little battle, what are you doing as a soul master?" Seeing Zhao Wujie's arrogant demeanor, Wang Sheng felt a surge of anger. He clenched his fists and walked up to Zhao Wujie. Junior Wang Sheng, Martial Soul, Battle Tiger, Level 47 Assault System Battle Soul Sect, daring to ask the senior for a few moves. Wang Sheng then released his Martial Soul, with his soul rings of yellow, purple, and black lighting up. Zhao Wujie, noticing Wang Sheng's fourth ring, became interested. He had expected this person to also be a monster. He looked only 2 or 3 years older than Dai Mu Bai, yet already possessed strength close to a Soul King. This instantly excited Zhao Wujie. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujie lit another stick of incense and inserted it into the ground. "If you can last for the duration of a stick of incense, I will apologize for my earlier actions. If you can't, you must join the academy." Zhao Wujie had taken a liking to Wang Sheng. Although he had just used his 7th soul skill, which consumed a lot of his soul power, he was still confident in dealing with a soul master. Tang San and the others also stepped forward. "Teacher Zhao, I'm still here. I haven't been defeated by you." Ning Rongrong also got up and said, "I haven't fallen yet either." Zhao Wujie suddenly felt a headache coming on. He was now in a bit of a dilemma. He wasn't afraid of the three attacking him together, but he couldn't guarantee he could take them down within the duration of an incense stick. While Zhao Wujie hesitated, Wang Sheng saw through his thoughts. How about this, Senior Zhao? There's no need for a stick of incense. Let us all three of us go at once and settle this directly. Good lad, you really are arrogant. Today, I will show you the strength of my unmoved king, Zhao Wujie. With that, Zhao Wujie charged directly at Wang Sheng, who remained calm and cleverly dodged. That speed is unbelievable. I feel like teacher Zhao can't catch up. Oscar and the others were shocked by Wang Sheng's speed. Ning Rongrong had already overturned their perceptions of support soul masters, and now seeing Wang Sheng's speed, they were even more astonished. Wang Sheng's speed could completely rival that of an agile attack-type soul master. Dai Mubai was also puzzled. Wang Sheng's martial soul, Battle Tiger, was nowhere near his white tiger martial soul, but as fellow tiger-type beast martial souls, he knew that tiger-type beast martial souls primarily focused on strength. How could Wang Sheng be so fast? Did he have soul rings, all from agile soul beasts? Chapter 57. Joining forces with Tang, San. While Dai Mubai and Oscar on the sidelines were trembling, Wang Sheng on the field had already quickly dodged Zhao Wujie's attacks, occasionally landing heavy punches on Zhao Wujie's body. Zhao Wujie was forced to activate his gravitational suppression, and his soul power was nearly exhausted. Upon seeing Zhao Wujie use gravitational suppression, Wang Sheng's mouth curled up as he said to Tang San and Ning Rongrong behind him, "Now's the time. Rongrong, boost us both. Then you leave the battlefield. Tang San, I'll engage him up close. You assist me from the side." The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda activated. First, power. Second, speed. Third, soul. Ning Rongrong executed Wang Sheng's words without hesitation, and after boosting them, she immediately left the battlefield. Meanwhile, Tang San continuously threw hidden weapons at Zhao Wujie, as he had quite a few on him. Wang Sheng was full of confidence in this battle, but he was prepared to make Zhao Wujie suffer for his dishonorable conduct. Wang Sheng suddenly had a bright idea on how to make Zhao Wujie lose miserably and get beaten up later. He immediately feigned an opening, allowing Zhao Wujie to land a punch on his stomach, and Wang Sheng used the force to fly backward heavily. Although Zhao Wujie's punch had significant power, it was within Wang Sheng's acceptable range. Seeing Wang Sheng being hit and flown away by his punch, Zhao Wujie thought to himself that this kid was fast and strong, but his defense was lacking. It seemed he had focused too much on training his speed and power, completely neglecting the enhancement of his physique. Zhao Wujie decided he needed to teach this kid more about physical training in the future. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had already considered Wang Sheng as his prey, feeling quite pleased with himself, completely unaware that everything was part of Wang Sheng's plan. At this moment, Zhao Wujie ignored Wang Sheng and charged towards Tang San, who had been sneakily attacking him from behind with hidden weapons. For someone as straightforward as Zhao Wujie, he disliked Tang San's underhanded tactics. Seeing Zhao Wujie attacking him, Tang San immediately activated Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to evade Zhao Wujie's attack, but Zhao Wujie was cautious, having suffered too many losses from speed today. He promptly grabbed Tang San's ankle. With a strong pull, Zhao Wujie then swung Tang San violently, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhao Wujie had initially only wanted to have a little fun, not intending to use too much force, but the series of encounters had made him quite displeased. So he was a bit heavier-handed this time. Tang San, who was slammed hard onto the ground, felt waves of pain throughout his body and used all his strength to support himself. Zhao Wujie saw that Tang San was still able to stand and thought that the kid really didn't take him seriously. Just fall down and this will all be over. This little guy still wants to fight. At this moment, Tang San began to throw various hidden weapons at Zhao Wujie. However, weapons like the Willow Leaf Blade, Locust Stone, Golden Money Dart, and Penetrating Bone Nails were all blocked by Zhao Wujie using the last of his soul power. It's about time to end this. I don't want to waste any more time playing this childish game with you kids. Zhao Wujie immediately flashed to Tang San's front and landed a heavy punch on his chest. Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the air by the immense force. At that moment, he released several beams of golden light from his hands. The rapid incoming golden light caught Zhao Wujie off guard and pierced through his body. At that moment, Zhao Wujia felt a sharp pain inside him and saw Tang San finally unable to get up from the ground. Zhao Wujia finally let out a sigh of relief. You little brats, with this level of power, you want to challenge me, the unmoved king? You're still too young. Zhao Wujia was also feeling pretty bad himself. His soul power was nearly exhausted, and the wound that Tang San had just inflicted was extremely painful. He had no strength left to continue fighting. Seeing Ning Rongrong, who had already left the arena, Zhao Wujia let out a sigh of relief. In the past, he would never allow a support soul master to leave the battlefield after using their boost abilities. He would have definitely pulled them back for a beating. Now that Ning Rongrong had exited early, he finally saved face. Just as he was about to call Oscar for some recovery sausages to regain his strength, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Zhao Wujia turned around to see Wang Sheng grinning mischievously and thought, not good. How did I forget about this kid? I thought I'd knocked him down for good. Senior Zhao, I haven't fallen yet. It's my turn now. Wang Sheng knew that Tang Hao was watching nearby, and just when Zhao Wujia was about to send Tang San flying, he pretended to struggle to get up from the ground. After performing his first and second soul abilities, he suddenly seemed to regain spirit, wanting others to think that his soul abilities could temporarily alleviate his pain and forcefully enhance his power. Just as Zhao Wujia saw Wang Sheng grinning at him and was about to say he didn't want to hurt an outsider, Wang Sheng had already cut off his chance to speak. Senior Zhao, take this. My self-created soul skill, Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist. In an instant, a storm of fists rained down on Zhao Wujia's chest, making him feel a sudden tightness in his chest. Then, Wang Sheng executed a sweeping kick aimed at Zhao Wujia's lower body, causing the already unsteady Zhao Wujia to tumble sideways. Wang Sheng followed up with a powerful uppercut that sent Zhao Wujia's already falling body soaring into the air. On the sidelines, Ning Rongrong shook her head and said, Big Bear is in trouble. What trouble? Oscar asked, just as he saw Wang Sheng leap high into the air, a series of rapid shadows flashing around Zhao Wujia. In the air, Zhao Wujia felt quite distressed. He didn't expect this kid to be so fierce. If it weren't for his tough skin and strong resilience, he might have been beaten to death by this kid. As Wang Sheng delivered the final powerful kick in midair, Zhao Wujia's body crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive pit. Dust scattered around the pit as Wang Sheng finally floated down, raising his right hand in a victory gesture. Finished. Oscar, hurry and check if Senior Zhao is dead. If he is not, stuff your sausages in his mouth. Wang Sheng, you were amazing. Ning Rongrong happily ran over, holding Wang Sheng's hand and cheering. Wang Sheng knew his act wasn't over yet. There was still a certain titled Daw watching nearby. He circulated his soul power and forced out a mouthful of old blood before swaying and collapsing. After a while, as everyone regained their composure, Wang Sheng stood up after eating Oscar's sausage. When Tang San extracted the dragon beard needle from Zhao Wujia, who then fainted again, Wang Sheng's first main storyline had come to a perfect conclusion. Not long after, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, returned to the academy. After reading Wang Sheng's letter, he invited Wang Sheng to his office. Facing his benefactor, Flinder's wrinkled old face broke into a grin. Chapter 58 Mutual Probing in Flinder's office. Wang Sheng swaggered into Flinder's seat, while Flinder moved a stool to sit beside him. The letter from Ning Fengji mentioned a donation of 500,000 gold soul coins to Flinder's Shrek Academy, emphasizing that this donation was entirely selfless, unlike sponsorship or funding. The only request Ning Fengji made in the letter was for Flinder to allow Wang Sheng to visit and communicate at Shrek for half a year, indicating that the money was in Wang Sheng's hands and Flinder and Wang Sheng could discuss the donation's usage. Flinder rubbed his hands together, smiling obsequiously at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, our academy has had a tough time these years. We must thank Sect Master Ning for his strong support. What do you think about this money? Flinder, don't worry. The money will definitely be given in full. I just want to discuss its usage with you first, Wang Sheng replied. Flinder pushed up his glasses and began to lament. You don't know how tough it has been for the academy over the years. We only have a few students each year, often with more teachers than students. Look at this small mountain village. It's quite difficult. I will definitely use this money to improve various conditions at the academy. Seeing Flinder like this made Wang Sheng chuckled inwardly. Although he didn't particularly like some of Flinder's teaching philosophies, he greatly admired the man's character. A person of Flinder's caliber could easily receive good treatment by aligning with any powerful faction, yet he chose to endure hardship for his ideals. Wang Sheng had a deep respect for idealists like Flinder who powered themselves with love. Wang Sheng took out a card from his soul guide and handed it to Flinder. The discussion about usage is just a formality. The actual request is simple. Please improve the food. That dinner today was truly awful. Upon receiving the card, Flinder's face broke into a beaming smile, and he patted his chest to assure Wang Sheng. You can rest assured. I will ensure the food meets the highest standards, guaranteeing that every meal is a feast. Wang Sheng, having a good impression of Flinder, generously shared his thoughts. Flinder, you see, although you only recruit talented soul masters and your education is quite good, if your basic facilities don't keep up, it will waste a lot of talented soul masters' potential. Flinder understood this issue as well and said apologetically, it was just that we didn't have any money before. Now that we have this donation, I promise that this batch of students will be the best and their future achievements will be brilliant. I believe that, and I also hope to see them at the Soul Master competition. Hearing about the competition, Flinder's expression dimmed. Although the number of students at the academy was finally enough to participate, his school didn't even have the qualifications to compete. Wang Sheng noticed Flinder's concern and stood up, patting his back. I understand your worries. Don't worry, trust me, your academy will definitely appear at the Soul Master competition in 2 years. Otherwise, we wouldn't send our little princess from the 7-treasure glazed tile school here. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, Flinder thought to himself, right? Since Ning Fengji dares to send his precious pupil here, he will definitely help solve the participation issue. Thank you for your sex help. Seeing that Flinder mistakenly thought Ning Fengji would help him secure a chance to compete, Wang Sheng, knowing how the story would unfold, didn't clarify. He waved at Flinder and prepared to leave the office. By the way, Flinder, for the next 6 months, I will be training with your academy. But I must say this up front, if I find some of your training methods don't meet my desired intensity, I will probably practice on my own. I'm off now. As Wang Sheng reached the door, he turned back to say this to Flinder, not waiting for a response before leaving. After Wang Sheng left, Flinder adjusted his glasses and muttered to himself, don't be scared by the intensity of my training when the time comes. Our academy's teaching is specifically designed for monsters. Flinder returned to the academy quite late. He only knew that Zhao Wujia, feeling restless, personally assessed a few newly enrolled students and ended up getting beaten up. But he was unaware that Wang Sheng had also made a move. He thought Wang Sheng was just someone sent by Ning Fengji to learn his teaching methods. The next day, before dawn, Tang Xin got up. He trained diligently, rising early each day to absorb the first rays of sunlight for his purple extreme magic eye cultivation. At this moment, as Tang Xin stepped out of his room, he saw someone in the courtyard practicing boxing vigorously. The boxing techniques looked quite special, unlike anything from the Douluo continent, which made Tang Xin, also a traveler, feel a hint of suspicion. The person practicing boxing noticed Tang Xin watching him but didn't stop to greet him. Instead, he finished his set of movements before taking a towel from his soul guide to wipe off sweat, and then greeted Tang Xin. I didn't expect you to be up so early to train. Tang Xin quickly responded as the other person had stopped to greet him. Yes, Wang Sheng. You're up early too. Wang Sheng, wiping his sweat, casually replied, I'm used to it. I've been doing this every day since I was 6. It was hard to adapt at first, but after a month, it became a habit. Unable to resist his curiosity about the earlier techniques, Tang Xin asked, what was it you were practicing just now? I've never seen anyone on the continent practice such martial arts. Hearing Tang Xin emphasize the word martial arts, Wang Sheng realized Tang Xin was trying to probe him. Just some ordinary boxing routines. It pales in comparison to your techniques from yesterday. If you want to probe me, I'll make sure to clarify everything first. Wang Sheng immediately pointed out Tang Xin's hidden weapon technique. Your hidden weapon skills yesterday were also exquisite. My little tricks can't compare to your few moves. Oh, really? Your boxing technique has a good rhythm. It looks slow, but every punch is powerful. It must come from a prestigious school, right? Not at all. Compared to your agility and hidden weapon skills, my boxing is nothing to write home about. I wonder where you learned these impressive techniques. They must also come from a famous school. Not really, just some unorthodox methods. They don't compare to what true masters can grasp, Wang Sheng replied. The two continued to probe each other's backgrounds. Wang Sheng was aware of Tang San's background, but Tang San knew nothing about Wang Sheng. However, Wang Sheng wasn't worried about Tang San discovering his identity as a traveler because he intended to make a deal with Tang San. If he were just an ordinary person from the Douluo continent, he feared Tang San wouldn't agree to the transaction. So, he followed along with Tang San's probing. Seeing Wang Sheng remain so calm, Tang San couldn't help but speak first. He immediately clasped his fists in an ancient gesture of respect and asked, "May I ask where your master is from?" Chapter 59 Deceive. Keep deceiving. Seeing that Tang San took the bait, Wang Sheng clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I am merely a performer wandering the Jianghu, not comparable to the authentic Tang sect." Tang sect. What an important name it is to me. It has been 12 years. 12 long years since I last heard anyone mention the two words Tang sect. Do you know my Tang sect? At this moment, Wang Sheng prepared to deceive Tang San about the item in his hand, and without hesitation, he began to weave a story. Something he had contemplated for many years in anticipation of meeting Tang San. How could I not know about such a prominent sect as Tang sect? May I ask what the situation of the Tang sect was when you arrived here? Finally, the fish had taken the bait. You know, when I learned your name yesterday and saw your martial arts, it triggered some memories of the Tang sect, Wang Sheng said, rolling his eyes as if reminiscing. Before I arrived here, the Tang sect had already become the #1 sect in the world. Upon hearing that the Tang sect had become the #1 sect, Tang San, a die-hard loyalist of the Tang sect, immediately became excited and couldn't help but interrupt Wang Sheng. Has the Tang sect really become the #1 sect, as you say? Of course. The story of the Tang sect becoming the top sect is even related to your name. Related to my name? Yes, about 100 years ago, there was a genius outer sect disciple from the Tang sect, also named Tang San. He secretly infiltrated the inner sect to learn the Tang sect's secret martial arts, the Xiantian treasure record. When pursued by many disciples and elders, he jumped off the Go-Seeing cliff to make a statement, leaving behind the Buddha's Fury Tang lotus as his final gift. Hearing Wang Sheng's narration, Tang San's eyes began to glisten with tears. Wang Sheng continued, however, when Tang San jumped off the Go-Seeing cliff, Mr. Tang ordered all Tang sect disciples to search for him at the cliff's foot. We must see him alive or find his corpse. Even after making such a resolute statement, they still wouldn't let it go. Tears streamed down Tang San's face, as he never expected that his decision to leave everything behind would still not be enough to free him from the Tang sect. Please, can you let me finish? Wang Sheng felt a bit dissatisfied with Tang San's interruption. It's not easy for me to weave this story, and if you keep interrupting, I might forget where I was. Sorry, please continue. No problem, I'll continue. Just don't interrupt me anymore. It's been too long, and if you interrupt again, I might forget something important. Seeing Tang San nodding like a chick pecking at rice, Wang Sheng resumed his storytelling, or rather, his reminiscing. Other members of the Tang sect thought the same as you did, but Mr. Tang refuted them. He said that someone capable of creating the long-lost Buddha's Fury Tang lotus is a genius, not a thief. Moreover, with Tang San's resolute decision to die for the sect, it showed his loyalty. He publicly announced that from that moment on, regardless of whether Tang San was alive or dead, he would be considered an inner disciple of the Tang sect. If Tang San were still alive, he would be the only candidate for the next sect leader. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt deeply moved. He never expected that his sect would recognize him and even allow him to succeed to the position of sect leader. Wang Sheng, seeing Tang San's excited expression, thought to himself that the earlier parts were true, and now he must believe the next parts of the script he was weaving. Regarding Tang San, the elders of the Tang sect realized that remaining stagnant would only bury talent. Therefore, from then on, the Tang sect opened its doors wide and no longer kept martial arts secret. All foundational martial arts, from the Xiantian treasure record, could be learned by anyone, regardless of whether they were from the Tang sect, while only the top-tier advanced hidden weapons techniques would remain exclusive to Tang sect disciples. Tang San still found it hard to believe that the Tang sect would be willing to teach martial arts that were previously only accessible to inner disciples to those outside the sect. Everyone can learn the Tang sect's martial arts, even those who are not from the Tang sect. Otherwise, how could the Tang sect have become the #1 sect? They lost a once-in-a-century genius due to their stagnation, which is why they decided to spread their martial arts everywhere. It is said that as long as one masters these, they can join the Tang sect, and by passing the assessment, they can become a disciple and learn the highest level techniques like Guanin's tears and Yan Wang's orders. Is what you said true? Seeing that Tang San still didn't believe him, Wang Sheng pulled out his trump card. I, having been an orphan in my past life, and not having studied, did not learn martial arts, but I have heard of the cultivation methods. Let me ask you, isn't the cultivation of the Tang sect's purple extreme demon eyes to absorb the first ray of purple energy at sunrise every day, dividing it into 4 realms? Vast observation. Subtle entry, mustard seed, and boundless? Also, the Zhuge crossbow and hidden sand shooting are techniques that even a blacksmith in a village can forge. Hearing Wang Sheng accurately describe the cultivation method of the purple extreme demon eyes and its 4 realms, Tang San truly believed him. Wang Sheng's brilliance and deception lay in his half-truths. How could Tang San not believe him? Seeing that Tang San had begun to trust him, Wang Sheng secretly rejoiced. You think you can compete with me? You haven't seen a skit about selling crutches, have you? If I don't deceive you thoroughly, I won't be the most important talent of the 21st century. At this moment, Wang Sheng suddenly feigned a moment of realization. You are also called Tang San. You can't be the Tang San who jumped off the go-seeing cliff, can you? Tang San nodded. Now he fully believed what Wang Sheng said. With just these unique terms of the Tang sect and his ability to articulate the cultivation method of the purple extreme demon eyes, Tang San had no choice but to believe. Thank you for telling me everything about the Tang sect today. I'm truly grateful, and I will be there for you whenever you need my help. Seeing that his goal for today had been achieved, Wang Sheng let out a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to deceive Tang San, and fortunately, Tang San was someone who had only focused on cultivation and had not seen much of the world in both lives. However, everything should be done gradually. There was no rush to extract the item from Tang San. It could wait until later. For now, it was enough to ensure that Tang San had the idea that the secrets of the Tang sect were no longer hidden from outsiders. Oh, not at all. Every member of the Tang sect is a formidable character. Today, I am fortunate to witness the legends of the Tang sect. I am truly blessed. Wang Sheng's commercial flattery elevated Tang San even higher, and he never expected to become a legend of the Tang sect himself. His long-held heartache had been resolved. However, thinking that he could not return and see the grandeur of the Tang sect in person was indeed a pity. Such a shame. I fear I may never return to the Tang sect. It doesn't matter if you can't go back. You can establish your own Tang sect on this continent. As long as the spirit of the Tang sect exists, anywhere can be the Tang sect. Hearing Wang Sheng's suggestion, Tang San's eyes lit up. What a great idea. He could establish the Tang sect here. All the martial arts of the Tang sect were still with him, and he had previously been concerned about leaking the Tang sect's techniques. Now that he heard Wang Sheng say that the Tang sect was no longer hidden, he could openly promote the Tang sect. Immediately, Tang San looked at Wang Sheng. This Wang Sheng was quite strong and knew a bit about the Tang sect. If he could have his help in establishing his own Tang sect, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? Brother Wang, would you be willing to join my Tang sect? I will certainly treat you as the deputy sect leader. Wow, I deceived you for so long. And now you want to deceive me into being your subordinate? I fear you're dreaming. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Tang. Once a teacher, always a father. Since I have already joined the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, I cannot turn to another. Tang San thought about it and agreed, so he did not press further. I was being rude. I forgot about your identity, Brother Wang. Not at all. We can cooperate in the future. When you establish the Tang sect, I will definitely support you. The two chatted for a while longer before each went off to cultivate. Not long after, Ning Rongrong also came out, practicing her martial arts alongside Wang Sheng. Chapter 60. Ning Rongrong beats up Ma Hongjun. It was already bright outside. Tang San said he wanted to find Xiao Wu. So Ning Rongrong, who lived with Xiao Wu, took him to look for her. Wang Sheng thought that the original plot would unfold here, so he followed along. After finding Xiao Wu, just like in the original story, she was hungry, and they decided to buy some food from a farmhouse in the village. As they entered the village, they noticed a man and a woman ahead who caught their attention. Wang Sheng immediately recognized the chubby guy with small eyes and a little mustache as Ma Hongjun, who was arguing with a girl dressed in simple farmhouse clothing, looking slightly older than him. No matter which world it is, Women are the most gossipy creatures. The children hurried over to watch the drama. The girl, with a fearful expression, said to Ma Hongjun, "Ma Hongjun, don't look for me anymore. I want to be with you." Ma Hongjun replied in a strange tone, "Quiwa. Haven T, I treated you well. Why do you want to break up?" Then, the dialogue unfolded, just like in the original work. Suehua's face suddenly turned red. "You are indeed good to me, but I really can't stand you. We are not suitable. You should find someone else. Besides, I'm several years older than you. Please, don't look for me again." Ma Hongjun angrily said, "What do you mean you can't stand me? I really don't understand what you girls are thinking. Breaking up is fine, but if you come back to me again, I will break up with you. Otherwise, no way." At this point, Ma Hongjun had already started to pull Suehua. "No, don't. Just let me go. Are you even human?" Seeing Suehua's pleading expression, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong couldn't bear to watch any longer. The two quickly stepped forward to stop it. Ma Hongjun, who was about to lose his temper, saw two pretty girls wanting to intervene in his business and said with a lewd smile, "Wow, there are two beautiful girls. How about you two become my girlfriends instead of her, and I'll let her go." With a loud slap, Ning Rongrong hit Ma Hongjun hard on the face. The big handprint on Ma Hongjun's chubby face made it look even rounder. Furious, Ma Hongjun covered his slapped face and cursed, "You little girl, mind your own business. And you dare to hit me? You're looking for trouble." Ning Rongrong couldn't stand such bullying behavior, and she found this lewd little fatso even more disgusting. The little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not to be trifled with. "Hitting you is already light. You're so lewd at such a young age. Do you believe I'll cut off your little brother?" Ma Hongjun was furious. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a vicious mouth. It seemed that he had to take action. "You little girl, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll know how powerful my little brother is later." Immediately, Ma Hongjun raised his evil hand to grab Ning Rongrong. Just as he was about to grab her, he felt a pair of iron-like hands tightly gripping his wrist. Ma Hongjun tried to break free, but couldn't move at all. "Let go of me, or I want to be polite." With his hand caught and his mouth still foul, Ning Rongrong replied, "Looks like today I'll teach you how to respect women." Saying this, she twisted Ma Hongjun's hand outward, causing him to scream in pain. "Let go of me. If you don't let go, I'll want to be polite." "Okay, I'll let go." Ning Rongrong loosened her grip and then kicked Ma Hongjun in the stomach with great force, sending him flying 5 meters away. Ma Hongjun got up from the ground and immediately activated his martial spirit, 2 yellow soul rings spinning beneath his feet. "You're looking for death. I'm going serious now." First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. A blazing fire shot in a straight line towards Ning Rongrong. She lightly jumped to avoid the incoming flames and then swiftly appeared in front of Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong threw a hook punch at Ma Hongjun's chin. The powerful punch sent him spitting blood into the air, along with 2 of his teeth. Ning Rongrong didn't give Ma Hongjun a chance to counterattack. Grabbing his clothes and performing a suplex, slamming him to the ground, and then directly sitting on his stomach, raining punches on his face. Before long, Ma Hongjun's chubby face was beaten into a pig's head. At this moment, the original victim, Suehua, stepped forward and pulled Ning Rongrong, saying timidly, "I beg you to stop. You've misunderstood. Hongjun is a good person. We just aren't suitable, so I have to break up with him. You all go. I'll clarify things with him." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong finally stopped. Just then, a surprise voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. The first extra, Dai Mubai, dressed in white, with his hair neatly combed, was walking towards them. Ning Rongrong replied indignantly. "This fat guy is bullying a girl in broad daylight, and even harassed me and Xiao Wu, so I beat him up." Dai Mubai quickly explained for Ma Hongjun. "I think you've misunderstood. Suehua, you can't stand him either?" Suehua's face turned red, and she nodded before turning to run away. Ma Hongjun, beaten to a pulp, didn't dare to chase after her, his head hanging low in despair. Wang Sheng pretended not to understand the situation and asked Dai Mubai, "What's going on here?" Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun and asked, "Fatty, do you want to say it yourself, or should I say it for you?" Looking at the fat guy, Dai Mubai said, "You say it yourself, or should I say it?" Ma Hongjun's face turned red as he buried his head and said, "Boss Dai, you can say it." Dai Mubai then explained Just like in the original work, the uniqueness of Ma Hongjun's mutated martial spirit. Because it was a mutated martial spirit, his flames were impure, resulting in evil fire, which led to this situation. While Dai Mubai was explaining for Ma Hongjun, Wang Sheng didn't listen. He already knew why Ma Hongjun was like this. He was just contemplating whether to help him. For the Shrek 7 Devils, they all had some minor flaws, but nothing too serious. Wang Sheng came to Shrek mainly to make friends with them. He felt that it didn't matter whether they would be friends or foes in the future. As long as there was no conflict, there would be no contradictions later. It seemed that the only issue with the Shrek group would be Tang San, as he would surely be opposed to the Spirit Hall. For the sake of Qianren Xue, Wang Sheng had to protect the Spirit Hall, but that was something for later. For now, building a good relationship with the Shrek group would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. Brother, you're amazing. Such a powerful fire martial spirit. And you actually think it's evil fire? And you're troubled by this? After Dai Mubai finished explaining, Wang Sheng immediately said to Ma Hongjun, "Don't make fun of me. I really can't help it. The evil fire is too strong, and I can't suppress it. Do you think I want this?" Ma Hongjun felt very aggrieved. This martial spirit was a huge headache for him. Wang Sheng patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said, "Actually, I have ways to solve your evil fire, and there are several methods." "Really?" Ma Hongjun seemed to have grasped a lifeline, immediately smiling and asking Wang Sheng, "Big brother, tell me how to solve my evil fire. If you can help me resolve it, I'll be your most loyal little brother from now on. Whatever you say goes." As for Ma Hongjun's character, Wang Sheng thought it was a mixed bag. He was righteous and not bad, but he was indeed too lewd. If he could be properly trained, he might still be of great use in the future. Chapter 61. How to solve Ma Hongjun's evil fire, seeing Ma Hongjun's desperate pleas. Wang Sheng told him to calm down and shared the solutions he had in mind. There are several ways to resolve your evil fire issue. I'll list them for you to consider. Ma Hongjun immediately flattered Wang Sheng, saying, "Big brother, you say it, and I'll listen." Wang Sheng, with a mischievous smile, began. "The first method is the quickest and most effective. We can cut off that thing below you. Your evil fire is too strong. Without it, you will become more gentle. With a balance of hardness and softness, you won't have any troubles anymore." Upon hearing that Wang Sheng suggested cutting off his little brother, Ma Hongjun panicked and pleaded, "Big brother, no. I'm the only child in my family. If you cut it off, I'd rather die." "Don't worry, there are other methods," Wang Sheng reassured him. "The second method is to find a soul master with an extreme ice martial soul to train with you. With the help of extreme ice, you can not only suppress the evil fire, but also greatly enhance your soul power. Where am I supposed to find a soul master with extreme ice?" Ma Hongjun's face fell, looking as miserable as a bitter melon. Wang Sheng ignored his expression and continued to list solutions, leaving the implementation up to Ma Hongjun. Another method is to consume the celestial herb, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Taking it will not only evolve your martial soul, but also significantly boost your soul power. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower? Tang San, who was nearby, questioned upon hearing the name. While others might not know about this celestial herb, he did, but he wasn't sure if it existed in Douluo continent. "Xiao San, do you know about this Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower?" Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and asked Tang San. "I know a little. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower is a pure yang celestial herb that is indeed suitable for fire attribute soul masters. However, I don't know if it can resolve the evil fire issue, but it is indeed a suitable herb for Ma Hongjun. Where am I supposed to find such a celestial herb?" Ma Hongjun felt his life was quite bitter. Wang Sheng proposed solutions, but he couldn't achieve any of them. Well, except for the first one, which he was unwilling to do. "I didn't know where to find the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, but it will take several years to mature. So for now, we can't find any other news about it," Wang Sheng said, intending to keep Ma Hongjun hanging for a bit, letting him know that he had this resource, but whether he would give it to him depended on Ma Hongjun's future actions. Initially, Ma Hongjun was quite happy to hear Wang Sheng mention him, but upon learning that he had to wait several years, he became desperate again. However, he decided to cling to Wang Sheng. At least he had a chance for a solution. Lastly, there's the simplest method: find several wives. Don't you have evil fire? If one person can't handle it, just find a few wives. Besides, as a soul master, you receive subsidies every month. So it wouldn't be a problem to have multiple wives. And that girl, Sohua from earlier, she has already given herself to you. You should take responsibility for her. Wang Sheng recalled a certain fanfiction he had read where this was the solution, though he couldn't remember the title. However, he thought it was unfair to make Ma Hongjun find a bunch of virtuous women, so he came up with a better plan. Earlier, when he heard Mu Bai ask if Suehua could not handle it, it meant Ma Hongjun must have dated more than one girl. Now, go find them and clarify the situation. For those who are not married and are willing to let you take responsibility, as long as they don't mind sharing one husband, you can marry them. This way, you're taking responsibility for others, and since common people are also struggling, you can help support their families. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's suggestion, Ma Hongjun's face lit up with joy, but he soon became troubled again. Big brother, this proposal is great, but I'm short on money, and I'm afraid I can't support so many people. Wang Sheng took out a card from his soul guide and handed it to Ma Hongjun. Take this. There are 10,000 gold soul coins in it. That should be enough for you. But remember, it must be consensual. If I find out you're forcing anyone, you can forget about that little brother of yours. At the sight of the card in Wang Sheng's hand, Ma Hongjun was moved. He had never seen so much money in his life. He realized he would never earn this much, even if he received soul master subsidies for a lifetime. He accepted Wang Sheng as his big brother. Big brother, from now on, you're my true big brother. Whatever you ask me to do, I will listen to you. My life is yours. Wang Sheng smiled and kicked Ma Hongjun's butt. All right, hurry up and go. Don't let those girls down. They all have a heart. Remember, it must be voluntary. Ma Hongjun happily hurried off to find his ex-girlfriends. Surprisingly, there were indeed several girls willing to marry Ma Hongjun, as they already had a foundation of feelings, had given themselves to him, and marrying someone else would lead to gossip. Plus, Ma Hongjun was a soul master, so they would have a secure life. Ma Hongjun didn't treat those girls poorly either, giving each of their families 1,000 gold soul coins. After this operation, everyone was satisfied, and Ma Hongjun's evil fire problem was temporarily resolved. If he later joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Wang Sheng would give him the matured coxcomb phoenix sunflower, thus greatly enhancing the strength of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 62. Why didn't it go according to script after everyone had breakfast and the bell summoned them to the academy? The Shrek 7 monsters and Wang Sheng stood on the playground. Flinder stood in front, surveying the few people before him, and then announced loudly, "Today's class will be held in the evening. Adjust your states to the best, except for Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The rest of you can go train." Hearing that they could train, Ma Hongjun eagerly went off to find his several wives. Wang Sheng didn't ask further, took out his weighted equipment from the soul guide, put it on, and ran directly toward the village outskirts. The others were left looking bewildered. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were confused, wondering if they would just train like this at this time. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't think too much about it and ignored Dai Mubai, who wanted to befriend her, and left directly. Dai Mubai was puzzled as to why the dean, this money-loving miser, hadn't asked them to pay tuition fees. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing ignored him and left, he shook his head helplessly and departed as well. Only the curious Tang San stayed behind, wanted to see what Flinder would say to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Flinder didn't mind Tang San watching and directly addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each person has their own training methods. With different martial souls, the training methods also vary greatly. On the Douluo continent, there are almost no completely identical martial souls, so what the academy is going to teach you is not how to cultivate your martial soul, but how to use your martial soul and how to better protect yourself and assist your teammates in future battles. Oscar, who had previously received Flinder's education, lowered his head, while Ning Rongrong, like in the original work, didn't think much of it. However, her indifference this time was completely different. Protecting herself was not a problem for her at all. Seeing their expressions, Flinder continued, "You two are both support-type soul masters, one with attribute enhancement and the other with food-type martial soul. Soul masters like you need the protection of partners whether on the battlefield or in daily life. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to survive. Oscar, tell me, as a support-type soul master, how can you better protect yourself on the battlefield?" Oscar answered without hesitation, "Stay as far behind my teammates as possible and use all the terrain and buildings around me to avoid risks. Keep as far away from danger zones as possible. Hearing Oscar's answer, Flinder nodded and was about to continue his speech when Ning Rongrong's disdainful voice sounded beside him. Coward! All you know is to hide behind your teammates. What kind of soul master is that? You might as well just make sausages and distribute them to everyone without participating in the battle. Flinder looked at Ning Rongrong's dismissive expression and felt a bit angry. If it weren't for the substantial money involved, he would have wanted to expel her on the spot. At this moment, he didn't want to explain any further and directly assign the task. Your lesson today is physical training. From now on, run 20 laps around the entire village. If you haven't returned before lunch, you won't get lunch. You can use your martial souls to assist. Now go. Oscar is in charge of leading the way. After saying this, Flinder turned and left, wanting to calm down and think about how to criticize them later if they couldn't complete the task. He also called Tang San and Xiao Wu to his office to ask about Yu Xiaogang's recent situation. After Flinder left, Oscar timidly said to Ning Rongrong, "This is simply an impossible task. But don't worry, as two support-type soul masters together, we won't starve, right? Do you want to eat something?" Ning Rongrong also took out weighted equipment from her soul guide, similar to Wang Sheng's, but it looked lighter. "Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and lead the way." Oscar thought to himself, "You have no idea how far it is, and you're wearing weighted equipment. Once you realize how tiring it is, you can show off a bit too." Oscar led Ning Rongrong out of the village and started running slowly around it. Following the slow-running Oscar, Ning Rongrong felt quite annoyed. Oscar was running too slowly. When they reached the village entrance again, Ning Rongrong asked, "Is this one lap?" Oscar, panting, replied, "Yes, this is one lap. We still have 19 more. If you're tired, I can slow down a bit." Before Oscar could finish his sentence, he saw Ning Rongrong had already dashed ahead of him. Oscar thought, "Why are you running so fast? We still have 19 laps. If you keep this up, you'll run out of energy in no time." He helplessly shook his head, took out a sausage, took a bite, and continued running. As Oscar was panting and about to finish his second lap, Ning Rongrong quickly overtook him from behind. Oscar was stunned, wondering why she was running so fast. If she kept this up, she would definitely run out of energy after one more lap. It seemed he needed to prepare a few more sausages. As they continued to run lap after lap, Oscar had lost count of how many times Ning Rongrong had overtaken him. He noticed Ning Rongrong also looked exhausted, but her pace never stopped. At noon, panting heavily, Oscar finally completed 20 laps and lay on the playground, not wanting to move at all. Flinder appeared in front of him, and soon he saw Ning Rongrong running in as well. Flinder asked Oscar, "Oscar, have you completed 20 laps?" Oscar, still catching his breath, replied, "I finished them." Flinder sternly asked again, "I asked if you both completed 20 laps?" Oscar didn't know how to answer. It seemed Ning Rongrong had run many more laps than he could remember, anyway more than 20. "Yes, we both finished." Flinder smiled sinisterly, having guessed that Ning Rongrong wouldn't honestly run the full distance. The moment he saw Oscar's hesitation, he knew for sure that Ning Rongrong hadn't completed her laps. "Very good. You both are quite friendly. Then, Oscar, you will continue running 20 more laps." Upon hearing Flinder's directive, Oscar didn't dare to say much. He thought the dean was angry because Ning Rongrong, a girl, had run more than he had. Without saying a word, he continued to run. Flinder turned his gaze to Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, asking, "Do you not understand why I am doing this? Why am I making him continue to run?" At this moment, everyone was puzzled. They had watched the two of them running just now. Ning Rongrong was incredibly fast. Could it be that Oscar hadn't completed 20 laps? Dai Mubai, who understood Oscar, knew that he was usually compliant and would definitely not dare to run less. Flinder still wore that somewhat chilling smile, for he was lying. Even if he lied for friendship or some other reason, it was still a lie. You are all still children, and lies are the worst virtue. I hope you understand. Flinder then ignored the confusion of the others and asked Ning Rongrong, "Ning Rongrong, answer me now. Did you run 20 laps?" Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and replied, "I should have run about 48 laps." "What do you mean what? You said you ran 48 laps? That's not right. This isn't how the script goes." Ning Rongrong, the pampered young lady, should have only run 2 laps before quitting, then secretly gone to the city to play. Why didn't it go according to script? Chapter 63. Soto Great Spirit Arena in the incredulous expression of Flinder. Ning Rongrong continued to ask, "Do we need to keep running?" I'm going then. Oscar is indeed a bit weak. After finishing her words, she ran out again. She felt that the training intensity was too low and not effective, and she originally planned to come back to inform Flander before continuing her practice. Flander turned to ask Dai Mubai, did Ning Rongrong really run that many laps? Dai Mubai replied shyly, I didn't count how many laps. But every time Oscar ran 1 lap, Ning Rongrong ran at least 2 more. Now Flander truly believed it. Ning Rongrong was too strong. It seemed that Oscar needed more training in the future. Just before dinner, Ning Rongrong returned, and Wang Sheng also came back. Seeing the exhausted looks on their faces, Flander was about to ask how they would handle training at night, but before he could speak, they both said they were going back to their rooms for medicinal baths. After dinner, Flander took the Shrek 7 monsters and Wang Sheng to Soto City. Wang Sheng did not expect that even after having money, Flander was still so stingy. Just like in the original story, leading everyone to sit at a tea stall outside the Great Spirit Arena. Looking at the tea served by the tea stall owner, which was just tea leaves and foam, Xiao Wu frowned and asked Flander, Dean, is our first lesson today just drinking tea here? Flander raised his hand and pointed outside. The lesson today is over there. Dai Mubai was surprised when he saw Flander pointing to the Great Spirit Arena. Dean, you can't be serious. Letting them go there on the first day? Flander shot Dai Mubai a glance. What is wrong with that? Since you're all monsters, the Great Spirit Arena is the best place for you to train. The Great Spirit Arena? Xiao Wu asked curiously. As a spirit beast transformed into human form, she naturally didn't know what the Great Spirit Arena was for. In fact, Tang Sen didn't know either, but seeing that Xiao Wu had already asked, he did follow up with a question. The Great Spirit Arena is a place to test a spirit master's strength, where spirit masters battle each other. Both the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires have the same saying. The arena determines the rise and fall of a country. Tang Sen said somewhat unwillingly, isn't being a spirit master a noble profession? Why should we be watched like performing monkeys? The arena was established mainly for fairness, controlled by the 7 strongest families. No matter how noble the identity of the person you accidentally killed in the arena, no one would pursue your responsibility. Then Flander explained that the levels of the Great Spirit Arena are iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. And everyone must reach the Silver Spirit Arena level to graduate. After Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shared their tragic battle records, the newcomers took it a bit more seriously. Flander announced that today they must participate in a 2-on-2 match, and as for 1-on-1, Ning Rongrong and Oscar did not need to participate, but the others had to. Why don't I have to participate in 1-on-1? Are you looking down on someone? The little witch was immediately dissatisfied. Flander, having just returned to the academy for a day, was still unaware of Ning Rongrong's formidable combat ability. When he visited Zhao Wujia didn't mention yesterday's battle for the sake of face, so Flander didn't know that Ning Rongrong also had strong combat power. If you want to go up and get beaten, then go ahead. I won care. But I'll remind you, if you can't win, concede quickly. Don't hold on. In the arena, it's a matter of life and death. Dean, I also want to participate in 1-on-1 battles. At this time, the invisible Oscar also expressed his desire to join the 1-on-1 battle. Before meeting Ning Rongrong, he had always thought that as a support spirit master, he just needed to hide behind his teammates and run far away when there was danger during battles, making sure not to hold his teammates back. However, now his heart also longed to become stronger. Oscar's transformation made Ning Rongrong regard him a little higher, and everyone decided to sign up for the 2-on-2 battle first. Xiao had already pulled Tang Sen aside early on to form their trio. The remaining few were at a loss. No matter how they paired up, it felt inappropriate. At this time, Dai Mubai suggested that everyone try to team up within the same realm, but Wang Sheng directly rejected it. To become stronger, you have to leave your comfort zone. Only by increasing the difficulty can you break through your limits. Wang Sheng's novice little brother Ma Hongjun immediately transformed into a sycophant, the first to support Wang Sheng's opinion. Then, boss, how you plan to allocate the teams? I'll listen to you. Okay, Mubai. You and Rongrong each take a great spirit master, and you can choose one between Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun to team up with. Oscar, you come with me to fight. Wang Ge, you're a spirit grandmaster. If I team up with you, Doesn't that mean I have to fight 2 spirit grandmasters? Oscar felt a bit scared. 1. He came from a poor background. Losing 10 gold spirit coins would hurt him. 2. He felt that he would be dragging Wang Sheng down if he went on stage. What are you afraid of? I'm not scared. Why should you be? If you lose gold spirit coins, I'll cover for you. But I'll tell you first, to learn to fight, you must learn to take hits. When you go on stage later, unless your life is threatened, I'll 1T allow you to concede directly. It's the same for your one-on-one match. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, Oscar nodded heavily to show that he understood. The other 4 teams were quickly formed. Zhu Zhuqing definitely didn't want to be with Dai Mubai, so it was Zhu Zhuqing with Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai with Ma Hongjun. Flander, who was nearby, was also puzzled by their groupings. He originally thought that Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing would definitely have a stable victory, but unexpectedly, with Wang Sheng's arrangements, every group seemed to be in danger. Wang Sheng, I think your suggestion is a bit hasty. How about letting Mubai team up with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing with Ma Hongjun? Oscar, if you want to join, then join. Dean, I believe my arrangement is the best way to improve everyone. Don't take winning and losing too seriously. A spirit grandmaster and a great spirit master pairing will inevitably encounter 2 spirit venerables. But this is also the best training for both. Spirit venerables need to face pressure from someone of the same realm. And great spirit masters need to face pressure beyond their level. Only in this way can we maximize their potential, right? Seeing that Flander was still somewhat reluctant, Wang Sheng quietly whispered in Flander's ear, "Isn't it because you think the bet is unstable? You've already given so much money, don't be greedy. Just place a big bet on Tang San and Xiao Wu, and treat the other matches as a spectator." After speaking, Wang Sheng meaningfully patted Flander's shoulder and took the others to sign up. After they left, only Flander, whose face turned red, was left behind. It seemed that his greedy habit indeed needed to be changed. Wang Sheng made a lot of sense. Training should focus on maximizing their potential, and he couldn't be selfish. Then I'll bet everything on the trio. The 6 of them went to the registration desk to pay and sign up. When thinking about names, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's 9 Treasure Spirit Cat and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's Evil Fire White Tiger all sounded good. Oscar, holding a sign engraved with the 3 characters Aoli Gu, had a face full of bitterness. Wanggu, what were you thinking when you came up with this Aoli Gu name? It sounds strange. Stop whining. This name suits your temperament very well. I tailored it just for you. If you have any objections, don't team up with me. Wang Sheng has always been harsh with Oscar, while he treated Ning Rongrong like his own sister. As the saying goes, a big brother is like a father. Wang Sheng thought that his own cabbage was being eaten by this pig, and he always wanted to beat Oscar up. At this time, the staff also approached Wang Sheng and Oscar, saying, "Gentlemen, your match is about to start. Please get ready to go on stage." Chapter 64. The Battle of Aoli Give versus Lion-Tiger combination. With an incredulous expression on Flander's face, Ning Rongrong continued to ask. Hearing that it was almost his turn to enter the arena, Oscar felt a bit nervous, but Wang Sheng didn't care much about him and directly picked Oscar up, heading towards the sidelines while talking to him. Once you're on stage, the 2 opponents will definitely rush towards you immediately, so be prepared. Starting tomorrow morning, train hard with me, and strive not to get beaten in the future. Huh, I'm just going to get beaten today? Oscar exclaimed. Brother Wang, I just want to pursue Rongrong. If you don't agree, just say so directly. There's no need to think about killing me. Wang Sheng kicked Oscar on the backside, thinking how could Oscar be so foolish? If it weren't for the original work portraying him as loyal to friends and devoted to Ning Rongrong, he really wouldn't want to help Oscar. Stop whining. When a match starts, immediately make sausages, squat down, and cover your head when you get hit. This way, the area you get hurt will be minimized. If you can't take it anymore, eat the sausage. Did you hear me? Got it, Brother Wang. Oscar nodded pitifully. When the 2 stood on the arena, they saw 2 men around 40 to 50 years old in front of them, both tall and muscular. They were wearing tank tops. One had a bald head with a scar near his eye, while the other had short hair and a long, thick beard. The host introduced. This duel will be between the Aoli Give combination and the Lion-Tiger combination. The Aoli Give combination is a new duo consisting of a rank 47 Battle Tiger Spirit Attack type Soul Master and a rank 29 Food type Auxiliary Soul Master, with the sausage spirit. When the audience heard that Oscar was only ranked 29, they collectively gasped. Wasn't this a guaranteed loss? However, more excitement filled the air. Wasn't this a chance for easy winnings at the Great Soul Arena? Although the odds were a minimum of 10 to 1. Many people placed their bets on the Lion-Tiger combination. The host continued to introduce the Lion-Tiger combination. The Lion-Tiger combination consists of a rank 48 saber-toothed tiger attack type, Soul Master, and a rank 49 Storm Lion attack type, Soul Master. Now, let both sides release their spirits and get ready. The battle will begin in 1 minute. The two members of the Lion-Tiger combination activated their spirits first, both displaying impressive soul ring configurations of yellow and purple. The bald, scarred man's saber-toothed tiger spirit manifested, with sharp teeth growing from his upper jaw and his hands transforming into sharp tiger claws. The bearded man's storm lion spirit took form, and his nearly 2-meter tall frame grew even larger, with muscles bulging and hair on his arms and head becoming more vibrant. As both opponents activated their spirits, Oscar's legs trembled in fear. With a loud slap, Wang Sheng struck Oscar on the back of his head and whispered in his ear, pointing at Ning Rong in the stands. Oscar instantly felt empowered again. He immediately activated his spirit, spinning 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet. Although he was just a great soul master, his 2 yellow rings were of impressive age, deeper in color than those of his opponents. At that moment, Wang Sheng also activated his spirit, revealing a configuration of yellow, purple, and black rings. Many in the stands couldn't help but rub their eyes. Could it be true? A 10,000-year 4th ring? How did this person achieve that? Seeing Wang Sheng's 10,000-year 4th ring, the Lion-Tiger duo was taken aback. When the match began, the Storm Lion Soul Master with the beard rushed towards Wang Sheng without hesitation. He couldn't afford to be careless. After all, he was up against someone with a 10,000-year 4th ring. As long as he could hold Wang Sheng back until the bald man dealt with the Great Soul Master, the two of them could surely defeat this kid. Wang Sheng noticed the bearded man charging at him, loosened his joints, and leaped forward to engage him. Before charging, he told Oscar, "You hold out for 3 minutes. If you can last, I'll make sure you win this fight standing up." Hearing this, Oscar perked up and began to run around the arena, avoiding the bald man who was trying to catch him. As a power-type soul master, the bald man couldn't catch up to Oscar at that moment. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and the bearded man had already clashed without using soul skills. Attack-type soul masters usually preferred to test their opponent's strength at the start of a battle. As a result, every punch from the bearded man was easily dodged by Wang Sheng, while Wang Sheng's punches landed precisely on the bearded man. The bearded man was in pain and, unable to endure it any longer, activated his soul skill, the 3rd soul ring glowing beneath him. 3rd soul skill, Lion King's Fury. At that moment, his muscles expanded significantly. The bearded man believed that in the state of his 3rd soul skill, he would have the upper hand against Wang Sheng, and he threw a heavy punch. Seeing his opponent use a soul skill, Wang Sheng also wanted to test the bearded man's strength and threw a punch in return. When their fists collided with great force, a cracking sound was heard. The bearded man stumbled back several steps, his right hand trembling. "Oh no, my bones are broken. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong." 4th soul skill, Storm Lion's Roar. With the activation of the bearded man's 4th soul skill, a deafening sound wave roared towards Wang Sheng. However, Wang Sheng swiftly dodged, disappearing from the bearded man's sight. Just as the bearded man stopped roaring, a large foot kicked hard into his face from the side. Caught off guard, the bearded man was sent flying 2 meters. Getting up quickly from the ground, he shouted at the bald man, who was busy pummeling Oscar, "Baru, don't worry about that kid. Come here quickly. This kid is tough. I can't handle him." Only then did the bald man realize that his teammate was in dire straits while the other kid stood there calmly, seeming unbothered. After kicking Oscar hard, the bald man joined the bearded man, pointing at Wang Sheng and saying, "Kid, don't be arrogant. Now that we're joining forces, your fate will be the same as your useless teammate's." Wang Sheng glanced at Oscar, who was battered and bruised, feeling quite satisfied with Oscar's performance. Although Oscar had been getting beaten, Wang Sheng had keenly noticed that Oscar hadn't let out a single cry of pain. He couldn't help but admire Oscar a bit more. Wang Sheng nodded at Oscar, indicating that he would handle the rest. Wang Sheng swiftly moved next to the lion-tiger duo, easily fending off their attacks while feeling a twinge of guilt for how he had been bullying Oscar. While defending, all of Wang Sheng's punches aimed at the bald man's face. The bald man was also feeling the pressure. He had been enjoying beating up the little pretty boy, but now that it was 2 against 1, he was the one getting hurt. Chapter 65. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. The two lion-tiger fighters, who had been at a disadvantage, were continuously pushed back by Wang Sheng. With a powerful kick, Wang Sheng sent them to the edge of the arena. Both of them were sweating profusely and panting, with multiple injuries on their bodies. "This kid is too strong. We can't win," the bald man said to the bearded man beside him. "We have to win this match. If we win, it will be our 5th consecutive victory, and we'll earn more points," the bearded man replied. "But we can't beat him unless we use that." The bearded man gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let's use it. It's bound to be exposed sooner or later." The bearded man nodded in agreement, and during this brief moment, Wang Sheng took the opportunity to eat Oscar's sausage. Although he hadn't used any soul skills, his soul power had already been significantly depleted. At this moment, the lion-tiger duo stood back to back, and their soul rings lit up simultaneously. A strong light rose from under their feet, enveloping them both. "Not good, Oscar, you should get down." Wang Sheng felt an ominous premonition. The current state was likely a martial soul fusion skill. After instructing Oscar, Wang Sheng charged toward the light circle. But a powerful rebound force sent him flying back. Suddenly, a giant beast leaped out from the light circle. Many girls in the audience screamed. It was terrifying. The members of Shrek were also shocked. The power of a martial soul fusion skill was generally not a simple addition of 1 plus 1. It increased exponentially. The headmaster knew the power of this martial soul fusion skill was immense, and Wang Sheng was likely in danger. As a member of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire and someone who had long been associated with the Zhu family with the martial soul fusion skill of the Netherworld White Tiger, Dai Mubai was well aware of its power, especially when it involved 2 beast martial souls. The fusion of 2 soul sex martial souls was equivalent to the true form of a soul saint with a beast martial soul. Flinder crossed his arms and said, "Wang Sheng is indeed in danger. However, the soul arena has its own rules. If he can't defeat his opponent, he can jump off the stage and forfeit. He shouldn't be in life-threatening danger." The giant beast appeared to be over 2 meters tall, nearly 4 meters long, with a massive lion's head and a gaping maw that revealed 2 blade-like teeth. The beast was entirely gray-black, and its front claws looked exceptionally large. In unison, 2 male voices echoed from the giant beast's mouth. "We didn't expect you to force us to reveal our martial soul fusion skill so soon. Today, we will let you experience our powerful martial soul fusion skill, Storm Saber-Toothed Lion." As it spoke, the giant beast lunged forward, directly biting toward Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng executed a powerful kick known as the Great Strength Vajra Leg, striking the Storm Saber-Toothed Lion's head. The lion's head was pushed back, but it quickly pounced and pinned Wang Sheng down. At that moment, the Storm Saber-Toothed Lion opened its massive mouth and aimed to bite Wang Sheng's head. Wang Sheng pushed against the giant lion's mouth with all his strength. Suddenly, an energy sphere shot out from the lion's mouth toward Wang Sheng's face. Wang Sheng reacted quickly, tilting his head to avoid the attack. The impact of the attack was enormous, creating a deep pit in the ground. If Wang Sheng had been hit directly, he would likely have lost his life right there. Just then, a figure leaped high from behind the Storm Saber-Toothed Lion, hands raised with a dagger aimed downward. When the dagger struck the lion's back, it snapped with a loud crack, and the Storm Saber-Toothed Lion swiped its paw, knocking the attacker off the stage. Oscar, who had always been timid, surprised everyone by stepping forward. When Wang Sheng told him to get off the stage, he didn't hesitate and instead worked hard to make sausages to help Wang Sheng. When he saw Wang Sheng being pinned down, he immediately drew a dagger from his pocket and charged at the Storm Saber-Toothed Lion. Seeing Oscar knocked off the stage, Flinder quickly flew down, finding that Oscar was not seriously injured, just unconscious. On the stands, Ning Rongrong was moved by Oscar's actions. Seeing the unconscious Oscar, She thought perhaps he wasn't as weak as she had believed. He just lacked the training from Big Brother Sheng. Meanwhile, on the stage, Wang Sheng seized the opportunity when the storm saber-toothed lion swiped Oscar away. He pushed himself up with all his strength, and at the moment the lion's paw lifted, he rolled free of its control. Wang Sheng quickly got up and glanced at the side of the arena, checking on Oscar. When he saw Flinder had reached Oscar and nodded in confirmation that he was okay, Wang Sheng refocused his attention on the battle. Very well, you have truly angered me. Now I will get serious. Wang Sheng aura su d'insurger. Dai Mubai in the stands recalled how Wang Sheng had beaten Zhao Wujing yesterday and couldn't help but shiver. Kid, you're overestimating yourself. You barely dodged my storm shockwave just now. Let's see how you'll dodge this next one. With that, the storm saber-toothed lion opened its mouth again, releasing a massive energy sphere aimed at Wang Sheng. At that moment, Wang Sheng was highly focused. Just as the energy sphere was fired, he jumped to the left, narrowly avoiding it as the sphere grazed his right arm, ripping his clothing. Wang Sheng had just dodged one attack when the second energy sphere came. He performed a backflip to evade it. The arena became a chaotic scene, with energy spheres shooting out from the lion's mouth like a cat chasing a mouse. And Wang Sheng was darting around to avoid them. The ground of the arena was blasted with crater after crater. But in the midst of the chase, Wang Sheng gradually closed the distance to the storm saber-toothed lion. With just 3 meters left, Wang Sheng smirked wickedly. Now's the time, it's about to end. As he dodged another attack, he slid beneath the storm saber-toothed lion. The lion was still gathering power for its next storm shockwave, but Wang Sheng had already slid under it, kicking it from behind. The storm saber-toothed lion lost its balance, and, taking advantage of the momentum, Wang Sheng executed a powerful kick to its belly. The lion was sent flying straight up into the air. Wang Sheng quickly stood up, his soul rings glowing, channeling the power of lightning and the roar of the battle tiger, placing his palms against his waist. Now it's your turn to try my skills. Did you think you were the only one who could attack from a distance? Wang Sheng unleashed his lightning bomb, channeling all his soul power toward the falling storm saber-toothed lion. When the lightning bomb struck the lion, a blinding light and a massive explosion erupted. Many spectators shielded their eyes from the intense brightness. Following the explosion, 2 muscular men fell heavily from the sky, crashing to the ground. The referee rushed onto the stage to check on the two and found them both severely injured and unconscious. He announced the winners of this 2-on-2 match, the Ollie Give duo. Exhausted, Wang Sheng was helped off the stage by his loyal subordinate, Ma Hongjun. Once off the stage, Wang Sheng smiled wryly at Flinder, saying, I didn't get hurt much, but I've exhausted all my soul power. It seems I can't fight in the one-on-one later. Still fighting? Flinder felt a headache coming on. He had originally placed a hefty bet on the 3-5 duo to win, expecting to make a fortune. However, his gambling instincts kicked in, and he thought he knew Oscar well enough to bet on their loss, putting all his winnings on the Ollie Give team. In the end, he lost everything he had just won, returning to square one. At this moment, Flander looked uncomfortable as he said to Wang Sheng, It's okay. You should go back and rest. You don't need to participate in the one-on-one today. Hong Jun and Mu Bai, you two shouldn't play your one-on-one either. You both take Wang Sheng and Oscar back to the academy first. I'll take a few new students to participate in the one-on-one later. After hearing Flander's arrangement, Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun supported Wang Sheng, and the two of them went back to the academy first. Chapter 66. Flander lost everything after Dai Mu Bai and the others left. Flander took the remaining few to the registration desk to sign up for the one-on-one soul battle competition. Once the 4 of them finished registering, Flander secretly went to the betting point to inquire with the staff. He asked if the match for the auxiliary soul master Ning Rongrong, who had just signed up for one-on-one, had been arranged yet. Who would she be facing? What were the odds? The staff looked at the information and replied to Flander. She will be facing the speed-type soul master in Lina, who is at level 30 to 40. The staff then checked the odds. Betting on Ning Rongrong to win is 5 to 1, while betting on Lina to win is 1 to 5. Flander took out the cards he had saved for many years and placed them in front of the staff. I bet 7,000 gold soul coins on Enlin not to win. He didn't dare touch the donation money from Ning Fengji, but he decided to take out all his belongings, thinking that he could at least make some profit this time. Remembering that he originally could have earned 14,000 from betting on the 3-5 combination, Flander felt a pang of heartache. If Wang Sheng and the others had won, he would have had 14,000, but now he could only earn a measly 1,400. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. After placing the bet, Flander went to the side of a few new students and found that Ning Rongrong was already down, preparing for a match. After the current match ended, it would be Ning Rongrong's turn to fight. Flander didn't watch the battle between the two soul masters. At this moment, he was feeling anxious. During the day, he had admired Ning Rongrong's astonishing speed and stamina, but because her opponent today was a speed-type soul master, Flander felt a little more at ease betting on Ning Rongrong to lose. He analyzed in his heart that although Ning Rongrong had good hearing and could run fast, against a speed-type soul master, her advantage would be negated. Moreover, the damage from a speed-type soul master was not weak compared to a strength-type soul master, so Ning Rongrong would likely not last long. Once the outcome of the previous match was determined, Ning Rongrong and her opponent took the stage. Ning Rongrong's opponent was a woman who looked quite decent, but she appeared to be at least 25 or 26 years old. The announcer on the sidelines began to introduce the information about the two. This match was between the speed-type soul master and Li Na, who had the martial soul lightning leopard and was at the 30 to 40 level, and the auxiliary soul master Ning Rongrong, who had the martial soul 9 treasure glazed tile and was at level 37. The audience in the stands gasped in surprise. When did auxiliary soul masters participate in one-on-one battles? As the audience gasped, both fighters activated their martial souls. The speed-type soul master and Li Na had a good configuration of soul rings, yellow, and purple. Her fingers elongated, resembling 5 shiny black hooks, and she had several whisker-like markings on her cheeks, giving her a charming appearance. On the other side, Ning Rongrong held a 9-story exquisite treasure tower with her yellow, purple, and purple soul rings dazzlingly spinning beneath her feet. Wow, the second ring is a 1,000-year soul ring. Many people in the stands were once again astonished. The tickets for today's soul battles were definitely worth it, with a 10,000-year fourth ring, a martial soul fusion technique, and now a 1,000-year second ring. Today's matches were completely worth the price of admission. Seeing Ning Rongrong's 1,000-year second ring, and Li Na was also slightly surprised. But she felt no pressure since her opponent was an auxiliary soul master. As the match began, and Li Na directly activated her first soul skill and appeared behind Ning Rongrong, raising her claw-like hands to strike at Ning Rongrong's back. Ning Rongrong had already sensed that Li Na had flashed to her back and immediately bent backward, raising her right leg high and kicking at Li Na's wrist. Li Na quickly retracted her claws. Ning Rongrong's kick was powerful and caused her wrist to ache. Ning Rongrong did not give Li Na a chance to catch her breath. As she bent backward, she performed a backflip and kicked again while flipping over. Li Na reacted quickly, sidestepping to avoid Ning Rongrong's kick, but just as she dodged, Ning Rongrong followed up with a palm strike directly to Li Na's chest. Li Na was caught off guard by Ning Rongrong's fluid and swift attack and immediately activated her second soul skill, Lightning Strike. Seeing Li Na's move, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this just like Xiao Yu's first soul skill? She had practiced with it countless times since childhood. Ning Rongrong pushed both palms forward, slowing Li Na's assault, but since it was a soul skill, Ning Rongrong was also pushed back a few steps. Little girl, not bad. You're the only auxiliary soul master I've seen with such skills. However, your strength is enough to defeat ordinary great soul masters. But against a soul venerable, you're still lacking. Ning Rongrong set her stance. What other soul skills do you have? Bring them on. Don't think that an auxiliary soul master can't fight. Li Na, intrigued by this little sister, replied, Little sister, I quite like your personality. But combat is combat. I want to hold back. With her third soul skill, 1,000 Shadow Blades, Li Na's third purple soul ring glowed brightly, and countless claw shadows lunged at Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu in the audience couldn't help but cover her mouth, with so many heavy claw shadows attacking. How could Rongrong withstand it? Tang San's eyes also glowed purple. Li Na's attack was too fast, and without using his purple extreme demon eyes, he wouldn't be able to see clearly. At this moment, Ning Rongrong saw the heavy claw shadows coming at her and held her breath, focusing her eyes as she used her hands and feet to block the attacks. Li Na's third soul skill was indeed very powerful, although Ning Rongrong blocked many attacks. She also bore several claw marks on her body, and blood was oozing out bit by bit. Flander was feeling conflicted. Although he felt that he would make a profit of over 1,000, if anything happened to Ning Rongrong, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Ning Fengji. He silently prayed for Ning Rongrong to surrender quickly so he could earn money and ensure Ning Rongrong was unharmed. After Li Na's attack ended, Ning Rongrong was already covered in wounds. Li Na, feeling a bit reluctant, advised little sister, "Give up. I don't want to hurt you anymore." However, she only saw Ning Rongrong lift her head and smile mischievously, saying, "Since you said that, I'll go easy on you later." "What do you mean?" Li Na felt a twinge of unease. "My big brother said that any soul skill that is stronger than those of others at the same rank will consume a lot of soul power. So hasn't your powerful soul skill just now exhausted your soul power? You're talking nonsense. I still have plenty of soul power. I just don't want to hurt you anymore." And Li Na realized that she had been seen through and began to feel nervous. "Then go ahead and keep using your soul skill. Now it's my turn to strike, so be careful." At this moment, Ning Rongrong summoned her 9-treasure glaze tile. The 9 treasures have glaze tiles. The first is strength, the second is power. 2 beams of light entered Ning Rongrong's body, and at this moment, her condition reached its peak. In a flash, Ning Rongrong closed in and engaged in Li Na, who was already showing signs of fatigue and could only weakly defend against Ning Rongrong's attacks. Rongrong is amazing. Rongrong is sure to win. Xiao Wu cheered for Ning Rongrong excitedly from the stands. However, Flander's expression was one of agony. Tang Xin noticed that Flander was not in a good state and quickly asked Dean, "What is wrong?" "It's nothing at all. I'm just happy to have such an outstanding student." Flander's heart had already collapsed. He had lost everything, including his underwear. Heaven, earth, why is my life so miserable? Chapter 67. Zhu Zhuqing's desire to become stronger early the next morning. Before dawn, Wang Sheng got up early to train. Not long after, Tang Xin also walked out of his room, followed by Oscar, whose face still bore injuries. Oscar hurried over to greet Wang Sheng. "Wang Sheng, you're up so early. What training content do you have for me today?" "You'll find out soon." And little kitty behind the tree, "Don't hide, come out." Amidst Oscar's confusion, a perfectly shaped girl walked out from behind the large tree in the yard. When the girl approached, Oscar's mouth dropped open. "Zhu Zhuqing, why are you up so early to train too?" Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to Oscar, but walked up to Wang Sheng and said, "I want to become stronger. Can you train with me?" Zhu Zhuqing was always very cold in nature, and Wang Sheng didn't particularly like girls with such personalities. However, Zhu Zhuqing was indeed the hardest working member of the Shrek's 7 monsters. In terms of talent, she had the lowest among them, but she was undoubtedly the most diligent. Wang Sheng appreciated her determination to become stronger. As for her personality, it didn't matter much to him since he wasn't looking for a wife in her. Wang Sheng asked Zhu Zhuqing, "My training is quite brutal. Can you handle it? As long as I can become stronger, I can endure anything." Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's resolute expression, Wang Sheng nodded and took out 2 training outfits and 2 sets of weighted gear from his soul guide. "You 2 put on the training outfits and weighted gear and start warming up with a run. Remember, do not use soul power or soul skills. No matter how tired you are, you must persist. You can only stop when I say so." "Okay, Brother Wang. Running is my strong suit. The dean has trained me in running since I was little." Oscar felt confident upon hearing that they would be running and picked up the training outfit on the ground. "Brother Wang, why is this so heavy?" Oscar struggled to put on the training outfit and weighted gear, surprised by the weight. "This is considered heavy? The weight you 2 are wearing is only the same as what Rongrong wore when she was 8. Yesterday, Rongrong's weight was twice what you have on." "No way. Rongrong was actually running with double this weight yesterday?" Oscar asked incredulously. "So if you think Rongrong looking down on you means she underestimates you, do you think you deserve her respect compared to her training?" Oscar felt a bit defeated. Yesterday, he was actually displeased with Rongrong's disdain. But now that he learned she wore double the weight he was currently wearing, he accepted it. Wang Sheng looked at the dejected Oscar and thought he shouldn't always discourage him. He needed to provide some motivation. "Rongrong has been training since she was little, so it's normal that you can't compare to her right now. But I believe that as long as you are willing to work hard, You will eventually catch up to Rongrong. Oscar regained his confidence upon hearing Wang Sheng's encouragement and quickly got ready to run with Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Ning Rongrong also came out of her room, fully equipped, and without saying much, joined them in running. After running for about 2 hours, Oscar collapsed from exhaustion. Wang Sheng shook his head, realizing that Oscar's foundation was still too weak. He threw Oscar over his shoulder and continued running. The sudden increase in pressure was a bit hard for Wang Sheng to handle, so he slowed down a bit, running at the same pace as Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed a girl who desperately wanted to become stronger. Wang Sheng observed her as she continuously pushed her limits, managing to hold on each time. After another hour of running, the sun had fully risen, and Zhu Zhuqing also collapsed from exhaustion. Ning Rongrong hoisted Zhu Zhuqing onto her shoulder. The two of them staggered as they carried the two back to the academy. At that time, Flandre looked down at the training ground and noticed that half the people were missing. He asked Tang San, who had started training early, Tang San, "Where are the other 4? "They went running early this morning," Tang San replied honestly. Flandre nodded in satisfaction. He believed that self-training was permissible, and seeing that half the class was absent meant there was no need for a lesson today. He waved his hand, telling everyone to train on their own. Just then, Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong returned to the academy, each carrying one person. Seeing them carrying someone back, Flandre asked, "What happened to them?" Wang Sheng replied, "It's nothing. They just exhausted themselves from training. A soak in a medicinal bath will do them good. By the way, Fatty, get up early tomorrow morning to train with me. Expending energy in training is also a way to suppress your evil fire." Wang Sheng said this to Ma Hongjun and then took Oscar to his room. "Okay, boss." Hearing Wang Sheng call him to train tomorrow made Ma Hongjun feel both happy and worried. He was happy because it meant Wang Sheng had acknowledged him and accepted him as a subordinate. But he was worried because, seeing Oscar like this, he figured he wouldn't fare much better tomorrow. By noon, Oscar woke up from the medicinal bath and found himself full of energy again, and he felt that his soul power had broken through to level 30. Oscar hurriedly ran to inform Flandre, who soon gathered everyone together. "Oscar has reached level 30. Tomorrow, Teacher Zhao will take you all to the Douluo Forest. This time, you will personally hunt Oscar's third soul ring. Zhao Wujing will not intervene as long as there is no life-threatening danger. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone quickly replied. Flandre nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Today's lesson is that everyone must eat Oscar's sausage." "What? I don't want to eat that. His soul skill is so disgusting." Xiao Wu immediately rejected the idea upon hearing they had to eat Oscar's sausage. Before Flandre could educate them, Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong walked over and took Oscar's sausage, eating it in large bites. Wang Sheng then handed another one to Zhu Zhuqing. "If you want to become stronger, you shouldn't think about those ridiculous soul curses." Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and ate the sausage as well. Oscar was moved that Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong directly ate his sausage. Wang Sheng then glanced at Ma Hongjun, who immediately understood and obediently ate the sausage as well. Seeing everyone eating the sausage, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai also held their noses and ate it. Once everyone had finished eating the sausage, Flandre nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, today's lesson ends here. Adjust your states well and follow Teacher Zhao to the Douluo Forest early tomorrow morning." After saying this, Flandre returned to his office, as his inner wounds had not yet healed, and he needed to be alone. In the following time, Wang Sheng began special training with Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Soon, the curious Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai also joined in. Wang Sheng stated that if they wanted to train with him, he had no objections, but they must be able to endure hardship. If they gave up midway, they would no longer be allowed to train with him. Chapter 68. Is a troublemaking soul master a good soul master? The next morning, the Shrek 7 and Wang Sheng set off with Zhao Wuji to help Oscar obtain his third spirit ring in the Douluo Forest. When Zhao Wuji, covered in scars, appeared before them, everyone tried to suppress their laughter. Zhao Wuji felt bitter inside. He had been beaten up by Wang Sheng that day, and then again by Tang Hao at night. He had planned to stay in and recover, but Oscar had to break through at that moment. "What are you looking at, you little brats? Are you itching for fight? Can't you be a bunch of little bear blinders instead?" Xiao Wu couldn't help but retort. Yes, a bunch of little bear blinders and one little brat, Wang Sheng added, looking meaningfully at Xiao Wu with a smile. The others didn't react much to Wang Sheng's words, but Xiao Wu felt a bit uneasy inside. Did Wang Sheng see through her? She felt strange whenever he smiled at her. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Tang San asked with concern. Nothing, let's keep going. Xiao Wu quickly concealed her flustered expression, thinking she was overthinking it. What kind of cultivation level did Wang Sheng have? How could he possibly see through her identity? He was just joking. Maybe she was just thinking too much since they were getting closer to her hometown. Wang Sheng was merely joking. He had no intention of exposing Xiao Wu's identity. In fact, he was looking forward to this trip to the Stardew Forest. He felt that the events there would differ greatly from the original story. First of all, without the Dragon King and Snake Lady leading Meng Iran to find spirit rings. Could Oscar and Tang still obtain their original spirit rings like in the original story? Zhao Wuji took the lead, ignoring the others. The rest of the group fell into line, with Dai Mubai and Tang clearing the way in front, while Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong brought up the rear. They moved quickly, eating Oscar's sausages when they got tired. They reached a small town just before dark, where Zhao Wuji announced they would rest for the night and head to the Stardew Forest early the next morning. He didn't bother with the meal arrangements and went to his room to rest. The group sat inside the inn, and the already starving Ma Hongjun grabbed the menu and started ordering wildly when Wang Sheng announced he would treat them. The 8 of them gathered around table, with Wang Sheng telling funny jokes, and the atmosphere was better than in the original story. At that moment, a group entered from outside, led by a middle-aged man, followed by 6 men and 1 woman, all looking around 20 years old, dressed in matching academy uniforms. Each of their uniforms had a blue circular emblem on the left shoulder, embroidered with the words Tsanghui. The innkeeper guided them to a large table not far from Shrek's group. Ma Hongjun was sizing up the only female soul master in the group when he noticed her average looks, not as stunning as the other girls in their party. But he dared not have any inappropriate thoughts about the others. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to tease her, Wang Sheng stopped him. Focus on your meal. Have you forgotten you have several wives at home? Wang Sheng thought it best not to let the original story's events replay themselves, as it was Shrek's group that had instigated the trouble in the first place. Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Ma Hongjun behaved and turned back to eat. However, Wang Sheng didn't expect that Dai Mubai would try to befriend Zhu Zhuqing by serving her food, only to be met with her cold gaze, which left him feeling quite unhappy. Feeling uncomfortable, Dai Mubai whistled at the girl from Tsanghui Academy. This act drew the ire of the Tsanghui group. Seeing their angry expressions, Dai Mubai shrugged it off and said, "A little Tsanghui Academy. What are they getting all worked up about?" Oscar chuckled softly. "Looks like there's a good show to watch." Tang San asked in confusion, "What kind of show?" Oscar replied quietly, "This is part of our training." Dean Flinder once said, "A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master." After all, provoking a soul master academy is the safest. It's just fighting, after all. Oscar, don't believe in that nonsense. Is a troublemaking soul master a good soul master? Wang Sheng shot back at Oscar. Exactly. What's the point of being a troublemaker? If you like causing trouble, why not go provoke 7 Treasure Academy instead? Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar with disdain, thinking that bullying others was childish behavior. Their reprimands made Oscar lower his head in shame, muttering defensively, "The dean taught me. I usually don't cause trouble." Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had already clashed with the opposing group. A young man from Tsanghui intentionally bumped into a waiter as they served food, nearly spilling a dish on Dai Mubai's head. Quick-witted Tang Sin caught the dish and pulled the waiter aside, saying, "Don't waste it." The male student from Tsanghui smirked and said, "Sorry about that," while approaching Shrek-S group, simultaneously kicking the leg of Dai Mubai's chair. As he kicked, Dai Mubai also moved, kicking the young man's foot, causing him to feel a jolt of pain in his calf. Dai Mubai was about to strike back when a large hand firmly gripped his wrist. At that moment, it felt like his wrist was caught in an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Annoyed, Dai Mubai said, "Wang Sheng, what do you mean?" Wang Sheng released Dai Mubai's wrist and separated the 2 parties, slightly bowing to the teacher from Tsanghui Academy. "You are their teacher, right? Since we provoked first and your student retaliated, I think it would be best to let this go." The teacher from Tsanghui Academy saw that Wang Sheng had made things clear, and since his student had instigated trouble, he had no choice but to agree. If you say so, let us consider this a misunderstanding and move on. After nodding and smiling at the other party, Wang Sheng leaned close to Dai Mubai and whispered, "If you want Zhu Zhuqing to look at you that way, keep causing trouble." Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Dai Mubai frowned, turning to see Zhu Zhuqing looking at him with disappointment. So he shook his head and sat down. Wang Sheng patted his shoulder and said quietly, "Zhu Zhuqing has been working hard to change her fate. What about you? Have you really worked hard at Shrek these past few years? Just because Davis is older than you, does that matter? If you don't put in the effort, how do you know you can't catch up to him?" After saying this, Wang Sheng returned to his seat to continue eating, leaving Dai Mubai deep in thought. Yes, wasn't it because he thought he couldn't catch up to Davis that he hid here? But what had he been doing these past few days after meeting Zhu Zhuqing? The atmosphere at the table became subtly tense. Originally, Xiao Wu, who was ready to join Dai Mubai in action, was pulled back by Tang San, as she too felt a bit restless being the boss at Nodding Academy. Zhu Zhuqing continued to ignore Dai Mubai, while Oscar, after being reprimanded by Ning Rongrong, also dare not speak up. Only the carefree Ma Hongjun was there enjoying his meal. After a while, seeing that everyone was almost done eating, Wang Sheng said to Oscar, "Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, it's still early, let's go train for 2 hours. Otherwise, the medicinal bath tonight won't be meaningful." The three immediately got up and prepared to follow him to train. Wang Sheng glanced at the remaining few. Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu. "Do you three want to join us?" "I'm not going. I want to stroll around town and see if there's anything fun." "Xiao San, come with me," Xiao Wu said. Tang San, who originally wanted to train with Wang Sheng and the others, was directly pulled out by Xiao Wu and said to Wang Sheng, "I'll accompany Xiao Wu to look around, so I won't train with you today." Meanwhile, Dai Mubai suddenly seemed to have made a decision, stood up, and said to Wang Sheng, "Let's go, from today on, I will train with you." He noticed that when he decided to train with them, Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously ignored him, no longer looked at him with such coldness. Chapter 69. Dai Mubai's change the next morning. The Shrek's 7 monsters, along with Wang Sheng, set off with Zhao Wujie to the Stardow Forest to help Oscar obtain his 3rd spirit ring. Under Wang Sheng's rigorous training, everyone returned to their rooms exhausted, where 2 large buckets of hot water awaited them. Wang Sheng handed out several packets of medicinal powder, instructing them to dissolve it in the hot water and soak in it while meditating to cultivate their soul power. After Dai Mubai finished soaking, he felt refreshed, and the fatigue from earlier had significantly faded. However, he had eaten much during dinner because he felt uncomfortable, and after all the training, his stomach started to rumble. He decided to go downstairs to find something to eat. As he stepped out of his room, he saw Wang Sheng sitting downstairs with several plates of snacks in front of him, casually drinking and eating. Dai Mubai sat down next to Wang Sheng, surprised to find him alone drinking and eating. Wang Sheng noticed Dai Mubai sitting beside him and asked, "Why aren't you resting? Are you feeling a bit hungry since you didn't eat enough last night? Why are you here drinking and eating alone?" Without hesitation, Dai Mubai called for a waiter to bring a set of utensils and poured himself a glass of wine. "Just thinking about some things and having a few drinks," Wang Sheng said, clinking his glass with Dai Mubai's. "By the way, how did you know my identity?" Dai Mubai recalled Wang Sheng's earlier words and, now that it was just the 2 of them, decided to ask. "I'm from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Isn't it normal for me to know a few things?" Wang Sheng replied, leisurely drinking another cup of wine. "Do you really think I can defeat Davis?" Dai Mubai expressed his lack of confidence due to the age gap between him and Davis, which led him to flee the Star Luo Empire. He had hoped to hide here, but to his surprise, his fiancée had followed him. "How would you know the result if you don't try hard? Look at Zhu Zhuqing. Has she given up? She's been training her heart out with me these past 2 days." Thinking of Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I thought I had distanced myself far enough, but she still found me. She must be extremely disappointed in me." Curious, Wang Sheng asked, "Did you 2 know each other before?" "No. I only learned when I was 9 that a girl named Zhu Zhuqing awakened the Phantom Cat spirit and would become my wife. I never had confidence in a royal competition, so I secretly ran away to Shrek Academy. But when I saw her name and spirit during registration, I realized my fiancée had come to find me. I've been trying to get on her good side these days, but she's been quite cold towards me. It's simple to change her attitude towards you, Wang Sheng said dismissively, piquing Dai Mubai's interest. He had been smitten with Zhu Zhuqing at first sight, and since she was his fiancée, he was determined to win her over. How is it simple? Although I've dated many girls over the years, Zhu Qing has always been indifferent to me. When pursuing a girl, you need to showcase your value in front of her. The previous girls you dated were moved by your looks and wealth. Do you think everyone is the same? Dai Mubai scratched his head, realizing that was indeed the case. He had easily won over those girls, but he had no idea how to approach Zhu Zhuqing. He quickly poured Wang Sheng another drink and humbly asked, "What should I do to improve Zhu Qing's attitude towards me?" It's simple. Work hard to become stronger, and you need to work harder than her. That way, her view of you will improve. Zhu Zhuqing is a girl of few words, so don't flaunt your sweet talk in front of her. You need to show her your desire to become stronger, and that will break the ice. Dai Mubai downed his drink and said to Wang Sheng, "Can you take me along for your training in the future?" "Sure, whether it's one person or a group, it's all the same. Just make sure to get up early every day. I'm used to training before dawn." Dai Mubai nodded firmly. "Don't worry, for Zhu Qing, I will definitely not slack off." "All right, I hope you can keep your word. I'll be watching your performance when we return to the academy." Wang Sheng finished the last bit of wine in his cup and got up to return to his room. The next morning, Wang Sheng woke up early. As they were set to depart soon, he decided to practice some punches first. As he opened the door, he saw Dai Mubai sitting cross-legged in front of his door. "You weren't waiting for me at my door the whole time, were you?" Dai Mubai scratched his head awkwardly. "I forgot to ask what time we were starting, so I just meditated here until you came out." "All right, let's head downstairs." The two of them went outside, where it was still quite dark. Wang Sheng led Dai Mubai in warm-up exercises, demonstrating the tiger fist slowly, while Dai Mubai followed suit. After a while, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also came out. Seeing Dai Mubai following Wang Sheng's movements, Zhu Zhuqing's expression softened a bit. Ning Rongrong nodded to the two of them as a greeting and then took Zhu Zhuqing aside to practice another set of punches. One by one, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar joined the training, but Xiao Wu was notably absent. Wang Sheng didn't ask further. It was clear from the original story that Xiao Wu prioritized play over training. As a transforming spirit beast, she should have been training rapidly, but she remained in the middle among the Shrek group. Wang Sheng felt a bit regretful. If he had Xiao Wu's talent, he would have long become a spirit king. As dawn broke, they all stopped training and went to the hall for breakfast. It was only then that Xiao Wu slowly emerged from her room to join them for breakfast. Just as everyone was finishing, Zhao Wuji arrived. After everyone had eaten, the group set off for the Stardow Forest. Unlike the soul-hunting forests managed by the nation, the Stardow Forest was vast, spanning the two empires of Heaven Do and Star Luo, filled with countless spirit beasts. Many spirit master teams had entered and never returned. As they entered the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wujia, usually carefree, became particularly cautious. Everyone was on high alert, moving forward in an orderly manner, while Xiao Wu bounced around like she was going home. Wang Sheng's previous 10-member team had spent a year training in this forest, so he was well aware of the dangers. They had faced numerous close calls before, so he dared not let his guard down, especially around Ning Rongrong. Wang Sheng kept his gaze upward, hoping to help Oscar find the previously encountered rooster-crowned serpent. However, since Meng Yuran was already at level 30, the circumstances had changed, and he was unsure if they would encounter it again. Everything was uncertain. Chapter 70. Tang San. You're going the wrong way. The group had been searching in the Stardow Forest for 2 days when Wang Sheng finally discovered the trace of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. After a chase, they finally located the snake, a 7 or 8 meter long creature with pale red wings, coiling on a branch ahead of them. That's it. Wang Sheng observed the characteristics of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, and, while unsure if it was the same as in the original work, deduced that its age should be similar to that of the original. At the same time, Tang San also noticed the snake and said its age should be around 300 to 800 years. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is one of the few non-venomous soul beasts, extremely fast and capable of flight. It is indeed suitable for Oscar. If we hunt it for a soul ring, Oscar's third soul skill should be a speed-enhancing sausage. That's right. Next, it's up to you all. I can help by using gravity to limit its speed at most. The rest is up to you, he added. Zhao Wujia, who was standing by, had already stated that he wouldn't assist them, wanting them to handle it themselves as a test of their first team collaboration. I won't intervene this time either. A soul beast around 1,000 years old is quite simple. After all, I've only stayed in the academy for half a year. I still need to test your cooperation. So I won't participate this time. Hearing that both Zhao Wujia and Wang Sheng would not participate in the battle, Dai Mubai, the oldest among them, felt uncertain and said to Tang San, "Then how should we fight? You take command." Tang San didn't hesitate and immediately began assigning tasks. Ning Rongrong. Enhance Zhu Zhuqing's speed first. Zhu Zhuqing, you need to launch a surprise attack as quickly as possible. Xiao Wu, Dai Laoda, and Ma Hongjun, you two block from different directions. I will control the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake based on the situation. Once everyone confirmed their responsibilities, Tang San announced the start of the operation. As Ning Rongrong recited her soul skill, a yellow light flew from her 9-treasure glazed tile towards Zhu Zhuqing. Feeling her speed increase, Zhu Zhuqing directly activated her soul skill, the Nether Strike, aiming for the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. The snake, caught by a heavy grip, turned and spewed a colorful mist at Zhu Zhuqing before attempting to escape. Be careful, Dai Mubai quickly reminded. But his momentary distraction didn't prevent the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake from escaping. First soul skill bind. At that moment, Tang San's voice sounded as he released his soul skill. The blue-silver grass in his hand wrapped tightly around the snake's tail like a rope. Dai Mubai jumped up, wanting to strike down on the flesh crown atop the snake's head, but the snake again spewed out colorful mist from its mouth. Seeing this, Dai Mubai hurriedly withdrew to dodge. Tang San quickly called out, "Its colorful mist is just for intimidation. It's not poisonous, so there is nothing to fear." Having been tricked twice, Dai Mubai felt anger rising and directly unleashed the white tiger's light wave at the snake, with Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire line following suit. Xiao Wu leaped high and executed an 8-dan throw, bringing the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake down. Overjoyed, Oscar quickly took out a dagger and stabbed at the snake's flesh crown, happily absorbing the soul ring. The others surrounded Oscar, who was absorbing the soul ring. This time, there wouldn't be a snake lady bringing Mangaran, but other soul beasts might appear, so Wang Sheng didn't dare to show any signs of carelessness. While guarding Oscar, everyone began to chat, sharing their experiences hunting their previous soul rings. Xiao Wu, with her head down, said with sympathy, "Do we really have to hunt soul beasts?" Tang San sighed lightly and replied, "This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It's the law of survival. If this snake were stronger than us, we would definitely become its food." Xiao Wu didn't speak again and silently kept her head down. Suddenly, Wang Sheng, with a mischievous interest, asked Xiao Wu a question. "Xiao Wu, you think hunting soul beasts is cruel. Let me ask you a question. If it were a herbivorous soul beast, do you think they would eat plant-type soul beasts? For example, like the blue-silver grass of Tang San's martial soul. They're probably isn't a single 100-year-old blue-silver grass that can walk out of the Stardew forest." Wang Sheng suddenly recalled a joke from his previous life and made a quip, knowing that there was a 100,000-year-old blue-silver grass that not only exited the Stardew forest, but also married a human soul master. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's probing question, Xiao Wu felt at a loss for words. Blue-silver grass was indeed one of the main food sources for their soft-bone rabbit, and it seemed she hadn't considered the life of the grass when eating. The group continued to chat casually. When Tang San and Ma Hongjun discussed what type of third soul ring they aimed to hunt at level 30, Wang Sheng interjected. "Tang San, in my personal opinion, I think your blue-silver grass soul ring hunting should focus on increasing hardness. Although the soul beasts you hunt provide some toxic effects, compared to those that purely enhance toughness, I believe the latter is better." Using poison had always been a strength of the Tang sect. So when a master set a control-type path for him, they decided to focus on toughness and toxins. Hearing Wang Sheng's views, Tang San couldn't help but feel curious. "What do you mean by that?" "I also researched this after obtaining my first soul ring. My first soul ring not only enhanced my attributes, but also gave my martial soul an electric attribute. However, after learning about many first rings at the Seven Treasure Academy, I found this to be a double-edged sword. The benefit is that it's like having an additional soul skill, but as a strong attack-type soul master. The power boost actually becomes less. But adding some other attributes could enrich your combat style a lot, right? Tang Xin still questioned, not understanding. Wang Sheng shook his head. I actually think soul skills are not the best means of attack. Soul skills are indeed powerful, but they are obtained through hunting soul beasts, which is too rigid compared to self-research combat techniques. Therefore, I prefer to choose to enhance my attributes, as improving attributes is a tangible boost. Seeing that the others were still somewhat confused, Wang Sheng continued, like I mentioned before. Let us take an example. In the case of 3 soul beasts of the same quality, all around 1,000 years old, aside from soul skills, one enhances your blue silvergrass's toughness without any added toxic attributes. One adds toxic attributes, but doesn't enhance toughness, and one enhances toughness while also adding toxins. In these 3 cases, your previous thought would definitely lead you to choose the last one, right? Tang Xin nodded, yes. My teacher, and I believe the best direction for my soul ring hunt is to go in that direction. Wang Sheng then shook his head and said, your thinking may have advantages in the early stages, but as time goes on, the gap between you and other control-type martial soul masters widens. First of all, your blue silvergrass's toughness is not comparable to that of soul masters of the same level. And your toxins aren't as strong as those of soul masters focusing solely on poison. It seems like you can do everything, but in reality, you can't excel at anything. Wang Sheng was speaking the truth. In the original work, Tang San's advantages derived from the tempering of the ice and fire yin-yang, and numerous opportunities later on, which masked the disadvantages of his blue-silver grass martial soul. Without those opportunities, Tang San's blue-silver grass would struggle to compete with other genius soul masters of the same level, as its hardness had not reached the extreme. After hearing Wang Sheng's analysis, Tang San pondered thoughtfully, questioning whether the path he had chosen was indeed correct. Using poison was feasible, as the Tang sect's poison could be compounded if the corresponding herbs were found, but the hardness of his martial soul seemed to be something he couldn't change. Chapter 71. Ming, the great Ming calls you home for dinner. Wang Sheng saw Tang San deep in thought and did not want to disturb him. He wasn't sure if Tang San could take it in, and for someone like Tang San who seemed to have an advantage, it wouldn't matter much anyway. In the later stages, he would either rely on the Haotian hammer or the power of the sea god. It didn't really matter whether he used the blue-silver emperor or not. After pondering for a while, Tang San asked Wang Sheng, so what do you think I'm suited for? I personally think pure control is the way to go, focusing on increasing the toughness of the blue silvergrass. You already have your own offensive means, so you don't need to rely too much on soul skills. If your soul skills have enough hardness to control the enemy, relying on the destructive power of your hidden weapons should be stronger than using poison, Wang Sheng replied. He wasn't sure if Tang San could still obtain the 8 spider lances, so his advice was based on Tang San's current situation, as everything in the future was uncertain. How many years of soul rings do you think my 3rd ring can absorb? Tang San asked. Wang Sheng didn't know how to answer because he wasn't very familiar with Tang San's physical condition. He could only refer to the year limit of Tang San's 3rd soul ring from the original story. I think your physical strength is pretty good, but I'm not very sure. However, I think you should be able to handle a soul ring of about 2,000 years, Wang Sheng said. Hearing that Wang Sheng thought his 3rd soul ring could exceed the theoretical limits set by his teacher, and after discovering that both Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong had soul rings that exceeded limits in the past few days, Tang San felt prepared to give it a try, though he still hesitated a bit. Then I'll try to exceed the limit of 1,760 years for my 3rd soul ring. 1,760 years, with some odd and even numbers. You all have absorbed soul rings. Can you tell me how many years each of your absorbed soul rings was? How did the person who proposed this calculation come up with it? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tease from the side, but she didn't know that Tang San's teacher was Master Yu Xiaogang, so she spoke without any reservations. Tang San felt it was hard to explain for Master and couldn't help but change the topic. Oscar, you must have absorbed your soul ring by now, right? It's been so long. After a while, Oscar opened his eyes. Seeing Oscar's proud look, Everyone was curious about what kind of soul skill he had obtained. Ma Hongjun put his arm around Oscar's shoulder and asked, "Quick, tell us what soul skill you got." "My third soul skill is flying mushroom sausage. After eating it, you can fly for 1 minute." "What? Only flying for 1 minute is useless. This soul skill is like a chicken rib," Dai Mubai couldn't help but retort. Oscar confidently replied, "If you look down on my sausage, then don't eat it in the future. After all, that 1 minute is the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." "What?" Hearing that Oscar could fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute shocked everyone. If that were true, then in 1 minute, he could fly a great distance. Zhao Wujin nodded in satisfaction. Since Xiao Ao has already obtained his third soul ring, let's prepare to head back. "Teacher Zhao, wait a minute. My soul power has also broken through to level 30. I need everyone to help me find my third soul ring." Zhao Wujin was very happy to hear that Tang San had also broken through to level 30 and immediately expressed that everyone should continue working hard to help Tang San find his third soul ring before heading back. However, they searched for 2 days without any results. On the third night, they prepared to set up a tent to rest. Zhao Wujin was chatting with Tang San about hunting soul beasts while Wang Sheng sat quietly beside them, waiting and wondering if the Titan Great Ape would soon appear. Suddenly, Zhao Wujin shouted gravely at the people in the tent, "Quick, leave the tent." Everyone, confused, came out, and Zhao Wujin didn't explain further. "Wang Sheng Mubai, you two lead everyone to retreat." At that moment, Zhao Wujin saw the ground rumble and animals scatter as 2 giant trees suddenly parted to the sides. A massive black gorilla, like a small mountain, appeared in front of them, its body completely black, with only its lantern-like eyes moving, making everyone realize its presence. Tang San couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape." Zhao Wujin stood in front of everyone and respectfully said, "Respected king of the forest, my students, and I mean no offense. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately." The Titan Great Ape ignored Zhao Wujin's words and stepped toward them one by one. Seeing the situation was not good, Zhao Wujin immediately activated his martial spirit and said, "You all quickly eat Xiao Ao's mushroom sausage and fly away. I'll cover for you." Saying this, Zhao Wujin immediately activated his martial spirit, with 4 soul rings shining simultaneously. At this moment, Zhao Wujin dared not relax for a moment. Dai Mubai also stepped forward. "You all go first. I'll help teacher Zhao." At this time, everyone did not shrink back and stood beside Zhao Wujin with their martial spirits activated. Zhao Wujin charged toward the Titan Great Ape, using Ning Rongrong's enhancement to leap high and strike down with his bare paw heavily on the Titan Great Ape's head. The Titan Great Ape let out a loud roar, and the black air wave sent Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were in the air, flying away. As the black air wave passed, Tang San's blue silver grass that had just entangled the Titan Great Ape was completely shattered. Zhao Wujin was also sent flying by a single slap. Dai Mubai and Wang Sheng simultaneously attacked the Titan Great Ape, but were also easily swatted away by it. Wang Sheng originally knew that everyone would not be in danger, but he was just curious to test the Titan Great Ape's strength. The result proved that at this moment, they were no different from ants in the eyes of the Titan Great Ape. As in the original story, the most unfortunate Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line was directly pulled back by the black air current toward himself, rolling like Neymar until he stopped at Tang San's feet. The enraged Titan Great Ape, accompanied by a black air wave, pounced up, its massive body descending from the sky toward the gathered crowd. Dai Mubai quickly picked up Zhu Zhuqing, activating the White Tiger's protective soul skill, and pushed Zhu Zhuqing down into a pit created by his earlier strike to reduce her damage. Zhu Zhuqing was touched by Dai Mubai's actions. Oscar also wanted to protect Ning Rongrong by pulling her down, but as soon as he thought about it, Ning Rongrong grabbed him with one hand and swung him out of the area, quickly running away. Tang San also learned from this and threw Xiao Wu out. However, he never expected that the Titan Great Ape would grab Xiao Wu in midair. "No, let go of Xiao Wu." Tang San frantically shot his hidden weapons at the Titan Great Ape, but none of them had any effect on it. Zhao Wujin also transformed into his martial spirit, but he was completely pushed back by the Titan Great Ape's roar. At this moment, the Titan Great Ape ignored the group of ants in front of it turned, and leaped hundreds of meters away. As soon as the Titan Great Ape landed, a voice came from behind. Ming, the Great Ming calls you home for dinner. Chapter 72 Agreement. The Titan Giant Ape heard shouting behind it and looked back in confusion, only to see a teenage boy who wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand and wore a confident smile as he looked at it. The Titan Giant Ape immediately grabbed the boy and ran into the woods. The Titan Giant Ape crashed through the trees, covering several miles. At this moment, the boy said to the little dance held in the other hand of the Titan Giant Ape, "Little dance, aren't you going to make it stop? If you don't, your third brother will worry." This person was Wang Sheng. When he shouted that sentence, little dance knew that he must have figured out her identity, and she immediately called out to the Titan Giant Ape, "Ming, stop. They are all my friends." The Titan Giant Ape stopped and released little dance. Its eyes fixed on Wang Sheng, who was in her hand, and asked Sister Little Dance, "How could you tell your identity to this human? Don't you know humans are very dangerous?" Little Dance turned her eyes to Wang Sheng. "How do you know my identity?" Wang Sheng, who was being nearly choked by the Titan Giant Ape, could barely catch his breath and said with a flushed face, "If you don't let him put me down soon, I'll be dead." Wang Sheng knew that Little Dance was soft-hearted. Although she liked to be brave and fight, she wasn't a killer, unless her third brother was provoked. "Ming, let him go first. He is also my friend, and I have something to ask him." Upon hearing Little Dance's words, Ming finally let Wang Sheng down. But it reminded Little Dance, "Sister Little Dance, humans are not good people. If you don't kill him, it will be very dangerous if your identity is exposed." At this moment, Wang Sheng spoke first. "Don't panic. If I were going to do anything to Little Dance, I would have captured her the moment she left the Douluo forest for Nodding City. Would I wait until today?" Little Dance found Wang Sheng's words reasonable, but she still questioned him. "How exactly do you know my identity? And how do you know about Ming and Daming?" Wang Sheng smiled slightly. "I'm not at liberty to disclose that, but I can guarantee that I mean you no harm." Seeing that Little Dance was still not fully convinced, he continued, "I have a way to cover up your spirit beast aura, so even a titled Douluo won't be able to detect your identity. Is what you said true? What benefit do you get from this?" Little Dance knew that there was no free lunch, and since Wang Sheng and she had only known each other for a short time, she didn't believe that he would be that good to her. Wang Sheng understood Little Dance's thoughts and revealed his purpose. "I hope Daming and Ming will agree to one condition of mine." Ming immediately guaranteed. "What condition?" "As long as it's not excessive and can keep Sister Little Dance safe, we can agree. When I reach level 70, I will come and find you. At that time, I will need your help." Ming angrily asked, "You don't mean to make us sacrifice ourselves for you, do you? Don't dream about it. I can kill you right now and take Sister Little Dance back. With us here, we are not afraid of your human title Douluo." Wang Sheng knew that Ming misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood. I don't intend to make you sacrifice yourselves. It's just a fair trade. I need you to help me deal with one of your archenemies. Isn't that a good deal for you?" Archenemy? He and Daming had several archenemies in the Douluo forest. Could it be that Wang Sheng was referring to them? Ming felt confused. But since it wasn't about sacrificing themselves, and it was about dealing with their own archenemy, the Titan Giant Ape felt relieved. "Then how can we trust you?" Wang Sheng turned to Little Dance and said, "Little Dance, you have been in the human world for several years. I swear by my martial soul that you can trust me, right?" Little Dance knew that spirit masters swore by their martial souls, so she nodded. "Okay. If you swear by your martial soul, I will believe you. I, Wang Sheng, swear by my martial soul that I will help Little Dance cover her spirit beast aura and will not covet Little Dance's spirit rings. If I violate this oath, my soul power will never advance." Upon hearing Wang Sheng's oath, Little Dance finally believed him. "All right, now I believe you. So how will you help me cover my spirit beast aura?" Wang Sheng took out a pill from the soul guide and handed it to Little Dance. "This is made from a part of the leaves of the Heartbreak Red plus other herbs. After you take it, unless you encounter a title Douluo of level 99, no one will discover your spirit beast identity." After hearing Wang Sheng's words, Little Dance took the pill directly, and, at the same time, she felt a slight sense of her soul power wanting to rise. "Thank you, Wang Sheng," Wang Sheng said nonchalantly. He was indeed just trading with Little Dance. If possible, he was quite interested in the spirit rings of the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, but that wasn't something he could consider now. So he treated everything as just a transaction, and he was indeed not interested in Little Dance's spirit rings. Unlike Bibi Dong, who would accept any spirit beast of 100,000 years, Wang Sheng still had high standards for his spirit rings. The years didn't matter. What mattered was compatibility. It's just a transaction. There's no need to thank me. We're just fulfilling our own needs. Little Dance then turned to the Titan giant ape and asked, Erming, is Daming all right? Seeing the Titan giant ape nod, she felt relieved. You should go back quickly and don't run out so casually in the future. I'm already at level 30. You should protect me while I condense my spirit ring. Then hurry back. I also need to go find my third brother. If I'm missing, he will definitely worry. After that, Wang Sheng waited for Little Dance to condense her spirit ring, and the two agreed on what to say before heading back to find everyone. The Titan giant ape instructed Wang Sheng to ensure Little Dance's safety and expressed that they would keep their promise before leaving. They retraced their steps and found everyone. They saw Tang San sitting cross-legged, with the body of a man-faced demon spider impaled by a crossbow bolt lying beside him. Wang Sheng couldn't help but marvel at Tang San being truly the child of luck. He just didn't know if the 8 spider lances would still be there. But Wang Sheng guessed that given the situation, the 8 spider lances would most likely not escape. When everyone saw Wang Sheng and Little Dance returning, they asked how they managed to escape. Wang Sheng immediately began his performance, telling a vivid story that was much more reliable than the original version given by Little Dance. Wang Sheng's version of the story was that Little Dance was captured by the Titan giant ape and taken deep into the forest. And Wang Sheng followed behind using the mushroom sausage he had previously asked Oscar to make. Just as the Titan giant ape was about to eat Little Dance, a sky-blue bull python with a bull's head and a serpent's body appeared. The two spirit beasts seemed to have been enemies for a long time and started fighting upon meeting. Wang Sheng took the opportunity to rescue Little Dance, and the two quickly fled the area using the speed of the flying mushroom sausage. On their way back, they encountered a few hundred-year spirit beasts, and after a battle, Little Dance also broke through to level 30. Along the way, they found a soft-boned rabbit over 1,000 years old, and the two worked together to capture it, allowing Little Dance to absorb its spirit ring. By the time they finished their story, not long after, Tang San also absorbed his spirit ring, and Wang Sheng sighed in admiration that Tang San was indeed the child of luck, as he obtained the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. However, Wang Sheng was aware of the situation in the original story, and since he also had an external spirit bone, he preemptively explained the situation of external spirit bones to Tang San instead of waiting for Yu Xiaogang. The group prepared to return to Shrek Academy. Wang Sheng calculated the time. After many years, it was almost time to meet Yu Xiaogang again. Chapter 73, Just Ask If You Want to Change. The group quickly left the Stardew Forest, and seeing that it was getting late, they decided to stay overnight in the small town where they had stayed on their way here. As they prepared to rest after checking into their rooms, there was a knock on Tang San's door. He opened it to find Wang Sheng standing there, and he immediately prepared to invite Wang Sheng in. Wang Sheng, please come in. I still want to thank you for bringing Xiaowu back. Upon hearing Tang San's gratitude, Wang Sheng didn't say much and directly stated, Tang San, I have something I want to discuss with you. Can you come to my room for a moment? Wang Sheng glanced at Oscar, who was staying with Tang San, indicating that there were some things that were not convenient to say in Oscar's presence. Tang San understood and followed Wang Sheng to his room. Once inside, Wang Sheng got straight to the point. I saw the crossbow bolt lodged in the body of the man-faced demon spider today. I want to make a deal with you. Hearing that Wang Sheng wanted a trade, Tang San became interested. He knew that the 7-treasure glazed tile school was wealthy, and if Wang Sheng wanted to buy the Zhuge Divine crossbow, he wouldn't mind doing business with them. Oh, you want to buy the Zhuge Divine crossbow? Tang San asked. Yes, but I want the complete blueprints for its production and assembly, as well as the details for the shadowless darts, sky-soaring claw, and silent sleeves. I need the detailed blueprints for these 4 hidden weapons, and also the techniques for Ghost Shadow and Controlling Crane, Supporting Dragon. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's request, Tang San quickly refused. That's not possible. These are the secret techniques of the Tang sect. How could I betray the Tang sect and sell them to you? Wang Sheng countered, what do you mean secret techniques? Many people can learn them. If it weren't for the fact that I was born an orphan and never learned to read, I would have learned them myself by now and wouldn't need to come to you to buy them. Wang Sheng had talked to Tang San so much before just for this moment. Tang San was still hesitant, although these techniques were eventually made public by the Tang sect. He was the only one who knew them in this world. If he sold them to Wang Sheng, with the financial power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he might not be able to rely on these to earn funds for the development of the Tang sect. I'm sorry, but I can't sell you the production methods of these hidden weapons. If you need them, I can sell the finished products to you. Wang Sheng knew that Tang San would definitely refuse, but he had his own trump card and didn't believe that Tang San wouldn't be tempted. I think you should hear my terms before making a decision. Seeing Wang Sheng's confident demeanor, Tang San was curious about what his terms were. What are your terms? Let me see if they can match the value of what I have. 5 million gold soul coins. And I promise you that these items will only be used internally by our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and will not be sold. In the future, when you establish the Tang sect, you can sell these for business, and we will help you promote it. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a bit tempted. 5 million gold soul coins was a significant amount. It was completely the startup capital he needed to establish the Tang sect. Moreover, due to Wang Sheng's earlier persuasion, Tang San's perception of the value of the items he possessed had shifted. What he had originally considered secret techniques were now seen as things that anyone could learn, making their value in his mind slightly decrease. Well, I still need to think about it. After all, the value of these 4 hidden weapons and 2 techniques is too great. Seeing Tang San slightly relax his stance, Wang Sheng knew Tang San was already tempted. He then took out a powerful item, a delicate jade box from his soul guide device, slowly opening it in front of Tang San. Tang San couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the contents of the box. The water-soaked autumn gaze? That's right, Wang Sheng confirmed. The water-soaked autumn gaze was a top-tier celestial herb. Wang Sheng knew it wouldn't be of much use to the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but for Tang San, it was a treasure. To exchange something they didn't need for the items he wanted seemed worthwhile to Wang Sheng. Yes, this is indeed the top-tier celestial herb, the water-soaked autumn gaze. I wonder if I add this to the exchange, would you agree? Can you give me some time to think about it? Tang San was genuinely tempted this time. I'll give you a night to think about it. If you want exchange, just give me the blueprints and techniques tomorrow. If you don't want exchange, then forget it. Although I don't understand these hidden weapons and techniques, I have used them in my past life. At worst, we can use the original 5 million we were going to exchange as research funding. I believe someone will eventually figure out. All right, let me think overnight, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow. I'll head back now. Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Tang San felt anxious. If what Wang Sheng said became a reality, then the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wouldn't help him sell these items, but would sell them themselves, and he would have no way to establish the Tang sect. Chapter 74 Master. We meet again the next day. Tang San delivered the 6 documents that Wang Sheng needed to him. With Tang San's eager anticipation, he also upgraded his purple extreme demon eye to the seed stage, making this transaction a win-win situation. After receiving the items, Wang Sheng immediately added a letter he had personally written and had the local head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in Soto City send it back to the sect quickly. Wang Sheng then returned to Shrek Academy with the others. Upon returning to the academy, everyone began their training. This time, all 7 of Shrek's monsters trained under Wang Sheng, who systematically led them through a complete devil training session for the first time. On the first day back at the academy, Ma Hongjun was completely exhausted and collapsed in the medicinal bath, realizing that his evil fire had not erupted. Tang San, who was training for the first time, also felt that his soul power cultivation was progressing much faster than before. He had always thought he was diligent in his training, but he had not expected Wang Sheng's training methods to be so extreme. No wonder Ning Rongrong, who was the same age as them, was so strong. After finishing his medicinal bath, Tang San was about to go find Xiao Wu when he heard a familiar voice as he stepped outside. Little San. Tang San turned around to see his teacher, who had wholeheartedly nurtured him. Teacher, when did you arrive? Master looked at Tang San with a kind expression. He had heard about Tang San's successful absorption of the 2000-year-old soul ring in Flender's office and had come to find him immediately. Little San, Zhao Wujin has already informed me about your situation. Do you know what your biggest flaw is? Teacher, please tell me. Your flaw is also your strength. You are too sentimental. You actually absorbed a 2000-year-old soul ring for Xiaowu. Have you forgotten that I told you the limit for a soul master's third soul ring is 760 years? Teacher, I'm fine. Sorry to have worried you. Seeing Tang San's polite attitude, Yu Xiaogang nodded and continued, this time you were lucky. Perhaps it was your excessive worry for Xiaowu that allowed you to absorb the soul ring beyond your level. Never do something so dangerous again. I understand, teacher. Tang San had actually pondered whether he was like Wang Sheng said, having a better physique for cultivation from a young age, which made absorbing the 2000-year-old soul ring completely fine. However, thinking of his teacher's genuine concern for him, he chose not to say more. Let us go. I want to see your third soul skill and your external soul bone outside the village. With that, the master and disciple walked out of the village in a fatherly, sonly manner. The next morning, after everyone finished their morning exercises, they sat in the cafeteria eating and chatting. Soon, the bell for assembly rang. Xiaowu asked in confusion, "We actually have class? I thought the academy was just for individual training." Dai Mubai immediately stood up to urge everyone, "Come on, stop murmuring, hurry up and assemble." On the playground, besides Flinder, Master and the other 4 teachers stood aside. Once everyone was in position, Flinder spoke, "Since everyone is here, I have a few things to announce. First, let me introduce our academy's teachers." Flinder first pointed to the teacher who tested bone age at the entrance on registration day. "This is teacher Li Yusong, Wuhuan Dragon Pattern Stick, level 63 Soul Emperor." Then he pointed to the oldest-looking teacher among them. "This is teacher Lu Qibin, Wuhuan Star Chess, level 66 Soul Emperor." Finally, he pointed to the youngest-looking teacher and said, "This is teacher Xiao Xen, Wuhuan Sugar Bean, level 71 Soul Sage, a food system soul master." Teacher Xiao is one of the top 5 strongest food system soul masters I know. After introducing the academy's teachers, Flinder walked over to Master, embracing him as he introduced. "Lastly, I want to introduce this one carefully. He is the strongest in Wuhuan theory, known for his research on the competitiveness of the top 10 martial souls. The most intelligent soul master, and also Tang San's teacher, Mr. Yu Xiaogang. Of course, he is also my old brother. We have known each other for decades. You may not be familiar with his name, but I believe you have heard of his titles. From now on, you could just call him Master." Upon hearing the title of Master, Yu Xiaogang felt that he did not sense the surprise, admiration, or long-awaited awe he expected. Instead, he saw various expressions of shame, embarrassment, disdain, indifference, and contempt among the students. Among them, Tang San felt ashamed, as many of Wang Sheng's ideas had challenged his teacher's misconceptions when the topic of martial souls came up in previous conversations. Thus, he had not mentioned his teacher's identity these past few days, thinking that Flinder would only introduce the name. However, once Flinder mentioned the top 10 martial souls, everyone surely knew who Master was. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's indifference, Xiao Wu's embarrassment, and the disdain from Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, the most obvious expression of contempt came from Ning Rongrong. However, Wang Sheng's gaze towards Yu Xiaogang was one that was profound and hard to decipher. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Flinder assumed it was because everyone had not heard of Master S' name and quickly said, "Starting today, your training will be fully overseen by Master. You will have a day off today, and classes will officially start tomorrow." "Master, do you have anything to add?" Yu Xiaogang was about to say that there were only 7 of them, but he noticed that there seemed to be one more person, which contradicted the information Flinder had shown him yesterday. He leaned in and asked Flinder, "Why are there 8 people? Didn't you say there were only 7 formal students?" Flinder awkwardly explained, "Oh, there's one named Wang Sheng. He just accompanied Ning Rongrong to enroll, but his teacher arranged for him to study here for half a year, so he doesn't count as a formal student." Wang Sheng. Yu Xiaogang felt that the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. Not thinking too much, Yu Xiaogang continued, "There are only 7 formal students in the academy. In my eyes, you are a whole. I have reviewed your resumes, and I will develop targeted teaching methods. Besides collaboration, I don't want to hear any dissenting voices. Regardless of who you are, I will treat you equally. Since you are students of the Monster Academy, you must be more outstanding than ordinary soul masters. From now on, whenever anyone mentions you, They should only think of the word monster. Starting now, U7 will no longer be divided into primary and advanced levels. Teaching will be completely unified, based on your ages. I will rank you. Number 1, Dai Mu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Yu Xiaogang glanced over everyone and said, "You are dismissed. Assemble tomorrow morning. I do not wish to see anyone late, or you will receive special training. Also, which one is Wang Sheng? Come here." Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang dismissing everyone and calling Wang Sheng to stay, the others prepared to wait for Wang Sheng to lead them in training. At this moment, Wang Sheng turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, you take them for hand-to-hand training first. I will come over later." "Okay, brother to Sheng." Ning Rongrong nodded and led everyone to train. At this time, Yu Xiaogang found the scene a bit puzzling. A bystander was going to lead everyone in training? He looked at Wang Sheng with a confused expression, and Wang Sheng smiled at him and said, "Master, we meet again." Chapter 75, Let's Go Together. Hearing Wang Sheng say that they meet again, Yu Xiaogang suddenly remembered who Wang Sheng was. Wasn't he the child who had begged him to accept him as a disciple back at the Nodding Academy? In Yu Xiaogangs impression, Wang Sheng was just a useless martial soul master who somehow got involved with the Xiao family of Nodding City and had quite a knack for making money. He followed the Xiao family and earned a lot, even sponsoring Nodding Academy significantly. At that time, Yu Xiaogang regretted not taking him in, as he could have at least gained some funding to support his martial soul research. However, he heard that Wang Sheng graduated after obtaining his first spirit ring with Xiao Qinyu. Gradually, Yu Xiaogang forgot about this matter. "Oh, it's you. It's been so many years since we last met. You've changed quite a bit. I didn't recognize you at first." Indeed, back then I was just a 6-year-old child, and now I'm 17, so it's normal not to be recognized. Yu Xiaogang looked at Wang Sheng again and found that the current Wang Sheng was very different from the shameless child who had begged him back then. The current Wang Sheng exuded a sense of confidence in his demeanor. "I heard from Flander that you'll be auditing classes at the academy for half a year. Why aren't you a formal student?" "Oh, this. When Rongrong and I came to enroll, I completely did not meet the academy's admission requirements. So I'm just auditing, trying to improve myself." Wang Sheng was indeed speaking the truth. When he accompanied Ning Rongrong to enroll, he was already 17 years old, far exceeding the academy's admission age. However, Yu Xiaogang thought it was because Wang Sheng's talent and strength did not meet the standards for admission. He knew the admission criteria set by Flander, and since Wang Sheng did not meet them, it proved that his earlier assessment was correct. Wang Sheng's talent was likely limited for life. That's fine. Being able to study here for half a year will be beneficial for your growth. As long as you work hard, not to mention becoming a Soul King, you still have the opportunity to reach Soul Ancestor in this lifetime. Wang Sheng did not refute Yu Xiaogang. After a few casual exchanges, he excused himself to train. After chatting with Wang Sheng, Yu Xiaogang told Flander that he would develop a training plan based on the characteristics of the 7 monsters and asked Flander not to disturb him before returning to his office. The next morning, Yu Xiaogang came out of his room and saw a group of people just returning from outside the village. As soon as they got back, everyone headed to their own rooms to soak in medicinal baths, or they would be late for class. Yu Xiaogang called Tang San over. "Xiao San, didn't you know that I'm going to give you special training today? It's fine to start cultivating as soon as you wake up, but will you be able to endure my special training later?" Tang San immediately apologized to his master. "I'm sorry, teacher. We have been getting up early to train together recently. We will definitely grit our teeth and endure your special training." Seeing Tang San's sincere attitude, Yu Xiaogang softened his tone. "Xiao San, your foundation is good. You can handle the training intensity, but the others may not be able to. So don't train on your own tomorrow. You must listen to the teacher." "I understand, teacher. I will remember what you said." "All right. Go back and rest for a bit. Don't be late for training later." After sending Tang San away, Yu Xiaogang went to the kitchen to prepare meals. When everyone arrived at the cafeteria for breakfast, they all enjoyed the food. It must be said that Yu Xiaogang was quite good at cooking. After breakfast, everyone stood neatly on the playground. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back and addressed them. "Starting today, I will conduct special training for you. I'm already clear about each of your situations, and I will tailor special training for you based on your characteristics. Dai Mubai, step forward. Hearing his name called, Dai Mubai immediately took a step forward and stood straight. Yu Xiaogang was satisfied with Dai Mubai's posture. He was indeed very obedient in class. I'm giving you a task. Defeat each of the 7 of them one by one without injuring them. What? Not only Dai Mubai, but the others also looked surprised. Just Wang Sheng alone would make it impossible for Dai Mubai to defeat them. Yu Xiaogang said with some dissatisfaction, You're already at the 37th level of spirit power. Ning Rongrong is similar to you, but she is only a support. The others are at most 31. Can't you handle this? Dai Mubai said embarrassedly. Master, but Wang Sheng has much higher spirit power than me. Upon hearing that Wang Sheng's spirit power was higher than Dai Mubai's, Yu Xiaogang realized that he still didn't know Wang Sheng's spirit power level. He had originally thought that someone like Wang Sheng, who had no talent, probably wasn't even a soul sect at his age. But he never expected that Dai Mubai's spirit power was actually not as high as Wang Sheng's. However, he couldn't rearrange things now without losing face. Considering that one had a top-quality white tiger martial soul and the other a very ordinary battle tiger martial soul, even if Wang Sheng was already a 39th level soul sect, Dai Mubai should still be able to defeat him. Immediately, Yu Xiaojing's expression turned cold. You both have tiger-type martial souls. Your white tiger martial soul is of much higher quality than Wang Sheng's. If you don't even have the courage to fight, how can you call yourself the leader of the 7? Dai Mubai wanted to refute, but Wang Sheng immediately interrupted him. It's fine, Mubai. I want to use my martial soul to fight you. Hearing Wang Sheng's arrogant claim that he wouldn't use his martial soul against Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, this Wang Sheng is too arrogant, completely unaware of the power of Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul. Don't waste time. Let us get started. There is still a lot of training content today. If you don't complete everything, none of you can rest. Hearing Yu Xiaogang say this, Dai Mubai had no choice but to step onto the playground, and Wang Sheng went directly to face him without further ado. Dai Mubai immediately activated his martial soul, his muscles bulging, his eyes turning red, and sharp blades extending from his fingers with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rotating beneath him. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. As the purple soul ring glowed, Dai Mubai activated his 3rd soul skill. He knew Wang Sheng's strength, and although Wang Sheng claimed he wouldn't use his martial soul, he didn't dare to let his guard down and immediately used his 3rd soul skill. Yu Xiaogang frowned slightly. Dai Mubai was going against someone who was even using a martial soul, and he led with his 3rd soul skill. He couldn't understand how Flander taught his students. At this moment, Dai Mubai charged directly at Wang Sheng. At his age, Dai Mubai was indeed a top-level genius. And with the powerful white tiger martial soul, he radiated the aura of the king of beasts like a tiger descending the mountain. Just as Dai Mubai's claws were about to grab Wang Sheng's chest, Wang Sheng sidestepped and avoided Dai Mubai's claws. He then thrust his knee upward into Dai Mubai's abdomen and followed through with an elbow strike that landed heavily on Dai Mubai's back. With this seemingly effortless series of moves, Dai Mubai fell directly to the ground. Wang Sheng glanced at the fallen Dai Mubai, and although Dai Mubai certainly still had fighting capability, he was still far behind in comparison to Wang Sheng now. Wang Sheng turned to Yu Xiaogang and said, Master, I think this is pointless. Just let Ning Rongrong and Oscar assist me, and let the other 5 come meet together. Chapter 76. 1 against 5. Seeing Wang Sheng easily knock Dai Mubai down in just a few moves, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. He never expected Wang Sheng to possess such strength. Wasn't he supposed to be a waste with only a level 4 innate soul power? Wang Sheng, what is your soul power level? With a hint of confusion, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but ask Wang Sheng. Me? I just returned from the Douluo Forest and broke through to level 48. What? Level 48? You're only 17 and already at level 48? Yu Xiaogang was incredulous. He had spent his life doing research and had seen countless records from the Spirit Hall. For a normal beast spirit master with only level 4 innate soul power and low spirit quality, reaching the rank of soul respect before the age of 20 was already very rare. Now, Wang Sheng was only 17 and had level 48 soul power. This was impossible. What Yu Xiaogang didn't know was that ever since Wang Sheng consumed the miraculous mushroom, his cultivation speed had become comparable to that of soul masters with innate level 7 or 8. Plus, after forcibly absorbing the head soul bone, Wang Sheng's soul power growth accelerated even more. That's nothing surprising. I'm already 17. The 7 of them are all geniuses among geniuses. By the time they reach my age, their soul power will probably be its soul king. Wang Sheng wasn't wrong about this. In the original story, each of the Shrek 7 monsters had surpassed his current level by the time they were his age. However, none of them could have the blessing of the divine herb now, so they were likely to be a bit weaker compared to the original timeline. Thinking about his precious disciple Tang San's talent, Yu Xiaogang felt reassured that Tang San would definitely be stronger than Wang Sheng at 17. Since Wang Sheng wanted to take on 5 opponents, he decided to fulfill his wish. Alright, according to Wang Sheng's request, Xiao San, you all team up and fight against Wang Sheng. Show your full strength. Otherwise, the training won't be effective. Hearing Yu Xiaogang say to show their full strength, Wang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Xiaogang, in the original story, you let Tang San and Dai Mubai fight without using hidden weapons or external soul bones. Now that you're up against me, you want them to show all their strength. If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning Rongrong, after you enhance me, step aside. Oscar, make a few of your sausages and go to the side as well. Hearing Wang Sheng's arrangement, Yu Xiaogang sneered. Wanting to get the boost without having to take care of the support? Wang Sheng, you really have a good plan. There's no way this can work. Since the 3 of you are together, you are a team. On the battlefield, won't the opponent attack your support soul master? Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San and the others panicked. Originally, it was already quite a challenge for the 5 of them to fight against Wang Sheng alone. Adding Ning Rongrong made it even more difficult. Oscar could simply eat the flying mushroom sausage to exit the battle, while Ning Rongrong could easily handle both Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. Yu Xiaogang was increasing their difficulty. Wang Sheng's training in the past 2 days had been designed to challenge them like this. If Yu Xiaogang arranged it this way, they would have no chance of winning at all. Teacher, I think we should go with Wang Sheng's idea, Tang San bravely suggested to Yu Xiaogang. Wang Sheng, look, this is the difference in character. My disciple Xiao San is so generous, unlike you who are so arrogant and want to have it both ways. Fine, I'll go along with your little tricks, but when you lose, my punishment awaits you. Thinking this, Yu Xiaogang said, since you all requested it, I will grant your wish. Let the battle begin. Everyone activated their martial spirits, and in an instant, the playground was illuminated with brilliant, colorful soul rings. Yu Xiaogang first looked at Tang San and the others. They all had the best soul ring configurations, and he nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he only knew their soul power levels, but now seeing their soul rings, he was very pleased. Turning to Wang Sheng and the others, he was shocked. What? Ning Rongrong has a 1,000-year second ring? Wang Sheng has a 10,000 year 4th ring? Am I seeing things? Yu Xiaogang rubbed his eyes and confirmed he wasn't mistaken. Just as he was about to ask, the battle had already begun. Ma Hongjun took to the air right away, unleashing the Phoenix Fire line at Wang Sheng. Tang San's entanglement and parasitism tightly bound Wang Sheng's feet. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu appeared on either side of Wang Sheng, attacking him simultaneously with their soul skills. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave also fired at Wang Sheng. Having consumed the flying mushroom sausage earlier, Wang Sheng exerted force through his feet, instantly turning Tang San's blue silver grass into powder. Wang Sheng soared into the air, and the soul skills of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai collided with one another, sending Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flying sideways due to the impact. Wang Sheng in the air utilized the swift flying ability of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake to reach Ma Hongjun in an instant. Oh no! Ma Hongjun felt a chill as he saw Wang Sheng approaching. It seemed he would be the first to be knocked out again. I said in battle, the first target shouldn't be the support. You should take out the fragile mage first. It seems you all still haven't learned your lesson. Wang Sheng grinned at Ma Hongjun and unleashed a series of rapid punches in a fluid motion. Seeing this, Tang San rushed to save Ma Hongjun. But before his blue-silver grass could reach Ma Hongjun's waist, Wang Sheng grabbed it with one hand and effortlessly tore it apart. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun was plummeting from the sky, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. Just then, Wang Sheng had already appeared right in front of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai immediately activated the White Tiger Shield to block Wang Sheng. Accompanied by Wang Sheng's soul skill, Tiger Roar, a flurry of rapid punches appeared before Dai Mubai. Under the high-impact Tianma Meteor Fist, Dai Mubai became the second person to lose combat capability. At that moment, Xiao Wu teleported behind Wang Sheng, but Wang Sheng reacted quickly, grabbing Xiao Wu's arm and executing a back throw. As Xiao Wu was thrown in front of Wang Sheng, her second soul skill, Charm, activated. Xiao Wu's eyes turned pink as she attempted to control Wang Sheng. This was a tactic they had devised after the practice battle yesterday. After being back thrown, Tang Sen suggested that Xiao Wu should use Charm to make a surprise attack. Seeing Xiao Wu's second soul ring flash, Tang Sen immediately used Ghost Shadow Mist to get close to Wang Sheng, while Zhu Zhuqing quickly approached to use her nether-piercing strike. However, they never expected that Wang Sheng's back throw would not slow down as they had imagined, and Xiao Wu was still thrown far away. Crashing to the ground and exiting the battle, Wang Sheng swiftly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's wrist, flipped her with one hand, and kicked her out of the fight, just like Xiao Wu. Now only Tang Sen was left. Seeing that Wang Sheng had not been controlled, Tang Sen instinctively took a few steps back. Wang Sheng smiled at Tang Sen. "Sorry, I'm immune to control. Now it's just the two of us left. Show me your full strength, and let me see what you've got." Chapter 77. My teacher is Ning Fengji. Wang Sheng's fluid and effortless moves defeated 4 opponents in a brief moment, refreshing Yu Xiaogang's perception of him once again. However, Tang Sen had countless hidden weapons and external spirit bones, so Yu Xiaogang still had great confidence in his disciple. As he saw his teammates being eliminated one after another, Tang Sen could finally fight without holding back. Previously, he had to be cautious not to injure his teammates with his hidden weapons. Now, with only him and Wang Sheng left, he could unleash all his strength. "Wang Sheng, you're still so strong, but I won't hold back this time either. Let's fight at full strength." Wang Sheng cracked his knuckles and replied, "Come on, no need to hold back. Show me all your power." Tang Sen immediately summoned his 8 spider lances from behind, drawing hidden weapons from his soul guide and flinging them towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng focused intently on the incoming projectiles and skillfully avoided them. At this moment, Tang Sen, using his ghost shadow perplexing steps, appeared right in front of Wang Sheng. Seeing Tang Sen closing in, Wang Sheng transformed his claws into fists and struck towards Tang Sen's chest. Tang Sen executed the control crane and lift dragon technique, attempting to grab Wang Sheng's wrist. Just as Tang Sen was about to seize Wang Sheng's wrist, Wang Sheng's fingers curled like an eagle's beak, flipping his wrist and striking Tang Sen's palm heavily. The sudden pain caused Tang Sen to retract his hand immediately, while his 8 spider lances aimed at Wang Sheng simultaneously. At that moment, Wang Sheng's hands transformed into dark golden steel claws, swiftly moving up and down as he neatly severed the tips of Tang Sen's 8 spider lances. The excruciating pain made Tang Sen shudder, and he quickly withdrew his lances. Wang Sheng then executed a powerful whip kick towards Tang Sen's waist, sending him flying. Wang Sheng calmly shook his terrifying claws and said, "Sorry, I also have external spirit bones." Yu Xiaogang, watching from the sidelines, gasped in shock. What kind of monster is this? He initially thought Tang Sen's hidden weapons combined with the 8 spider lances were already incredibly strong. Based on his understanding of Tang Sen, even a fully powered Tang Sen could compete with an average Soul King. But he never expected Wang Sheng to be even more monstrous. Observing Wang Sheng's current strength gave Yu Xiaogang another idea. Wang Sheng had once admired his theoretical knowledge. If he could take Wang Sheng as a disciple, along with Tang Sen, who was also outstanding, he believed no one would underestimate him in the future. At this moment, Tang Sen was in a bit of a predicament and was preparing to pull out his mother and child soul chaser from his soul guide. Wang Sheng, however, remained cautious, waiting for Tang Sen to use the mother and child soul chaser, ready to dodge the 2 iron balls at a moment's notice. He couldn't afford to take them head on. Yu Xiaogang saw that continuing the fight was pointless, so he called for a stop to the battle. "Stop. 5 against 3. and you still fought to a standstill. It seems your training is still lacking. Take a break, recover your soul power, and I will summarize today's battle for you later. Wang Sheng, come here. I have something to ask you. Yu Xiaogan's remark about 5 against 3 was meant to remind Wang Sheng. He knew Wang Sheng's thoughts and didn't want Wang Sheng to think he was unaware. Saying it was a tie was also due to seeing Tang Xin preparing to reach for his soul guide. If those highly lethal, hidden weapons were used, Wang Sheng would either be dead or seriously injured. So he gave Wang Sheng some face by calling it tie, which would also make it easier for him to recruit disciples later. Everyone sat down to eat Oscar sausages while meditating to recover their soul power, their ears perked up, eager to hear what Yu Xiaogang wanted to ask Wang Sheng. Yu Xiaogang noticed that everyone's attention was on him, wanting to hear his conversation with Wang Sheng. However, he also intended to impress Wang Sheng with his knowledge, so he didn't mind the others listening in. Facing Wang Sheng, Yu Xiaogang adopted a gentle tone as a caring elder and said, "You performed very well today. Although there were some flaws, overall, it was quite impressive." Wang Sheng internally scoffed, thinking, "You can still act so composed. I truly admire it." But he replied, No, there are many shortcomings. I still need the master's guidance. Yes, this humble attitude is good. You really are working hard, just as you said back then. I can see the results of your efforts. Wang Sheng felt speechless, thinking, did you forget what you told me about 30 years east and 30 years west? However, he was also curious about what Yu Xiaogang wanted to ask him. Master, what did you want to ask me when you called me over? Here it comes, the main point. The others immediately focused their attention, eager to hear what Yu Xiaogang would ask Wang Sheng. How did you manage to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for your 4th spirit ring? According to my years of research, the limit for a soul master's 4th spirit ring is 5,000 years. That's nothing. I've been training my body since I was young. A strong physique allows me to absorb higher-year spirit rings. All my spirit rings exceed the so-called limit. Hearing that all of Wang Sheng's spirit rings were absorbed beyond the limit, Yu Xiaogang immediately exclaimed how lucky Wang Sheng was not to have been exploded by the soul power. He still hadn't realized that his theoretical framework was flawed. Absorbing spirit rings like that is very dangerous. You're lucky, but you must understand how many soul masters have faced dire consequences after exceeding the limit. At best, their martial soul is damaged, preventing them from breaking through for life. At worst, they explode and die. It seems you still lack a good teacher to teach you these theoretical concepts. Since you wanted me to be your teacher when you were young, and we didn't have the chance back then, seeing how hard you're working now, I've decided to take you as my disciple. What? Yu Xiaogang, do you still have any shame? Back then, you looked down on me and thought I was overestimating myself. Now you want to take me as a disciple? I'm afraid you're just dreaming. Master, I'm sorry, but I already have a teacher. Upon hearing Wang Sheng say he already had a teacher, Yu Xiaogang felt a bit disappointed. However, since Wang Sheng couldn't be his disciple, he wouldn't hold back in criticizing Wang Sheng's teacher. How can you casually recognize someone as your teacher? You must know that a soul master can only have one teacher in their lifetime. You can't just casually acknowledge someone as your teacher. Wang Sheng felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing Yu Xiaogang say this. You didn't take me in back then, so what does it matter if I found a teacher myself? Just as Wang Sheng was about to speak, Yu Xiaogang directly countered, that teacher of yours is truly irresponsible. Does he not know to look at my theories? Letting you absorb spirit rings haphazardly. Does he not realize the life risks involved? Especially for a 10,000-year spirit ring for your 4th spirit ring. Does he know what kind of physical strength is required to handle absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring? Ningrongrong. Feeling displeased, interjected, who do you think you're to criticize my father? Your father? Yu Xiaogang was momentarily taken aback. What does Wang Sheng's teacher have to do with you, Ning Rongrong? Wait, something seems off. Wang Sheng's teacher, Ning Rongrong's father? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang saw Wang Sheng's cold face and distinctly heard him say, my teacher is Ning Fengji. Chapter 78. Confronting Yu Xiaogang when Wang Sheng mentioned Ning Fengji's name. He was staring fiercely at Yu Xiaogang. He had originally planned not to provoke Yu Xiaogang for Tang San's sake, but who would have thought that Yu Xiaogang, in his self-righteousness, would start lecturing him? So he couldn't blame Wang Sheng for not respecting him anymore. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang noticed Wang Sheng's unfriendly expression and became displeased. So what if your teacher is Ning Fengji? As for knowledge about martial souls, I, Yu Xiaogang, believe no one can surpass me. We are discussing the matter at hand. Just because your teacher is the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, doesn't mean he is above reproach. My father is also the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Engine. Am I being proud? Yu Xiaogang said seriously. So what if your teacher is the sect master Ning? We are discussing theoretical issues. Even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot suppress others with power. Wang Sheng sneered. Since you, master, said we're just discussing issues, then I will speak frankly. Yu Xiaogang immediately put on his scholarly demeanor and said, go ahead. Since everyone respects me and calls me master, I am confident that my theoretical knowledge about martial souls is much stronger than your teacher's. Wang Sheng continued. Since you claim that, then today I would like to ask you about some theories you proposed. Hearing that Wang Sheng wanted to consult him about his theories, Yu Xiaogang felt even prouder. It was a good opportunity to showcase his extensive knowledge in front of these little monsters, so they would willingly accept his teachings later. Yu Xiaogang looked at Wang Sheng and said, speak. What do you not understand? I will enlighten you. Wang Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked, excuse me, master. How did you derive the data that the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years, the second soul ring is 764 years, and the third soul ring is 760 years? Upon hearing Wang Sheng ask about his proud work, Yu Xiaogang immediately became interested. This was indeed the perfect time to show off his diligent research. I've gone through all the records of the Spirit Hall, which document all the data regarding how soul masters acquire their soul rings. It took me several years to compile this data. Is that so? Then I'm sorry. But in my view, your theory is a fallacy. When Yu Xiaogang heard Wang Sheng call his proposal a fallacy, his previously proud expression immediately fell. What nonsense! This is the result of my years of hard work, aimed at helping more soul masters avoid danger when absorbing soul rings. Yet you slander me like this? Is this how the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School behaves? Without reason? Wang Sheng retorted, let us stick to the topic. Why bring up our sect? It's simple why I say your theory is a fallacy. 2 questions. First, when a soul master absorbs a soul ring, the data they register at the Spirit Hall is always approximate. How did you manage to get exact numbers? Do sects and empires have their own soul masters register at the Spirit Hall? Is that all the data on soul masters? Ma Hongjun and Oscar, hearing their leader's question, immediately replied, when I register my first soul ring at the Spirit Hall, I only said my first soul ring was a flame bird of around 300 to 400 years. How would I know the exact year? Oscar added, me too, I only mentioned an approximate year. When we learn to identify soul beasts, we always use approximate years. We definitely don't know the exact year. Yu Xiaogang was momentarily flushed, but didn't know how to refute them. What they said was indeed the truth. When he reviewed the records of the Spirit Hall, they also noted approximate years. Wang Sheng didn't give Yu Xiaogang a chance to rebut and continued asking, secondly, may I ask, Master, how did you arrive at those exact years? I'm curious how a soul master, even after absorbing a soul ring, can precisely state the exact number of their soul ring. They can only tell by the patterns on the soul ring if it belongs to a certain period. But I've never seen anyone state it so precisely. Do you have some special talent that allows you to see the exact age of a soul ring at a glance? I inferred it based on a lot of data. There is always an approximate year. Yu Xiaogang, feeling his face turn red, insisted on maintaining his invincible theoretical persona. Beside him, Dai Mubai and the others looked disdainful, while Tang Sen silently lowered his head. It was his teacher who proposed the discussion, and he didn't know what to say. Wang Sheng continued, all right, I'll take your numbers as approximate. I won't quibble with you over that. Now, can you explain why my third soul ring, as well as those of Rong Rong and your disciple Tang San, all exceed the limits you proposed? Well, perhaps it's just luck. Little San was concerned about Xiao Wu. So with a strong will, he managed to do it. Maybe you and Ning Rong Rong also have strong will, Yu Xiaogang stammered. Ning Rong Rong chuckled and said, according to your reasoning, there are too many people with strong will and good luck. All the thousands of students at the Seven Treasure Academy have absorbed soul rings beyond your limit. Hearing Ning Rong Rong's mockery, Yu Xiaogang was at a loss for words. Wang Sheng continued, Master Yu, I have to admit that you are indeed excellent in soul master knowledge and understanding of martial souls. However, I scoff at your so-called theory on the 10 competitiveness of martial souls. You merely summarize the results collected by the Spirit Hall over many years. What gives you the right to say these are your research theories? Research and summarization are two different matters. Seeing Yu Xiaogang speechless, Wang Sheng added, by the way, there's one more thing you Haven T figured out. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is not solely dependent on good physical quality. Instead, when a 10,000-year soul beast dies, it produces a soul shock that impacts the soul master's mental strength. Therefore, many soul masters cannot absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring stage. But this is something you wouldn't understand, given that you have never absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring and have already become a soul king. It's normal that you haven't seen this data. Yu Xiaogang, struck at the core, felt his face turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. He was agitated. Every word Wang Sheng said was like a knife stabbing at his heart. The invincible theoretical image he had built over the years was shattered by Wang Sheng. After spitting out blood, Yu Xiaogang pretended to faint and fell to the ground. At this moment, he didn't want to face Wang Sheng's questioning anymore. Every word Wang Sheng said left him unable to refute. He admitted that he had indeed stolen the research results from the Spirit Hall, but the Spirit Hall had never said anything about it. Why was Wang Sheng bringing this up? Thinking about the humiliation Wang Sheng had inflicted on him today, Yu Xiaogang vowed in his heart. So you think you're impressive now, Wang Sheng? Your 7-treasure glazed tile school is one of the top 3 sects, right? One day, Yu Xiaogang, will definitely destroy you. You think you're strong now, but you don't know that my disciple Tang San possesses twin martial souls. Sooner or later, he will stand at the pinnacle of this world. When that time comes, along with the strength of the Haotian sect and our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, just wait for your destruction. Chapter 79, is this also called devil training? Tang San saw that Yu Xiaogang had spat out blood, and quickly rushed over to help the feigning unconscious Yu Xiaogang. Wang Sheng, that's enough, stop talking. My teacher has dedicated his life to the study of martial souls, and his theories are invincible. Don't slander him anymore. Seeing that Tang San still regarded Yu Xiaogang as an invincible master, Wang Sheng looked at him meaningfully. You want to stop? I have no objection, but don't say I'm slandering him. The debate is about him, and if my arguments are well-founded and you can't accept them, will you blame me? At this moment, Tang San's eyes were blazing with anger. Xiao Wu noticed Tang San glaring at Wang Sheng and fixed her eyes on him as well. Although she understood the truth from Wang Sheng and Yu Xiaogangs conversation, Tang San was the most important person in her life, and she would always stand by him, regardless of right or wrong. One of Tang San's hands rested on the 24 bridge Minjiwai at his waist, ready to pull out the some other soul chaser and throw it at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng noticed Tang San's small movement and looked into his eyes. Tang San, the 3rd principle of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record, confirmed that the opponent is an enemy, as long as they have a path to your demise. Do not show mercy, otherwise you will only add to your troubles. Do you believe that the first to die when your submother soul chaser is released will be your teacher and Xiao Wu? Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Tang San's heart trembled, and he withdrew his hand from his waist. Wang Sheng, let us end this here today. I hope you will give me some face and not harm my teacher and Xiao Wu. After all, my teacher is training you out of good intentions. Wang Sheng was uncertain whether Tang Hao was nearby. When Tang San had shown him a murderous intent earlier, Wang Sheng had also considered killing Tang San. Otherwise, it would definitely be a future problem. However, out of concern for Tang Hao's appearance, Wang Sheng held back. I'm just an auditor. I wouldn't dare to listen to your teacher's teachings. But don't worry, as long as you don't take action, I won't do anything to them. Ning Rongrong was also very angry and pulled Wang Sheng's hand. Big brother Sheng, I don't want to stay here anymore. Let us go back to the 7-Treasure Academy. Wang Sheng lightly tapped Ning Rongrong's head. This is just a theoretical discussion. Dean Flanders is someone I greatly admire, and Mu Bai and the others are good partners. Don't let these matters lead to impulsive actions. Don't forget you are the future leader of our 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong understood Wang Sheng's good intentions. Before coming to Shrek, Ning Fengji and Wang Sheng had told her that many people in Shrek would be useful for the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she had to build a good relationship with them. Ning Rongrong pouted. I understand. I'll listen to you. Wang Sheng smiled slightly. That's more like it. All right. Seeing Master like this, today's training is mostly not going to happen. Let us go train. After saying this, Wang Sheng took Ning Rongrong and was about to leave. Wait for me, big brother. Ma Hongjun immediately followed. Oscar also hurried after them. Yeah, Brother Wang. I'm here too. I didn't feel the training at all just now. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing and directly followed. Dai Mubai walked over to Tang San, patted his shoulder to tell him not to think too much and to take care of Master. After saying that, he also went to train with the group. Tang San carried Master back to the room. He had inadvertently checked Master's pulse earlier and found that Master was not unconscious. But he didn't reveal this and stayed by Master's side with Xiao Wu to take care of him. The next morning, Master stood before everyone with the same vigor. Last night, when Flanders visited him, he told him to teach class as usual today. Wang Sheng would train with Zhao Wujing and Li Yusong from now on, which made Yu Xiaogang, who had originally planned to avoid things for a few more days, feel that he could carry on. Yu Xiaogang immediately began to lecture everyone about the issues from yesterday's battle, seeing that most people looked at him with indifference. He felt a wave of dissatisfaction and decided to use the most rigorous devil training to let them know that he was a master for a reason. With a stern face, Yu Xiaogang said, with your ability, do you even deserve to be little monsters? There were too many issues yesterday. Today you must accept punishment. I require you to run to Soto City and back 10 times without using soul power. You won't be allowed to eat until you finish before lunch. There are 7 stones placed at the academy gate. You'll carry them while you run. Tang San was the first to set off. As soon as Xiao Wu saw Tang San take off, she immediately followed behind him. The others exchanged glances before following suit. When they reached the academy gate and saw the stones, they were speechless. These stones didn't seem that heavy, right? Tang San reminded everyone. The dean said to follow my teacher's training arrangements. I hope you can cooperate a bit for my sake. After saying this, Tang San took Xiao Wu and ran. The others didn't say much and began to run with stones of varying sizes on their backs. Yu Xiaogang calculated the time and brought a bucket filled with salt water to the academy gate. Before long, he saw a group of people running over energetically. They came over, took a sip of the water Yu Xiaogang had prepared, and without saying much, turned and ran back. Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, you don't know how high the sky is and how heavy the ground is. Soon you will know what exhaustion is. The stones I prepared are dozens of pounds. Let us see how you can complete this today. Before long, to Yu Xiaogang's astonishment, the group of people appeared again. Yu Xiaogang was puzzled. Were they running this fast under such a burden? Did they cheat? They hadn't even reached Soto City before returning. When the group arrived for the 4th time, Yu Xiaogang called them to a stop. With a stern face, he asked, are you trying to fool me? You run this fast every time. Did you put the stones down midway? Or did you not even reach Soto City before returning? Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Yu Xiaogang immediately asked his disciple Tang San, Tang San, tell me the truth, did you cheat? Tang San immediately replied seriously, no, teacher. We ran to Soto City before turning back, and we never put the stones down. Don't lie to me. Otherwise, you'll only be deceiving yourselves in the end. All right, continue running. Aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the others looked at Yu Xiaogang as if he were an idiot before continuing to run. The group finished in just half the time Yu Xiaogang had anticipated. Seeing that they didn't look too exhausted, Yu Xiaogang suspected they must have cheated. He planned to ask Tang San alone later and announced, all right, since you've completed the morning training, you can rest for now. Remember to gather on the playground after lunch. My devil training has just begun. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh. Is this also called devil training? She ignored Yu Xiaogang and put on her training gear, preparing to continue running. Yu Xiaogang thought this level of training intensity was prepared for 6-year-old children at the Seven Treasure Academy. Chapter 80. Divergence. The others also changed into their gear and started running. Yu Xiaogang quickly called out to Tang San. Xiao San, wait a minute. What are you all doing? Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's call, Tang San signaled for Xiao Wu to go ahead, saying he would catch up shortly, and then approached Yu Xiaogang. Teacher, what's wrong? Yu Xiaogang asked. Where are you going in those clothes? Tang San replied. This is a weighted training suit. We haven't broken through our limits yet from the previous run, so we're going to continue until half an hour before lunch and then finish with a medicinal bath. What do you mean? You just did such high-intensity training and you say you haven't reached your limits? Tang San then explained Wang Sheng's training methods and content to Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing that it was Wang Sheng's custom training, Yu Xiaogang immediately became displeased. No way. Xiao San, you and Xiao Wu should stop training with him in the future. Do you know that someone with such poor innate talent as Wang Sheng should not have such high soul power? This is burning your potential and vitality to achieve short-term gains, which is not good for your future. In all the soul master data I've studied, there isn't a single soul master with innate soul power of level 4 who has broken through to Soul King. He will never reach Soul King in this lifetime. By squeezing your potential and vitality like this, you are different from him. You will definitely become a titled Douluo in the future, understand? Don't train like this. Although Tang San felt that there was something off about what his teacher said, he, who always valued relationships, decided to obediently listen to Yu Xiaogang. I understand, teacher. Yu Xiaogang immediately found Flender, who was busy calculating accounts in the office. Seeing Yu Xiaogang push the door open and enter, he asked, Xiaogang, what's wrong? Who upset you? Why are you so angry? Yu Xiaogang pointed at Flender's nose and scolded. Flender, are you confused? How could you let Wang Sheng lead these kids to squeeze their potential in training? Flender, confused by Yu Xiaogang's words, immediately asked, what do you mean by squeezing potential? I've seen their training. It's quite good. Even my disciple Ma Hongjun has had his fiery temperament suppressed after training. What's wrong with that? Flender, you are confused. Breaking through your limits again and again is burning your vitality and potential in training. Although it seems like they're improving quickly, it will have future consequences. How is this different from evil soul masters? Upon hearing this, Flender was also displeased, but out of years of friendship, he patiently said, this training method is an independent approach of the Seven Treasures Academy. Currently, soul masters who graduated from there are among the best in their realm. And I've heard that the Spirit Hall is starting to adopt this training method as well. What you're saying doesn't exist. What doesn't exist? That's nonsense. If soul masters do not cultivate steadily step by step and instead rely on these shortcuts, how is that not being an evil soul master? Flender's expression turned slightly displeased. Xiaogang, I've asked Wang Sheng about this. His answer was that this training is squeezing the vitality of ordinary people without soul power. But soul masters are different. When soul masters recover and cultivate, their bodies will automatically heal, and combined with the medicinal baths, it will only help refine their soul power. I've tried it myself, and it is indeed as Wang Sheng said. Why don't you try it yourself? Try? Yu Xiaogang, haven't broken through a bottleneck in decades. I haven't cultivated for a long time. What is there to try? I don't care. Since you've given me the authority to train these kids, their training will follow my methods. After saying this, Yu Xiaogang ignored Flender, who had a helpless expression, and angrily slammed the door as he left. Flender shook his head helplessly. Xiaogang, after all these years, how have you not changed? You're still so stubborn. Why can't you listen to others' advice? After lunch, everyone stood on the playground. Yu Xiaogang still wore his poker face, and after scanning the crowd, said, from today onwards, aside from the training I arrange, you're not allowed to use those methods that squeeze your potential. Do you hear me? Understood. Tang San immediately responded with Xiao Wu. On what grounds? Do we not complete your training? Or what? Are you in charge of our training time outside of what you arranged? Ning Rongrong immediately retorted when she heard Yu Xiaogangs words. Seeing Ning Rongrong argue back, Yu Xiaogangs anger flared. Clearly, she was part of Wang Sheng's faction. Every time he spoke, her expression was one of confusion, which made Yu Xiaogang very unhappy. The kind of training that squeezes one's potential is also a form of vitality training. How is it different from evil soul masters? Since yesterday's incident, Yu Xiaogangs' image in the eyes of the crowd had already deteriorated significantly. Moreover, whether they were squeezing their vitality or not, the students could feel it in their daily cultivation. Now, Yu Xiaogangs' slandering of Wang Sheng made everyone very unhappy. The usually indifferent Zhu Zhuqing was the first to speak. My purpose in coming to Shrek is to become stronger. If you think that the training of evil soul masters, that's your problem. Anyway, I want to give up training. Wang Sheng's loyal follower, Ma Hongjun, echoed. Yes, I won't give up either. My boss is my idol, and I want to allow you to slander him like this. All right, you all are so stubborn. Huh? I'll see if after my devil training, you still have the energy to practice the evil soul master methods. Ning Rongrong suddenly appeared in front of Yu Xiaogang. I'll warn you one last time. If you keep calling us evil soul masters, you will be opposing our 7 treasures glazed tile school. Don't think that just because you are from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, we will let you off. Seeing Ning Rongrong suddenly appear in front of Yu Xiaogang, Tang San rushed up to stand in front of Yu Xiaogang. Ning Rongrong's swift appearance startled Yu Xiaogang, and he quickly calmed down. In his previous anger, he had overlooked Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong's identities. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was not weaker than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and if he offended them, he wondered whether his father would protect him. Yu Xiaogang quickly calmed down, hiding his inner resentment, and said with a laugh, perhaps my description wasn't quite appropriate, but I'm worried that the volume of your training will affect my training schedule. If you feel you can handle it, then on the basis of completing my training projects, how you train in the remaining time is up to you. Seeing Yu Xiaogang back down, the tense atmosphere finally eased. In the following 3 months, Yu Xiaogang devised numerous training tasks for everyone, planning to occupy their time so they wouldn't have a chance to train on their own. Yu Xiaogang initially thought of taking Tang San and Xiao Wu away, but he realized that to prove himself, he could only do so by pushing Tang San to the finals of the Soul Master competition, and right now, only Shrek Academy could provide him with that opportunity. If they left, which academy would allow him to dominate everything? Moreover, the talents of the few from Shrek were not something he could find elsewhere. However, with policies from above, there are countermeasures below. Yu Xiaogang used his low-intensity training to occupy everyone's time, while Ning Rongrong and the others simply wore the weighted training suits and train alongside. After 3 months, the results were evident. Oscar, who had become a soul master alongside Tang San and Xiao Wu, had gone from level 30 to level 36 in just 3 months, while Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul power had only increased by 1 level. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiaogang finally relented and allowed Tang San and Xiao Wu to continue training like this. Chapter 81. Duel with Qin Ming. In these past few months, Wang Sheng's strength has progressed by leaps and bounds. Every day, he battles with the idle Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong. Zhao Wuji seizes the opportunity to beat Wang Sheng black and blue each time, but for Wang Sheng, it is still worth it. Under Zhao Wuji's complete lack of restraint, Wang Sheng's strength improves rapidly. Yu Xiaogang took Shrek to the Soto Great Soul Arena for training, and just like the original plot, the group swept through the Soto Great Soul Arena, encountering a team from the Tiando Royal Academy, the Imperial Fighting Team. The battle between the Shrek 7 and the Imperial Fighting Team was nearing its end when Wang Sheng and Zhao Wuji arrived late. As Wang Sheng arrived and focused on the situation on the field, the rest of the participants had left the battlefield, leaving only Duge Yin and Tang San, who had unleashed the 8 spider lances and was wielding the Hao Yin hammer. It seems that Yin has forced out all of Tang San's strength, Wang Sheng thought, a smirk forming on his lips. Zhao Wuji looked at Wang Sheng in confusion and asked, "Hey kid, do you know the girl fighting Tang San?" "Of course I know her. We've known each other for many years. She has also undergone that devilish training, but this girl is a love-struck fool. She got together with that brat Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan early on, so now she is at the Tiando Royal Academy." What Wang Sheng did not tell Zhao Wuji was that Duge Yin had also consumed immortal herbs, and under Wang Sheng's suggestion, Dugu Bo had allowed Duge Yin to absorb his inner core and train for a few years. Now, Duge Yin was a Soul King at level 55, not the girl who was easily poisoned by Tang San in the original story. Zhao Wuji nodded and said, "To force out Tang San's external soul bone and Hao Yin hammer martial soul, this girl is indeed impressive." Wang Sheng knowingly asked, "That thing in Tang San's hand is the first-ranked martial soul, Hao Yin hammer? He actually has twin martial souls?" Yu Xiaogang wanted to seize the opportunity to strike Wang Sheng down, quickly interjected, "Xiao San indeed has twin martial souls. If it weren't for Xiao San's development, I would have made him cultivate the useless blue silver grass first. How could you, Wang Sheng, possibly be a match for him?" Wang Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaogang. Sorry, but this time Yu Xiaogang have failed to show off. Master you. Why haven't you made any progress? You call yourself invincible in theory, but think about it. Can a useless martial soul awaken simultaneously with the Haoyan hammer? Yu Xiaogang, his face red with embarrassment, wanted to argue back, but the blue silvergrass is just a common martial soul found everywhere on the continent. I said you have no experience. Don't pretend in front of me. Twin martial souls must be two equally powerful martial souls to appear. Are you sure Tang San's blue silvergrass is just ordinary? Wang Sheng didn't want to waste more breath on Yu Xiaogang and left after saying this. He was not interested in the outcome of this match. He was more interested in someone else. Wang Sheng walked to the resting area of the Imperial fighting team, where he saw a man in his 30s with an extremely ordinary appearance and attire, the only notable feature being his exceptionally bright eyes. The man, seeing Wang Sheng approaching, asked in surprise, "Wang Sheng? I didn't expect to see you in Soto City. I mean, when our team encountered the Seven Treasure team at the Tindo Great Soul Arena, I didn't see you. I didn't expect you to be here." Wang Sheng smiled back. "Brother Qin, it's been a few years since we last met. Have you encountered any strong enemies while bringing Yin and the others out?" The two were old acquaintances, so they spoke comfortably. Qin Ming teased, "You still have the nerve to ask me. Each of those 7 from your 7 treasure team is fierce. If it weren't for Yin's outstanding strength, the group I brought wouldn't stand a chance." I say, "Brother Qin, what level are you now? Have you been surpassed by Yin?" Qin Ming smiled slightly and said, "Level 62. Not bad, level 62. How about we have a friendly match later?" Hearing that Qin Ming was at level 62, Wang Sheng couldn't help but want to compete with him. Although he might not win, each battle against a higher level opponent helped him improve significantly, so he felt a surge of excitement. Qin Ming was also curious about how much Wang Sheng's strength had progressed over the years and readily agreed. "Sure, I haven't seen your progress in years. Previously, I saw that everyone from your 7 Treasure Academy was improving rapidly. You must be keeping up, right? Let us see in the arena later. I'll contact Manager AO first and arrange our match," Wang Sheng said before finding Manager AO of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Given the high profits of the Soul Arena business, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could not miss out, and after identifying himself, Manager AO went down to make arrangements. Before long, the announcer on the field declared, "The next match is a special exhibition match today, featuring the undefeated Ming Hu Sheng Wang, who has maintained a record of 50 matches versus the leader of the level 62 Soul Emperor Imperial Fighting Team, Qin Ming. For the past 4 months, Wang Sheng had basically come to the Great Soul Arena every 2 days for one-on-one soul fights, winning every single one. With the title of Ming Hu Sheng Wang, he had gained considerable popularity in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Now the two stood in the center of the arena. Although they were old acquaintances, they still followed the rules and introduced themselves. Wang Sheng, Martial Soul, War Tiger, Level 48 Battle Soul Master, please guide me. Qin Ming, Martial Soul, Blazing Wolf, Level 62 Soul Emperor, please guide me. Both of them activated their martial souls. When Flanders saw Qin Ming's soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, he couldn't help but frown. Qin Ming was one of his most proud students, and he was disappointed that Qin Ming's 5th soul ring had not absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, which he found somewhat regrettable. The spectators in both team resting areas were also curious about this match, as no one expected Wang Sheng to challenge Qin Ming, who had already become a Soul Emperor. Yu Qianheng from the Imperial Fighting Team quietly asked De Yin, "Yin, didn't you say Wang Sheng is the captain of the 7 Treasure Academy team? Why isn't he with the others, but here?" "I don't know either. Last time in Tindo City, when we fought against their 7 Treasure team, if he was there, we probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Besides, the 7 Treasure Academy has 2 other monsters who didn't show up. If those 3 were here, I doubt any academy could defeat them." Yu Qianheng, who is usually proud and arrogant, found it hard to believe. Although De Yin was his girlfriend, she rarely mentioned matters regarding the 7 Treasure Academy. Hearing her say that besides Wang Sheng, there were 2 other monsters piqued his curiosity. Are the other 2 monsters strong? They aren't all soul kings like you, right? They are at least as strong as me. And don't underestimate Wang Sheng. Even though his soul power is lower than mine now, his strength is definitely at the Soul King level. Chapter 82. Defeated at this moment. The two fighters on the field had already engaged in combat, neither using their soul skills, instead testing each other's strength. Qin Ming, the youngest Soul Emperor on the continent, brought considerable pressure to Wang Sheng, who was able to dodge every attack from Qin Ming. Wang Sheng took the initiative to create distance, activating his first soul skill, Protective Body, and launched bolts of lightning at Qin Ming. Seeing this, Qin Ming also used his second soul skill, Fire Shield, to block Wang Sheng's lightning bolts. Upon realizing that Qin Ming's fire shield had blocked the lightning, Wang Sheng immediately summoned his external soul bone, Dark Gold Terror Claw, with powerful currents enveloping his hands. Accompanied by the roaring sound of electricity, the Dark Gold Terror Claw collided with the fire shield, instantly tearing it apart. At this moment, Qin Ming did not dare to be careless, and his black soul ring lit up. Sixth soul skill, Instant Transmission. Qin Ming appeared directly behind Wang Sheng, while his third soul ring also radiated light, flames erupting from his hands as his fingers transformed into sharp claws, lunging at Wang Sheng's back. Third soul skill, Songlong Fierce Claw. The speed of Qin Ming's sixth soul skill, Instant Transmission, was not something Xiao Wu's third soul skill could compare to. Wang Sheng felt a sense of dread when Qin Ming disappeared from his sight, but there was no time to react. Just as he felt a burning pain on his back, Wang Sheng kicked off with his legs and performed a leap to minimize the damage. As he turned around, Wang Sheng activated his soul skill, Battle Tiger Roar, and unleashed the Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist at the moment Qin Ming paused. The punch rushed towards Qin Ming like a tempest, but Qin Ming reacted swiftly, using Instant Transmission to move behind Wang Sheng again. Just as the third soul skill, Songlong Fierce Claw, was about to strike Wang Sheng's back, Wang Sheng lifted his heel and kicked Qin Ming's wrist, simultaneously turning around. The Dark Gold Terror Claw, charged with electricity, collided with Qin Ming's flame-infused wolf claws. The collision produced a powerful shockwave, enveloping both of them in dazzling light. With a loud explosion, they were both sent flying backward. Wang Sheng, who got up from the ground, pressed his left hand on his right shoulder, the explosion causing intense pain in his entire right arm, which he wouldn't be able to use for a short time. On the other side, Qin Ming was not in a better situation. His right hand hung down limply, feeling numb. At this moment, Yu Qianheng watched the battle between the two and couldn't help but gasp. He was well aware of Qin Ming's strength and was surprised that Wang Sheng could hold his ground against Qin Ming in a clash of soul skills. Yu Qianheng turned to ask Duge Yin, is Wang Sheng really this strong? He can actually fight Qin Laoshi to this extent. Duge Yin also did not expect Wang Sheng, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, to have grown to this point. I didn't expect him to become so strong. We've never been able to dodge Teacher Qin's Instant Transmission even once. The agile attack Soul Master from the Tiando Royal Academy, Osro, also exclaimed, his reaction speed is incredible. He can actually react to Teacher Qin's Instant Transmission after feeling it just once. I can't dodge it every time. Meanwhile, the Shrek group watching from the sidelines also admired Wang Sheng's improvement over this period. Flinder asked Zhao Wujia, what has Wang Sheng been training with you for these past few months? I feel like his progress is really fast. Zhao Wujia chuckled, what can we train? We just fight every day. This little brat has no idea how to think. He makes me create training space with gravity suppression every day to improve. Flinder nodded. Wang Sheng is indeed clever. I've observed his training methods, and they are mostly very effective. However, the biggest drawback is that it's too expensive. I thought the money from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would ease my financial burden, but I didn't expect to spend a lot just on the medicinal materials for their bath. Zhao Wujia glanced at Flinder, saying, don't act poor. You've earned quite a bit of the Soul Arena thanks to Wang Sheng lately. Flinder's face flushed, what do you mean? I'm just trying to earn a bit more to improve the Academy's conditions. While the two were joking, Yu Xiaogang was feeling very displeased. The stronger Wang Sheng became, the greater the threat he posed to Tang San in the Soul Master competition. He was considering whether to secretly have Tang Hao deal with Wang Sheng, or else he would become a significant problem sooner or later. However, Tang Hao had been out of contact lately, which left him feeling quite helpless. On the field, Wang Sheng and Qin Ming continued their battle. Qin Ming's right arm had eased somewhat, and he charged fiercely at Wang Sheng again. Wang Sheng's right arm was still unable to exert force, forcing him to dodge passively. Qin Ming's repeated instant transmissions kept Wang Sheng in a state of high concentration. As the two danced around each other, Wang Sheng felt his right arm recovering significantly. He executed a rabbit kick to send Qin Ming into the air. Wang Sheng also leaped high, preparing to unleash the fierce tiger continuous punch at the moment Qin Ming's sixth soul skill, instant transmission, activated again. Seeing Qin Ming disappear once more, Wang Sheng felt a headache coming on. He didn't expect Qin Ming's sixth soul skill, instant transmission, could be used so many times. And this time, Qin Ming did not appear behind him, causing his plan to fall apart. After landing, Wang Sheng panted heavily as he looked at Qin Ming across from him. At this point, Qin Ming had also consumed a considerable amount of soul power, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. Qin Ming said, "I didn't expect your strength to have grown so strong, but now I will use all my power." Wang Sheng moved his right arm, facing Qin Ming, and said, "Brother Qin, bring it on. I want to see just how strong your full power is." Qin Ming's fifth soul ring, the purple soul ring, shone brightly. Although his fifth soul ring was not a 10,000-year soul ring, it was indeed the most suitable one he had found at the time, and the soul skill was also quite powerful. Fifth soul skill, Sanglong Blaze. At this moment, Qin Ming was engulfed in raging flames, and firewolves leaped out from the flames, charging towards Wang Sheng. Since it was not close combat, Wang Sheng no longer needed to hold back. The black soul ring, which he hadn't used in a long time, lit up, and together with the dark gold terror claw soul skill, he tore apart each firewolf that approached. Seeing Wang Sheng's fourth soul skill shatter his most powerful fifth soul skill, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly as the flames disappeared. He once again used instant transmission to reappear in front of Wang Sheng, wanting to test the power of Wang Sheng's fourth soul skill. Up close, Qin Ming suddenly unleashed his fourth soul skill, Sanglong Blaze. A close-range fiery shockwave emitted from his mouth. Seeing this, Wang Sheng immediately retracted his external soul bone. In the previous clash with Qin Ming's third soul skill, Wang Sheng had been holding back his strength, and now that Qin Ming appeared right in front of him, if the dark gold terror claw hit Qin Ming, it would definitely draw blood. So Wang Sheng had no choice but to retract the external soul bone. Qin Ming did not expect that after getting close, Wang Sheng would actually give up his fourth soul skill and external soul bone. The full-force fiery shockwave struck Wang Sheng's chest directly. With the intense force of the impact, Wang Sheng could only cross his arms in front of his chest to defend. But the force was too strong, sending him flying out of the arena. Chapter 83 Farewell. Qin Ming jumped down from the stage, puzzled, and helped Wang Sheng up, asking, "Why did you suddenly retract your external soul bone? I felt that your fourth soul skill could have injured me. I was just curious about how you could tear apart my firewolf, so I wanted to get closer to experience your fourth soul skill." WTF? Are you out of your mind? Wanting to get close to experience my soul skill? If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have been bleeding by now. Do you know how dangerous that is? Wang Sheng cursed inwardly at Qin Ming, but could only respond perfunctorily. "I suddenly ran out of soul power, so I couldn't counter your attack. It seems that Brother Qin is indeed more skilled." Hearing Wang Sheng's explanation, Qin Ming didn't press further and hurriedly helped him to the rest area of the Royal Do battle team. At this moment, Flinder also brought the Shrek group to Qin Ming. Seeing Flinder approach, Qin Ming quickly saluted Flinder and Zhao Wujia, saying, "Dean, Teacher Zhao, long time no see. How have you been?" Flinder looked at his academy's best graduate with satisfaction, patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, and laughed. "I heard from Wang Sheng that this group you brought is from the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team. I didn't expect you to be a teacher now." "Not bad. Not bad." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Ming replied, "I owe my achievements to the guidance of Dean and the teachers at Shrek for many years. Being a graduate of Shrek is a lifelong honor for me." Zhao Wujia laughed heartily upon hearing Qin Ming's words. "You little monster. You haven't come to see us old guys in a few years. I thought you had forgotten about us. Turns out you've become a teacher." Flinder introduced the rest of Shrek to Qin Ming one by one, and Qin Ming invited everyone from Shrek to have a meal together. Since Wang Sheng and Ning Rongrong were very familiar with Duge Yin, the meal turned into a gathering of two academies. However, the inevitable had to come. Qin Ming proposed that the Shrek 7 monsters join the Tiando Royal Academy. Afterward, Flinder was persuaded by Yu Xiaogang and decided to head to Tiando City to join the Tiando Royal Academy. As everyone packed their luggage and prepared to set off for Tiando City, Wang Sheng also came to the teacher's office to express his intention to leave. Zhao Wujia, who had spent the most time with Wang Sheng, said somewhat reluctantly, "You little brat, are you really not considering joining our academy? You must be joking. I asked you to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but you didn't agree, and I'm the leader of Seven Treasure Academy. We will be opponents in the Soul Master competition, so don't blame me for being merciless then." After rejecting Zhao Wujia's offer, Wang Sheng turned to Flinder and said, "Dean Flinder, thank you for your care during this time. My time as an audit student is almost over, and I have other matters to attend to. Please take care of Rong Rong for me." Flinder nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Rong Rong." Wang Sheng finally turned to Yu Xiaogang and said, "Master Yu, my team will appear in front of you at the Soul Master competition, so don't be afraid when the time comes." Before Yu Xiaogang could respond, Wang Sheng left. Yu Xiaogang, looking displeased, complained, "I don't know what he's so cocky about. A person who will never break through to the Soul King thinks he can defeat our Shrek 7 monsters, really overestimating himself. I don't think so. I believe that kid will definitely break through to Soul King." Zhao Wujia shook his head disdainfully and added, "Look at yourself. You're already in your 30s and still at level 29. How can you criticize others?" Zhao Wujia didn't want to deal with Yu Xiaogang. If it weren't for Flinder, he would have already wanted to beat Yu Xiaogang up. Wang Sheng prepared to say goodbye to the Shrek 7 monsters. He first found Ning Rong Rong. "Rong Rong, I'm going out to train alone. You need to take care of yourself while I'm gone." Ning Rong Rong, looking reluctant, said, "Big brother Sheng, just take me with you. Although the people in Shrek Academy are generally good, every time I see Master Yu, I feel annoyed." Wang Sheng patted Ning Rong Rong's head and said, "Don't be willful. The Soul Master competition is very important. It's also a good opportunity for you to train. Besides, while I'm gone, you must supervise Ma Hongjun and Oscar's training well. They are the future support of our sect." Ning Rong Rong stuck out her tongue. "I know, big brother Sheng, take care of yourself." Wang Sheng then called over Ma Hongjun and Oscar, saying to the two of them, "Since you both are willing to join my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School after graduation, you should train hard during this time. If I'm not satisfied with your performance at the Soul Master competition, don't blame me for disciplining you." Ma Hongjun, the #1 follower, immediately pounded his chest and promised, "Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely work hard and not let you down." Oscar, no longer as insecure as before, looked at Wang Sheng with determination in his peach blossom eyes and said, "Don't worry, brother Wang. I'm no longer the food-type Soul Master who hides behind in battle. I will protect Rong Rong with my life when you're not around." Ma Hongjun immediately interjected, "Shameless. I think it's Rong Rong protecting you. You're so weak." Oscar blushed and replied, "Even if my strength is not enough, I will definitely step up." Seeing the two bickering again, Wang Sheng decisively stopped them, or had enough of that. "You both know your own abilities." Wang Sheng then found Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. During this time, Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed Dai Mubai's efforts, and their relationship had improved a lot. "Wing Xing batted Dai Mubai esse shoulder, Mubai. I have high hopes for you too. Davis and Zhu Zhuyin are only a bit older than you, but in terms of talent and effort, you are far above them. You will definitely meet in the Soul Master competition, so prove yourselves to the Xingluo royal family." Dai Mubai nodded vigorously. Thank you, brother Wang. With your encouragement and advice these days, my progress has been rapid. Also, Zhuqing's opinion of me has changed a lot. I won't let you down." Zhu Zhuqing, beside him, also firmly nodded at Wang Sheng, saying, "Big brother Wang, be careful when you're out there." After chatting with the two for a while, Wang Sheng went to find Tang San and Xiao Wu. Although Tang San had been deliberately avoiding Wang Sheng for the past few months due to his conflict with Yu Xiaogang, since they were parting ways, Wang Sheng still wanted to say hello. Tang San hoped that in the Soul Master competition, they could have a fair match and warned, "Make sure not to lose and find excuses." Tang San clenched his fist and said, "Don't worry, I will catch up to you. Teacher said you can't break through to Soul King with your innate soul power at level 4. Next time we meet, I will definitely be a soul zone, and then I will defeat you fairly. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. Here's my last piece of advice. Don't always think your teacher's words are the truth. Don't let familial ties blind your eyes. That's it, farewell. Wang Sheng finished speaking and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said to Xiao Wu, don't forget the promise we made in the Stardow Forest. After saying that, Wang Sheng left without looking back. Tang San, hearing Wang Sheng's words to Xiao Wu, asked Xiao Wu, what promise do you two have? Xiao Wu stammered. Unsure how to answer, brother, don't ask, it has nothing to do with you all anyway. Tang San helplessly said, Xiao Wu, the teacher said that Wang Sheng is very scheming. If you're unwilling to tell me, I won't force you, but you need to be cautious of him. Xiao Wu, linking her arm with Tang San, acted cutely and said, all right, I know. Brother, accompany me to the city for a stroll. We're leaving soon, and I haven't had a good look around here. Chapter 84. City of Slaughter, leaving Shrek Academy. Wang Sheng headed south, preparing to return to his hometown, Wangjiagu. He planned to spend the remaining year or so carefully considering the soul skills he could still develop. The battle with Qin Ming made Wang Sheng feel that his attack methods were somewhat lacking when he didn't use his third and fourth soul skills. Traveling from Soto City to Wangjiagu, Wang Sheng carried a heavy load, pondering how to create a soul skill suitable for his combat style. It took him 10 full days to reach Wangjiagu. Wangjiagu had changed significantly in the years thanks to the help of Wang Sheng and his father. Every household was living well, and the villagers who hadn't seen Wang Sheng for a long time greeted him happily along the way. He returned alone to the house left by his grandmother, which had been renovated and was no longer the dilapidated shack it once was. As neighbors occasionally returned to help clean up, on the road, Wang Sheng had already contemplated his needs for a self-created soul skill. He had enough close combat capabilities, but his long-range attack was limited to Thunderbolt, which required charging and was only a single target output. Wang Sheng thought that what he currently lacked seemed to be a self-created soul skill with area damage. Based on years of research and exchanges with Feng Xiaotian, Wang Sheng had a good understanding of projecting soul power. With the direction set, he planned to solidify his skills in the remaining year. Meanwhile, in the City of Slaughter, a strong smell of blood filled the inner city. At that moment, in the hell-killing field, a man in black holding a long spear stood at the center, surrounded by 9 corpses, each with a bloody hole in their throats and no other wounds. This man was Yang Pufeng, who had been in the City of Slaughter for more than half a year. After today's battle, it was his 54th victory, ranking first, and the people here called him the Death Spear King. After leaving the arena, a woman in a black veil approached Yang Pufeng. She wore a short sword at her waist, and her black attire, combined with the veil covering her face, gave her an air of mystery. Her perfect figure and captivating fox-like eyes confirmed that she was a stunning beauty. However, over the past half year, many who had attempted to take advantage of her had become victims under her sword. With 37 victories in the hell-killing field, she currently ranked 8th and held the title of Hell's Messenger. This woman was Hulaina, who had come to the City of Slaughter with Yang Pufeng. Hulaina whispered to Yang Pufeng, the atmosphere feels off today. I sense something is wrong. Be careful. Just take care of yourself. Leave the rest to me. Yang Pufeng coldly replied, continuing to walk outside. Hulaina was already accustomed to Yang Pufeng's indifference and helplessly shook her head, pouting, stubborn fool. I'm just trying to remind you, and you don't appreciate it. After saying that, Hulaina quickly caught up with Yang Pufeng. In the inner city of the City of Slaughter, there were no rules, and they could face ambushes at any moment. Over the past half year, if it weren't for Yang Pufeng, Hulaina would have found herself in dangerous situations several times. As the two exited the hell-killing field, nearly 100 people armed with various weapons surrounded them with a murderous intent. They were no strangers to such post-battle encirclements and immediately understood to draw their weapons and stand back to back, ready for combat. Hulaina scanned the group surrounding them and was shocked to find that among the nearly 100 people, there were more than a dozen ranked in the top 100 of victories. The leader, known as the Blood Butcher, had 39 victories and ranked just above her. This person was strong and well known in the City of Slaughter, wielding a pair of axes stained dark red with dried blood. The Blood Butcher stepped forward, raising his axe and addressing the two, Death Spear King, Hell's Messenger. Prepare to meet your end here today. What an arrogant tone. Do you really think you can take us down with this bunch of trash? Hulaina retorted defiantly to the Blood Butcher. The Blood Butcher leered at Hulaina, having long desired her. Today, he had gathered many experts with the sole purpose of taking down the two before him. He waved his hand to his followers, saying, "Everyone, attack together. We are all skilled here, so don't worry. We'll kill the Death Spear King right away. And as for the Hell's Messenger, leave her half alive for everyone to enjoy later. But if she resists, don't hold back. Dead people can be fun too." With a Blood Butcher's disgusting grin, his followers revealed wicked smiles. At his command, a group of armed rogues charged towards the two. Yang Pufeng was the first to charge, gripping his spear and thrusting it forward. Blood sprayed from the throat of the leading man with a knife, who immediately fell backward. Hulaina also showed no mercy, slashing and stabbing at the two who came close, quickly taking them down. The others, seeing their companions fall, ignored them and continued to charge at Yang Pufeng. Yang Pufeng's spear danced, creating a series of illusory movements, and several more fell to the ground amid sprays of blood from their throats. However, Hulaina was not having it so easy. She had participated in a battle in the hell-killing field today, facing a formidable opponent, and barely achieved victory after sustaining significant injuries. After taking down 7 or 8 opponents, Hulaina began to show signs of fatigue, with several wounds appearing on her body. At that moment, 3 top 100 experts launched a simultaneous attack on her. One wielded a chain that wrapped tightly around Hulaina's left arm. Another swung a large knife at her, and the last raised a hammer above her head, preparing to smash down. With a strong pull, Hulaina yanked the chain, bringing the chain-wielding man close to her. The hammer came crashing down on his head just as she kicked forward, sending both attackers flying backward. At the same time, Hulaina flicked her wrist, deflecting the descending knife and swiftly stabbing the sword into the body of the knife-wielding man. Just then, the Blood Butcher leaped high, axe raised, ready to strike down. Hulaina prepared to pull her sword from the body of the knife-wielding man to defend herself, but he held onto the blade tightly. She had exerted significant effort to fend off the 3 attackers, aggravating her wounds. Now, her right hand felt weak, and the man she had kicked away had picked up the chain and was pulling tightly on her left arm. At that moment, someone appeared from behind and tightly hugged Hulaina around the waist. She struggled to break free, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape the grip of the several attackers. Seeing that she couldn't turn around in time to block the axe, Hulaina closed her eyes in despair, feeling a wave of unwillingness wash over her. "I'm sorry, teacher. I've let down your expectations." Clang! In the moment Hulaina closed her eyes, a sound of metal clashing rang out. She opened her eyes to see a long spear horizontally positioned before her, blocking the giant axe in midair. Looking towards the end of the spear, she saw Yang Pufeng gripping it with one hand, his arm bulging with veins. With the other hand, he had seized the neck of a man whose dagger was plunged into Yang Pufeng's left shoulder. At that moment, Hulaina felt moved. Over the past few months, it was this man who had saved her countless times in moments of danger. Although he had always been cold toward her, he was the first to appear whenever she was in peril. "What are you standing there for?" Yang Pufeng exerted force with his left hand, and the sound of bones cracking echoed as the person in front of him collapsed, breathless. A cold voice emerged from his mouth. After speaking, Yang Pufeng gritted his teeth and swept his spear, deflecting the blood-red butcher's double axes. His left hand then withdrew the long spear and, taking the opportunity, he turned around, aiming the spear tip diagonally at Hulaina's back, causing the arms that were holding Hulaina to instantly loosen. Recovering her senses, Hulaina kicked at the big knife man, which allowed her to draw out her short sword, and then, wielding the short sword, she slashed to sever the iron chains entangled around her left hand. Chapter 85. King of Slaughter. At this moment, the nearly 100 people who surrounded the two had only a dozen left standing. The blood-colored butcher realized that he would definitely not be able to subdue them today, so he quickly waved his hand and, stumbling, led the remaining people to flee the scene. Yang Pufeng did not pursue them. Instead, he walked over to support Hulaina. At this time, Hulaina weakly said to Yang Pufeng, "Thank you. You've saved me once again." Yang Pufeng replied coldly, "I promised the Pope that I would take you through the city of slaughter." A trace of loneliness arose in Hulaina's heart. Was this wooden man just fulfilling a promise to her teacher? Was all his repeated assistance merely to uphold that promise? I can walk by myself. I don't need your help. She pushed away his hand and, feeling dejected, walked alone toward her residence. Yang Pefeng felt nothing about this. He silently followed behind Hulayina. At this moment, no one dared to ambush them again. The surrounding people had clearly witnessed the previous battle, although the Helm Messenger appeared to be injured. The Death Gun King was not to be underestimated. Although the city of Slaughter was filled with a group of ruthless individuals, they still felt fear in the face of the overwhelmingly powerful Death Gun King. Meanwhile, after the blood-colored butcher escaped with his men and sent them away, he quietly approached a house and knocked on the door. Shortly after, the door opened, revealing a woman in black. She was the guide of the city of Slaughter, affiliated with the King of Slaughter. Their strength is too strong, especially the Death Gun King. We are no match for them at all. The usually arrogant blood-colored butcher appeared very respectful in front of the woman. He stood straight, humbly bowed his head, and waited for her response. I understand. You can go back now. Although your action this time failed, I'd already promised you that regardless of success or failure, I would report your desire to join the guard team to the great King of Slaughter. Thank you, messenger. After saying this, the blood-colored butcher left. Once the door was closed, the woman returned to the room, lifted a corner of the floor, revealing a hidden passage beneath. She slowly entered the passage. At the end of the passage was a large door, guarded by a sentinel. The woman approached and whispered a few words in the guard's ear, and he opened the door. After passing through the door, the woman entered a pitch-black hall where a tall figure sat. The woman bowed and said, Great King, the ambush on those two has failed. Should we make contact with the Death Gun King? It has been a long time since a strong person joined our city of Slaughter. The tall man was indeed the King of Slaughter. He waved his hand and said, Since they were able to evade this ambush, then let them be. But what if they manage to achieve 100 victories without joining us? The tall man replied coldly. So what if they achieve 100 victories? Do you think they can pass through the Hell Road? This ambush was merely out of curiosity about their strength. We cannot afford to provoke those who brought them here. From now on, we will conduct our affairs according to the rules and not pay too much attention to them. Hearing that there were indeed people the King of Slaughter could not provoke, the woman curiously asked, Great King, can there really be people we cannot afford to offend in the city of Slaughter? The King of Slaughter's eyes showed a hint of coldness as he sternly said, Do not ask about matters that you should not know. Just focus on your own duties. Seeing that look, the woman broke out in a cold sweat and immediately knelt down, saying, Great King, please forgive me this time. I will not have a next time. The King of Slaughter waved his hand and said, You may leave. I do not wish to have next time. Feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, the woman quickly got up and said, Thank you, my king. I assure you there will not be a next time. I shall take my leave. After the woman in black left, the King of Slaughter revealed a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The two little ones sent by the Spear Hall are quite interesting. I just wonder if they can survive my Hell Road. Time passed, and several months went by. Wang Sheng from Wangzhou finally developed a new self-created soul skill, and by this time, his soul power had broken through to level 50. It's time to hunt for a soul ring. After developing his self-created soul skill, Wang Sheng decided to obtain his 5th soul ring. He had already considered the soul beast he needed for his 5th soul ring. A month ago, after breaking through to level 50, he wrote a letter to the sect, requesting Ning Fengji to send someone to help him search in the Stardow Forest. After tidying up his ancestral home, Wang Sheng packed his belongings and set off for the Stardow Forest, taking a few days to arrive at the inn where he had previously met with Songhui Academy. At this time, there was already a team waiting for him at the inn. Upon seeing Wang Sheng arrive, the leader immediately stepped forward respectfully and said, Young Master Wang Sheng, I am the person in charge of this operation. My name is Zhao Feng, a level 73 agility attack-type soul sage, with a martial soul knight shadow leopard. Wang Sheng assessed the person in front of him. He appeared to be in his 40s, of medium height, slender build, dark skin, with a goatee. His most notable feature was his long fingers, which were even darker than the rest of his skin. Wang Sheng nodded slightly and said, Then I will trouble Captain Zhao this time. Young master, you flatter me. This is what we are supposed to do. Let me introduce the members of our team to you. Zhao Feng then introduced the other 9 members of the team to Wang Sheng. among whom he recognized two familiar faces, Lin Weiwei, who was already at level 45, and Orf, who was at level 33. The two of them were among the new recruits following along to learn, while the rest were mostly at the level of Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. After Wang Sheng got to know everyone, he let them go rest and prepare to set off for the Douluo forest early the next morning. Once everyone returned to rest, Wang Sheng invited Lin Weiwei and Orf to have a meal together and catch up. Chapter 86. The Obsidian Tiger King. The efficiency of the inn was remarkably high, and soon, the table of Wang Sheng, Lin Weiwei, and Ulf was filled with delicious food. Wang Sheng raised his glass and said, "Come on, let's have a toast. It's been a while since I've seen you." Lin Weiwei and Ulf also raised their glasses and clinked with Wang Sheng's. After downing their drinks, Wang Sheng first asked Lin Weiwei, "Weiwei, why are you the only one here for this mission? Where's Yaya?" The now gracefully grown Lin Weiwei replied, "Yaya is on a team with Ryan. Since we just graduated from the Soul Academy, all the Soul Masters in our class are paired in teams of two. Both Yaya and I are reconnaissance Soul Masters, so we split up to join different teams." Wang Sheng nodded in understanding and turned to the now burly Ulf, saying, "Ulf, you better take good care of Weiwei." Ulf patted his chest and assured, "Absolutely. I might have been timid before, but I won't be like that anymore. I will definitely protect the people around me with my big axe." After saying that, Ulf gave Lin Weiwei a determined look, and Wang Sheng noticed an unusual vibe between the two as their eyes met. Wang Sheng quickly teased, "Oh, you two have a story, huh?" After his words, he saw their faces turn red. Ulf, with a silly smile, said, "We're both in our 20s. Isn't that normal? My parents got married and had me when they were 18. At this moment, Wang Sheng became curious and asked, "So, does that mean you and Weiwei should be getting married too?" Lin Weiwei blushed even more and shyly said, "I never said I wanted to get married." The silly Ulf quickly interjected, "Didn't you say you would marry me? Why are you saying you won't now?" Lin Weiwei was left speechless by this fool and quickly told Wang Sheng, "Forget this fool. Let's eat." Then Wang Sheng slowly pried into their relationship like squeezing toothpaste. It turned out that Ulf had pursued Lin Weiwei a long time ago, but back then, Ulf's fear of battle had left a not-so-good impression on Lin Weiwei. A year ago, they were assigned to the same team, and during a mission, they encountered a group of soul beasts. Lin Weiwei was injured, and Ulf single-handedly shielded her, sustaining severe injuries to protect her. It was Ulf's selfless act that touched Lin Weiwei, and gradually, they got together, agreeing to hold a wedding after the Soul Master competition and invite their classmates from the elite class to celebrate. The three enjoyed their meal immensely, with Wang Sheng even boasting that he would plan an extraordinary wedding for them and insisted on being the best man. Although they were not clear on what a best man was, Ulf kept smiling foolishly, saying that Wang Sheng's planned wedding would surely be extraordinary. The next morning, Wang Sheng and Zhao Feng's team set off for the Douluo forest. This time, they aimed to hunt the 30,000-year-old Obsidian Tiger King. 1,000 years ago, it was just the Obsidian Tiger, but once it became a 10,000-year soul beast, it would evolve into the Obsidian Tiger King. According to the records of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, hunting the Obsidian Tiger would yield one of two soul skills, the Obsidian Shockwave or Berserk. Once it became the 10,000-year Obsidian Tiger King, there was a possibility of obtaining the skill Shadow of the Obsidian Tiger, a skill similar to teleportation. Wang Sheng felt that all three skills were suitable for him, especially the Shadow of the Obsidian Tiger, which he greatly desired. Although many soul beasts had teleportation skills, they were mostly agile types, enhancing agility after absorbing soul rings. Only the Obsidian Tiger King, a power-type soul beast, would greatly enhance Wang Sheng's strength while also possibly granting him a teleportation skill, which was what he wanted the most. If he didn't obtain the desired soul skill this time, he considered the other two as backup skills that would still suit him, which was why he set his sights on the Obsidian Tiger King. If he couldn't acquire the Shadow of the Obsidian Tiger this time, he would have to wait until he reached level 60 to hunt a 50,000-60,000-year Obsidian Tiger King. Upon entering the Douluo forest, the Soul Emperor with the scorpion tail, Martial Soul, flew into the air alongside Lin Weiwei. The activity range of the target, the Obsidian Tiger King, had already been scouted, with two flying soul masters leading the way. They progressed smoothly and reached the area where the Obsidian Tiger King was active in just half a day. There was a small stream ahead. And according to a scouting report from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School over the past month, the target, the Obsidian Tiger King, would come here every evening to drink water. Everyone just needed to wait patiently for the Obsidian Tiger King to appear. As the sun began to set, a giant tiger with a completely black body emerged. Wang Sheng carefully observed the black tiger. The Wang character on its forehead shone like obsidian. Based on its size, it seemed to be over 30,000 years old. After Wang Sheng nodded to confirm there were no issues, Zhao Feng ordered the team behind him. All units prepare. Execute standard tactic number 3. The 10-member team immediately began to act as soon as Zhao Feng issued the command. When everyone reached their combat positions, Zhao Feng raised his hand and pointed, and everyone activated their martial souls and began to act. Zhao Feng led the charge. The black soul rings surrounding him flashed brightly as he activated his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. A night shadow leopard instantly transformed into a mass of black shadows and disappeared from sight. Wang Sheng noticed that all the team members were intently focused on the Obsidian Tiger King, which was licking the stream water. Just then, the Obsidian Tiger King seemed to sense danger and suddenly raised its head to look around. At that moment, a black vortex appeared behind it, and a completely black night shadow leopard leaped out of the vortex and pounced on the Obsidian Tiger King, pinning it down. At the moment the Obsidian Tiger King was knocked down, a chain flew out from the side and wrapped around its neck. The other end controlled by a Soul Emperor with the Iron Chain Martial Soul. Simultaneously, 2 beast Martial Soul attack type Soul Kings jumped out from the left and right of the trees. The 2 Soul Kings looked very similar, both possessing the Iron Arm Demon Ape Martial Soul. They simultaneously unleashed their 4th soul skill, Iron Arm Heavy Fist, striking the sides of the Obsidian Tiger King. The sudden attack caught the Obsidian Tiger King off guard, and in an instant, it was restrained. With a roar, the Obsidian Tiger King shook off the 2 Soul Kings and forcefully broke the chain around its neck, turning to bite at the Night Shadow Leopard. At that moment, the Soul Emperor with the Scorpion Tail activated their 5th soul skill, Scorpion Tail Sting, and Lin Weiwei activated her 3rd soul skill, Feather Arrow Meteor Shower, both launching a torrential assault on the Obsidian Tiger King. The Obsidian Tiger King endured such a barrage of attacks in just a few seconds, feeling an enormous threat. It opened its mouth and shot a black energy ball at Zhao Feng, who was in his Martial Soul True Body state. Zhao Feng dodged the Obsidian Shockwave by sidestepping. At the moment Zhao Feng evaded the Obsidian Shockwave, the Obsidian Tiger King moved. Instead of continuing its attack, it turned to flee. After all, a 30,000-year-soul beast had significant intelligence. Without the initial ambush, it could have torn these humans apart, but the damage it had just sustained had already caused it considerable harm, and it realized that these humans were no match for it anymore. Chapter 87 Perfect Coordination. As the Black Obsidian Tiger King turned to flee, the 5th soul ring of the chain Soul Emperor lit up, and the iron chains in his hands flew out again, splitting into several strands that tightly locked the Black Obsidian Tiger King's body and limbs. At the same time, a stone wall made of piled rocks blocked the Black Obsidian Tiger King's path, activated by the defensive Soul King of the Rock Martial Soul. 2 Iron Arm Magic Ape Soul Kings also followed up with their 5th soul skill, Magic Ape Stormwave, and 2 swirling shock waves struck the Black Obsidian Tiger King's hind legs. Zhao Feng tackled the Black Obsidian Tiger King again, who let out another roar, causing its body to swell once more. Has it gone berserk? It seems it's our turn. Wang Sheng and Orf exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and charged into the fray. Orf leaped high, raising his giant axe, while his purple 4th soul ring spun rapidly, transforming into a beam of purple light that integrated into his axe. 4th soul skill, Giant Axe Critical Strike. The massive axe slammed down heavily on the Black Obsidian Tiger King's back, while Wang Sheng's external soul bone, the Dark Gold Terror Claw, combined with the 4th soul skill, pierced directly into the Black Obsidian Tiger King's abdomen. At the moment the Terror Claw pierced the Black Obsidian Tiger King's abdomen, a powerful energy surged along Wang Sheng's claws. transforming into a blood-red light that gradually flowed into his body. Is this the feeling of absorbing energy? As the powerful energy gradually merged into Wang Sheng's body, he felt a warm current continuously flowing within him. This sensation gave Wang Sheng a bloodthirsty thrill. No, he couldn't let this evil thought control his mind. Wang Sheng focused his mental energy immediately, not allowing this desire to consume his consciousness. Wang Sheng quickly withdrew the terror claw, retracted the soul bone, and began to punch the Black Obsidian Tiger King repeatedly. At this moment, the members of Zhao Feng's team coordinated perfectly, launching their soul skills in a staggered manner, with each soul skill accurately hitting the Black Obsidian Tiger King, without any deviation that could harm their companions. The only support Food Soul Master who did not engage was not protected either, as all support Soul Masters from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had combat strength, so there was no need to assign combat Soul Masters to protect them during the battle. After a while of fighting, the Black Obsidian Tiger King fell heavily. Now on the brink of death, Wang Sheng did not give the Black Obsidian Tiger King a chance to self-destruct, quickly taking out the King of Hellblade from his ring and slashing down at the King character on the Tiger King's forehead. Accompanied by the Black Obsidian Tiger King's unwilling roar, a black soul ring slowly floated into the air. Wang Sheng first restored his state and then sat cross-legged, slowly drawing the black soul ring into his body. Now, Wang Sheng's physical strength and mental energy could fully withstand a 30,000-year soul ring. Although the raging soul power was impacting Wang Sheng's meridians and spirit, it was much better than when he absorbed the fourth soul ring. In no time, Wang Sheng successfully absorbed the soul ring, and his soul power directly reached level 42. Most satisfying for Wang Sheng was that he obtained the Black Obsidian Tiger Shadow soul skill that he desired the most. After absorbing the soul ring, the group left the Stardew Forest. Along the way, they encountered some soul beast attacks, but under Zhao Feng's team's perfect coordination, they easily resolved them. After leaving the Stardew Forest, Wang Sheng separated from Zhao Feng's team. With just over a year left, Wang Sheng planned to find Xiao Qinyu and the others to reunite with them. According to the information Wang Sheng received, Xiao Qinyu and his companions have been participating in Team Soul fights at major city soul arenas over the past few months, and they had just arrived at Swoto City. Wang Sheng hurried to Swoto City without stopping. Upon reaching Swoto City, Wang Sheng did not notify them and went directly to the Swoto Great Soul Arena. He bought a regular spectator ticket and sat in the audience. After a few team matches, the host announced, the next Golden Soul Team battle is between the Seven Treasure Team and the Thunder Team. Please welcome both teams to the stage. After the host finished speaking, both teams stood on the stage. The members of the Thunder Team appeared to be in their 40s, while the Seven Treasure Team was composed entirely of individuals in their teens and 20s. When the host announced the start of the Martial Souls, all members of the Thunder Team were Soul Kings, while the Seven Treasure Team had only 4 Soul Kings and 3 Soul Ancestors. Wang Sheng overheard a chubby man talking to a bald man beside him. Which team did you bet on to win? The bald man replied, of course, it's the Thunder Team. Everyone in the Thunder Team is level 55 or above, and their captain, Lei Bao, is a level 59 Soul King. Look at the Seven Treasure Team. They even have 3 Soul Ancestors. This is definitely a crushing victory. The chubby man nodded and said, indeed, these kids are so young, and their Soul Kings probably just broke through not long ago. Betting on the Thunder Team is definitely a good deal. Hearing their conversation, Wang Sheng became curious about the battle and wondered how his companions had improved after not seeing them for so long. As the battle began, Ningyu's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower instantly cast beams of light down on everyone, while at that moment, 2 agile attack Soul Masters from the opposing team appeared on either side of the Seven Treasure Team. As soon as the 2 agile attack Soul Masters landed, spider webs appeared beneath their feet, entangling them. Huang Wu's distraction control was now very proficient, easily managing both directions. At this moment, Yi Lingling and Ningyu from the Seven Treasure Team charged towards the agile attack Soul Masters on both sides. The 2 support Soul Masters approached the entangled agile attack Soul Masters without panic and quickly eliminated them before the opponents could react. Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai had already plunged into their ranks. Once Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai entered the Thunder Team's crowd, they quickly dispatched the nearby Soul Masters and rushed straight towards the opposing support. The only support from the Thunder Team saw the two quickly eliminating his teammates and prepared to retreat, but at that moment, Meng Yiran's countless snakes had already surrounded the opponent. Captain Lei Bao saw his teammates in a passive position and immediately charged towards the controlled duo of Huang Wu and Meng Yiran from the Seven Treasure Team, at which point a massive shield appeared right in front of him. By the time the Thunder Team's Captain Lei Bao broke through the huge shield of smoke, his other 6 teammates had already been cleared from the arena. The audience on the sidelines gasped in surprise. This battle ended in just a few seconds. The Seven Treasure Team's seamless coordination had perfectly concluded the battle in a short time, giving the opponents no chance to react. Wang Sheng nodded at the battle, noticing that his teammates' coordination had become increasingly tacit. It seemed that everyone had not slacked off during the past year. Seeing that victory was assured, Wang Sheng did not remain in the audience any longer and walked directly to the entrance. Soon, he heard a group of voices chatting and laughing. Chapter 88. Battle against Xiao Qinyu as the Black Tiger King turned to flee. The 5th spirit ring of the chain's Soul Emperor lit up. The iron chains in his hand flew out again, splitting into several strands that tightly locked around the body and limbs of the Black Tiger King. When a group of 7 walked into the arena with laughter and chatter, a familiar figure appeared before everyone. Upon seeing Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu was the first to rush forward and gave Wang Sheng a big hug, saying, "It's been almost a year since I last saw you, buddy." Wang Sheng patted Xiao Qinyu on the back, as he missed him dearly since arriving in this world. "Don't hug so tightly, or Lingling will get jealous." Beside them, Yi Lingling blushed when Wang Sheng teased them upon meeting. Zhao Kai immediately spread his arms, pretending to hug Yi Lingling, and said, "It's okay, Lingling, come here. I'll hug you." Before Zhao Kai could finish, Xiao Qinyu let go of Wang Sheng and stepped in front of Yi Lingling. "You cocky Kai, do you believe I'll beat you up?" The two, who had been working seamlessly together, had now turned into rivals. Ningyu, who loved to stir up trouble, shouted, "Fight, come on. It's been a long time since I've seen you two duel." Bang! 2 fists appeared in front of Ningyu's eyes as Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai both shouted, "None of your business." The two resumed their face-off. This daily banter among the friends made Wang Sheng feel nostalgic. After some playful bickering, they all headed to the observation box of the Seven Treasure Team. Xiao Qinyu said to Wang Sheng, "We have a one-on-one match later. Let us have dinner together afterward." Wang Sheng nodded meaningfully, and then they waited for the one-on-one battle. In the box, apart from Xiao Qinyu, the other 6 took turns to battle. Wang Sheng took the opportunity to observe everyone's progress during this time. Except for Zhao Kai and Swoke, who were locked in a fierce struggle, the others finished their fights quickly. Finally, the announcement came for the next match between the Wind Shadow Wolf King and the Fierce Tiger Saint King. When Xiao Qinyu heard his name called, he immediately stood up and said to Wang Sheng, "Wait for me. It won't be long. You think about what you want to eat later." After Xiao Qinyu left the box, Wang Sheng also stood up. Seeing Wang Sheng get up, Zhao Kai said, "Don't trust him too much. It might take a long time. Let us sit for a bit longer." Wang Sheng waved his hand and said, "I can't believe I'm matched up with Xiao Yu among you guys. It seems like fate." On the arena, when Xiao Qinyu saw Wang Sheng appear before him, he was equally surprised and said, "Wang Sheng, it's actually you?" Wang Sheng smirked and replied, "Surprised? Unexpected?" Xiao Qinyu smiled, realizing he hadn't T-sparred with Wang Sheng in a long time, and said, "Let us go. It's been a while since we last fought. Show me your current strength." With that, both of them activated their martial spirits. With 5 dazzling rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black appearing beneath Xiao Qinyu's feet, the sharp wolf claws emerged from his fists. The Douluo version of Wolverine, Xiao Qinyu, announced Xiao Qinyu, martial spirit. Wind Shadow Wolf, rank 53 Soul King, please guide me. Wang Sheng activated his martial spirit as well, with 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, black, and black swirling around, muscles bulging and eyes blood red, giving a strong sense of power. Wang Sheng, martial spirit, Battle Tiger, rank 52 Soul King, please guide me. Xiao Qinyu took the initiative, using his first spirit skill, Lightning Strike, to rush towards Wang Sheng, his sharp claws slashing at him. Wang Sheng raised his hand to deflect Xiao Qinyu's wolf claws and countered with a powerful punch aimed at Xiao Qinyu's chest. Xiao Qinyu raised his hand to block Wang Sheng's attack. The two began a fierce exchange of punches, utilizing the techniques they had practiced since childhood, creating a stalemate. Xiao Qinyu excelled in agility, while Wang Sheng relied on strength. They were both familiar with each other's moves, making it seem like they were evenly matched, but in reality, they were feeding each other attacks. After a while, Xiao Qinyu's Shadow Wolf clone and Wang Sheng's Magic Blast power activated simultaneously. 4 Xiao Qinyu clones attacked Wang Sheng from 4 directions. Just as they were about to strike Wang Sheng, his 5th soul ring flashed, and he transformed into a shadow. Xiao Qinyu confidently attacked, but hit nothing but air. Wang Sheng was already 5 meters away, launching a thunderbolt at one of the Xiao Qinyu clones. When the thunderbolt struck, the hit clone instantly turned into a puff of air. Oh no, wrong choice again. Wang Sheng shook his head regretfully and immediately fired another thunderbolt. Xiao Qinyu, having reacted in time, dodged Wang Sheng's 2nd thunderbolt, and then used Lightning Strike to close the distance to Wang Sheng again. Accompanied by the Battle Tiger's roar, Wang Sheng's Pegasus Meteor Fist targeted one of the Xiao Qinyu clones again. Under the storm of fists, the struck Xiao Qinyu clone turned into air once more. Wang Sheng didn't hesitate and instantly teleported again to launch another thunderbolt, which again hit nothing but air, leaving only 4 Xiao Qinyu clones total. And Wang Sheng had missed 3 times. Wang Sheng shook his head in frustration. Am I that unlucky? 3 wrong choices. Xiao Qinyu burst into laughter. Wang Sheng, your luck is really something. I didn't expect your 5th soul skill to be such a practical teleportation skill. Now let me show you my 5th soul skill. 5th soul skill, Shadow Wolf Storm. At that moment, the black soul ring beneath Xiao Qinyu shone brightly, and he slashed forward with his wolf claws, unleashing a series of tornadoes towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng dodged left and right to evade the tornadoes, but as he teleported behind Xiao Qinyu, a gust of wind blasted him away. Wang Sheng was astonished at how powerful Xiao Qinyu's soul skill was. It seemed to be a stationary output, but actually had an additional layer of protective airflow. Wang Sheng couldn't help but admire Xiao Qinyu's Millennium Soul skill. As he kept dodging, Wang Sheng's mind raced to find a breakthrough point. The tornadoes from Xiao Qinyu multiplied and were nearly covering the entire arena. Wang Sheng steeled himself and summoned his external soul bone, using his 4th soul skill, Dark Gold Terror Claw, to shatter the incoming tornadoes. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu appeared behind Wang Sheng, and his 4th soul ring glowed brightly. The 4th soul skill, Shadow Wolf Annihilation Break, activated, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Wang Sheng's back. He had no choice but to activate his 5th soul skill, Black Tiger Shadow Teleport, to evade. Xiao Qinyu's continuous attacks had consumed a lot of his soul power, and it seemed that taking down Wang Sheng wouldn't be easy in the short term. In the observation box, Ningyu commented, Wang Sheng's new soul skill is too overpowered. I've seen him teleport so many times, and he hasn't exhausted his soul power at all. Zhao Kai, who was watching the battle very seriously, replied, Wang Sheng's 5th soul ring is at least 20,000 to 30,000 years old. A teleportation soul skill would consume much soul power. Swoke nodded in agreement. The 5th soul skills of both of them are powerful and practical. If it's a burst fight, Xiao Qinyu would definitely win. But in a prolonged battle, Xiao Qinyu would likely run out of soul power before Wang Sheng. Ningyu immediately found a way to assert himself. So, Xiao Qinyu still relies on his brother. Without his brother's support, his soul skills wouldn't last at all. Meng Yiran disdainfully replied, shameless. Xiao Qinyu is fighting against brother Wang Sheng. Otherwise, which other soul kings could withstand his fierce attacks? Chapter 89. Narrow victory. Huang Wu nodded in agreement after hearing Meng Yiran's words. Indeed, Xiao Yu's explosive power is so strong that few can last this long. Zhou Gui, feeling dissatisfied with everyone's acknowledgement of Xiao Qinyu, immediately retorted, You're talking about yourselves? I think I could do it too. Ningyu sarcastically responded to Zhao Kai. Come on, how many times have you won in your duels with them over the years? Zhao Kai's face turned red as he defended himself. That's because my soul technique has such high damage. I always held back because I thought we were teammates. Yeah, right. As soon as Zhao Kai finished speaking, the others immediately looked at him with disdain. Among the crowd, Yi Lingling, who had not participated in the discussion, was nervously watching the situation on the field. She was very worried about Xiao Qinyu, as his efforts over the years had never been less than those of Wang Sheng. Whenever the two were alone, Xiao Qinyu often expressed regret for not training with Wang Sheng from the beginning, which had hindered his ability to surpass him. Yi Lingling had always noticed Xiao Qinyu's hard work, while everyone in the team focused on Wang Sheng's low talent and hard training. They often overlooked that Xiao Qinyu's talent was not much lower than Wang Sheng's. In their 7-member team, Xiao Qinyu had always been the strongest, achieved through his sweat and effort. The battle between the two continued. Due to excessive soul power consumption, Xiao Qinyu began to reduce the use of soul techniques, while Wang Sheng also couldn't gain much advantage over him. The two were too familiar with each other. After adapting to their latest 5th soul technique, neither had an opportunity to defeat the other. Having grown up and trained together, they both understood each other's strengths too well, making this a battle of endurance. Xiao Qinyu gasped for breath and said, "Wang Sheng, you've gotten a lot stronger during this time." Wang Sheng, impressed by Xiao Qinyu's progress, replied, "Aren't you stronger too? Let's keep going. It's been a long time since we've had such a satisfying battle. Come on, this is a rare opportunity. You must give it your all." Xiao Qinyu decided not to hold back any longer, planning to showcase his creation at the Soul Master competition, but now it seemed he had to use it early. He immediately said, "Bro, watch closely. This is my self-created soul technique." Xiao Qinyu leaped into the air, surrounded by a tornado that quickly surged towards Wang Sheng. Compared to Xiao Qinyu's 5th soul technique tornado, this self-created tornado had increased speed and destructive power. As the tornado passed, it stirred up clouds of debris, leaving no part of the arena floor intact. Wang Sheng was also enveloped by the tornado, and the spectators could not see what was happening inside. The people in the VIP box were extremely anxious, and Yi Lingling ran out, sensing that regardless of who won, both would surely be badly injured. She wanted to provide treatment as soon as possible. Seeing Yi Lingling rush out, the others quickly followed her. Suddenly, 2 figures flew out of the tornado. Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu both fell heavily to the ground, with Wang Sheng covered in blood and his clothes torn, bleeding profusely. Xiao Qinyu was also injured. Although he had no visible wounds, he was left in a precarious state from Wang Sheng's heavy punches during the tornado. Now, both were severely injured on the ground, but their strong willpower allowed them to slowly try to get back up. At that moment, the members of the 7 Treasure team also rushed to the edge of the arena, all very concerned about the two. Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu finally managed to stand up slowly, exchanging a messy smile as they stepped toward each other. Just as they were about to face each other, Xiao Qinyu could no longer hold on and slowly fell back down. Seeing Xiao Qinyu collapse, Wang Sheng also felt darkness overtake him and fell down as well. The others immediately rushed to pick them up, and Yi Lingling's healing soul technique was quickly applied to both. Soon, they slowly opened their eyes. Back at the hotel, everyone criticized the two for their battle. As teammates, they didn't know how to gauge the severity of their fight. If it weren't for Yi Lingling, they might have lost their lives. In response to the criticism, Wang Sheng, wrapped like a mummy, chuckled. "This is precisely because Lingling is here that we dared to fight so fiercely." Similarly, the bruised Xiao Qinyu chimed in. "Exactly. Only by fighting without holding back can we test our strength. It's all good." Yi Lingling shot a glare at Xiao Qinyu and said, "All good? With you two like this, you won't fully recover for at least half a month." Xiao Qinyu quickly became apologetic. "Got it. I won't worry you again." Wang Sheng asked Xiao Qinyu, "Xiao, not bad. Now you have a self-created soul technique too. What's its name?" "Its power is indeed impressive," Xiao Qinyu proudly replied. "Of course its power is impressive. I worked hard on it after getting my 5th soul ring. I named it Storm Annihilation. Pretty cool, right?" "Not creative at all. It's just a combination of your 4th and 5th soul techniques," Ningyu immediately scoffed. His words drew laughter from everyone. Wang Sheng stated seriously, "Actually, it's not as simple as the you said. You only understand the power of Xiao Yu's self-created technique once you're inside the tornado." Zhao Kai, intrigued, asked, "Wang Sheng, tell us about it. This guy has been so mysterious. I want to see if he can hold up against me." Wang Sheng recalled what had happened. Inside the tornado, Xiao Yu's speed was incredibly fast. He dominated the area, and my Tiger Strike and Pegasus Meteor Fist were completely ineffective. I couldn't even escape the encirclement. Suo coassed in confusion. Then how did you injure Xiao Yu? Before Wang Sheng could answer, Xiao Qinyu directly revealed the answer. Wang Sheng, that madman, was trading injuries with me. Every time I attacked, he would counterattack. This guy fights like he has no regard for his life. Wang Sheng awkwardly said, "What else could I do? Your soul technique is so strong." Xiao Qinyu retorted, "Come on. If you used your dark old terror claw and got up close, I would have been finished." Wang Sheng mysteriously smiled. "Actually, I recently developed a self-created technique that is not inferior to the dark gold terror claw." Ningyu couldn't help but tease again. "Wang Sheng, is your self-created technique as common as cabbage? If it's not worth much, why not help me develop one?" Wang Sheng rolled his eyes at Ningyu. "What should I help you develop?" "A technique to use your 7-treasure glazed tower as a weapon to smash others?" Everyone burst into laughter, and Ningyu's face turned red, deciding not to bring it up again. Chapter 90. Star Horse City. While Wang Sheng and his companions were resting in Soto City, the next evening, a secret letter arrived from Ning Fengji, who was far away at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After reading the letter alone in his room, Wang Sheng's brows furrowed tightly. In the letter, Ning Fengji mentioned that there had been many unusual occurrences in Star Horse City, a key town on the border of the Heaven-Do Empire. First, the Crown Prince Xueqing has sent someone to inform Ning Fengji that the royal spies responsible for that area reported a significant gathering of soul masters of unknown origin in Star Horse City recently. Ning Fengji inquired with the manager in charge of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's operations in Star Horse City, who also reported that there had been a large purchase of supplies in the city, indicating that some force might be making a move. Additionally, several individuals had been winning a lot of money at the city's casinos daily, but the Soul Master stationed there had not detected any cheating, resulting in considerable losses of gold soul coins for the 7-treasure glazed tile school's casino. Star Horse City was the fief of the third prince, Xue Bao, and for years, aside from the annual taxes paid to the Heaven-Do Empire, there had been little news from the city. Now, with the unusual happenings, Ning Fengji and Xueqing felt it was not appropriate to act without solid evidence, so they wanted Wang Sheng to investigate. To avoid alarming the snake, Ning Fengji suggested that Wang Sheng and his team visit Star Horse City under the guise of a touring Soul Master competition. The letter also included a note written solely for Wang Sheng by Crown Prince Xueqing, who is actually Qian Renxue. The Platinum Bishop Derek in Star Horse City has recently reported to the Spirit Hall without mentioning any abnormalities in Star Horse City. He is suspected to have sided with the third prince, Xue Bao. After reading the letter, Wang Sheng was somewhat shocked. He did not expect there to be issues within the Spirit Hall as well. No wonder Qian Renxue sought help from Ning Fengji. It seemed that his crossing over had indeed caused quite a butterfly effect. Wang Sheng first burned the note written by Qian Renxue, as the fact that the Crown Prince was impersonating her could not be known to his companions. After the note was completely burned, he went to inform his partners to come and discuss the matter. Once everyone had arrived, Xiao Qinyu asked, "What's going on? What is up at this late hour?" Wang Sheng's brow remained furrowed as he handed the letter to Xiao Qinyu, saying, "You all take a look first." Xiao Qinyu quickly scanned the letter with his eyes and then passed it to Ningyu beside him. After more than 10 minutes, everyone had read it. Once they finished, Wang Sheng spoke up. "This is the situation. We will go to Star Horse City under the pretense of a team battle tournament. However, since the situation in Star Horse City is unclear, we must proceed with caution." Ningyu, usually carefree, spoke seriously. "Star Horse City is the territory of the third prince. I know a bit about him. Over the years, he has given up the struggle for the throne and requested to set his fief on the border, claiming to stabilize it. However, he is actually quite capable among the princes, and there are still many noble families in the Heaven-Do Empire that support him." Zhao Kai expressed his thoughts. "I think he wants to retreat to advance, becoming a local emperor on the border and slowly developing his power." Ningyu replied, "That's for sure, but it's also something that Emperor Shui Yi has deliberately allowed. In recent years, Crown Prince Xueqing has been showing increasing maturity and stability, winning the people's hearts. You must be wary of Xueqing." Sok asked in confusion, "Isn't it a good thing that the Crown Prince is excellent? Why be wary of him?" He will eventually be his successor. As the son of the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ningyu had considerable insight in this regard and directly answered Sok's question. That's how the royal family works. If the crown prince is too outstanding, it will make the current emperor feel a sense of crisis. You can be excellent, but you cannot overshadow your father while he is still alive. Sok nodded, somewhat understanding. But as a rough man, he still struggled to grasp the thoughts of those in power. Xiao Qinyu then raised his own question. Since this is something Emperor Shui Yi has tacitly allowed, what significance does our investigation hold? Ningyu was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, as he was also puzzled by Ning Fengji's arrangement. Wang Sheng immediately addressed everyone's doubts. Even though Emperor Shui Yi has turned a blind eye to the third prince Shui Bao's development, that's a private matter. However, with such extreme, abnormal behavior now, as allies of the crown prince's faction, if we allow this situation to develop unchecked, we could see a second or third Star Horse City emerge. Wang Sheng took a sip of tea and continued. Moreover, their hands have now reached into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's territory. We cannot sit idly by. Huang Wu expressed his concerns. What should we do? We are still students of the academy. Why does the sect leader trust us to handle this? Wang Sheng smiled and replied, precisely because we are still students, we won't raise their suspicions. Otherwise, if the sect sends another team to investigate, it would only alert them. Huang Wu then asked, so after we investigate the situation, what should we do? Wang Sheng thought for a moment and said, we'll adapt to the situation when the time comes. No matter what, on the surface, the third prince should not act too excessively. Our job is to gather evidence. Seeing that everyone understood, Wang Sheng said no more. This matter had arisen suddenly, and they could only take it step by step. He then instructed everyone, all right, everyone, go back and rest well. Tomorrow we will head to Star Horse City. Along the way, we will stop at the major cities and participate in the Great Soul Master arenas to create the impression that we are challenging our way through. After about 10 days, the group finally arrived at the border stronghold of Star Horse City, leaving their traces in team battles at 3 major Soul Master arenas along the way. Star Horse City was located at the junction of grasslands and deserts, with the local people known for their fierce demeanor. The city walls were towering, and countless merchants came and went at the city gates. Upon entering Star Horse City, they found a stark contrast to the desolate grasslands and deserts outside. The buildings inside the city were grand and imposing, with wide streets bustling with vendors displaying a dazzling array of stalls, accompanied by the continuous sounds of hawkers. After the group settled into the hotel closest to the Great Soul Master Arena, that evening, Xiao Qinyu and the others confidently entered the Star Horse Great Soul Master Arena to register for the team battle. After submitting their team information, a seemingly ordinary staff member in a corner of the registration area secretly left the arena and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Wang Sheng, who had been hiding in the shadows, observed everything and followed the person closely. As they neared the city lord's mansion, Wang Sheng found a tea stall, ordered a pot of tea, and sat down, occasionally glancing towards the mansion's entrance. The staff member from the arena entered the city lord's mansion and soon came back out, accompanied by individuals dressed as guard from the city lord's mansion. Shortly after, an elderly man wearing the attire of a platinum bishop from the spirit hall also arrived, following the guards into the city lord's mansion. Chapter 91. The casino in the city lord's mansion of Xingma City. Li Zhen, the city lord, sat at his desk reviewing documents. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard, and soon the platinum bishop Derek from the spirit hall arrived. Upon seeing Derek, Li Zhen invited him to sit down, dismissed his servants, and closed the door. Curious, Derek asked, why did you call me here in such a hurry? What is so urgent? After closing the door, Li Zhen sat next to Derek, poured him a cup of tea, and said, I just received news from the Grand Soul Arena that the academy team from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has arrived in Xingma City. Derek nonchalantly replied, so what? They've been traveling around challenging teams in various main cities for over a year now. Is this really a big deal? Li Zhen said, but they arrived at such a critical time. I have to take it seriously. I told you before to act in secrecy, but the Soul Masters you recently arranged have been too ostentatious, even going to the casino and winning every day. How am I supposed to explain this? Li Zhen had always been very cautious. Years ago, He had allied himself with the third prince, Snow Leopard, and had been secretly building up his strength. However, since Derek joined as the bishop of the Spirit Hall in Xingma City, his actions had become too high-profile, making Li Jun very vigilant. After taking a sip of tea, Derek casually said, "What is the big deal? In Xingma City, we are the ones calling shots. Even if those kids are here to investigate rather than fight, do you think they can uncover anything? You're just being overly cautious." Seeing that Derek was still not taking it seriously, Li Jun quickly said, "We need to be careful. The third prince has been planning for so long. We cannot afford any mistakes." Derek shrugged. "I think you're overthinking it. A bunch of academy kids can't be that capable. If necessary, we can find a chance to take them out quietly. No one would know." Li Jun shot Derek a glare and said, "We absolutely cannot do that this time. I just looked at the profiles of that group, and one of them has the surname Ning, with a martial soul that is the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda. We cannot act rashly." At this moment, Derek began to take it seriously and asked, "What? There are direct descendants of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school among them?" Li Jun nodded and said yes. "Normally, we could just eliminate anyone, but this kid with the surname Ning might be a nephew of Ning Fengji. If he mysteriously disappears in our Xingma City, it will definitely attract the attention of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school's title Douluo and sword Douluo. We currently don't have the strength to contend with title Douluo." Hearing about the two title Douluo, Derek couldn't help but shiver and quickly asked Li Jun, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Li Jun thought for a moment and said, "Quickly notify your people to be more discreet recently, especially those at the casino. They should not go overboard. They've already won quite a bit recently. It's time to pull back." Derek felt a bit sore about stopping the casino activities since it was his people who had been winning there, and he had benefited as well. Stopping now would mean giving up the profits. However, thinking of the two titled law of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Derek nodded and said, "Fine, starting tomorrow. I'll make sure they don't go to the casino anymore." Derek's promise to stop going tomorrow made Li Jun somewhat dissatisfied. This Derek was too greedy. But there was nothing he could do. If he wasn't too greedy, how could he betray the Spirit Hall and side with the third prince, Snow Leopard? Li Jun firmly said, "No, call it back right now. Those kids have already arrived in Xingma City, and they might go to the casino after participating in the soul fighting today." Derek dismissed Li Jun's concern, saying, "How could that be? The Xingma Soul Arena has so many matches every day. They've just signed up. How could they finish so quickly? Even if they wanted to visit the casino, it would definitely be a matter for tomorrow." Such reasoning infuriated Li Jun. He coldly snorted and said, "Derek, I warn you, if anything goes wrong, I will make you pay for it." Derek felt displeased with Li Jun's words. He had already compromised, but Li Jun was pushing him too far. He was merely a dog for the third prince, while he was a platinum bishop and a soul de law. Did he really need to fear a mere soul saint like Li Jun? Who did Li Jun think he was? He allied with the third prince, not with Li Jun. So he should stop ordering him around. Derek stood up, dropped a harsh remark, and left in a huff. Outside the city lord's mansion, Wang Sheng was drinking tea when he saw Derek storming out. Though he didn't know what had happened inside, he was sure that the two had colluded and decided to settle his bill before heading to the casino in Xingma City. Upon arriving at the Xingma City casino, Wang Sheng handed his token to the manager, who immediately took him to a private box on the top floor of the casino. The manager, Mao Li, was extremely loyal to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and had been managing the Xingma City casino for nearly 10 years. After Wang Sheng sat down in the box, he asked Mao Li, "Manager Mao, can you tell me about the recent situation at the casino?" Mao Li replied, "Young Master Wang, recently, 3 soul masters have been coming to our casino every night. They win a large amount of gold soul coins each time. We have been observing them secretly, but Haven T found any signs of cheating. However, you can't expect someone to have such good luck every day, right? They have been winning continuously during this period and have taken away more than half a year's earnings from our casino." Curious after hearing Mao Li's report, Wang Sheng asked, "Have you checked their backgrounds? Where are they from?" Mao Li said, "We have checked. They arrived in Xingma City on the same day and have been staying at a hotel next to the Spear Hall. Besides going to the casino, they spent all their time in the hotel." Wang Sheng nodded and said, "Okay, take me to see them. I want to see how they are winning." After that, Mao Li led Wang Sheng to the second floor of the casino, explaining the environment as they walked. Our Xingma casino has 2 floors. The first floor is generally for smaller bets, while the second floor has VIP rooms, with each game set up in a separate private room. As they talked, Mali brought Wang Sheng to a private room. The room was spacious, with 3 large tables. Wang Sheng immediately recognized it as the blackjack table. Mali gestured for Wang Sheng to look at one of the tables, and Wang Sheng glanced over to see 3 people with piles of chips in front of them. They appeared quite spirited. After signaling to Mao Li that these 3 were the targets, Wang Sheng asked him to prepare some chips and sat down at a position next to them. Chapter 92. Tricks after sitting at the table. Wang Sheng placed 100 gold soul coins worth of chips on it, signaling to the dealer to deal the cards. At the same time, he observed the 3 people next to him. The 3 were arranged from farthest to closest. The one farthest from Wang Sheng was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a full beard, looking like a typical nouveau riche. The man in the middle had a pointed face and a sneaky appearance, sporting a little mustache and occasionally glancing at the passing waitstaff while swallowing nervously. The person closest to Wang Sheng appeared to be a scholarly young man, wearing glasses, with a very honest expression. Wang Sheng stroked his chin, puzzled. He couldn't sense any soul power fluctuations from these 3, but they didn't seem to be at the level of soul saints, where he wouldn't be able to detect their soul power. Could it be that they weren't soul masters at all? That would be strange. If they weren't soul masters, how were they winning money? At this moment, the dealer had finished dealing the cards. The dealer's visible card was a 7, and Wang Sheng glanced at the 3's cards. The bearded man had an 8. The sneaky man had a jack, and the bespectacled man had a 5. Seeing that everyone had looked at their cards, the dealer asked the bearded man, "Sir, would you like to take a card?" The bearded man shook his head and said no. The sneaky man requested a card, drawing a 4, and nodded in satisfaction, also saying he didn't want any more cards. It then reached the bespectacled man, who requested a queen and also chose to stop. Now it was Wang Sheng's turn. He had a 5 showing and a 7 hidden. Wang Sheng nodded to indicate he wanted a card, and the dealer dealt a jack, resulting in a bust with a total of 22. The dealer immediately collected Wang Sheng's 100 chips. Wang Sheng shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his luck was indeed poor after crossing over. After the last player also busted, everyone revealed their cards, and Wang Sheng began to pay attention to the 3. The bearded man's hidden card was 10, totaling 18 points. The sneaky man's hidden card was 6, totaling 20 points. The bespectacled man's hidden card was a jack, also totaling 20 points. The dealer then revealed his hidden card, which was a queen, bringing his total to 17 points. According to the casino's operations, after 2 players had busted, it was time to take a risk. Although the risk was high with a base of 17 points, the dealer drew another card, revealing an 8, which resulted in a total of 25 points and another bust. The 3 players happily collected their winnings and proceeded to the next round. In this round, the dealer's visible card was 10, the bearded man had 6, the sneaky man had an ace, and the bespectacled man had a jack. The sneaky man laughed heartily as he revealed his hidden card, a king, totaling 21 points, doubling his winnings. Wang Sheng looked at his own cards, a 6 and another 6, finding himself again in a hopeless situation. The dealer politely asked the bearded man, "Would you like to take a card?" The bearded man thought for a moment before nodding. Yes. A 10 was dealt, and the bearded man cursed his luck as he revealed his hidden card, which was a 7, totaling 23 points and busting. Next was the bespectacled man, who indicated for the dealer to deal, receiving a 5, but deciding to stop. Finally, it was Wang Sheng's turn again, and he signaled for a card, drawing another queen, resulting in yet another bust with 22 points. The last player didn't take a card and stopped. At this point, the dealer revealed his hidden card, which was a 5, bringing his total to 15 points. The current situation on the table, excluding the busted cards of Wang Sheng and the bearded man, was that the sneaky man had 21 points, the bespectacled man had 19 points, and the last player had 16 points. The dealer had no choice but to draw another card, which was a 3, totaling 18 points. According to the casino's rules, the dealer could no longer draw cards, so he calmly collected the chips from the last player. Once again, the 3 players had made profit. In the third round, Wang Sheng observed the visible cards. The dealer had 10, the bearded man had a queen, the sneaky man had 4, the bespectacled man had 7, and Wang Sheng had 8 with a hidden king. The dealer politely asked the bearded man, "Would you like to take a card?" The bearded man shook his head. As it went to the sneaky man, he requested a queen and, satisfied, indicated he would stop. The bespectacled man also shook his head to indicate he didn't want more cards. Wang Sheng also expressed that he didn't want any more cards, and they proceeded to reveal the cards. The dealer's hidden card was a 2, giving him a total of 12 points. The bearded man's hidden card was a jack, totaling 20 points. The sneaky man's hidden card was a 3, also totaling 20 points. The bespectacled man had a hidden 10, totaling 17 points. With the dealer having the lowest total, he had to draw cards. The first card was a 4, bringing his total to 16 points. That was still not enough. So he drew another card, a 7, resulting in a bust with 23 points. Wang Sheng felt he had vaguely identified the issue, but it remained unclear. He would need to observe more closely. In the next round, the dealer's visible card was 3, the bearded man had 6, the sneaky man had a queen, the bespectacled man had 4, and Wang Sheng was again unlucky with a visible 5 and a hidden 8. The dealer still diligently asked the bearded man, "Sir, would you like to take a card?" The bearded man shook his head. The sneaky man also chose not to take a card, while the bespectacled man requested a 5, but decided to stop. When it was Wang Sheng's turn, he drew a king and once again busted. The cards were revealed. The bearded man's hidden card was 10, totaling 16 points. The sneaky man's hidden card was 7, totaling 17 points. And the bespectacled man's hidden card was a queen, totaling 19 points. The dealer then revealed his hidden card, which was a jack, bringing his total to 13. The dealer drew a 10, resulting in another bust. Wang Sheng continued playing for over 10 rounds, and he had nearly figured everything out. After another bust, Wang Sheng pretended to be unlucky and shook his head as he left the table. Back in the top floor room, Wang Sheng asked Maoli, "Manager Maoli, let me ask you, have they been playing blackjack this whole time?" Maoli nodded and replied, "Yes, they can play blackjack every day and always leave winning, sometimes winning a lot, sometimes a little." Wang Sheng then asked, "So do they always play at that same table?" Maoli nodded, saying, "Yes, it's always that table, but we've checked, and there's nothing wrong with it." "What about the dealer? Is it always the same one?" Maoli shook his head, saying, "Not exactly. That dealer is called Zhao San, and his brother Zhao Wu also deals. They take turns watching the table." Wang Sheng asked again, "Have these two dealers interacted with anyone else during this time? Have you investigated?" Maoli answered firmly, "Young Master Wang Sheng, are you suspecting that the dealers are colluding with the guests? That's impossible. The dealers working in our casino basically stay in the staff quarters when not working. They haven't left the casino in the past 2 months, and those 3 people have only been here for 10 to 20 days. Moreover, we have been monitoring them, and they have had no communication while gambling." After understanding all the details, Wang Sheng said, "Then send someone to fetch Zhao Wu. We're going to the private room now. It's time to catch them." Hearing this, Maoli immediately became excited and asked young Master Wang Sheng, "Do you know how they're winning?" Wang Sheng nodded and said, "Just a little trick." Chapter 93. You decide whether to confess or not. After King Sheng took his seat, he placed 100 gold soul coins worth of chips on the table, signaling the dealer to deal the cards. At this moment, he also assessed the 3 individuals. King Sheng and Maoli arrived at the private room with a group of people, while the 3, with their backs to them, were laughing heartily. The dealer, Zhao San, noticed Maoli following the customer who had just lost a significant amount and was flanked by a group of people. Sweat beaded on Zhao San's forehead. Could it be that the customer had lost too much and was seeking revenge for Maoli? But on second thought, that didn't seem right, as Maoli had always been upright, and just in this casino. Suppressing his inner tension, Zhao San asked, "Maoli, why are you here?" The 3 men with the beards, sensing trouble, quickly put away their chips and said, "With so many people here, it's really disappointing. Let us go." Just as the 3 stood up, a few people behind Maoli stepped forward to block their way. The scruffy man spoke first. "What do you mean? Are you not letting us leave after we won money in your casino?" The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses nervously and said, "Doesn't your big casino have any credibility?" At this moment, Maoli looked at King Sheng, who nodded in response and turned to the 3 men, saying, "Gentlemen, what you just said is not quite right. I just learned the key points from Zhao San. How about I deal the cards for you to continue playing? Zhao San hurriedly interjected. What do you mean by that? I never taught you anything. Are you trying to extort our casino because you lost money? Maoli, you have to stand up for me. Seeing Maoli remain indifferent, Zhao San's legs went weak. King Sheng ignored Zhao San and walked straight to the dealer's position, took a card from the deck, glanced at it, and revealed the queen. He then asked the scruffy man, Sir, do you need another card? Ignoring the scruffy man, King Sheng flipped another card showing a 10 and asked again, Sir, do you want it? At this moment, the scruffy man and his companions felt a hint of panic, but King Sheng continued, unbothered, to flip another card showing a 4 and asked, do you want to deal another card? He flipped another card showing a 7 and inquired, do you need another one? Finally, he revealed a 2 and continued asking, how about this? Maoli and the others were left confused, but Zhao San and the 3 bearded men were already terrified and sitting on the ground. Maoli asked King Sheng in confusion, Young Master Wang, what does this mean? Why did they react like this just from you revealing a few cards? King Sheng smiled slightly and explained, it's simple. Every time Zhao San asks if they want another card, it reveals their base card to the 3 of them. They just need to determine how to draw cards for the highest winning probability based on Zhao San's card. Feeling embarrassed, Maoli said, forgive my ignorance, but I still don't understand. King Sheng patted Maoli's shoulder and said, the key to Zhao San's questions lies in the number of words he uses. The number of words indicates the value of his base card. Since 10 is too long, he simply says so to indicate his base card is 10. Oh, so that is how it is. Knowing the dealer's base card indeed increases the chances of winning. Maoli suddenly understood. They had deceived everyone in the casino using the simplest coded language. At that moment, Zhao Wu was also brought up, and seeing the people on the ground, he guessed that the situation had definitely been exposed. He quickly knelt and grabbed Maoli's feet, pleading for mercy. Maoli's face turned cold as he waved his hand to take the others to the top floor room. When the group was taken to the top floor room, the 5 men trembled and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Maoli stood silently behind King Sheng, awaiting his decision on how to handle the situation. King Sheng stepped forward to Zhao San and asked, now, tell me, who are the people behind you? Zhao San hurriedly knelt and bowed his head, saying, we don't have anyone behind us, sir. Please spare us. We just want to make a quick buck. No one is instructing us. King Sheng pointed at the bespectacled man and demanded, then tell me his name and how old he is this year. Zhao San stuttered. His name is. King Sheng patted Zhao San's face and said, stop pretending. You don't know him? Your backers are clever. If they had instructed people who knew each other to cooperate, it would be easy to spot the abnormal eye contact. Bruce, you two have been in the casino for so long, and these people just showed up. I would boldly guess that 2 months ago, someone informed you that someone would appear in the casino to play blackjack on a certain day, and you must have some mutual betting signal or something. Then you just needed to use coded language to reveal your base card, right? Upon hearing King Sheng's analysis, which aligned closely with their previous arrangements, the 5 men broke out in cold sweat. King Sheng directly asked, now, tell me, who are the people behind you? If you confess, I can spare your lives. The 5 men continued to bow and plead, but none of them revealed the identity of their backers. Young Master Wang, it seems they won't say anything unless they suffer a bit. Let me have my men give them some punishment, Maoli suggested. King Sheng waved his hand and said, no need for that. Leave it to me. First, separate them and lock them up. I believe someone among them will eventually speak. Maoli gestured, and his men immediately took the 5 individuals away for confinement. Once everyone had left, Maoli asked King Sheng, young Master Wang, what should we do next? King Sheng whispered a plan to Maoli, who repeatedly praised King Sheng's clever strategy. The 5 men were taken to 5 adjacent rooms, and, at this moment, the scruffy man felt extremely anxious. He didn't know how long it had been when his door was opened. 2 burly men approached him and grabbed him, saying, it's your turn. The scruffy man was dragged out, and as they passed by the adjacent room, 2 disheveled women happened to come out. The scruffy man glanced into the room and saw his companion, the sleazy man, sitting on a stool, bare and with his back to him. The scruffy man shouted, Zhouren, you bastard! You sold us out. The 2 burly men didn't wait for the scruffy man to communicate with the sleazy man and dragged him into the innermost room. The two men were pulling him so quickly that the scruffy man didn't notice that the sleazy man was actually slumped over with his head down. When the scruffy man was brought into the room, there sat a young man, the one who had exposed their collusion today. The young man did not acknowledge the scruffy man who had just been brought in and was instead playing with the ring on his finger. The scruffy man felt a surge of panic. He had just seen two disheveled women leave his companion Zhou Ren's room, and knowing Zhou Ren's lecherous nature, he feared that this sleazy man had indeed sold them out. At that moment, King Sheng stopped his actions, looked at the scruffy man, and slowly spoke. "Who are the people behind you? I will only give each of you one chance. Whether you confess or not is your choice." Chapter 94 Interrogation. The bearded man looked into Wang Sheng's eyes and felt a powerful sense of oppression from his gaze, making him feel almost suffocated. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Sheng's eyes. After Wang Sheng asked his first question, he did not say another word, but quietly waited for the bearded man's answer. Time passed slowly, and the bearded man struggled internally. He trembled and said, I've just come here every day to gamble as instructed. I don't know anything else. I beg you, let me go." Wang Sheng stepped forward, crouched in front of the bearded man, and grabbed his hair, pulling it back. The two locked eyes, and Wang Sheng's cold voice rang out again. "I'm not satisfied with your answer. It's nowhere near what your companion told me." The bearded man said in terror, "Zhou Ren? Did Zhou Ren betray us?" Wang Sheng did not answer directly, but said with a playful tone, "You see, I'm quite suspicious by nature. So when I hear one answer, I tend to doubt it. That's why I called you here, just to see if your answer matches what your companion said. If it matches, then maybe I'll consider letting you go. If it's different, then—" Wang Sheng did not continue, instead looking meaningfully at the bearded man, which made him even more anxious. He couldn't imagine what Wang Sheng's methods would be, but he guessed they wouldn't lead to anything good. Wang Sheng let go of the bearded man and returned to his seat. At that moment, the casino manager, Mao Li, came in, walked over to Wang Sheng, and whispered a few words in his ear. The bearded man strained to listen, but the distance made Mao Li's voice too low for him to hear anything. However, he saw that Wang Sheng's expression seemed quite pleased. After their conversation ended, Wang Sheng stood up and said to Mao Li, "Since everyone else has confessed, it doesn't matter whether this person speaks or not. Just take care of it." Mao Li nodded and replied, "Understood, young master. I'll handle it cleanly." Upon hearing their conversation, the bearded man felt his heart sink. Then he heard Wang Sheng's voice again. "Manager Mao Li, I just thought a question. We can't just kill him off so simply." Mao Li asked in confusion, "Young master, what do you mean? These people have won so much using underhanded means in our casino. If we just deal with it quietly, others might dare to have ill intentions towards our casino in the future. So, either we light a lantern for them or make them into human piggies."